In the inaugural year of the apocalypse, children under the age of 1 fell victim to heinous acts. By the 6th year of the apocalypse, she was cast into the abyss by her so-called sister. Having been reborn 2 months prior to the cataclysm, endowed with the power of spatial manipulation and a trading marketplace, Su-Yen vowed never to repeat the mistakes of her past life. She aspired to live freely, to avenge her grievances and repay her kindnesses, determined to seize whatever she desired. Chapter 138. A Promising Seedling. I never expected, old Luo, that you possess such analytical prowess. I would not have guessed these two youngsters could be so clever. Do not underestimate any child. Look, Deming even knows to mark stones at the crossroads when no one is watching. It's futile. The two have been taken too far away. We cannot wait. We must act. After Zhang Yuan spoke, he pursued them. Luo Fuan took the drone from Zhang Yuan, its movements erratic and uncoordinated. Old Zhang, 2 kilometers ahead, turn left, and there's a spot to the left and forward where a banquet is taking place. Are you suggesting? A banquet, waiting for unsuspecting prey. How fortuitous that Deming and Chiyu happened to be so unfortunate. If they were even a moment late, the children would be lost. Even though the two children were exceptionally clever, their physical strength was vastly inadequate due to their youth. Zhang Yuan and Luo Fuan prevented the two from taking the children inside. They caught up to them and, not far from the wall, each dealt with one, requiring only a single thrust of a dagger. Chiyu and Deming, believing themselves older and braver than their sisters, strayed from the group, only to be captured. The two half-grown children hung their heads in shame, bracing for reprimand. Do you know how to return? Yes, Deming and Chiyu replied in unison, their eyes cast down, unwilling to meet Zhang Yuan's gaze. Zhang Yuan was more severe than Luo Fuan, who was rather nonchalant. You two run back and find Ingi, do not stray too far. Understood. Zhang Yuan waved his hand, bidding them to depart, and the two half-grown children began to jog away. Luo Fuan watched them recede and inquired, what now? This city lacks an official base. What exists are merely makeshift factions, few in number, and fewer still are those capable of combat. Our involvement would be akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Then let us proceed to eliminate them. Their existence is a blight upon society, a waste of precious air. Upon confirming that there were only 20 to 30 individuals present, they commenced their operation. Zhang Yuan asked, what about practicing marksmanship? I prefer to hone my blade skills. Luo Fuan stowed away the firearm he had drawn. Why? Do you think the 10 kilograms of restorative fluid is inexpensive and wish to indulge? Fear not, they are unarmed, and we shan't waste ammunition. I find these individuals suspicious. Observe closely, their attire does not resemble ours. Being so close to the border, do they dare to encroach upon our territory? What does that imply? Zhang Yuan struggled to comprehend Luo Fuan's reasoning. Capture a couple alive for questioning. The rest can serve as practice for our blade skills. Zhang Yuan nodded in agreement. Both prepared their machetes, sabers, and axes, ensuring they were prominently displayed in their spatial compartments, ready to be summoned at will. As they approached, they confirmed that the individuals were indeed speaking a foreign tongue. Moreover, what simmered in the pot was unmistakably human flesh. To avoid wasting 10 kilograms of gold, the moment they revealed themselves, they unleashed a massacre, disregarding nationality. Those who preyed upon the innocent deserved demise. No, please do not kill me. I possess gold, silver, jewels, precious stones, food. The one pleading for mercy had switched to speaking Mandarin, and it appeared they had an ample supply of resources. 2 frenzied elite operatives from the special forces easily dispatched the few who wielded blades among the 20 to 30 individuals. Within 10 minutes, the ordeal was concluded. Luo Fuan intentionally spared one who spoke Mandarin and another who spoke the foreign tongue. He handed the Mandarin speaker over to Zhang Yuan, while he interrogated the one who spoke the foreign language. The outcome of Luo Fuan's inquiries revealed a small base located over 20 kilometers away, occupied by a group of foreign nationals. They had established a foothold there, and the local populace had either been enslaved to serve as resources for survival or exterminated. Zhang Yuan, having delved deeper into the conversation, gathered more information from the one claiming to have plentiful resources. He was a local jade merchant who had managed to store some food using his wealth and connections since the onset of the calamity. Subsequently, he became a food repository for several foreign bullies, hoarding rice and flour, yet lacking in meat. He had rallied a group to seek out flesh, not only for himself, but for the entire small base, which subsisted on such fare. Having inquired about the information needed, the two individuals being questioned would surely meet their demise. However, it was best to grant them a swift end. Should we inform the boss? Indeed, given that the adversary possesses dozens of firearms, our chances are slim. Zhang Yuan and Luo Fuan shattered the dishes and pots here before returning to the location where Qin Yi was gathering raw stones. Brother Yi, we've discovered something unusual. What sort of situation? Luo Fuan recounted the events truthfully. Zhang Yuan had already sought out that group of child soldiers. Let's take them down. Understood, brother. What about these 9 children? I will take the children to observe and learn from the instructors. Qin Yi consented after a moment's contemplation. Luo Fuan organized the weapons, stowing some aboard the transport aircraft, as it would be inconvenient to utilize the spatial button with 9 children on board. Zhang Yuan swiftly gathered the children, briefly explaining that they were to drive away the foreign invaders occupying their homeland. Before he could elaborate further, the young wolves erupted into enthusiastic cries of battle. All right, quiet down. In a moment, the 3 older brothers will drive away the invaders. Our main role is to observe, and you must not scream upon witnessing anything.
Can you manage that?
We can. Very well. Each of you should secure your backpacks and board the helicopter. The 2 helicopters halted 2 kilometers away from the small base, prompting a sprint towards their destination. As they ran together, it became evident that these children possessed more energy than she did, likely due to the anticipation of witnessing their older brothers vanquish foes. Particularly, Ingi, with her military knife ever at hand and a fierce gaze, made Su Yan reflect on the fact that she was merely a 13-year-old girl, surviving in the apocalypse alongside 7 or 8 younger children. It was hard to believe she had never taken a life. Given her current state, one military knife could easily fell 2 ordinary adults. Ingi, Sister Su, I'm not afraid. I want to be as formidable as Brother Luo. No one will bully me or steal our things. I know Sister Su only wants us to observe without intervening, and I shall refrain from acting, but holding the knife gives me a sense of security. Ingi smiled at Su Yan with a gleeful grin. This child had changed. The last time they met, she had been laughing heartily, showcasing her little tiger teeth, but now her smile had taken on a more demure quality. You have ambition. Once you grow a little older and strengthen your physique, I will teach you how to use a firearm. Really? Sister Su, is that truly possible for me? The several young girls followed closely behind Su Yan, their eyes sparkling at the mention of guns. Yes, you will all have your share, but first, you must train well. Otherwise, even if I give you a firearm, you won't be able to hold it steady, and it might be taken from you and used against you. I will certainly train hard. So will I. Excellent, we are all in agreement. We are almost there, so refrain from speaking loudly. I will take you to a concealed location where we can observe the small base. Sister Su, actually, I want to try going with Brother Luo to fight the enemies. Ingzi's body was present before her, but her spirit had already followed the 3 ahead. Su Yan could only comfort the slightly older children, assuring them that there would be ample opportunities in the future. Accompanied by a group of children, she pretended to retrieve 2 binoculars from her backpack, handing one to Ingi so she could see more clearly, thereby granting her a sense of participation. The small base was indeed modest, situated within a middle school. Qin Yi and the other 2 approached the base from 3 directions, the front and both sides. Their weaponry was of the highest caliber, providing an overwhelming advantage against the dozens of standard firearms. Not only did they dominate in terms of weaponry, but their skill and the advantages they possessed also became the trio's fervent capital. There was no hint of cunning or deceit. They charged in headlong, engaging directly. It was exhilarating. Each shot claimed a life, igniting a fervor within the onlookers. She mused on how she would need to train diligently to reach Brother Luo's level of prowess. Oh, Ingi felt that all 3 brothers were incredibly formidable, but in comparison, she still believed Brother Luo was the mightiest, as he was also the one who smiled the most. Su Yan allowed each of the children beside her to observe through the binoculars for a minute, paying special attention to Ingi. Whenever Ingi witnessed any of the 3 dispatching an enemy, her little tiger teeth would gleam in a smile. If a shot failed to fell the foe, she would tighten her grip on the binoculars, wishing to rush forward and lend assistance. Sister Su, I noticed 2 individuals running over here. The brothers haven't seen them. Let me take a look. Su Yan took the binoculars from Ingi and indeed spotted 2 people approaching with large backpacks. They bore no firearms, but a knife hilt was visible at their backs. Ingi, if those two come closer, would you dare to confront one of them? Absolutely. They only have a knife. Let one come at me, and the other can be dealt with by Daming and Chio. The rest of you, stand back and watch us eliminate the bad guys. The other 6 children responded in agreement. This leadership quality was impressive. She was fierce and unyielding, a promising candidate. Su Yan refrained from intervening, observing Ingzi's command as she predicted the path the two would take and instructed the 6 non-combatants to hide at a distance while remaining ready for combat. She instructed Daming and Chio on how to ambush and execute the attack. After explaining, she returned to her designated spot, crouching down to wait. Su Yan concealed herself alongside the 6 children, needing to watch over them while also keeping an eye on Ingi, Daming, and Chio. As the footsteps approached, the 3 exchanged glances and charged forward, wielding their military knives. Daming and Chio charged forth like calves, one seizing a leg, rendering the assailant unable to reach for the knife at his back, effectively forcing the man into a split. Then, with a swift motion, Chio struck the neck, his technique rapid and without a hint of hesitation. One adversary was swiftly dispatched. Ingi engaged the other in hand-to-hand combat. The child was at a disadvantage, as her methods were less effective compared to those of Daming and Chio. After subduing one, Daming and Chio stripped the fallen foe of his belongings and obediently returned to the hiding spot where Su Yan and the 6 children were concealed. The fierce expressions on their faces faded, returning them to the demeanor of ordinary boys. Su Yan mused that she would need to arrange for Zhang Yuan and Luo Fuan to provide them with more psychological counseling in the future. Sister Ingi is using that man as a punching bag. Daming noticed. Yes, Ingi said that if one is assured of victory, they can have the opponent serve as a sparring partner. She calls it waste utilization. The fighting style that Daming and I employ is based on surprise. We lack the reach to compete in techniques, and we are also outmatched in strength, so we must rely on cunning. You too utilize your cleverness well. You are more skilled than I. This was not a matter of modesty. The 2 children truly surpassed her, and Su Yan felt they were at least more capable than her previous self. Their mindset was stable enough. Had she been in Ingzi's position, she would not have been able to act as she did. Alas, Su Yan murmured, her gaze unwavering from Ingi and another individual. Just moments ago, Ingi had nearly evaded capture, prompting Su Yan to contemplate drawing her firearm. However, the child was as slippery as an eel, darting through the knife-wielding assailant's grasp and deftly plunging a military dagger into the man's back, the blade embedding itself halfway, indicative of considerable force. This spectacle was even more exhilarating than her own participation, leaving Su Yan in awe. Sister Su, here comes the spoils. Ingi, flushed from the skirmish, appeared particularly spirited. You're remarkable. I wish to learn from you. The spoils are yours. You should keep them. These are for Sister Su. I have no need for them. As long as I have food, I am content. You foolish child, these can be exchanged for provisions. Take them, and I will trade for you later, including for Daming and Chio. The trio of victorious children exclaimed in delight as they seized a pair of binoculars to observe the small base below. No need to look. They have finished their skirmish and are preparing to ascend. Su Yan glanced at her wristband, noting a message from Qin Yi stating that he would return after collecting a batch of raw stones. In addition to the stones, there would be provisions, a portion of which would be allocated to the ordinary residents of the base, while the surplus would be taken away. Before long, the 3 emerged, each hauling several large bags as they trudged back to where the helicopter was parked. Upon returning to the raw stone collection site, they realized that lunch had already passed, for adults, accompanied by a gaggle of preteens, had just begun preparing the midday meal. Before Su Yan lay 2 backpacks, belonging to Ingi and Daming, alongside a collection of jade stones discovered by the 9 children earlier that day and the previous night, as well as a small quantity of jewelry. Ingi, come here. Sister Su, what is it? I shall take these items with me. Later, I will deliver provisions to you. These can be exchanged for much. You all should discuss what you desire and send me a message via your wristband. Yes. I have wanted to contact Sister Su for a long time, but I hadn't added you. Now that I have, can I reach out to you often? Certainly. The 2 added each other as friends, and Su Yan loaded the items onto the helicopter, discreetly transferring them into her spatial storage. The lunch prepared was particularly sumptuous. These children, who typically might be frugal, delighted in the prospect of meat. Su Yan inquired with Zhang Yuan, who informed her that the food stores within the air raid shelter were quite substantial. However, these children, having experienced hunger, had developed a habit of hoarding even the slightest morsel of food. Following lunch, the oppressive heat kept several children indoors, aiding in the transportation of stones. Ever since Commander Sheng acquired a wristband, Qin Yi had been diligent in sending reports to him. He promptly communicated the recent developments at the small base, emphasizing that even in the apocalypse, foreign entities should not be permitted to enslave citizens on their native soil. Sheng Zuchang replied to Qin Yi, informing him that the recent catastrophic tsunami had submerged the island of Jipan, leaving some armed personnel stranded in Bin City and Haicheng, where they had been perpetrating misdeeds. He tasked Qin Yi's squad with the responsibility of eliminating these individuals entirely. Chapter 139. The villains cannot see me. After the two little ones had their lunch, they habitually took a nap, while Grandma Shen kept watch nearby. Gu Xiulin, concerned about the elderly lady's fatigue, gently suggested, "Grandma, the children are asleep now. You needn't keep vigil. You should rest for a while. I have lain in bed for so many years. I do not relish afternoon naps. You may go about your business without worrying about me." "Very well then." Gu Xiulin, perceiving the sincerity in the elderly woman's tone and her desire not to be treated as special, acquiesced. The villa community where the Qin family resided was equipped with security guards, yet to those with ulterior motives, their presence was virtually meaningless. The elderly lady, being cautious, felt at ease only when the children were under her watchful eye. However, her concerns soon materialized. The door to the room was merely ajar when two individuals pushed it open and immediately aimed their guns at the elderly lady. "Do not scream. Please. Do not hurt the children. What do you want?" "As long as you are not demanding a life right away, we can negotiate," the elderly lady thought, refraining from shouting, knowing it would only provoke these desperate men. "Take them away. How can I carry them? I cannot use both hands if I am holding one in each." "Then take one in each hand." "Wait. You must have something you desire in exchange for the children. Why not state your demands now? I can arrange for the Qin family to prepare what you need and deliver it to you. It would save you the trouble of sending a message later." The elderly lady aimed to buy some time, hoping to lower their guard, and her words held a kernel of truth. "Enough chit-chat. Otherwise I'll shoot you." Unmoved, the two men kept their weapons trained on her. One of them moved to seize a child. At that moment, both little ones awoke, sending the elderly lady's heart racing. If the children began to cry, these men might resort to drastic measures. The assailants expected the children to wail, pondering how they could quietly remove them from the premises. To their surprise, the children, with their clear yet bewildered eyes, quietly observed their great-grandmother and the two strangers, their calm demeanor utterly unexpected. "You can take the children in exchange for what you desire, but please do not harm them. Surely, you do not wish to provoke the entire Southwestern military?" They were indeed leveraging the children to negotiate. The two exchanged glances, nodding in agreement. One of them, instead of rushing to grab a child, approached to bind the elderly lady and gag her to prevent her from shouting. Then they prepared to take a child each. However, the children had already slipped off the bed and crouched on the floor, unbeknownst to the assailants. "The villains cannot see me. The villains cannot see me." As the two men turned, the elderly lady swiftly retrieved a dagger from her hidden compartment, severing the ropes binding her hands. The unique sound of a laser gun echoed sharply. Her decisive action was facilitated by the children's concealment. One assailant fell dead from a gunshot, while the other, who had yet to draw his weapon, was spared by the elderly lady. As he collapsed, she deftly bound and gagged him, her methods indicating professional training. No surprise given her background. Her initial lengthy dialogue had been a ruse to lower their guard, allowing her the opportunity to strike. Once the threat was neutralized, she stored the gun away, rummaged through a cabinet for an unused order form, and draped it over the two incapacitated men to avoid frightening the children. Only then did she approach the little ones. Wah! Woe is me! Only then did Xiao Wei succumb to fear, bursting into tears. "Villains, woe is me!" Xiao Rui clung tightly to his great-grandmother, also gripped by fear. "Little darling, do not be afraid, we are safe. The villains have been captured by great-grandmother. Stop crying. We will find mommy and daddy." The elderly lady comforted the children and dialed Su Yan. "Grandma." Once connected, Su Yan could see everything in the room. "Do not be afraid, my dear. The little ones and I are unharmed. I left one alive. You and Xiao Yi should return quickly and inform old Qin to avoid alarming them. Understood, Grandma. Su Yan relayed the situation to Qin Yi and old Qin, then briefed Luo Fuan and Zhang Yuan before the couple hurried back. Although she knew the children and her grandmother were safe, the incident involving her closest ones left her somewhat rattled. Had she not prepared her grandmother with the spatial button and weapons beforehand, she would surely be beside herself. Yan, it's all right now. Yan, do not frighten me. Yan. Qin Yi grasped his wife's hand, which felt icy. Fear not. We shall be home shortly. Drive faster. Right away. Qin Yi reduced the half-hour journey to 20 minutes. Upon returning to the southwestern base, Qin Ziyu's assistant, Li Xiong, had already tidied up the scene. Placing the surviving assailant in the basement, old Qin and Grandma Sheng, each holding one of the children, awaited in the living room. Gu Xiaolin only learned of the incident when old Qin returned. Though he said nothing, the glare he cast upon her was enough to instill fear. Had she known, she would have stayed behind to watch the children with the elderly lady. Grandfather. Grandma. Old Qin passed Xiao Rui to Qin Yi, who then handed the child to Su Yan. Xiao Wei, nestled in her great-grandmother's arms, reached out for her mother, clutching both little ones tightly. Su Yan finally felt a sense of security. Qin Yi gently wiped away the tears lingering on their eyelashes, enveloping his wife and children in his embrace, offering silent solace. After releasing his family, Qin Yi's demeanor shifted from tender to coldly resolute. I'll interrogate the survivor and discover who possesses such audacity. I shall accompany you. The old man wishes to interrogate him personally. The men descended into the basement, prompting Gu Xiaolin to finally speak. Xiao Yan, Grandma, I am sorry. Had I known, I would have stayed to watch the children. Xiaolin, do not blame yourself. Your presence would have only added another hostage. I would have had to consider you while taking action. The elderly lady's words struck Gu Xiaolin deeply. Su Yan, too, had not anticipated the elderly lady's combat readiness, finding it hard to reconcile with the image of one who often cried and sought comfort. Mother, no one blames you. Please do not think that way. I am still too ineffectual. Had it not been for Grandma's presence today, I truly cannot imagine what might have transpired. Previously, Grandfather, Binghua, and Xiao Yi all urged me to practice my physical fitness and learn some self-defense techniques, yet I did not heed their counsel. From now on, I shall learn from Grandma. Very well. It is indeed beneficial to enhance your physical fitness. In the event of danger, you will be better prepared to escape. Su Yan passed Xiao Rui to Gu Xiaolin and Xiao Wei to the elderly lady, intending to wash her hands and face and change out of her clothes. In the basement, the air was thick with the stench of blood. Old Qin instructed Li Xiong to cycle through the 10 interrogation methods, and the survivor endured them all. Old Qin, this one is a professional, well-versed in torture techniques. Li Xiong utilized official means, but given the suspect's familiarity, it was highly probable he was an insider. I will introduce some unfamiliar methods. Qin Yi's team had a unique set of interrogation techniques. Had Su Yan been present, she would not recognize her warm-hearted husband. As the interrogation methods he employed radiated a chilling aura capable of lowering temperatures from 50 or 60 degrees to below zero. Indeed, the young master's methods are effective. Uncle Li will handle the aftermath. Let him have a swift end. Understood. Qin Yi sought out old Qin. Did he spill anything? Which one? From the expression on his grandson's face, old Qin discerned that something had been revealed. Otherwise, he would not exude such an aura of cold menace. Yes, Grandfather. It was the one with the surname Liu. Aside from the deceased, there are 2 others in your logistics department at the base. After Uncle Li is done, we will retrieve them. All right, you should tidy up. Your demeanor might frighten little Su and my precious great-grandson. Qin Yi nodded, gradually dissipating the aura of menace surrounding him. Very well, I will discuss with Chief Sheng whether we need to advance our operations. You may leave. I will handle the rest. Grandfather, you've worked hard. Qin Lao playfully scolded him, referring to him as a brat, before sending a message via his wristband. Upon returning to his room, Su Yan had already finished washing up and changed out of the soiled clothes she had worn while collecting raw stones. Yan, I'll freshen up first. We'll return to Jiangqing tonight. All right. It was only in her own fortress that she felt secure, Her safe house was impenetrable as long as the door was locked. Unlike the current villa, which only offered protection from ordinary threats. After a refreshing shower, Qin Yi emerged into the living room, where Qin Lao had already briefed Chief Sheng on the recent events. His wristband simultaneously received a message indicating that the entire team of 5 was returning to the Dawn base. Grandfather, we must head back to Jiangcheng. Please prepare dinner early. We should eat before we leave. Gu Xiaolin gazed longingly at her son but ultimately refrained from suggesting a prolonged stay in Jiangcheng, as she felt it would be inconvenient to intrude upon her son and daughter-in-law's life, especially with her husband and the elder to care for. Living with her granddaughter was different. Ultimately, once her son grew up, he would no longer belong solely to her. I'll go prepare dinner. Little Yen. I'll handle the cooking. You're unfamiliar with the kitchen. It's all right. I can manage. The children enjoy playing with you. The elderly lady also chimed in, suggesting the daughter-in-law prepare a meal, knowing full well that everyone wanted the grandmother to hold the grandchildren a little longer. Cooking was simple for Su Yan. She merely needed to wash the rice, place it in the pot, and wait for it to cook. Su Qing had stocked up on numerous cooked dishes in the space, all ready to be consumed. She only pretended to stir-fry a single green vegetable. During her stay, Qin Yi was able to use electricity normally, and the refrigerator held some vegetables that Gu Xiaolin had placed there. Su Yan retrieved over 10 pounds each of pork and beef, as well as freshly slaughtered chickens and ducks, filling the refrigerator to capacity. The family enjoyed an early dinner, after which Qin Yi and Su Yan, accompanied by the elderly lady and the 2 little ones, boarded a helicopter for their departure. Once out of the base's sight, they switched to another aircraft, and outside Jiangcheng, they returned to the helicopter, arriving at Longjing Terrace in 30 minutes. Upon entering the living room, the 2 little ones joyfully rushed towards their toy house. Su Yan brought out the 2 dogs, He and Su Qing, and not only did the little ones feel carefree, but she also felt considerably relieved. Yen. I'm going over to discuss some matters. All right, I'll prepare a midnight snack later, and you can call them over to eat. The 2 little ones and the dogs went off to the toy house, while Su Yan and the elderly lady enjoyed the fruit that Su Qing had cut. I can't eat so much. I need to hit the treadmill. Grandma, you must take it slow. Don't overexert yourself. I want tea. I'll rest if I feel tired. As long as the elderly lady had a good grasp of her limits, Su Yan felt reassured. She had not anticipated that the 2 pills would have such remarkable effects. Having neglected her exercise routine for quite some time, she decided to accompany her by lifting dumbbells nearby. Meanwhile, in the adjoining room, Qin Yi and the chief were engaged in a video conference regarding the cleanup of armed personnel fleeing to their country and the preemptive eradication of 2 other factions with ulterior motives, along with the subsequent arrangements once the situation was resolved. At 10 in the evening, Yang Jinghui and Qin Dingshan joined Qin Yi for a late-night snack. We will head to the Dawn base in the capital early tomorrow morning. We have been away for a while. Yen. You and your grandmother should stay at home and avoid going out, as instructed by your grandfather. Understood. Please be careful, and if you encounter anything unresolvable, contact me for assistance. Just heed your grandfather and grandmother's advice. If they can't handle it, you shouldn't either. Grandmother Sheng dismissed her granddaughter's words, disregarding the idea that the capable should take on more. After all, her granddaughter had not enjoyed many peaceful days. Listen to your grandparents. I will check on you daily. Rest assured, I'm rather lazy and want to seek out trouble unnecessarily. This was indeed the truth, which eased Qin Yi's concerns slightly. Chen Dingshan and Yang Jinghui arrived with snacks, speaking little. Before retiring for the night, Su Yan urged Qin Yi to store more weapons in the space, ensuring he brought back not only modern supplies but also various survival necessities. She also purchased some life-saving items from the interstellar and cultivation realms for him. Early the next morning, they sent off their helicopter. In her previous life, 3 years after the apocalypse, the corporate regime had fractured into factions. This time, they had arrived at the apocalypse a year earlier, hoping that her grandfather and the others would navigate the situation smoothly with their foresight. For the next few days, Su Yan and her grandmother enjoyed a tranquil existence, filled with exercise, meals, and playtime with the children. She even took the elderly lady to the shooting range in the space to practice her marksmanship. The elderly lady grew more youthful and energetic by the day. At nearly 70, She was rejuvenated by the pills Su Yan provided, with even her white hair diminishing, making her look as if she were in her 50s. A week later, Su Yan received a message from Ingi, stating that after Zhang Yuan and Luo Fuan had left a week prior, they had requested the students to perfect the techniques they had taught before asking for the textbooks. Additionally, they sent over a list of supplies they needed in exchange for the jade. Su Yan selected numerous elementary and middle school textbooks along with the required materials, preparing to send them over. Little Yan, I'll go with you. Sure, it's nice to get out for a bit. The route from Jiangqing to the mountains where the air raid shelter was located had become quite familiar. As the aircraft descended, he alerted her that there were people below. Su Yan used binoculars to look down and saw Ingi with Qiuyo and Daming digging in a hollow. Are they digging a well? She wondered if the hollow beneath the air raid shelter had run dry so quickly. She chose another landing spot, switched to a helicopter, and unloaded the supplies she had brought for Ingi. After a moment of thought, Su Yan decided to bring out an additional 2-ton water tower. Little Yan. Stepping outside reveals a harsh reality. There's not a hint of greenery in this mountain. The leaves of those large trees are completely scorched and the sky is overcast. It will only become more brutal from here on. Grandma, let us hurry to the helicopter. Allowing the elderly lady to stand for a moment longer, Su Yan feared she might not be able to console her. The elderly lady was easily moved to tears and susceptible to external emotions. She pulled her grandmother onto the helicopter en route to the air raid shelter. Chapter 140. Preparing for Reckoning. As they landed in front of the air raid shelter, the gray mist thickened. Is it toxic mist? The thought crossed her mind, but she quickly dismissed it. The surrounding area was so dry that it could ignite spontaneously without a flame, lacking the conditions to form toxic mist. No, under the apocalypse, one cannot rely on conventional reasoning. Toxic mist is not the only concern. It's possible for knives to rain down from the sky. Su Yan took out a gas mask for her grandmother to wear, and both of them consumed an antidote pill. Grandma, this mist is toxic. Please be cautious. Is this mist toxic? I suspect it is. Then, we must be careful. The elderly lady adjusted her mask and helped her granddaughter, who was busy sending messages via her wristband, secure her own mask. After sending a warning about the toxic mist to her grandfather, Sheng Zichang, she promptly reminded the small group to use gas masks if they encountered sudden fog. She then connected with Ingi. Ingi, is there fog on your end? Bring everyone back. I've arrived. Yes, we'll be back immediately. Su Yan and her grandmother disembarked inside the air raid shelter. Several individuals practicing military-style exercises heard the noise and came rushing out, drenched and disheveled. Sister Su. Hey, make sure to wear your masks. Su Yan distributed the masks she had brought to Zheng Chengcheng, who shared them with everyone. Grandma Su, who is this? This is my grandmother. You may call her Grandma Sheng. Hello, Grandma Sheng. Upon hearing that she is their elder sister's grandmother, the 6 children greeted her politely, albeit with a hint of lethargy. Good. Such well-behaved children, the elderly lady remarked, aware that these children had no family left and that the older ones were taking care of the younger ones. Managing to survive in such harsh conditions, truly remarkable. Zheng Chengcheng pulled Su Yan and the elderly lady along, saying, Sister Su, Grandma Sheng, let us go inside and sit. Chengcheng led Grandma Sheng inside, instructing the others, come with me to move the things. Oh, we're moving things. A few of the children visibly rallied their spirits. Su Yan allowed them to each make 2 trips before telling them to stay outside. Ingi and Daming dashed back, tossing their shovels aside at the entrance of the air raid shelter before rushing to assist Su Yan with the water tower. Sister Su, cough cough, let me push it. I can do it. I can too, cough cough. Seeing Xia and Qiyu helping Su Yan with the water tower, Ingi returned to finish moving the items still on the ground into the shelter. Daming and Qiyu were panting and coughing, while Ingi's complexion was not very good either. Su Yan pointed towards the shelter, saying, Go find Chengcheng and put on masks. The mist is toxic. Zheng Chengcheng dashed out with masks, handing one to each of the 3. Once everything was moved into the shelter, Ingi said to Su Yan, Sister Su, it seems the mist is rising from the ground in the valley. Rest for now. We'll talk later. The gas masks were thick and sealed, and though the temperature inside the shelter was slightly lower than outside, it was still around 40 degrees, making it difficult for Ingi and the others to breathe. The 3 youngest children sat on small stools, clutching the railing of a metal bed to prevent themselves from toppling over. These children wore thermal suits, so, theoretically, they should not suffer from heat stroke. Ingi, was there this mist yesterday? Yes, it only appeared last night, and this morning. No wonder, she sensed something was amiss upon seeing these children. She had forced a smile, but it was clear she was on the verge of breaking down. Xiao Yan. These children seemed to show symptoms of poisoning. Indeed, let me find some antidote pills. Using her backpack, Su Yan retrieved a bottle of antidote pills from her storage space. Ingi, give it a try. If it works for you, then distribute it among them. Ingi took the pill without even looking at it and put it in her mouth. Su Yan, the elderly lady, and the other 8 children all watched Ingi intently. 3 minutes later, it works. I was feeling very dizzy just now, but I feel fine now. Seeing her smile, revealing her little tiger teeth, they all felt reassured. Su Yan distributed 1 pill to each child, leaving 1 remaining. It was uncertain how long these toxic mists would persist. It was no longer suitable for them to stay here. After Ingi, the 8 children of varying sizes who took the antidote also regained their spirits. Xiao Yan. We cannot stay here if this place might be filled with toxic mist tonight and tomorrow. I'm contemplating where to take them to stay for a few days before returning. Su Yan recalled the circumstances from her previous life, where the fog often appeared, sometimes lasting 1 or 2 days, or even 3 or 4. What about the dawn base? Upon hearing her grandmother's suggestion, Su Yan checked her wristband. Her grandfather had replied, "All right, please stay safe." A few others in their small group also acknowledged receipt, with Chini asking if she was in the air raid shelter and advising her to return to Jiangcheng without delay. The dawn base also faced toxic mist issues, especially since it was currently in turmoil. Su Yan did not wish to add to her grandfather's and Chini's troubles. Xiao Yan, have you thought about where to evade the toxic mist? Not yet. If it's not widespread, there are still many places we can go. Let us leave here first. Su Yan instructed the 9 children to gather a few belongings. Seizing the morning, they would use the helicopter to survey the area for places free from toxic mist, planning to stay away for a few days. She did not instruct them on what to pack, but Ingi organized a cooperative effort, aside from their own towels and clothes. Each child carried something different, one with rice flour, another with salt and sugar, another with a basin, and yet another with a water bucket. In total, the 9 of them gathered all the essentials for their daily needs. Su Yan felt increasingly pleased with them. The elderly lady silently lamented how the times had shaped these children. Before the apocalypse, whether in cities or villages, children were treasures in their parents' palms. But now, reflecting on this, tears streamed down the elderly lady's face, and fearing her granddaughter might see, she discreetly wiped them away. After flying over 200 kilometers, the helicopter arrived at a city neighboring the capital, landing on the rooftop of a tall building. As they prepared to descend, Su Yan had already selected the top floor, which was 16 stories high, with intact glass and no signs of life nearby. While Su Yan hung blackout curtains on all the balconies and windows of the room, she also pulled out 3 tents, perfectly accommodating 3 children per tent. The elderly lady instructed the children on how to use a charcoal stove to boil water. Without water or electricity in the high-rise, cooking was challenging, so the 9 children would have to make do with boiled water alongside biscuits and instant noodles for a couple of days. Su Yan also brought 3 large barrels of bottled mineral water and a few boxes of smaller bottled water from the helicopter, advising them to stay put and contact her if anything arose. Grandma, are we returning to Jiangcheng, or are we exploring around the capital? The helicopter was too conspicuous. Caution was advised. Upon hearing her granddaughter mention exploring around the capital, the elderly lady's expression brightened momentarily. She yearned to explore. Even though the greenery had nearly vanished and many buildings appeared dilapidated due to the aftermath of the floods. In truth, she simply wished to see it for herself. After all, as her granddaughter had mentioned from her past life, it was uncertain whether this continent would still exist. Su Yan did not miss her grandmother's expression. She retracted the helicopter on the rooftop, reasoning that there was no one around. She moved out the flying device and invited the elderly lady inside, instructing Hihi to fly at a low and discreet speed. Grandma, I'll take you to see the dawn base. Great, Xiao Yan, only we can see them, but they cannot see us. We can even sneak a look at your grandfather's office from the window. I wonder how he will react if I call out to him. To her surprise, her grandmother possessed such youthful spirit, prompting Su Yan to chuckle softly and resolve to fulfill her wish. She decided not to message her grandfather just yet, allowing her grandmother to conduct a surprise inspection. Before long, they arrived above the Dawn base, the political center of the nation, vast and densely populated. The elderly lady had mostly been unwell before and was unfamiliar with the layout of the base, unaware of the location of Sheng Lao's office. Su Yan patiently glided at a low altitude above the base, surveying the Dawn base while searching for her grandfather's office. The base featured a commercial street, but in the sweltering heat of 50 to 60 degrees, few normal people were seen outside, aside from soldiers in thermal suits. She knew the southern base, central base, eastern base, and southwestern base, each possessing only one official department store, where vendors set up stalls around the store. In contrast, the Dawn base boasted a commercial street exceeding 200 meters, truly exceptional. Grandma, the Dawn base is indeed much better compared to other places. Once your grandfather finishes clearing the pests, if you like the Dawn, we can return to live here together. Wonderful. Let your grandfather enjoy some comfort with you. A sense of unease suddenly washed over her. What's wrong? The elderly lady followed Su Yan's gaze. On a vacant plot of land at the edge of the base, there was some unusual activity. Su Yan instructed Hehe to descend to get a better view. Numerous sunshades were present, beneath which various tanks, artillery, and helicopters could be vaguely seen. As your grandfather mentioned, these should be the equipment that suffered severe magnetic field interference and are no longer operational. Grandma, do you recognize the people in that corner tent? They seem to be plotting something. Su Yan deliberately directed Hehe to approach the front, ensuring the old lady could see clearly. Fortunately, the tent had a considerable height, and the aircraft descended to its lowest point, making it visible. A dozen individuals were convening in a small meeting, discussing matters that they could not hear from the aircraft. The speaker was a trusted aide of Commander Liu. Are you certain? The mask conceals most of your face, grandmother. Please look closely. Commander Liu's assistant had followed him for over a decade. There was no need to see his face, as one could identify him by his stature. Su Yan's first thought was, what could these individuals be conspiring about in such sweltering heat indoors? Surely, they wouldn't be planning any actions? She messaged Qin Yi, inquiring about his whereabouts. Qin Yi replied over 10 minutes later, out on a mission. The brevity of his message indicated the gravity of the situation and that it was inconvenient for him to communicate. What should she do if her partner was occupied with a mission? She searched for the other four in their small group, but they were certainly engaged in tasks as well. Qin Yi was not at the Dawn base. Xiao Yan, keep an eye on those individuals and see what they are up to. Understood. Su Yan was aware that they would mute their devices when it was inconvenient, so she was not worried about being disturbed. With confidence, she took photographs and sent them to the small group. After a few photos, she managed to draw Qin Yi out. Yan, are you at Dawn? Yes, the aircraft is cloaked. Others cannot see me. Grandmother mentioned that this individual is Commander Liu's assistant. Can you check if there are any issues? Qin Yi's team of 5 was currently surrounding the groups led by Liu and Huang. Upon reviewing the photos sent by Su Yan, he confirmed that the individual in the lead was indeed Liu's most capable aide, and the others were highly skilled special forces personnel. Moreover, they had infiltrated the Dawn base. And their destination? The locations where those individuals dispersed? Was it not precisely the offices and residences of Commander Sheng? Qin Yi suddenly had a thought and messaged Su Yan. Grandfather's office is in the center of the base, in one of the 3 buildings shaped like a pin, specifically on the 9th floor of Building C, east side. Once you find Elder Sheng, he will take care of the rest, and he did not elaborate further. All right. With the location established, it would be easier to locate them. The aircraft hovered close to the east-facing window of Building C on the 9th floor, coming within 30 centimeters of the glass. Su Yan had already sent a communication request to the old man. Xiao Yan? Grandfather, are you in the office on the 9th floor of Building C? Yes. I am in the office. Are there others with you? I am outside your office, at the east window. Sheng Zuchang glanced outside. An invisible aircraft? He promptly opened the window for his granddaughter. Su Yan assisted the old lady in entering through the window, creating a sensation akin to descending from the sky for the two of them. Grandfather. Xiao Yan, the old lady has come too? I came to see you. Elder Sheng gazed outside, Although he could sense the aircraft's presence, he saw nothing, realizing that the ability to conceal was markedly different from witnessing it firsthand. The impact was profound, and he once again marveled at the power of technology. Xiao Yan, what has happened? Take a look. Su Yan recounted what she had just witnessed and showed him the photos she had taken. I didn't expect they had a backup plan. Should I eliminate them? No need for that. You and your grandmother just stay here and do not go anywhere. Elder Sheng had more capable personnel at his disposal than just Qin Yi. So he summoned Xiao Mu. You and Xiao Zhao's team go apprehend these individuals and investigate their intentions. Yes, Commander. Xiao Mu nodded to the old lady and Su Yan before departing the office. Su Yan noticed her grandfather retrieving 2 cups, and she hurriedly brought out 3 portions of fruit salad prepared by Su Qing. Grandfather, neither I nor grandmother are thirsty, right? Let's eat this. Yes. It's better to eat fruit than drink water. The old lady accepted the sealed box offered by her granddaughter. Su Yan brought 1 portion to Elder Sheng's office and prepared a spoon for him. All right, let's enjoy the fruit. Elder Sheng removed his mask and took a spoonful of the frozen fruit salad, maintaining a serious demeanor, though internally he felt quite pleased and sweetened. Grandfather, if you feel unwell, use the detox pills. They can counteract the toxic mist. The base experiences fog in the early morning and evening, but it is not as dense as the fog on the mountains. Wearing a gas mask suffices, and there is no need for detox pills, mainly because they are expensive. The toxic mist has regional characteristics. I know that Jiangcheng and Qincheng do not have it. Qincheng? That's the place where we just sent Ingi and the 9 children. You went to Qincheng? Yes. Su Yan informed her grandfather about the 9 children. Once this matter is resolved, perhaps we can bring them to the base? You can arrange for them however you wish. I need to consult their opinions first. That group of children is quite independent. Ingi has previously expressed that she does not wish to enter the base. Elder Sheng chatted with Su Yan, taking the time to attend to the old lady's emotions, asking her about various aspects of her daily life.
Su Yan instructed Su Qing to prepare lunch.
And the 3 of them had their meal in the office before Xiao Mu returned. Chapter 141. Rescuing a Group of Young Brothers. Commander. The group led by Chen Ji has been apprehended, and it has been confirmed that the individual leaving the base with Lu Zhengqiao is Chen Ji's twin brother. The one hidden within the base is actually Lu Zhengqiao's aide, Chen Ji. He, along with a dozen others, is concealed in the large military equipment area, waiting for Lu Zhengqiao's orders to carry out armed sabotage. Their message was to send a signal flare. Message Qin Yi and ask him if he wants to utilize this. Understood. After reporting, Xiao Mu turned and left. Meanwhile, Qin Yi was being threatened by Lu Zhengqiao, who was using the safety of Commander Sheng as leverage. Both Lu and Huang, former commanders, had long occupied 2 other private bases in the capital. When Commander Sheng summoned Qin Yi's team back to the Dawn base, the 2 became suspicious and immediately took their personnel to their private bases, using the lives of ordinary citizens in the base as a threat. They also intended to control Commander Sheng and the old lady, but this plan ultimately failed. Presently, Qin Yi and Yang Jinghui were seated at the negotiation table with Lu Zhengqiao and Huang Yan, who wanted to govern independently. Upon receiving Xiao Mu's message, Qin Yi decided to play along, pretending to send someone back to Dawn for confirmation, creating a delay to allow Luo Fuan, Chen Dingshan, and Zhang Yuan more time to deal with the personnel, controlling the ordinary citizens. The primary concern was the risk. The area was swarming with Lu and Huang's people. Even if Qin Yi and Yang Jinghui managed to catch Lu and Huang off guard, they worried that any disturbance at the negotiation table would prompt the opponents to act against the citizens immediately. Dawn base. Grandfather, should I lend a hand? Trust that they can complete the task. The only variable has been eliminated by you, so there is no need for concern. All right. She understood that aside from being a mere figurehead, she lacked any significant skills. Were it not for the various survival tactics of being a figurehead, she would not have suggested helping out. After Elder Sheng spoke, he returned to his work. The old lady refrained from interrupting Elder Sheng's tasks and sat quietly. Noticing her grandmother's demeanor, Su Yan felt it inappropriate to initiate conversation. After contacting Qin Yi, Xiao Mu quietly approached Su Yan and whispered, "Xiao Yan, it's lunchtime. We have already eaten." Su Yan handed Xiao Mu a portion of food. "There should be no food left in the cafeteria. You can have this." Xiao Mu took the meal and sat down on the other side of the sofa to eat. Elder Sheng immersed himself in work for over an hour before finally finishing the tasks at hand. Old lady, Xiao Yan, let us head home. Certainly. Here is the refined and improved version of your text. Indeed, my grandmother and I made our way through the window. Mrs. Su Yan rose and headed towards the window. All right, wait for me to land after I arrive home. Mr. Sheng intended to greet the guards at the residence. Otherwise, they might inadvertently harm their own. With my grandmother guiding the way, Su Yan piloted the aircraft to the Sheng family's backyard in the villa district, where the high surrounding walls proved advantageous. Mr. Sheng had previously instructed the guards to leave, as it was not yet prudent for too many eyes to behold the aircraft. The old lady has returned. Is this my little Yan? Indeed, this is my granddaughter, Xiao Yan. Qinglan, please prepare a room for Xiao Yan. Certainly, madam. Liao Qinglan flashed a bright smile at Su Yan, exuding an aura of cheerfulness. After brewing tea for Mr. Sheng, the old lady, Su Yan, and Xiao Mu, she proceeded to tidy up the room. Is Xiao Yan staying here for a couple of days? Yes, we'll return to Jiangcheng after a few days. Is that convenient? With her grandparents inquiring, she found it difficult to refuse. She thought staying for a day or two was manageable. Yet she feared several days might be challenging and potentially troublesome, now that the Shuguang base was devoid of Lu and Huang, along with their influence. Su Yan should be safe here. Mr. Sheng pondered briefly before stating, staying here poses no issue. My initial plan was to eliminate the pests before formally welcoming you back and arranging for you to work by my side, intending to do so at least a year from now. However, plans often fall prey to unforeseen circumstances. Then I will stay for just one day before returning to Jiangcheng. Grandfather, you need not make arrangements for me. I adamantly refuse to take a job. Upon hearing her grandfather's intention to have her by his side, Su Yan felt an urge to flee back to Jiangcheng immediately. Her fearful demeanor elicited hearty laughter from the old lady. Mr. Sheng had not anticipated such a reaction from his granddaughter. Had he unwittingly planned in vain? You old man, you can meddle with Xiao Yi. But do not pressure Xiao Yan to follow in your footsteps. She should live her life as she pleases. Very well. Aware of his granddaughter's resistance and with the old lady on her side, Sheng Zuchong realized he could only guide her gradually. He did not wish to compel his granddaughter, who had finally returned to him, into pursuits she disliked. Yet, if it were to lead the nation in overcoming the apocalypse and rebuilding their homeland, she was undoubtedly the most capable of achieving such a feat. Grandfather, you and grandmother should rest for a while. No need for a nap, I will keep you company. Upon hearing that the leader intended to accompany his partner and granddaughter, Xiao Mu went to fetch Liao Qinglan, who had just finished preparing the room for Su Yan. Given how many years Xiao Mu and Qinglan have known each other, it is high time they consider marriage, don't you think? Your health has improved. Enjoy life with your granddaughter while the old lady needn't worry about the younger generation, all right? Hee grandmother, what grandfather says is true. If anyone should be concerned, it should only be for me. I would be envious if he worried about someone else. Oh, you silly child. The old lady gently patted her granddaughter, prompting Su Yan to nestle into her embrace. She understood that her grandmother relished such moments, cherishing her as if to make up for the times she had not held her in childhood, even if she had grown up. Should anyone feel envy, it was Mr. Sheng who felt the most. After all, his granddaughter, whom he had struggled to bring back, seemed to favor only his partner, and now that she had a granddaughter, it appeared he was no longer needed. Noticing the glimmer of envy and a hint of melancholy in her grandfather's eyes, Su Yan rose from her grandmother's embrace and wrapped her arms around him. Do not be upset, grandfather. Let me give you a hug too. Ah! You still possess the heart of a child. Despite his words suggesting disapproval of his granddaughter's childishness, his lips curved into a smile from ear to ear, revealing a delightful side of him that Su Yan had come to appreciate. In the familial interactions, as long as someone displayed affection and charm, the atmosphere remained warm. Indeed, it felt far more relaxed than when they had first entered the house. Of course, she would only act this way towards those who genuinely cherished her. It was from this embrace that her relationship with her grandfather grew significantly closer. Su Yan then brought out the two little ones from her space to play with the old man and lady. Before long, Mr. Sheng received news that Qin Yi and his team of 5 had successfully eliminated Lu and Huang along with their subordinates. They were currently occupied with matters concerning 2 private bases and had yet to return to Shuguang. By evening, Liao Qinglan and Xiao Mu returned to prepare dinner.
Chief.
The toxic fog should have dissipated.
Is that so?
Mr. Xing pulled open the window and confirmed it had indeed cleared. His granddaughter truly was a fortunate charm. Her arrival in the capital had driven away the toxic fog. After spending a night at Shiguang Base, the following morning, upon confirming the fog had vanished, Su Yan piloted a helicopter to fetch Ingzi and the others, inquiring if they wished to visit Shiguang Base. Sister Yan, I do not wish to go. It is not that the base is undesirable, but it is inconvenient for us to train, and it makes it difficult for Zhang Ge, Luo Ge, you, and Qin Ge to teach us skills. Very well. Then we shall return to the air defense shelter. From that day forward, Ingzi not only supervised her younger siblings in physical training and martial arts but also, at just 13.5 years of age, had just become familiar with her second-year curriculum, now tasked with teaching 8 younger children. After seeing Ingzi and the others off, Su Yan returned to Shiguang Base to collect her grandmother before heading back to Jiangcheng. Upon arriving home, not only was Su Yan excited, but the 2 little ones she brought from her space were also thrilled, as this was their familiar abode. Understanding the children's emotions, her desire to temporarily stay at Shiguang Base receded further. The old lady sensed this as well. Are the little darlings happy because there are toys here? They are more familiar with this place. The old lady nodded in agreement. Aside from the small world within her space, this house was where the 2 children felt most at home. Then we shall reside here indefinitely. It is rare for the children to be so fond. If your grandfather misses us, we can invite him over for a visit. Grandmother, what a splendid idea. She realized that it would be much easier to summon her grandfather from the small courtyard at Shiguang Base in the future, as the aircraft could land in the backyard. Su Yan did not ponder too deeply. She was currently in a state of carefree abandon. Not long after, the intercom buzzed. She recognized it was Lu Shui. Did you see me flying back again? Yes, are you busy? I wanted to chat. I'm dreadfully bored. Come over for lunch. I'll wait for you. With that confirmation, Lu Shui happily ended the call. Su Yan recalled that a few days prior, Luo Wanning had returned from changing dressings for Uncle Zhang's leg injury, and she had promised to visit when she had the time. Since it was still a while until lunchtime, she decided to head downstairs for a visit. She packed half a pound of dried vegetables, a can of adult milk powder, and a handful of lollipops, leftover stock from the supermarket as zero-price sale, perfect for Qian and Xiao Xian. That would suffice. Giving them more would not be accepted. It had been ages since she had traversed the corridor of Building C, descending from the 32nd floor. Since the Longjing station had been designated as a temporary base, the entire building was filled with people. With so many residents, there was an abundance of trash, and the heat combined with severe water shortages resulted in the hallway being permeated with various unpleasant odors. In addition to the foul smells, there were also unfamiliar faces, either curious or eager to ingratiate themselves, who peered out upon hearing footsteps. Su Yan did not recognize them, but it was known that a particularly well-cared-for figure, the elusive female Rakshasa, resided on the 32nd floor. At that moment, she encountered a young, strikingly beautiful woman with a fair complexion, immaculate and untouched by dirt, and everyone immediately knew she hailed from the 32nd floor. Bearing the weight of curious, flattering, or envious gazes, she finally reached the 11th floor and knocked on the door. It was Xiao Xian who answered. The child, covered in dust, was nearly unrecognizable to Su Yan. It's Sister Yan. Come in quickly. Yes, are you home alone? I'm here with Grandpa. Qian went with Aunt Luo to the infirmary to help. Su Yan let out a soft exclamation as she followed Xiao Xian into the house. Xiao Xian, do we have guests? Came the voice of Uncle Zhang from within the room. Su Yan and Xiao Xian walked towards the room one after the other. Grandfather, it's Sister Yan. Su Yan called out. Uncle Zhang, it's me. I heard from Sister Luo last time she came to change your bandages that you were injured, and I finally found the time to come and see you. It's just a minor injury. As one grows older, recovery takes longer. I must thank you for being willing to provide me with your medicine. I'm getting better. Uncle Zhang attempted to get out of bed, lifting his leg encased in a cast, but Su Yan swiftly intervened. You should stay seated. Why did you bring something with you? Nowadays, every household treasures their supplies. Take it back with you. What else so precious? Just some dried vegetables and adult milk powder. You need to maintain your nutrition while you're injured, otherwise. When will you recover? Xiao Xian added, "You still need to be a role model for him."
Thank you, Yan.
"I'll shamelessly accept it, then." Uncle Zhang sighed. Xiao Xian is indeed depending on him. It was disheartening for blood relatives to feel annoyance towards a bedridden individual, let alone for him, who was merely a neighbor of Luo Wanning, having banded together for survival in this apocalyptic world. Despite Luo Wanning's kindness in not resenting him, it was not a sustainable situation. He was aging. This time, he had narrowly escaped with his life from a broken leg, but what if there were a next time? Xiao Xian was still so young. Su Yan took a few candies from her bag and placed them in Xiao Xian's hands. "Thank you, Sister Yan," he said. "Go ahead and eat. There are more here." Xiao Xian took the candy and, obediently, went outside. Uncle Zhang called for his grandson to pour water for Su Yan. She quickly interjected, "I don't need any water. I know that drinking water is more precious than oil these days." Uncle Zhang moved his lips several times before finally asking, "I heard from Xiao Luo that you've been out and about lately. Have you been to any other bases?"
Indeed.
"I have visited several bases. Are you interested in gathering information?" Uncle Zhang nodded, a bit troubled. It was not easy to find anyone these days. But for the sake of his grandson, he thought long and hard and decided to swallow his pride and ask Su Yan for assistance. "Yes. I would like to trouble you to inquire about Xiao Xian's father. Before the disaster, he was on a business trip to Haicheng, investigating a case. My son, Zhang Xian, was a police officer in the Wenyao district of Jiangcheng, and my daughter-in-law, Chu Xiaoling, was a clerk in the Jiangcheng Housing Management Bureau. She accompanied him on vacation, and afterward, they lost contact when the disaster struck. Given this, it is highly likely they are trapped in Haicheng. The base in the eastern region is located there, and I actually know some people inside the base. I visited the Haicheng base not long ago. I will find an opportunity to ask around. If they chose to enter the base, it should not be difficult to locate them." Thank you, Yan. "No need to thank me yet. I'm not sure if I can actually help. Rest assured, I will inquire as soon as possible. Your willingness to help gives me hope, truly." Uncle Zhang was filled with excitement. This was the hope for his family. Somehow, with Su Yan's promise, he felt a surge of optimism. Su Yan smiled and chose not to dwell on the matter with Uncle Zhang. Having hope is always a good thing. After chatting with Uncle Zhang for about half an hour, she headed upstairs. Gritting her teeth, she climbed back to her 32nd floor, feeling the heat soak through her hair and clothes in just that short time. Lu Shui had already flown over from her rooftop. A fellow who preferred wasting fuel rather than climbing stairs. "Miss, have you finally decided to climb stairs?"
She teased. Who has such influence?
"I went to check on Uncle Zhang, one of the few neighbors I know. Hurry inside. It's scorching." Su Yan observed Lu Shui's expression, which lacked the previous turmoil she had shown when asking for help to confess to Yang Jingwei. Perhaps she had come to terms with things. Chapter 142. Level up to level 8. As the door swung open, a wave of cool air enveloped her. What a relief. Hearing the door, the elderly lady emerged from the kitchen. "Xiao Yan is back. Lu Shui is here too?" "Hello, Grandma. I'm here to mooch another meal." Su Yan grinned. "You're my only friend who I can talk to. It makes us all happy when you visit. The food will take a little longer. Please sit for a while."
All right.
"Grandma, have you been in the kitchen again?" "Not at all. I'm just cutting some fruit for you." The elderly lady always wanted to prepare meals and snacks for her, fearing it would tire her out, so Su Yan would dissuade her. Seeing the lady truly present a plate of cantaloupe, Su Yan took the fruit platter and placed it in front of Lu Shui, then pulled the elderly lady to sit beside her. "Go ahead and eat, Lu Shui. I want to be polite here. Don't worry." Not being polite is exactly the point. After Su Yan offered a piece of the sliced melon to the elderly lady, she too popped a piece into her mouth, refreshing herself after the climb up the stairs. The elderly lady ate a piece of melon and then went to the playroom to tend to the children. Choosing to step back from the young people's conversation, Su Yan tentatively inquired, "Are you feeling better?"
Huh? I'm perfectly fine.
"You didn't think I was still heartbroken?"
Did you?
Yang Jinghui doesn't like me. It did hurt, but sadness has its expiration date. I've come to terms with it and moved on. Life is already so difficult. I want to add to my burdens. Very insightful. I admire your clarity. So, my dear sister, considering my failed confession, can you help me find some joy? What are you plotting now? However, Su Yan had also been in a slump for several days. If she had any good suggestions, She was open to listening. Well, Yen, you probably don't know that drinking water has become extremely scarce. I heard from the soldiers that the water level at the collection point has dropped significantly, and we will soon face a complete water shortage. Is it that severe? What about the Songjiang River outside our city? Don't even mention it. Many people in the base have earned enough points just to exchange for daily drinking water, leaving no room for water for other uses like bathing or laundry. Some have even turned their attention to the Songjiang, forming teams to collect water. But that river is running dry too. This girl wants to venture into the water trade. Yet, she couldn't procure water herself. She had it in her space. But it was impossible for her to use it for profit. This was her last resort. Who knew if the little river in her space was truly inexhaustible? You want to sell water? Yes. Water is now more valuable than oil. I know your family doesn't lack water. And I haven't seen you go downstairs to collect it, so you must be transporting it via helicopter from outside. Can you tell me where there are water sources? I only need the information. I'll handle everything else, and we'll split the goods evenly. Are you aiming to become the richest person in this apocalypse? Or do you wish to elevate the Liu family to the pinnacle of society in this new world? This has nothing to do with status. I simply enjoy business. I'd be a fool to believe you. Su Yan also enjoyed making business deals and collecting resources, and Lu Shue's proposition was fair, just provide the information. And they would split everything 50-50. However, she had no idea where there was enough water to sell. Resolutely, she declined Lu Shue's proposal. Don't sigh. If you truly want to make a profit, you could trade in protective gear against smog and acid rain, as well as earthquake escape tools and so forth. Is an earthquake imminent? Is acid rain on the way? Who knows? In this apocalypse, anything is possible. A major disaster could strike at any moment. Having these items on hand will certainly be advantageous. Stock up on more. If you make a name for yourself among the wealthy in Jiangcheng, people will come seeking you. Lu Shue's eyes brightened with excitement as she listened. Indeed, there were so many businesses to explore. Setting aside the business aspect, these items would be essential for her family and friends' survival too. In her excitement, the stunning beauty embraced Su Yan and took a big bite out of her. Su Yan pushed her away in disdain. With a newfound goal, Lu Shue hastily departed after lunch, asking her best friend if she wanted to join her in the venture. I already have. Fine. I'm just worrying about you for nothing. Off you go. After bidding farewell to Lu Shue and securing the door, I released De Huang and A He from their spatial confines to guard the house. Grandma, it's time for your afternoon nap. You should rest with the little ones while I digest, and then begin my workout. Oh, Xiao Yan, your osmanthus flowers are blooming splendidly. Please pick some for me. While I'm at it, I'll make osmanthus cake for you. Sure. Gathering osmanthus flowers, I also prepared a generous amount of glutinous rice flour, wheat flour, milk, coconut juice, and other necessary ingredients. My grandmother always yearned to prepare delicious meals for us herself, and I wanted to fulfill her wishes, ensuring she didn't tire herself out. As long as she was happy, she could do whatever she pleased. With my grandmother settled, I entrusted the children to Su Qing and ventured into the space to assess my personal assets. I would not touch the National Treasury gold given by Grandpa and Grandpa Qin, reserving it for future public purchases. Instead, I counted my private assets, which I had amassed alongside Qin, including shares from Qin's team that did not require division. I sold what was necessary, converting it into gold, and the total amounted to 940,000 kg, disregarding the decimal. My space was currently at the 6th level, with the maximum being the 9th level. Ascending to the 6th level had cost 100,000 kg, while the 7th required 200,000, the 8th 400,000, and the 9th 800,000 kg. I calculated the upgrade pattern. The gold required for upgrading from levels 1 to 6 increased tenfold, while level 7, 8, and 9 only required doubling. Thankfully, the subsequent upgrades would merely involve doubling. Otherwise, it would take the might of the entire nation, or even the world, to achieve. Yesterday, my grandpa, a high-ranking official, had discussed the matter of space with me at length. My current goal was to upgrade my space, which still required an additional 100,000 kg of gold to reach the maximum level. Without tapping into the national treasury, I was still short by 460,000 kg. Su Yan, was still quite impoverished. This 460,000 kg was something I needed to figure out on my own. However, I could upgrade 2 levels for now. As I had no intentions of venturing outside recently, it would be the perfect opportunity to tend to the mountains and land within my space. With a heavy heart, I spent 600,000 kg of gold. Then I was ejected from the space. Upon re-entering after the upgrade, I eagerly pulled out the transaction panel and discovered that the space now spanned 80 square kilometers. Previously, at level 6, the space was merely 20 square kilometers, and I had no idea how high it had become. It was sufficient for helicopters, and now, after ascending 2 levels to the 8th, it should theoretically encompass 2,000 square kilometers based on the tenfold increase per level. Yet, the panel displayed only 80 square kilometers, indicating that the gold used for levels 7 and 8 had merely doubled. Thus, the area had only doubled as well. My space was quite frugal, meticulously calculated. Nevertheless, I was pleased. Gazing at the 80 square kilometers of my space, it felt as though I possessed an entire world, equivalent to the largest district in Jiang City. Jiangzhou District. Such a vast expanse entirely belonged to me. If I were to complete the final level, it would stretch to 160 square kilometers. And I was beginning to feel overwhelmed. The question of what trees to plant, what vegetables to grow, and what livestock to raise was beyond the capabilities of my family alone. This time, I could not forego purchasing planting robots. Even if I bought a handful, it would only allow for gradual cultivation. Shaking my head, I diverted my gaze from the panel to explore my private territory. Fortunately, with a mere thought, I could traverse any distance at will. Otherwise, I would have to resort to driving or flying a helicopter. Opting for the latter, I boarded a helicopter and began my aerial survey. To my astonishment, the number of hills was countless, and in addition to the numerous hills, the original rivers meandered past the foot of each mountain, now accompanied by a new river. This river originated from the boundary of the space and flowed towards the boundary, where a misty expanse lay beyond, shrouded in mystery. Furthermore, the villa within the space had transformed into a Sioux-style courtyard, adorned with pavilions, artificial hills, and small lakes, while the layout of the houses had been adjusted to be larger and more spacious. Observing the land below, my earlier frustration over the lack of gold to upgrade to level 9 dissipated, and I suddenly felt quite affluent. After surveying the area, I landed the helicopter in the open space outside the courtyard, where 2 playful tiger cubs and a genuine little dumpling rushed to my feet, clinging to me. With every step I took, the 3 cubs followed closely behind. I settled in the middle of the garden, petting the little cubs while simultaneously activating the display screen to access the interstellar trade section, where I discovered a plethora of previously locked items, especially an abundance of robots. The prices for construction, planting, farming, and domestic robots were quite reasonable. Well, I had become rather carefree, with 100 kilograms of gold no longer causing me distress. I reflected on the days when I had been financially constrained upon acquiring the spatial realm, how times had changed. I purchased 2 farming robots to manage the sheep, cattle, pigs, chickens, and the ducks, geese, and fish in the river. I acquired 10 planting robots capable of cultivating vegetables, trees, fruits, flowers, and grass.
Additionally,
I bought 2 construction robots to expand the existing courtyard with more small buildings, ensuring there would be enough space for everyone. With gold in hand, I felt free to indulge. Beyond robots, I also procured various machines required for planting, farming, and construction, spending a total of 319 kilograms of gold. After completing my purchases, I activated the robots, allowing Hihi to assist me in inputting commands, after which I could leave everything to her capable management. She always knew what I was thinking. I even converted a small section of the courtyard into a parking area, accommodating the helicopter and other flying vehicles, along with several cars, to facilitate my grandmother and Chinese explorations whenever they wished. Excitedly exiting the subspace, I rushed to fetch the elderly lady from the treadmill. "Grandma, I've just upgraded the space. It now spans 80 square kilometers. Come, let me show you." I ushered my grandmother inside, bringing along the 2 little ones and Su Qing into the courtyard. The elderly lady had now come to accept the extraordinary spectacle with remarkable composure. Standing in front of the courtyard, she gazed at the once close objects now distant by dozens of times, momentarily at a loss for words.
Grandma.
The shooting range has been relocated far away. If you wish to practice, you'll need to drive there. You'll also need to drive if you want to explore the surroundings. Alright, Xiao Yan, I can drive. You attend to your tasks. I'll take a look around. Yes. Enjoy yourself. I'll go report to Grandpa. Leaving the space, I fiddled with my wristband, contemplating whether to find Grandpa personally. Half an hour later, I had descended into the backyard of Chief Sheng at the Dawn base, sending a message to my grandfather. Before long, Sheng Zuchong returned home with Xiao Mu. Having left only to return, there had to be an important matter at hand. Xiao Mu took Liao Qinglan away to allow the two of them to converse privately. What's the matter, Xiao Yan? Grandpa, I've upgraded the space by 2 levels. It has changed immensely. Let me show you. I had previously mentioned the space to Grandpa Sheng, and he was aware that further upgrades would enhance its size and unlock purchasable items. However, the reality far exceeded imagination, and the impact was overwhelming. I decided to bring Grandpa into the space directly. Even with prior preparation, witnessing the inexplicable before his eyes, Sheng Zuchong felt a tumult of emotions within. Come, let me show you around.
All right.
I led my grandfather to the flying vehicle, which operated silently, unlike any helicopter. Our first destination was the shooting range. Behold, my grandmother is over there. The elderly lady has made significant progress. Her health has improved, and she no longer weeps without cause. However, I have long struggled to find a solution to her tears, and it was unexpected that your return would resolve this issue, thanks to you. My grandmother's health has greatly benefited from effective medicine, and ultimately, it is she who deserves the credit. This space was passed down from her to my mother, allowing me to possess it. It is also rightfully yours. Otherwise, the Song family has endured countless generations without anyone having the fortune to unlock such a space. This sentiment pleases Su Yan, for fortune belongs to her. As we parked the aircraft beside the shooting range, Su Yan called out to her grandmother, who was diligently practicing her marksmanship. Grandma, Grandpa and I have come to see you. You brought the old man with you? The elderly lady set down her tools, wiped her hands with a towel draped over her shoulder, and approached. Grandpa Sheng patted the seat beside him and, with a hint of pride, remarked, Xiao Yan specifically came to pick me up. Xiao Yan is closest to me. Indeed, I shall not contest that. You could never win that argument. All right. No need to argue. Your granddaughter is indeed your favorite. The way Grandpa cooed to Grandma filled Su Yan with envy. Grandpa, Grandma, I wish to show you my private estate. The aircraft glided leisurely, and at each location, Su Yan narrated to the elderly couple about the fish in the river, the livestock on the mountain, the temperature-controlled storage, the newly upgraded river flow, and the various robots recently acquired. By the time they returned to the courtyard, an hour had elapsed. The 3 of them settled in a pavilion within the courtyard, and Su Yan had Su Qing bring 3 cups of juice.
Grandpa.
Ever since I informed you of the existence of this space, I have been prepared to allow you to manage it as you see fit. You have seen it. This area is as large as a small city. If I were to manage it, even with the assistance of robots, they operate solely on my commands. Lacking experience, I fear wasting such a valuable resource. Therefore, I wish to hear your advice. Before Grandpa Sheng, even though he is her grandfather, Su Yan did not dare entertain any frivolous thoughts. Her words were genuine. Very well, let me share my thoughts. Grandpa Sheng spoke reassuringly. My granddaughter is truly worthy of the Sheng family's lineage. Child, from the position of your grandfather, it is impossible not to utilize such resources upon realizing their existence. However, you are also my granddaughter, and while utilizing this resource, I must ensure your safety. I am gratified by your trust and affection for the nation and for me. Nevertheless, without your extraordinary fortune, the calamities of the apocalypse will still come. What we see now can be understood as the inevitable law of survival of the fittest. It is wise to utilize the resources you provide appropriately without becoming overly dependent upon them. With the groundwork provided by the 3 spatial buttons preceding the apocalypse, introducing some advanced technology at the right moment will not seem abrupt. Externally, we shall only mention channels for high-tech products regarding the details of the space. We must divulge no more. The space is yours. It is best that you hold your trump card securely in your grasp. As a leader, he must consider the greater picture, and Su Yan, being his only granddaughter, also necessitates consideration of her interests. Weighing these factors, Grandpa Sheng conveyed the aforementioned sentiments. Thank you.
Grandpa.
At least you possess a sliver of conscience, not relentlessly exploiting Xiao Yan. Furthermore, what is due to the child must not be diminished in the slightest. Rest assured. Even before Xiao Yan returned, I had intended to support Qini. Now that he has become our granddaughter's husband, I am well aware of these matters. Since learning everything about his granddaughter, Grandpa Sheng has developed a new plan, but he deemed it premature to share the details with Grandma and his granddaughter. Xiao Yan. Who else is aware of the true nature of the space? Only you, Grandma, and Qini. As for Yang Jinghui, Luo Fuan, Chen Zishan, Zhang Yuan, Xiao Mu, and Zhou Shooting, they only know of the space's existence, that it can exchange items and cultivate. Beyond that, their knowledge is limited. I have also had them sign a confidentiality agreement. They are trustworthy individuals, and from now on, we shall avoid exposing the space unless absolutely necessary. Do you understand?
I do, Grandpa.
Grandpa Sheng nodded approvingly. This child can be astute at times and muddled at others. Very well. He would keep a closer eye on her in the future. Having arrived, Su Yan instructed Su Qing to prepare dinner, while she took the two little ones to play around the courtyard with the elderly couple. After dinner, she escorted the old gentleman back to the dawn base before returning to Longjing Terrace. Almost forgetting to assist Uncle Zhang in finding a son, Su Yan used her wristband to contact Zhou Shooting in Haicheng. Good day, Commander Zhou. Commander? Just call me Uncle Zhou. Have you remembered me? Speak, what is it? Hee. Hello, Uncle Zhou. Could I ask you to help me find two individuals? Upon receiving confirmation, Su Yan relayed the names and pre-apocalyptic workplaces of Uncle Zhang's son and daughter-in-law to Zhou Shooting. Rest assured, as long as they are within my Haicheng base, I will locate them. However, dear niece, things have been tumultuous in Haicheng lately. We narrowly avoided a tsunami, and malevolent entities have been roaming the coastal areas, causing great harm to our civilians. You must supply me with some reliable weaponry. To request assistance with such a refreshing candor is quite bold. She could not agree so readily, but considering he was a trustworthy individual in her grandfather's eyes, Su Yan offered a suggestion. First, submit a request to my grandfather. Understood. Thank you, dear niece. Zhou Shooting, being shrewd, recognized her words as an implicit approval. Afterward, Su Yan secured the doors and brought her grandmother, the two little ones, along with the robots and dogs into the space, planning to stay there for a few days. After all, the expanded space was a novel delight, especially the Su-style courtyard, which she adored. Nevertheless, Su Yan made it a point to emerge into reality daily to check her wristband for messages. Within the space, the two little ones were entertained by 3 young beasts and 2 dogs, while Su Qing took care of the children and prepared 3 meals a day. Meanwhile, Su Yan and her grandmother engaged in physical training, practiced shooting, raced cars, and even piloted fighter jets. The elderly lady's eyes sparkled with interest at the sight of the helicopter. Since following her granddaughter, she seemed to grow younger each day, clamoring to learn how to fly a helicopter. Su Yan indulged her grandmother, gradually teaching her some skills. While it was not as rapid a learning curve as she had experienced, as long as Grandma was eager to learn, she would eventually master it, just to bring joy to the elderly lady. After residing in the space for 5 days, Su Yan received news from Zhou Shooting that Zhang Xian and Chu Shaoling had been located, prompting her to bring her family out of the space. Xiao Yan, are you heading to Haicheng? No, let Zhou Shooting bring them to Jiangcheng, and then take the items he needs. You are quite the lazy one. Su Yan flashed a grin at her grandmother, not bothering to refute the comment. Indeed, I am quite lazy. Zhou Shooting replied promptly that he would arrive shortly, and she provided him with her location, instructing him to land directly on the roof of Building C at Longjing Terrace, avoiding the stairs. Previously, she had regarded this place as a safe house, only wishing to remain hidden and minimize interaction with others. She had never anticipated the current trajectory of her development. Otherwise, she would not have chosen such a high location. A 20-story building would have sufficed, saving her the trouble of climbing so many flights. Su Yan persistently dialed the intercom for the 11th floor, finally managing to connect. It was Uncle Zhang's voice. Again? It's me, Uncle Zhang. Your son and daughter-in-law have been found and are returning from Haicheng. Really? Is that true?
Thank you, Ayen.
I can hardly move right now. Once they return, I will have them bow to you with little Xian. You're exaggerating, Uncle Zhang. It was merely a small favor. I'm just letting you know. So please wait patiently. Before Su Yan concluded the call, Zhang Bo was still expressing his gratitude profusely. Glancing at the time, she anticipated that Zhou Shooting would arrive before lunch, prompting her to ask Su Qing to prepare an additional meal for two. 2 hours later, upon receiving a message from Zhou Shooting indicating his imminent arrival, Su Yan ascended to the top floor and waved a few times at the helicopter approaching from the distance. The soldiers responsible for the security at Longjing Station were accustomed to this, no longer needing to intercept individuals or vehicles, including helicopters, associated with those on the 32nd floor of Building C. The first to disembark was the guard, Xiao Lu, followed by Zhou Shooting. The man and woman trailing behind were presumably Zhang Bo's son and daughter-in-law, each carrying large bags of luggage. "Oh, my dear niece, has the top floor become your helipad? Look, we found you some company." "Thank you, Uncle Zhou," Su Yan replied, gesturing for Zhou Shooting and Xiao Lu to proceed towards the staircase. While she addressed Zhang Xian and his wife, "It's wonderful to have you back. Uncle Zhang and Xiao Xian are waiting at home. They are now residing on the 11th floor." "Thank you, Miss Su," Zhang Xian said, his face flushed with excitement. "Commander Zhou mentioned your assistance. Without you, I wouldn't know when I could reunite with them." As Chu Xiaoling raised her hand to shake Su Yan's, she noticed it was clammy with sweat and awkwardly withdrew. "Miss Su, thank you. Truly thank you," Zhang Xian repeated fervently. Su Yan smiled at the couple, dismissing their gratitude. "Xiao Yan, is it 3,201 or 3,202? "Uncle Zhou, it's 3,201. Please wait for me." Having exchanged a few words with Zhang Xian and Chu Xiaoling, Zhou Shooting descended the stairs. Su Yan hurried her pace to catch up. "Brother Zhang, sister-in-law, you can simply head down to the 11th floor." "We know, you go ahead," they replied. Su Yan opened the door to the corridor and led Zhou Shooting and Xiao Lu into 3201. Zhou Shooting and Xiao Lu exchanged pleasantries with the elderly lady before finally taking their seats. Su Yan poured juice for the two men. The elderly lady excused herself to check on the children, not wishing to interrupt their conversation. Xiao Lu sat upright, sipping his juice, while Zhou Shooting surveyed the surroundings. Genuinely impressed. "This is truly a splendid place. The glass is of aerospace quality. The walls, floors, and ceilings are all layered, aren't they? With the height of the floors and the proper security of the corridors, this place will remain undisturbed. I believe maintaining security is a trivial matter for my dear niece." Uncle Zhou's compliment was unwarranted. Such a wonderful young lady has fallen into the hands of that Qin fellow. Why did he bring up Qin Yi when praising her safe house? Furthermore, why did he seem somewhat melancholic? If he weren't a figure of elder status, Su Yan might have misinterpreted his demeanor. However, she couldn't resist asking, "Uncle Zhou, has my Qin Yi offended you?" Please don't misunderstand. Seeing you reminds me of my son. If only I had a daughter-in-law like you," he sighed. "Your son?" Zhou Shooting took a few sips of juice and slowly recounted how his son, Jose, was of a similar age to Qin Yi and equally impressive. The difference was that while Qin Yi had entered the military, Jose had joined the police force, where he also held a significant position. Due to the natural disasters, everyone abroad has been recalled. Jose is currently apprehending transnational criminals and has been unreachable. Now, with the calamity, who knows if he is still alive? Su Yan felt a pang of guilt upon hearing this, wishing she had refrained from asking. With his abilities, he is certainly alive. He just cannot return at the moment. "All right, if you say he is alive, then I believe you. You are a lucky star." Su Yan dared not respond, thinking that if he found comfort in calling her a lucky star, that was sufficient. She was relieved when Zhou Shooting shifted the conversation back to the purpose of his visit. "Xiao Yan, Director Sheng has approved a batch of weapons for me, and I am sending you the list now. However, the helicopters are not durable. After a day of flying in this heat, the engines have started smoking, and we've lost two to spontaneous combustion. Fortunately, they landed safely. Had they exploded in midair, the consequences would have been dire. Surely, you aren't using the helicopters incessantly, are you?" "Well, I fly helicopters too. It's quite normal, though I typically only fly for a couple of hours. But how can they not be used? Recently, several small nations across the sea were obliterated by a massive tsunami, and many armed personnel have invaded Haicheng, committing heinous acts. A significant portion of our soldiers have been deployed for cleanup, necessitating the use of vehicles and helicopters, resulting in substantial weapon consumption. Uncle Zhou, allow me to see what you have. Su Yan pretended to scrutinize the list Zhou Shooting had sent. She maintained a stern expression while internally unable to tolerate the sight of others lamenting their financial woes, especially given her own wealth. Upon inspection, it became evident that none of the items Zhou Shooting requested were ordinary weapons. They were all of interstellar high technology. Director Zhou, are you equipping a high-tech special forces unit? Huh. My situation is rather unique. The Shuguang base in the capital is paramount, and mine is the second most important. While the Shuguang base possesses outstanding personnel and equipment like you and Team Qini, we in Eastern Haiqing cannot lag behind. Lag behind? We are already surpassing Shuguang. What else on the list? Aircraft. Does Shuguang have any currently? It wasn't that Su Yan was unwilling. Acquiring such items wouldn't cost her anything from her own funds, as they could simply be deducted from the public treasury. The real concern was whether they would even know how to operate the aircraft. Zhou Shooting, astute as he was, could read her thoughts from her expression. Rest assured. Xiao Yan, you mentioned that the aircraft have an automatic mode. I trust Interstellar products. The automatic mode will suffice. You just need to have Xiao Tuanzi assist in setting up the mode and voice control. You've anticipated everything. I have no further comments. Su Yan confirmed with her grandfather once more. Director Shen explained to Su Yan that their agreement to provide Zhou Shooting with these items had been deliberated upon, as they would eventually be needed. They intended to gradually introduce these high-tech products from Haiqing to attract attention from various factions. Su Yan understood that this was a means of protecting her. Isn't it a bit premature? It's not. It's been a year since the disaster. This high technology cannot be unveiled all at once. Initially, it should be subtly introduced, revealing itself occasionally over a year or two before making a grand appearance. Su Yan responded affirmatively to her grandfather, feeling elated. Have you clarified everything with Director Shin? Hee, Uncle Zhou, it's not that I don't trust you. I'm merely a transporter at this point. As a transporter, she wasn't even a middleman, no longer profiting from the public's difference. Truly. You are a fine young lady from the Sheng family. Rest assured, I will use them judiciously to attract the attention of various powers.
Thank you.
Grateful to the one who bore the pressure for her, Su Yan sincerely expressed her gratitude, contemplating sending more items later. After a cheerful and fulfilling lunch, Su Yan began preparing the items Zhou Shooting had requested, ranging from repair liquids to aircraft, as well as newly upgraded trade items, energy stone power generation devices, and super energy water purification systems. The extreme heat had significantly depleted fresh water resources, making potable water exceedingly scarce. The super energy water purification system was ideally suited for Haiqing, capable of converting seawater into fresh water with minimal energy consumption, using standard energy for uninterrupted operation over a decade. While every base required such purification systems, they couldn't all deploy them at once. Haiqing would take the lead. In gratitude for Zhou Shooting's assistance, Su Yan also prepared a plethora of fruits and vegetables. After coordinating with He to set up the traded aircraft as requested, Su Yan emerged from her space and summoned Zhou Shooting to her temporary storage room. Uncle Zhou, I'll move these into your space.
All right.
The room was not large, and it took several trips to finish moving everything, leaving only the aircraft at the end. I shall escort you to a deserted locale where you can switch to another aircraft. Meanwhile, I will observe your proficiency with the fully automated system. It could not be better. Thank you, dear niece. Zhou Shooting, preoccupied with pressing matters, finished his meal, organized his belongings, and prepared to depart. Su Yan, after informing her grandmother, took it upon herself to pilot the helicopter back, ensuring a convenient return. Fortunately, she was at the helm, merely 5 minutes after Zhou Shooting's helicopter left Lonjiang Terrace. It began to emit smoke, unable to descend in time. The two individuals aboard were compelled to abandon the aircraft and parachute to safety. Chapter 144. A stroll outside. The smoking helicopter crashed into the forest. The towering trees on the mountainside had yet to succumb entirely, but those still bearing leaves were half withered, while the underbrush beneath them lay entirely desiccated and lifeless. It was akin to dry tinder meeting a raging inferno, with the flames spreading outward from the pile of scrap metal. The two men were alarmingly close to the source of the fire. Zhou Shooting and Xiao Lu had already dismantled their parachutes, yet they remained seated, reluctant to rise. Su Yan, witnessing this, felt a surge of anxiety. If she descended to rescue them, the fierce winds would only exacerbate the flames, which threatened to engulf the pair. To complicate matters further, there was no suitable landing area in sight. Yet, how could she save them without descending? Zhou Shooting reacted swiftly, using his wrist communicator to reach out to Su Yan. Xiao Yan, my old limbs might be broken, and Xiao Lu appears to be in dire straits as well. Please drop a harness. We will grasp it. And you can pull us away from here. Understood. Thanks to Qin Yi's frequent training, she was well-versed in the emergency equipment on the helicopter. She deployed a 50-meter harness. And once Zhou Shooting secured his grip, she pulled him over 20 meters away to connect with Xiao Lu. After confirming both had a firm hold, she ascended, steering the helicopter away from the forest to a more open area. Upon landing, Su Yan rushed over. Neither of them could rise. In the unshaded expanse, the heat was unbearable, and they needed to treat their wounds, which necessitated returning to the helicopter. After assisting both men aboard, she noticed the wounds were bleeding profusely. Had they sustained such severe injuries? Their preparations had been inadequate, compounded by a lack of recent parachuting practice, and the rocky terrain had certainly contributed to their plight.
I,
too, have not practiced in a long while and am quite out of practice, Zhou Shooting admitted. Injuries of such severity, especially given the current environment, could not be delayed. Su Yan retrieved 2 vials of restorative serum, distributing one to Zhou Shooting and the other to Xiao Lu. Isn't this a bit extravagant? Zhou Shooting had never personally tested the cellular repair serum, and while he was grateful for the opportunity, he felt a pang of regret. After all, it was worth 10 kilograms of gold, akin to swallowing wealth. No, it's unnecessary. Just let us rest, Xiao Lu, aware of the serum's expense, concurred. Su Yan opened both vials and urged them to drink hastily. With the vials open, Zhou Shooting, knowing he was immobile and would delay many matters at the base, downed his in one gulp, signaling Xiao Lu to do the same. Soon after consuming the serum, their eyelids began to droop, and several minutes passed before they could open their eyes again. Am I healed? The effects are truly remarkable, Zhou Shooting exclaimed, astonished. Miss Su, am I truly well? Su Yan smiled and nodded at both men, allowing them a moment to revel in their astonishment. Once their excitement subsided, Su Yan remarked, Uncle Zhou, please do not treat the helicopter like a workhorse next time. I shall ensure they use it more judiciously in the future. Zhou Shooting acknowledged that the aircraft had been in continuous use for 6 days, only refueled, without rest. Su Yan thought to herself, even a horse would not be treated so harshly. Are you both well now? Uncle Zhou, I will release the aircraft for your return to Haicheng. Excellent. I have been eagerly awaiting it. Suddenly, a technologically advanced aircraft materialized beside Zhou Shooting and Xiao Lu. Zhou Shooting had seen such vehicles before, and Xiao Lu, ever at his side, had also encountered this impressive contraption. Yet, they could not suppress their awe as if it were their first encounter. Su Yan interrupted their reverie, extracting Hehe and instructing them on its operation, emphasizing the uncontrollable factors of automated piloting, though she noted this was merely a precautionary measure. Aware of the potential risks yet determined to proceed, they could not hold her accountable. Su Yan dared not allow Qin Yi to rely solely on automated functions before mastering manual controls. Having learned, Xiao Yan, I must trouble you with this once more. Please return safely. It is no trouble. You should leave first. Zhou Shooting wasted no time, reminding Su Yan to prioritize her safety and not linger outdoors. Before boarding the aircraft and inputting their destination coordinates to activate the autopilot. Before departing, Su Yan surveyed the vicinity of the burning forest, ensuring it would only consume that particular mountain and would not spread to the surrounding woodlands, allowing her to return with peace of mind. Upon her return to Lanjiang Terrace, she messaged her grandfather and inquired when Qin Yi would return to Jiangcheng, receiving a response indicating that he had numerous matters to attend to and would require several more days. Grandmother, would you like to take a stroll outside?
Outside.
As in abroad? Su Yan offered her grandmother a knowing smile. The elderly woman was aware that her granddaughter and son-in-law had long intended to travel overseas, but various matters had delayed their plans. Can you guarantee your safety unequivocally?
I can.
Having spent time together, the grandmother recognized her granddaughter's cautious nature. Su Yan's assurance was sufficient for her. The two shared a mutual understanding. It was no wonder that the grandmother, Having endured 2 decades of self-imposed isolation following the incidents involving her daughter and granddaughter, now sought to embrace life, her health restored after overcoming her emotional burdens. They stored away household items, robots, and pets into spatial storage before setting off together. 3 hours later, the aircraft soared over central Bern, Switzerland. Looking down, the buildings appeared modestly low. The few skyscrapers barely reached 100 meters. This made sense, given the sparse population and ample land, negating the need for vertical expansion. Xiaoyan, land at that building. The entire world is facing water and power shortages, and no one resides in the taller structures.
All right.
I shall defer to my grandmother's judgment. Though few chose to occupy the higher floors, any building requiring ascent was unlikely to be inhabited. Su Yan circled the area, ensuring the aircraft remained concealed, discovering that the base was not located within the city limits. After landing, she stowed the aircraft and selected a clean area on the top floor of an office building, which belonged to a corporation. Xiaoyan, this place is ideal. The sofas and tables are all present, and the lounge and restroom are well equipped. It certainly is upscale. I will summon Su Qing to handle the cleaning. Releasing Su Qing along with all necessary cleaning equipment and water storage, Su Yan and her grandmother began examining the map with Hehe. However, before long, Su Yan's wrist communicator lit up. Grandfather? Xiaoyan, where are you and your grandmother currently? Oh no, her grandfather had tracked her location. How could she have forgotten to turn it off? His expression was stern, and she braced herself for a reprimand. Su Yan looked toward her grandmother for assistance. You saw the location yet still inquire? I will ensure Xiaoyan does not misbehave. She is capable of protecting both herself and me, so do not worry. Grandfather. My grandmother and I are merely taking a brief excursion. We will return in 2 days. The formidable figure on the other end of the video call remained silent. The elder man was undoubtedly displeased. Su Yan understood her significance in her grandfather's eyes. Regardless of being the sole heir of the Sheng family or possessing the potential to aid the nation and its people against apocalyptic threats, her safety was paramount. Resigned, she acknowledged that there were no longer any secrets from her grandfather. This one incident would not make a difference. As I prepare to venture outside, I will leave my grandmother and the 2 little ones within the confines of the space, protected by an imperceptible shield, a unique privilege bestowed upon the owner of the space on this trading platform. This shield can withstand both the scorching heat and the chilling cold of earthly weaponry. I have yet to mention it to Qini. You are the first to know, grandfather. Are you at ease now? Indeed, upon hearing Su Yan's words, the old man's expression softened, his stern demeanor easing, particularly upon realizing that he was the first to be informed, which brought him great comfort, signifying the closeness between him and his granddaughter. Material possessions are transient. Nothing is absolute, so one must exercise caution. Please take good care of your grandmother and do not linger outside for too long. You must return within 2 days, understand? Very well. Both my grandmother and I shall heed your advice, grandfather. Su Yan exchanged a knowing glance with the elderly lady, relieved to have assuaged her grandfather's concerns. Then, Mr. Sheng inquired about her plans, to which Su Yan was candid. The 2 of them engaged in a discussion, and after receiving some advice from the elder, the conversation concluded. Having finally settled matters with the elder, another communication from Qin arrived. Su Yan felt compelled to reassure him, finding it relatively easy to persuade him. They had shared numerous experiences, and although Qin was unaware of Su Yan's life-saving shield, he had witnessed her abilities firsthand. As long as she refrained from overexerting herself, she would remain safe. For instance, during the tsunami rescue, when Su Yan had exhausted herself by forcibly launching a cruise ship, leaving her utterly fatigued. With both the elder and the younger men pacified, Su Yan retrieved her power-generating equipment, connected it to a power source, and completed her work. She poured 2 glasses of juice, offering one to her grandmother, then nestled beside the elderly lady, feeling at ease. You know, you're only 2 years older than Xiaowei. Do you think I act like a child?
She teased.
Then I shall endeavor to present myself with the decorum of a gentleman in your presence. Do not emulate that old fossil. What gentlemanly decorum? It's merely being overly pedantic. It's far better for you to be as adorable as Xiaowei. Her grandmother replied with a chuckle. The 2 of them exchanged laughter and joy, while Su Qing tidied the area and prepared dinner. After their meal, Su Yan sent Su Qing back to the space, and after much coaxing, she finally managed to persuade her grandmother to return as well. Grasping the small bundle of He, she set off. Following the map that He had provided prior to the calamity, she aimed for a European antique exhibition hall from the medieval era, knowing that items from that period could be quite valuable. She recalled that during the last transaction introduced by Lu Shui, they had acquired 2 boxes of medieval artifacts during the tsunami. This private exhibition hall, she surmised, must have been caught off guard by the sudden disaster, with items likely unable to be moved in time. After the floods and snow disasters, it was uncertain whether the owner remained. Nevertheless, she decided to investigate. Upon arrival, ensuring the vicinity was clear, Su Yan retracted her flying apparatus and activated her protective shield. Entering boldly, the survivors had ransacked the place. The door had been blown apart, and the exhibition hall lay in disarray. Instead of searching the exhibition hall itself, which held no items, she deduced that valuables, if not relocated, were likely secured within safes or vaults, designed to be waterproof, moisture-proof, and theft-proof. Thus, her focus turned to locating these secured areas. She discovered 3 vaults and deployed a small robotic lockpicker, instructing it to aim its laser eyes at the lock. Unlocking it proved to be remarkably easy. As she anticipated, the items of value were neatly arranged within the vaults, undamaged by the floods. Su Yan collected them gleefully, even taking the expensive safes along. After finishing 1 vault, she proceeded to the next 2. Not only was the quantity substantial, but many items hailed from the ancient Eastern realm, leaving her curious about whether this exhibition hall had traded with the Western wolves, or if the owner was indeed one of them. Regardless, the items returning to her possession offered a small consolation. While gathering the items, Su Yan messaged her grandfather, who responded, advising her to exchange the ordinary items for gold, while retaining those of national treasure status. He was currently safeguarding national-level artifacts from the museum and had no intention of trading them for gold unless absolutely necessary. Speaking of national treasures, Su Yan planned to remain here for 2 days before venturing to the so-called Fog City to scavenge at a certain museum. If items had been relocated, she would resort to reclaiming them from the largest official organization. That was her current plan. Noticing her subtle expressions, grandfather admonished her that she must not venture there. What? I won't go. They have surely relocated the items. Exactly. And thus you must not entertain thoughts of infiltrating their military base. Grandfather was well aware of the relocation and forbade her from having any designs on it. Rest assured, I won't go. I will merely scavenge in uninhabited areas. I've already acquired quite a bit here. Be cautious. Return promptly after gathering what you can. Understood, grandfather. Although she acknowledged his words, she had no intention of adhering to them. Incredibly, it took her less than 2 hours to gather everything. Returning too early seemed unwise. Holding He, she instructed the small bundle to emit light to illuminate the nearby commercial buildings, her eyes sparkling at any sign of jewelry. Like a specter, she glided through the surrounding structures. The night, dark and windy, was both safe and perilous. Safe for Su Yan's endeavors, yet dangerous because any flicker of light could attract attention from afar. Ordinary individuals would not typically scrutinize where light shone at night. However, several unusual individuals, situated 5 or 6 kilometers away, noticed the unusually bright light emanating from her makeshift illumination device. A wealthy person, indeed. This is not your average flashlight or outdoor lighting tool, who would adjust their outdoor lighting to emit such an ethereal blue glow.
Unbeknownst to Su Yan,
Her illuminating presence had drawn attention, and she had not contemplated the ramifications of being discovered. If anyone dared to obstruct her, they could only blame their ill fortune. After opening 2 jewelry store safes, her interest waned. The reward seemed scant and cumbersome. Additionally, the unsettling presence of decaying corpses lurking around corners was disconcerting. As she prepared to leave the main road, Su Yan abruptly sensed the presence of someone nearby and instructed He to extinguish all lights. It was a young woman with black hair. Did you discern her black hair clearly? The light only illuminated the front. What of it? The surrounding area and behind also caught some light. I not only discerned her hair color, but also found her quite attractive. Just ask the boss. The man referred to as the boss remained silent, intrigued not by the identity of the woman but rather by her purpose for being there. Especially since her source of illumination was cradled rather than held. Regrettably, the woman, having realized she was being watched, shut off her power source. Chapter 145. I want to pull off a major heist. Su Yan instructed he to extinguish the light and retreat, positioning herself against the wall in a pitch-black space. Remaining motionless. After more than 10 minutes, once he confirmed no living beings were within a kilometer, she swiftly retrieved her flying apparatus and made her way back. Upon returning to her temporary refuge, Su Yan entered the space. Only she, her grandmother, and the two children occupied the outer area. It was impossible to rest outside at night. The space was the only truly comfortable and utterly safe haven. Little Yan, you're back. Did you encounter any danger? There is no danger. Everything is well. Grandmother, have you seen the items I brought back? The elderly lady, concerned for Su Yan, remained by the pile of newly acquired goods. The mere sight of incoming items brought her solace, as it signified news of her granddaughter's well-being. Grandmother, do take a look and see if there is anything you wish to keep. The rest will be exchanged for gold. All of it will be traded? I have no affection for these trinkets. Indeed, she also perceived that her grandmother favored treasures from the ancient eastern realms over western baubles. Su Yan and the elderly lady each took a stool and began unpacking and selling. Is this valuable, Yan? Moderate. The goods weigh a few kilograms. The truly valuable items are among those, as the boxes differ. Grandmother, I wish to strike a significant deal. That won't do. We shall wait for Xiao Yi to discuss this further. You must not harbor such thoughts of raiding others' bases alone. Where are you headed tomorrow? Take me along. Allow me to contribute my efforts. That is out of the question. You must not entertain such notions. The granddaughter mimicked her grandmother's tone, prompting the elderly lady to feign a strike. Su Yan evaded the affectionate tap, yet she could not escape the grandmother's tearful onslaught. Faced with the elderly lady's woeful expression, she reluctantly acquiesced. After more than half an hour, all items were exchanged for gold, totaling just over 20,000 kilograms, a figure she found hard to accept, as it fell short of her expectations. She suspected that the realm had siphoned off half her earnings, yet, despite her doubts, there were no channels for grievance or negotiation, as all transactions adhered to the prices dictated by the virtual screen, rendering her quite passive. I had Su Qing heat up the osmanthus cake I made earlier. You may eat after you finish your tasks. I will wash up first. It is not advisable to rest immediately after eating. In this space, there is no distinction between day and night, and one does not tire easily. Su Yan planned to check on the newly purchased robots. Although she could teleport within her space, she preferred to drive for a more immersive experience. He followed closely, introducing her to the robots.
So.
All 10 planting robots have been assigned different tasks, one for harvesting fruits, one for vegetables, and the remaining 8 for digging and planting. Not bad, little one. The arrangements are quite commendable. He, uninterested in her owner's flattery, continued. The 2 breeding robots operate without division of labor. Both oversee all livestock simultaneously. The poultry in the space can sustain themselves, making management relatively simple. The robots are gradually developing the newly upgraded hill. By the way, Su, should we enclose it with barbed wire? No need. Purchasing barbed wire would require further expenditure of gold. The barbed wire used to enclose the previous hill was acquired through a trade with Lu Shui, and procuring more would not be easy. It would involve transactions from the modern realm, which would be costly. I firmly refuse to trade. Let us conserve our resources. Items acquired through inter-realm transactions are expensive, effectively preventing those with spatial capabilities from profiting through arbitrage across multiple realms. Otherwise, Su Yan would have long been more comfortable than a corpse, trading between several realms. The little one was already aware of the gold-related matters. Her owner was quite frugal. Hence no barbed wire would be purchased. The space had expanded, and the crops could not be planted too far down the mountainside for now, making the enclosure of livestock unnecessary. The 2 humans and their artificial intelligence had already ventured far from the courtyard, and they finally spotted the construction robots. 2 construction robots were at work, one operating an excavator and the other a roller, laying roads according to the route planned by He based on the terrain of the entire space. In planning the route, He accounted for the final stage of expansion, which would double the area, meaning the roads currently being constructed would not require redoing after the upgrade. Su Yan remained in the vehicle, observing. One of the construction robots approached and spoke. Su. Certain sections of the roadbed will require a considerable amount of stone. Can we excavate stone from the mountain? Excavate stone? She looked up at the nearest mountain, wondering where any surplus stones could be found. If excavation were necessary, they would have to dig beneath the soil to see what lay beneath. However, this space had formed mysteriously. Wouldn't digging disrupt the original configuration? Furthermore, excavating stone is time-consuming and labor-intensive, and there is no guarantee of sufficient stone. Look, they are currently excavating, and the surface is composed of pure soil or small pebbles no larger than a child's fist. They haven't unearthed a single large stone after half a day. You may continue to lay the roads. Leave the sections requiring stone for now. And I will find a solution.
Understood, Susu.
After observing the construction robots, they returned to the untouched land. He directed Su Yan to drive back to the robots engaged in digging and planting on the mountain. Su, your inventory of fruit saplings has been completely planted. Don't rush, let me take a look. She had anticipated that they were nearing completion and was aware of her stock of fruit trees. It was becoming increasingly difficult to find surviving fruit trees on Earth. She could only rely on spending gold to trade with other realms. Su Yan parked the vehicle, embracing the little one while checking the prices. The sight nearly made her feel ill. The cheapest apple sapling, less than a meter tall, costs over 1 kilogram of gold each. Little one, I suspect this realm is attempting to swindle me. Not at all, Su. Think about it. When you sell a plant to the interstellar realm, it easily fetches over 10 kilograms. That's a large tree. A large tree, indeed. But now a small sapling is just over a kilogram. She felt a strong urge to throttle this little fraud. The pricing is outrageous. I have purchased in the modern realm before. That large batch of temperature-regulating fabric was produced using the most advanced technology of that era. While it may not match the quality of interstellar temperature-regulating textiles, it certainly qualifies as high-tech from that realm. Yet, compare the price of fabric to that of a small apple sapling. Don't you find it exorbitant? Fruit saplings are living entities. Traversing thousands or even tens of thousands of light years is far more challenging for something alive than for inanimate objects. Su Yan was well aware that it would be considerably more expensive, yet the disparity was so jarring that she struggled to accept it. However, she was too fatigued to argue with the little one, as this was beyond his influence. If it is expensive, we shall purchase fewer. She selected a variety of fruit saplings in the modern realm, aiming for about 100 of each, and aimed to secure over 10 different varieties. Upon checkout, she realized she had accumulated over 2,000 saplings, with varying prices totaling over 3,000 kilograms of gold. Su Yan could opt not to buy them, utilizing her existing fruit trees for cuttings and seedlings, but that approach would be too slow. She was counting on the rapid yields from these fruit trees to acquire gold. After completing the purchase of the saplings, she heeded his advice and procured numerous essential items. Compared to the saplings, these were indeed somewhat cheaper. Having dealt with the development of her space, Su Yan returned to the courtyard, coaxed the elderly lady to rest, and checked on the two little ones who were sleeping soundly before returning to her room to lie down. In this space, devoid of day and night, the elderly lady rose promptly at 7 in the morning, attended to the children as breakfast, and after satisfying her own hunger, entrusted the children to Su Qing before heading to the shooting range for training. Su Yan awakened naturally, washed up, and stepped out of her room to find the two little ones in a playful uproar with the 5 animals. De Huang and De He were attempting to mediate the dispute, wanting to emulate their owner by lifting the children. Of course, their version of lifting involved tugging at the children's collars, but they were not tall enough to achieve this. Upon seeing Su Yan emerge, the two dogs released their grip on the children and anxiously circled around her. Woof woof. The little ones are fighting. Woof. Are you not going to intervene? Although Su Yan could not comprehend their animal language, the dogs' frantic antics conveyed the gist of the situation. Be good, De Huang and De He. Just watch over the little ones without fretting. After petting the dogs a couple of times, Su Yan paid no heed to the frolicking of the two small ones, the 2 tiger cubs and the little panda. These 3 young creatures posed no threat to the 2 little ones. Within this space, she was the unequivocal sovereign, free from worry. The little ones, initially intent on rousing their mother from slumber, now indulged in play and had entirely forgotten their mission. At just over a year old, they walked with remarkable ease. Little Rue had commandeered one of the tiny milk tigers as a steed while cradling the other in his arms, nearly squeezing the breath out of the little tiger cub. Xiao Wei was equally engrossed in play with the panda cub, rolling on the ground in sheer delight, their laughter echoing around. When Suyan reached out to lift the child, he skillfully rolled away, evading her grasp. The two little ones, barely over a year, were quite articulate, their enunciation crisp, capable of expressing themselves clearly in daily conversations, exhibiting impressive memory and learning abilities, and displaying remarkable agility. Su Yan could hardly keep count. In any case, the two little ones far surpassed their peers, and while their parents' excellent genes played a role, she couldn't help but suspect that their upbringing in this space contributed significantly. For instance, the fruits, trees, and livestock thriving in this environment exhibited supernatural growth. On one hand, there was the undeniable safety of raising children in this space, along with its unprovable advantages. On the other, she had to heed the child's father's advice to expose them to the real world. After observing the children and their animal companions for a while, Su Yan finally set off for breakfast, subsequently taking the two little ones and the two dogs outside. Presumably, Grandma had practiced long enough, so she decided to bring her and Su Qing along as well. Xiao Yan, should we venture out during the day or wait for nightfall? Let me think, she pondered. This cursed place had not seen a population exceeding 8 million even before the calamity. Since the disaster began, it was likely that fewer than 1/5 remained. With the sweltering heat, few ventured out during the day, and regardless of the hour, the streets were desolate. Armed with her temperature-regulating clothing, she was unperturbed by the daytime. But having been spotted last night, venturing out at night seemed unwise. Let us go during the day, Grandma. I can't take you out. It's too dangerous. But we agreed I would join you. I promise not to slow you down. I'll stay right by your side, and if anything happens, you can send me back to the space. The elderly lady adopted a pitiful demeanor, reminiscent of a forsaken old woman. Su Yan knew that if she insisted on her point, her grandmother would soon be in tears. I'm scared, she thought, recalling the old lady's jest about how her grandmother was more challenging to manage than national affairs. Very well, let he and I devise a plan, and we'll set out after lunch. Then you hurry along, I'll take care of it. Just as she was about to speak, the elderly lady suddenly raised her voice. Xiao Yan, did you forget to celebrate the little one's first birthday? Grandma, you're full of surprises. You nearly startled me. The old lady's exaggerated reaction made it seem like a grave matter. I haven't forgotten. I simply deem it unnecessary. Oh, I just suddenly recalled it. As long as the children are happy, there's no need to fuss over such things. Next year, Grandpa, Qini, and the elders from the Qin family will have time to celebrate together. That's true. The elderly lady had only heard her granddaughter mention in passing that the children were nearing their first birthday, unaware of the exact date. Otherwise, she would not have forgotten. Feeling a sense of guilt towards the little ones, the elderly lady tenderly embraced the engrossed children, showering them with kisses.
Meanwhile,
Su Yan and he resumed their map exploration. They decided to head to the museum located 2 streets away, where there was a moderately sized bank. Regardless of the era, gold remained a hard currency. As soon as the opportunity arose, the bank's vault would be swiftly cleared. However, she wished to take a gamble. What if they hadn't had the chance to collect it yet? Setting the bank as their primary target, they scouted the surrounding shops before planning to move on to the next city. After lunch, they transported Su Qing and the 2 little ones into the space and set off, this time accompanied by Grandma and the dogs. De Huang, you keep watch over there. De He, your lookout is over there. Su Yan confirmed the area was devoid of any living souls before establishing a base for the 2 dogs. Woof, woof. Let us get to work.
woof.
Let us go. In the space, the dogs had seemed useless, but now they exhibited true canine behavior, standing guard with a keen awareness of their surroundings. Grandma, please don't stray out of my sight. Rest assured, I won't cause any trouble. The joys of doting on grandchildren had only just begun, and the elderly lady was very much aware of the value of her life. To avoid unpleasant odors, both Su Yan and her grandmother donned masks as they stepped through the shattered entrance into the bank. Aside from the glass shards and the disarray of desks and chairs, there were no signs of bombing. However, the vault door bore evidence of bullet impacts. Su Yan deployed the lockpicking robot to get to work. Once the vault door swung open, it was evident that their efforts had not been in vain. The stock remained untouched. The vault was modest, divided into two small sections, one for the bank's gold bars and the other housing safety deposit boxes. Su Yan proceeded to unlock the boxes. This was Grandma's first experience scavenging for supplies, her first encounter with the thrill of zero-cost acquisition. Watching her granddaughter neatly collect gold bars brought her immense satisfaction. As if she were participating herself. Grandma, don't just watch me, help me collect from the safety deposit boxes. Absolutely, right away. The elderly lady had her own space buttons after all. Su Yan was well aware of the joy of zero-cost acquisition. Bringing her grandmother along was a means of participation. A chance to bring her joy. Is it fun, Grandma? Very fun. After living for so many decades, this is my first experience like this. Are you going to share it with Grandpa? No, your grandfather is as stiff as a board, far too rigid. I worry he wouldn't understand. Even if he knows there's nothing wrong with his behavior, at the end of the day, it still feels like gaining without effort. Gaining without effort? We're out here in the sweltering heat, risking our lives to collect, Su Yan countered. How could that be? Grandpa even advised me on my actions. I was in contact with him while I collected antiques last night. That's different. I don't want your grandfather to see me like this. It wasn't the old man's fault, but rather the old lady's mindset. The first time one acquires something that doesn't belong to them, or something unclaimed, there's a psychological barrier. One grows accustomed to it over time. After gathering the gold bars, Su Yan and her grandmother began rummaging through the safety deposit boxes opened by the robot. The boxes contained a hodgepodge of items, various documents, wills, jewelry, gold bars,
and antiques.
The assortment was eclectic and they only selected those items that could be exchanged for gold. Meanwhile, a few individuals who had discovered Su Yan's whereabouts the previous night were lying in wait in this foreign land ravaged by disaster. Having spotted a suspicious yet capable individual, they sought to band together. Dao Gongzi, do you really think that lady will appear again? How do you know she possesses such abilities? She noticed us last night and we were quite a distance away. Her quick reflexes and her ability to come and go unnoticed rival even Lao Zhou. There's no food around here. She must be after something else. I'm uncertain if she'll show up again. This is just a gamble. Alright, if she's truly capable, I'll stake it out here until I bake. You two head over to the office building. I'll stay near the bank. Oh crap. Just as the one known as Dao Ge was about to finish speaking, he nearly collided with Da Hei's dog face. The other two hadn't yet dispersed. And the three individuals were now staring at a dog from less than 5 meters apart. Woof, woof. There are 3 two-legged beasts. Upon hearing Da Hei's call, Da Huang dashed off to find Su Yan. Seeing Da Huang enter and then settle down with its front legs on the ground in the direction of Da Hei, Su Yan understood that Da Hei had spotted someone. Grandma, there are people outside. I'll send you back to the space first. And what about you? Together we return. Let Da Huang summon Da Hei back. The fact that Da Huang did not rush to rescue Da Hei at the first instance indicates that those individuals posed no immediate threat to Da Hei. I am eager to discern the identities of these individuals. Rest assured, grandmother, you know I possess considerable abilities. Very well. Should I sense any danger? My priority will be to ensure my own survival. I shall retreat to my space to avoid causing you any trouble. After settling grandmother into the space, Su Yan stealthily followed Da Huang along the wall, only to discover Da Hei confronting 3 men. In a typical scenario, encountering a robust dog like Da Hei would compel any ordinary person to surround the dog with makeshift weapons and proceed to beat it, subsequently dividing the spoils. The fact that these 3 men refrained from making a move suggests they recognized the dog's ownership, its master is nearby, and their inaction hints at ulterior motives. As soon as Su Yan appeared, the 3 men noticed her. With her black hair, dark eyes, and fair complexion, she exuded an air of cleanliness and beauty. Unmistakably a person of means. Hello, is this dog yours? One of them inquired. It is mine.
Dai, come back.
Her Mandarin was clear and melodious. Undoubtedly, the most exquisite language in the world. Moreover, the sight of a beautiful young woman clad in combat attire indicated she was no ordinary individual. They had indeed found the right person. Suddenly, it felt as though they were fellow countrymen meeting each other, though Su Yan did not share this sentiment. It was merely the 3 men's perspective. Are you here for studies, work, or business? Wei Xiaodao asked excitedly, emboldened by Da Hei's lack of aggression as it turned away. None of the above, Su Yan replied, remaining still and not forbidding them from approaching. Should they act unfavorably towards her, it would be them who would suffer the consequences. The three men appeared to be in poor condition, much like most survivors. Their disheveled hair and sweaty faces bore traces of dirt. Their clothing was grimy and clung to their bodies due to the heat. In stark contrast to the luminous Su Yan, they resembled a darkened landscape beside bright clouds. They dared not advance too close, halting 5 meters away. Two formidable dogs stood protectively before Su Yan, perhaps deterring them further.
Hello, Mom.
I am Wei Xiaodao. This is Hu Liz Hen and Shin Bai. We are international students from Bai University. When the calamity struck, we happened to be in this city. Wei Xiaodao gestured to his companions and continued. We spotted you last night and decided to wait for you today. To solicit assistance, one must speak the truth. So it was that these three men had been lying in wait for her, evidently with some purpose in mind. Su Yan, she replied coolly, offering her name. Hu Liz Hen and Shin Bai nodded respectfully and greeted her. Su Yan was not one to engage in idle chatter. With strangers, she preferred brevity. After all, it was they who were in a hurry. Wei Xiaodao felt a sense of urgency, yet Su Yan's demeanor felt rather frigid, leaving him uncertain on how to proceed. Hu Liz Hen and Shin Bai subtly nudged Wei Xiaodao from behind, urging him to get to the point, lest he roast under the sun.
Su Yan.
I suspect you did not appear here at this hour without reason. Therefore, the three of us wish to propose a collaboration, mutual assistance if you will. First, tell me what you intend to do. Su Yan's initial reaction was one of disinterest. She had no need for aid, nor could others provide it. She felt no sentimentality regarding encountering compatriots in a foreign land. However, observing that the three men had no intention of harming her dog and appeared to possess some degree of goodwill, she was willing to converse further. If their requests were reasonable, such as exchanging supplies, she would be inclined to assist. Seeing an opportunity, Wei Xiaodao flashed a broad smile. I noticed you alone in this vicinity at night, likely searching for something. I have many people at my disposal, and can assist you. In exchange, we seek your help in rescuing someone or providing medicine. You wish for me to help someone with medicine that you do not possess. What makes you think I can?
Su Yan retorted.
And what leads you to believe I require assistance, or that you can offer me any help? Despite being students, the three young men were older than her, yet compared to Su Yan, who had several years of experience in the apocalypse, their naivety was apparent. However, she did glean their urgent needs. You dare venture out alone at night and effortlessly depart without a trace. You must be quite capable. It stands to reason that we have not misjudged you. While we may not be able to assist you directly, I merely wish to secure your help. Your honesty is commendable. We do not deceive our own. A smile graced Su Yan's features upon hearing that sentiment, in exchange for some medicine. She felt it was a fair trade. The relief was palpable among the three men as they recognized their gamble had paid off. What kind of medicine do you require? I seek gold, silver, jewelry, antiques, and jade in exchange. Do you have any? We have antipyretics, antibiotics, and nutritional supplements, they replied. Wei Xiaodao, taking charge of negotiations, opened his backpack, while his two companions did the same, retrieving items one by one. Currently, gold and jewelry hold no value compared to a loaf of bread. Is this all you can offer? The three men, fearful that Su Yan might retract her offer, laid out all they could muster. Ms. Su, I understand this is insufficient. We will seek more for you. May we please take the medicine back first? It is urgently needed. Very well. The medicine was of little consequence to her. Su Yan swiftly concealed herself behind the backpack, retrieving antibiotics, antipyretics, along with glucose injections, syringes, and a first aid kit.
Take these for now.
Let us meet again at 9 p.m. tonight. You will assist me in gathering supplies. Agreed. Thank you, Ms. Su. We will be prepared. The three men were astonished at how smoothly the transaction had unfolded. The abundance of medicine was a delightful surprise. With gratitude, they hurriedly packed the items into their backpacks. Saving lives is urgent. You should leave quickly. Indeed, Ms. Su. We shall meet tonight. The trio bowed deeply to Su Yan before turning and swiftly departing, breaking into a light jog. Once they were gone, Su Yan collected the small items scattered about, mostly jewelry adorned with diamonds, pearls, and various gemstones. Whether plucked from a jewelry store or stripped from corpses, it mattered not. Once stored in her space, she swiftly listed them on the trading platform, exchanging them for over 10 kilograms of gold. Now, it remained to be seen if the trio would return promptly for their task. Since she had ventured out, there was no thought of returning home so soon. Su Yan, accompanied by her 2 dogs, sought out another location to scavenge, to ease grandmother's worries. She entered the space to inform her. The elderly lady followed her out. Having just conversed with a few individuals, there was a possibility they had drawn attention. Thus, Su Yan opted not to use her flying device, instead finding a secure spot to bring forth an off-road vehicle. The 4 of them, 2 humans and 2 dogs, climbed aboard. Will the noise attract attention? Their numbers were few. Many had perished when the calamity began. With the base not situated within the city, this area was nearly deserted, and they had little to fear. Should anyone emerge, it would be unclear who was robbing whom. After driving for half an hour, they arrived at another bank marked by Hihi, only to find its vault utterly devastated. Just as Su Yan prepared to move on, her wristband lit up, signaling a communication. Yan Yan, when will you return to Jiangcheng? Qin Yi, spotting Su Yan in the vehicle alongside the elderly lady, inquired after grandmother's well-being. In a couple of days, I suppose. Since I'm here, have you finished your business? Not yet, please return quickly. We can discuss the matters regarding gold later. I will worry about you while you are away, and so will Grandpa and Grandma. Knowing that my wife is resolute and not easily swayed, Qin Yi invoked the concerns of the 2 elders. I am getting along well with Xiaoyan. Indeed, I am quite well with Grandma. We have a time difference, so do take good care of yourself. You must return in a couple of days, Grandma and Xiaoyan. Remember that safety comes first. The new year is just a few days away, do keep this in mind. Su Yan responded affirmatively before disconnecting the communication. She was not the clingy type. She thought to herself, what is there to celebrate when the world is in ruins? Having come this far, she resolved to cheer up her grandmother by retrieving some items. Shortly thereafter, Su Yan received another call from Grandpa, insisting she return and not linger outside for too long. It was undoubtedly Qin Yi who had reported her. Old Master Sheng decreed that the 2 grandchildren should enjoy a couple more days of freedom, but if they did not return home soon, he would dispatch a flying craft from Zhou Shooting to fetch them. Having traveled abroad without securing a substantial deal, Su Yan felt her trip was in vain. With only 2 days at her disposal, she needed to devise a careful plan. Su Yan and the elderly lady found a bank that had neither been relocated nor bombed, rifled through the safe, and then stashed the vehicle away, entering their safe space until 9 p.m. Meanwhile, Wei Xiaodao had already administered medication to the patient. Why hasn't he awakened yet? Surely he hasn't been harmed? When we left, old Zhou was still conscious. Meng Ji, are you competent with injections? If you think you can do better, then go ahead. They seemed to believe the medicine acts like a miraculous elixir, expecting immediate results. Wang Mingji was the one who watched over the patient while Wei Xiaodao and the others ventured out for supplies. Among them, he was the only one skilled in injections. Wei Xiaodao, lacking the energy to address Wang Mingji's unkind tone, sat restlessly nearby. Hu Liz Hen and Shun Bai also sat silently on the ground, conserving their strength due to the heat, thirst, and fatigue. Wang Mingji, possessing some knowledge of pharmacology and being responsible for Zhou Zai's care, took custody of all the medicine Wei Xiaodao had procured. Holding a bag of medications, he distanced himself from the other 3, licking his parched lips. He contemplated another bottle of glucose solution. If he drank it, he could trade the medicine for food and water. He could survive for months. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, he acted, moving toward the exit of the basement and then breaking into a run. Wei Xiaodao noticed Zhou Zai was still unconscious and intended to inquire with Wang Mingji, only to find him missing. Hu Liz Hen remarked, he wouldn't hoard the medicine. Would he? He would. Shun Bai had already dashed out in pursuit. Hu Liz Hen quickly followed suit, leaving Wei Xiaodao to watch over Zhou Zai. Regretting his misplaced trust in Wang Mingji, like them, had come abroad to study. Though from a different institution, he had banded together with them after the natural disaster, all having been shunned by the base. They had encountered danger together and were saved by Zhou Zai. Now, the one who saved them lay unconscious, possibly for an indefinite time. while Wang was potentially hoarding the life-saving medicine of their savior. How could a person be so wicked and shameless? Wei Xiaodao was incensed, recalling how old Zhou had warned them about the treachery of human nature. He never expected to encounter a traitor among them. Glancing at the clock, it was nearly 8 p.m., the time he had agreed upon with Su Yan. He hoped Hu Lizhen and Shun Bai would manage to retrieve the medicine. Unfortunately, his hopes were dashed. A little over 10 minutes later, Hu Lizhen and Shun Bai returned to the basement, dejected. Young Master Dao, that scoundrel got away. If I see him again, I'll make him pay. We'll have to seek out Ms. Su again for an exchange. The medicine was not so easily obtained. They would not be begging for help, especially since they owed her assistance. They decided to wait a while. Just then, a resounding boom echoed through the air, and the already scorching basement partially collapsed. The unconscious Zhou Zhe was nearly struck by falling debris. Chapter 147. The Disaster of Different Frequencies. Oh no! An earthquake!
Run.
Wei Xiaodao, closest to the sound, instinctively turned to flee but remembered there were others and turned back to carry Zhou Zhe. Hu Lizhen and Shun Bai grabbed everyone's bags along with the meager food and water. The three of them staggered upward, crawling and walking, yet they were too late. They had only ascended halfway up the staircase when a violent tremor caused the second-floor structure to collapse entirely, blocking the exit. The tremors persisted. Just before the quake struck, Su Yan was driving past the area, preparing to return to the meeting point with Wei Xiaodao. However, a violent jolt forced her to slam on the brakes, sending her grandmother into the safe space. As she intended to pull the two dogs from the back seat into the safe space, another powerful tremor hit, causing buildings on either side of the road to collapse, rendering the route impassable. Initially planning to drive to a more concealed location before stowing the vehicle, she had no choice but to enter the safe space with her grandmother and the dogs. Seeing her granddaughter and the vehicle enter the space, the elderly lady anxiously inquired. Xiaoyan, you said the earthquake wouldn't arrive so soon. It shouldn't have occurred so early. Theoretically, yes, but it has happened. Do not fear, Grandma. In her previous life, the earthquake had occurred 3 years after the disaster, based on the pattern of extreme cold and heat arriving early in this life. She had calculated that an earthquake would not strike until at least 2 years later, yet it had come just 1 year after. However, pondering such matters was futile now. Su Yan was concerned about her family back home, about Grandpa, Qin Yi, the Qin family, as well as Ingi in the bomb shelter, and Jiangsu, Lu Shui. Communication was impossible within the safe space. Your grandpa, Xiaoyi, it's fine. It's fine, we're far away. Perhaps this is just a local earthquake. I'll check outside in a few minutes. The elderly lady held Su Yan tightly, tears welling up as she thought of her husband and granddaughter's safety.
No.
You must not go out. Who knows how long the earthquake will last? Fortunately, there were no tall buildings nearby. Within a few minutes, the strong tremors should have brought down any structures that were going to collapse. I'll be fine. If I sense anything amiss, I'll return immediately.
No.
At least wait half an hour. The elderly lady refused to let go. Su Yan could only acquiesce to her grandmother's wishes and guided her to the living room to watch the two little ones. Seeing them play with the 3 small cubs, the elderly lady gradually calmed down. Su Yan attempted to exit the safe space, but as she moved, her grandmother grasped her tightly. Grandma, I can truly keep myself safe. Please do not worry. I can preserve my life under any circumstances. Really?
Indeed.
I cannot be more truthful. Seeing that she appeared sincere, the elderly lady finally relented. Emerging from the safe space, Su Yan found the dust and smoke from the collapse still lingering, enveloping the area in a gray haze with visibility reduced to mere meters. She quickly donned a mask and sent a message to Grandpa. Knowing he would not answer her calls, she thought it best to send a message to gauge the situation. Xiaoyan, what is the matter? The probe proved successful. There was no immediate danger back home. I'm fine. I didn't want you to worry. Grandma and I will return in a couple of days. Good. Stay safe. Su Yan hurried back to the safe space to inform her grandmother. That's good. There will likely be aftershocks. Xiaoyan, do not rush outside. Grandma, please do not worry. I am aware. Su Yan drank a glass of water, ate a bunch of grapes, and after another 10 minutes, she donned her mask and prepared to venture out again. She possesses the extraordinary ability to transport individuals and objects into a spatial realm at will. However, she must exit from the same point she entered. She is reluctant to emerge into such a dismal location. Therefore, she must find a suitable place. One that can conceal individuals or serve as a residence for her entries and exits into this space. For the sake of safety, Suyan has brought along Da Huang and Da He to assist her in scouting the area. Upon arrival at the earthquake site, the two dogs become agitated, with Da He dashing towards a collapsed building at the roadside. Both dogs are trained as search and rescue canines, a critical component of their training. Da He's reaction suggests he has detected the presence of a living person. Chapter 148. What is his father's name?
Dai, come back.
Da He. Da Huang barks a few times at Da He, chastising him for his reckless behavior. Ignoring the calls of his master and partner, Da He continues to dig fervently at the rubble. Suyan dons her mask, retrieves a flashlight, and, with Da Huang in tow, approaches the site. Da He lies there, frequently turning his head to signal to Suyan that someone is trapped beneath the debris. Da Huang, too, is stirred with excitement, eager to assist in the rescue. Though initially hesitant to intervene, Suyan is compelled to lend a hand, especially with the dogs so fervently engaged. Fortunately, she can utilize her spatial abilities, allowing her to effortlessly transport a heap of rebar, concrete blocks, and wooden planks into her space, only to relocate them aside. After clearing the remnants of the collapsed structure, the dogs begin to bark at the entrance of the basement. Unyielding, both canines dig tirelessly with their front paws. Who is there? Is there a dog? Help, help! At last, their efforts bear fruit as they hear a familiar voice. Is that Wei Xiaodao? Suyan calls out tentatively. Yes, yes. Help. All right, hold on. The exit to the staircase is blocked. With a living person so close at hand, Suyan realizes she cannot rely on shortcuts. She must exert herself. Donning a pair of thick gloves, she begins to remove the concrete blocks obstructing the staircase. Da Huang and Da He, undeterred, continue to dig vigorously. After several minutes of labor, during which a tremor shakes the ground once more, they finally uncover the first living person.
Can you move?
I can. With no more blocks pressing upon him, Shen Bai is able to crawl up. As he stumbles slightly, Suyan reaches down to assist him. Once she pulls him up, she uncovers a large board, revealing 3 more individuals beneath. Thankfully, the large board had propped itself against the staircase railing, creating a gap for the 3 beneath. Without it, they would have been crushed long before Suyan arrived. Save him first, please. I must rescue the one beneath him first. Otherwise, he cannot be saved either. Wei Xiaodao is pinned beneath another person. Suyan checks the individual on top of Wei Xiaodao and finds he is still breathing. She lifts him horizontally and brings him out from the staircase. Wei Xiaodao and Hu Lizhen, both injured to varying degrees, manage to crawl out behind Suyan. After placing the unconscious individual on the ground, he awakens, mumbling incoherently. Suyan cannot discern his words. Hearing the commotion, Wei Xiaodao crawls over, leaning in to listen. He says he needs water. Once Hu Lizhen emerges, he collapses onto the ground, bloodied and covered in dirt. Hearing Wei Xiaodao's plea for water, he shakes his head in confusion. Shen Bai, similarly smeared with grime and blood, rummages through his backpack and mutters, "There's none left." Suyan removes her backpack and produces 4 bottles of water, offering them first to the group. Water. Bottled. Pristine water. It had been ages since they had seen such a luxury. For days, they had subsisted on untreated water from the underground river, which was murky at best and unsuitable for drinking freely. The group, too weary and parched to indulge in pleasantries, hurriedly twist off the caps and gulp down the water. After several large swigs, they managed to express their thanks, albeit awkwardly. Wei Xiaodao is first to vocalize his gratitude, opening a bottle to offer a couple of sips to the incapacitated Zhou Zhe before finally drinking for himself. The surroundings are a wasteland of debris, shrouded in a pall of dust, far from an appropriate setting for tending to injuries. Suyan contemplates the situation. She must see this rescue through to the end and transport these individuals to safety, perhaps by retrieving a helicopter from a concealed location.
With this resolve,
she turns to leave. Wei Xiaodao, fearing abandonment, calls out to her, "Miss Su, I implore you to help save him. There are too many of us for you to carry, but please, just get him out of here." Cough, cough. His father is a high-ranking official, Once he returns to the country, he will surely repay your kindness. Jose, who had just regained consciousness, exerted the last of his strength to pull on Wei Xiaodao's arm, urging him not to speak further. A high-ranking official? Su Yan halts, recalling that two top officials had recently been dealt with by her grandfather and husband. Surely, she wouldn't be rescuing someone who ought not to be saved. She turns back and inquires, what is his father's name? His father. Wei Xiaodao hesitates, fully aware that Jose would not permit him to divulge this information. Liz Hen and Shenbai, who are clearly the subordinates of Jose and Wei Xiaodao, remain silent, unwilling to speak out of turn. If you do not tell me, I shall leave. But perhaps there is a chance if you do. Su Yan's words are meant to intimidate, as she has left De Huang and A He behind to guard them. His father is Zhou. Zhou's shooting, Wei Xiaodao finally admits. Turning to Jose to apologize, forgive me, old Zhou. Jose remains silent, understanding that Wei Xiaodao's intentions were to save him. He concedes, so be it, at present. He is abroad, and whether he can return in this lifetime remains uncertain. Understood. Wait here. The individual who had just awakened is revealed to be Zhou's shooting son, Jose, who had been pursuing an international criminal only to be caught in a natural disaster. It is indeed a twist of fate that he now finds himself in such a predicament. Initially, Su Yan had intended to transport them to safety and leave behind some medical supplies and food, but now that she knows Jose is the most severely injured, she realizes she cannot simply walk away. The three young men, especially Wei Xiaodao, have shown commendable loyalty in attempting to save Jose. After a few minutes, she finds a transport vehicle hidden behind a pile of rubble. The group, taken aback, quickly realizes they must cling to her. With fuel still available for the helicopter, they recognize her as a formidable ally. Everyone get on board. We must leave this place. Thank you. Liz Hen and Shenbai, who had crawled up from the staircase, struggled to stand but managed to pull themselves onto the aircraft. Wei Xiaodao, still in a state of distress, attempts to assist Jose, but both of them inevitably tumble down. Su Yan swiftly scoops up Jose, cradling him and placing him aboard the helicopter, while Wei Xiaodao, limping, manages to climb aboard as well. Finally, she calls for her two dogs to join her before taking the pilot seat. In the fleeting moment before the earth shakes once more, they lift off the ground. The individuals aboard the helicopter are left in shock, mouths agape, unable to utter a word. After a lengthy silence, Wei Xiaodao timidly asks, Miss Su, where are we headed now? Su Yan glances at the trembling terrain below. The tremors show no sign of abating, each one more violent than the last. Jose, battered and broken, resembles a rag doll, and it remains uncertain whether he will even survive the descent. Using the obstruction of the chair as a shield, she extracted He from the spatial confines, allowing He to connect to the helicopter system and take control. Subsequently, Su Yan advanced towards the cockpit. You? No, focus on flying properly. It's on autopilot. There's south no immediate place to land. If we don't address this now, that person could lose their life in the next moment. Step aside. Oh, very well. She asserted that autopilot meant just that, while Wei Xiaodao struggled to comprehend, cautiously shifting to create space. Liz Hen and Shenbai obediently slumped in their seats, their injuries compounded by terror, unable to contemplate further. The individuals attempting to save them were in the cockpit and seemed unperturbed. What could they possibly do? Lying flat was the only option. Jose, half-conscious, lacked the strength for lengthy discourse, yet he could hear snippets of the conversation among the few in the cabin. Upon realizing the identity of the individual was Jose, Su Yan became unreserved, for Jose's father, Zhou Shooting, was her most esteemed representative. All things ultramodern fell under the purview of Zhou Shooting. She produced 4 vials of human cellular repair serum, distributing one to Wei Xiaodao, Shenbai, and Liz Hen each, before opening the remaining vial to administer to Jose. This medication would facilitate immediate healing, albeit at a steep cost of 10 kilograms of gold per bottle. This debt would fall upon them unless Jose were to shoulder it. Su Yan would seek repayment from Zhou Shooting. If unsuccessful, it would merely count as a favor owed to Zhou Shooting for being the scapegoat. I can still endure such an expensive medication. Perhaps it is unnecessary for me. Clutching the diminutive blue vial, Wei Xiaodao felt apprehensive. He should not doubt the intentions of the woman who had saved them. Setting aside the exorbitant price, what medication could truly heal instantaneously? He wished to survive a little longer, not succumb so swiftly. Hu Lizhen echoed similar sentiments. Thank you, Ms. Su, but I cannot drink it. It's too costly, I dare not. Shun Bai returned the vial in his hand to Su Yan. This opportunity is singular. If you do not drink it, it will be lost. Please consider carefully. Su Yan turned her gaze towards Zhou Zhe, who was half awake, shaking the vial before his eyes. And you? Will you drink?
I will.
Zhou Zhe managed to utter those two words, raising his hand weakly. Lacking the strength to reach for it, he opened his mouth, signaling Su Yan to pour it in. Just before the medication reached his lips, Zhou Zhe spoke once more. You, 3, should drink as well. Each word was punctuated, and as he finished, he opened his mouth again, receiving the tasteless medication that Su Yan poured into him. He believed in the simple logic that if she intended to harm them, why would she go through the effort of extracting them from the corridor and bringing them aboard the helicopter? He had heard whispers of rapid recovery solutions prior to the calamity, yet his thoughts faded as his eyelids gradually closed. The other 3 were similarly affected. Upon consuming this repair serum, they would inevitably experience a phase of unconsciousness lasting several minutes to half an hour. Su Yan gathered a few bottles of water, several packets of biscuits, and after a moment's thought, added a large box of triangular cakes made by Su Qing, placing it before Zhou Zhe. Before returning to the pilot seat to retrieve He, slowly searching for a suitable landing spot. They had already flown away from above Bern and reached the neighboring city, distancing themselves from the epicenter of the tremor. Do not question how she knew this. It was simply because Su Yan observed buildings still standing here, in stark contrast to the collapsed structures across in Bern. Finally, she spotted a small hill that had not suffered significant destruction. By this time, over half an hour had passed, and the 4 individuals in the cabin began to regain consciousness, yet the magnitude of the events left them in shock. Their eyes met across the cabin, each wishing to speak, yet unsure of where to begin, their minds still processing their ordeal. Wei Xiaodao rolled up his pant leg to inspect the area where his previously nearly severed leg now bore no trace of injury, had it not been for the bloodstains. He would hardly believe it. The assertion of immediate recovery made by Ms. Su was indeed a reality. Zhou Zhe remained composed, gesturing towards the water and food Su Yan had set down. First, eat something to regain your strength. Old Zhou is correct. Wei Xiaodao finally comprehended, tearing open a packet of biscuits and munching on them with gulps of water, crunching away. Zhou Zhe opened the box of cakes, offering a piece to both Hu Lizhen and Shun Bai. Eat this. It's softer and more palatable. How long had it been since they savored such refreshing water or such delightful cake? They all devoured their food ravenously. After Su Yan successfully landed the helicopter, Zhou Zhe and the others had satiated their hunger and thirst. We arrived. Let us disembark. Opening the cabin door, De Huang and De He leaped to the ground, followed by Zhou Zhe and the others. Zhou Zhe learned from Wei Xiaodao that the woman before him was named Su Yan. He could not recall any of his father's or his father's friend's offspring bearing that name. If there had been, he would undoubtedly have recognized her, especially given her striking appearance. Approaching Su Yan, he performed a deep bow, expressing his gratitude. Hello, Ms. Su, my name is Zhou Zhe.
Thank you for saving me.
Wei Xiaodao, Shun Bai, and Hu Lizhen followed suit, bowing respectfully to Su Yan in gratitude. There's no need for thanks. It just so happened that I was nearby during the earthquake, and it was my dog, De He, who located your position. The credit belonged to De He. Had it not been for him, Su Yan might not have intervened. Apart from Zhou Zhe, the other 3 were encountering De He for the second time. Wei Xiaodao, summoning his courage, approached and affectionately stroked De He's head. Seeing De He accept his gesture, he embraced the dog, planting a kiss on its head.
Oh, Dai.
You are my life-saving dog. I thank you as well. Zhou Zhe, Shun Bai, and Hu Lizhen expressed their gratitude towards De He, albeit unable to replicate Wei Xiaodao's eccentricity. Su Yan found the whole scene amusing, watching Wei Xiaodao's antics. All right, Xiaodao. You can take your life-saving dog aside for some affection. I have a few matters to discuss with Ms. Su. Zhou Zhe subtly indicated to the other 2 to step aside. Wei Xiaodao attempted to lead De He away, but De He quietly returned to Su Yan's side, standing alongside De Huang like two loyal canine bodyguards. Da He relished the feeling of being regarded as a life-saving dog, yet it remained vigilant, never forgetting its duty as a protector of its owner, standing guard alongside De Huang. Miss Su, do you know my father? I do. My name is Su Yan. I refer to your father as Uncle Zhou Shooting. You may call me Su Yan or Yen. All right, Su Yan, it is a pleasure to formally meet you. My name is Jose. Jose did not dwell on the fact that his father had a niece named Su Yan, nor did he have the time to inquire further about the miraculous medication that could heal a severely injured person within half an hour. His thoughts were more focused on the safety of his other two brothers. Jose continued, Su Yan, I have an unusual request. I would like to borrow your helicopter to rescue my other two brothers. His other two brothers were special police officers and friends who had accompanied him in pursuit of a criminal. Chapter 149, A Fortuitous Opportunity. May I inquire where your brothers are? How do you intend to rescue them? Having finally encountered someone to save, Su Yan was reluctant to see Zhou Shooting's only child venture into danger. Only then did she take a moment to scrutinize Jose, tall and slender, though soiled. He still exuded a distinct handsomeness reminiscent of Zhou Shooting. They're being held at the burn base, taking advantage of the chaos from the recent earthquake. I plan to slip in and find a way to bring them out. For both personal and professional reasons, I must go to their aid. Are you certain you can manage alone? Can those three little friends of yours be of assistance? If they are trustworthy, we could collaborate. Su Yan harbored her own thoughts amidst the chaos of the earthquake ravaging the base. If not now, when would be the right time to seize the gold from the Bernie base? The three of them were reliable. Each had learned a modicum of self-defense techniques, making them slightly more capable than the average person. Infiltrating the area to gather intelligence would pose no issue. What form of collaboration do you envision? The less trustworthy individual was absent. Jose had yet to inquire why Wang Mingji was missing. I will provide you with weapons, and in return, you shall assist me in uncovering the locations of valuable assets within the Bernie base. By valuable, do you mean? Gold, jewelry, antiques. These treasures could be unearthed by Su Yan alone, albeit with greater expenditure of time. However, she needed to return to her homeland promptly, and Jose and his companions might be able to procure some information. Jose indeed possessed knowledge regarding the Bernie base. I have some understanding of the circumstances within the base, and am pleased to discuss a collaboration with you, but the operation is perilous. Are you prepared for it? Jose was acutely aware that this partnership would benefit them and recognized Su Yan's self-defense skills. Nevertheless, whether it was a matter of rescue or locating the Bernie base's storage, the task was fraught with difficulty, and he wished for no harm to befall his savior. Do not fret for my safety. I am capable. Let us consider this agreed upon. Wait for me here for a moment. Su Yan boarded the helicopter. She retrieved a large tent, bottled water, compressed biscuits, ordinary crackers for handguns, several rounds of ammunition, and a flashlight. Upon emerging with the supplies, Su Yan called Jose over to assist in transporting the goods. I will take the helicopter away shortly. These items are for you. The timing of our operation will await my notification. Very well, I hope it is soon. As for the earthquake, who would care for those imprisoned? Jose was concerned for his two brothers. Su Yan, I still wish to ask, what did you give us to drink? You can inquire with your father upon your return. He is aware. By the way, here is something for you to facilitate communication.
Su Yan handed Zhou a bracelet.
A device already possessed by Zhou Shooting and his confidants. Jose would inevitably have contact upon returning to Haicheng, and using it in advance posed no issue. She also detailed its usage to him thoroughly. Our nation can still innovate such inventions in the aftermath of natural disasters. There are even medicines capable of restoring a near-death individual in a mere half-hour. You need not be astonished by this. I have already included you. I shall contact you when the time comes. Farewell for now. Once her instructions were concluded, she called for De Huang and De He to board, closed the cabin door, and piloted the aircraft away. After traversing 2 mountain peaks, she descended. She did not intend to return to the rooftop she had previously occupied. That place had likely collapsed. Not wishing to remain with Jose and the others, she simply sought a place to land. She then brought the 2 dogs into her space. Xiao Yan, you have returned. How is it outside? At least a magnitude 10 earthquake, with aftershocks occurring in waves. The buildings, having been inundated with floodwaters for so long, collapsed with the tremors. A 10? The elderly woman was frightened. We should return home. There will always be time for adventures. We can come back another time. Xiao Yan. Let us go back. I have rescued a few compatriots. Once I see them settled, I will return. Su Yan refrained from disclosing the full truth of her intentions to seize the gold from the Bernie base. Indeed, saving lives is commendable. Encountering fellow citizens abroad during such times, one should lend a helping hand if capable. The elderly woman nodded. It would not take long to settle a few individuals. So waiting a few more hours would be acceptable. Su Yan felt her mouth and ears filled with grit, discomfort overwhelming her. She urged the elderly woman to rest while she retreated to her room to clean up. After washing, she checked the time. It was already midnight. Over 4 hours since the earthquake had commenced. Aftershocks would surely follow, and it was precisely at this moment, amidst the chaos at the enemy base, that action could be taken. Emerging from her space, she sent Zhou Zhe her location and instructed him and Wei Xiaodao to come. Then, within the cargo hold of the transport aircraft, she stowed a sniper rifle, an assault rifle, ammunition, grenades, and various individual equipment, along with provisions and ample fuel. Once everything was prepared, she exited the aircraft and activated its cloaking function, hovering in the air. After more than half an hour, she observed 4 men arriving, panting heavily. Regardless of whether they were to rescue the other 2 or gather intelligence, they needed to return to Bernie, necessitating transportation. Once their tasks were completed, Zhou Zhe and his companions would also require the helicopter for their return. Su Yan would not accompany them. She would undoubtedly use her own aircraft and leave the helicopter for Zhou Zhe. Watching the 4 depart in the helicopter, she leisurely made her way towards Bernie. She hovered above the Bernie base, awaiting Zhou Zhe's message. The base was constructed against the mountainside, sprawling across a vast area, and the entirety of its buildings had collapsed. The half nearest to the mountain had suffered significant landslides, burying a considerable number of structures. Amidst the rubble, civilians and soldiers intermingled, creating a scene of disarray. The 4 men landed 10 kilometers from the Bernie base, concealing the helicopter before donning the gear of 4 base soldiers to blend in.
Xiao Zhao, Shen Bai.
You head towards the office building to primarily search for the entrance to the basement. Li Zhen, accompany me to rescue people, regardless of our progress. We will regroup at the recently donned location in 2 hours. Synchronize your watches. After confirming with nods, the 4 split up. Zhou Zhe had scouted the space twice. If no relocation had occurred, he knew the whereabouts of his 2 companions' detention. At this moment, the ordinary civilians within the base had yet to be fully evacuated. Many had moved outside the base, but were reluctant to leave behind their belongings. Discovering that the tremors had temporarily ceased, they returned to salvage their possessions. The soldiers guarding the entrance were ineffective in preventing entry, and the commotion continued. Both the rescue team and the intelligence-gathering team went unchallenged. Half an hour later, Zhou Zhe managed to locate the area where his 2 companions were imprisoned. Unfortunately, it had collapsed. Faced with a pile of debris, Zhou Zhe began to dig with his bare hands. Zhou Ze's demeanor was concerning. Hu Li's hen silently donned gloves and joined him, offering counsel. Old Zhou, regardless of the outcome, we must do our utmost. You cannot disregard your own safety. Do not make it necessary for Ms. Su to rescue you again. Indeed. Su Yan, how did she manage to excavate us so swiftly while we were trapped in the basement corridor? She must have had tools. Zhou Zhe immediately used his bracelet to send a voice message. Hu Li's hen was frantic. He regretted speaking up. His intention was to dissuade Zhou Zhe from further injury. But Zhou Zhe was intent on borrowing a digging tool. He recalled that when Su Yan had rescued them, she had not possessed any excess equipment. Su Yan's aircraft was currently cloaked above Zhou Zhe and Hu Li's hen, and upon receiving Zhou Ze's message, she responded, I will have De Huang and De He bring supplies to assist you. Having procured 2 large shovels, the aircraft descended to a height of 2 meters, releasing both dogs and the shovels. The 2 dogs, clutching the shovels, dashed towards Zhou Ze's location. Fortunately, the detention area was concealed, and at this hour, no one was available to monitor it. It was deep into the night, and the sounds of either humans or dogs went unnoticed. When Zhou Zhe saw the dogs and shovels, he was taken aback. Had merely 2 minutes passed since he had spoken. The dogs and supplies were now before him. and he realized Su Yan was nearby. However, wearing night vision goggles, he scanned the surroundings but found no trace of her. Setting that aside for now, Jose handed one of the shovels to Hu Liz Hen and then directed the dogs to assist. De Huang and De He indicated there were still living people inside. With newfound hope, Jose resumed digging with the shovel, working with the intensity of a miniature excavator. Su Yan also noted the dogs' reactions, hoping that they would unearth survivors. The commotion was indeed excessive, as 4 soldiers approached with their firearms at the ready. Su Yan opted for discretion, preferring to eliminate a few provocateurs from the shadows. Employing her remarkably silent laser gun, she swiftly dispatched the 4 men on their way to stir trouble. Jose, an exceptional member of the SWAT team, was acutely aware of the surrounding activity. He intuitively knew when assistance was on the way, and it was evident that it was Su Yan. Frankly speaking, given Su Yan's demonstrated capabilities, she was more than capable of locating the base warehouse without their aid. Her proposal for collaboration was essentially a gesture to assist him. After excavating for over half an hour, they finally caught sight of the iron cage, which served as a holding area in the basement, reinforced with iron bars around its perimeter. This cage had absorbed a significant amount of debris from the crumbling walls, ensuring that the captives inside were not reduced to mere pulp. Old Deng,
Zhu Xiao.
wake up, Jose called out, pinching and slapping them while using water to clear the dirt from their mouths, noses, and ears. Hu Liz Hen assisted him diligently. Fortunately, both individuals regained consciousness in succession.
Cough. Cough.
Old Zhou, water. Hu Liz Hen opened 2 bottles, feeding one to Deng Xianzhong and the other to Zhou Zhe, for Zhu Xiao. How are you feeling? We can't linger here, and it's almost time to meet with Xiao Dao and the others. We must leave. Liz Hen, you carry one, and I'll carry the other.
All right.
Once the 2 had sufficiently quenched their thirst, Jose and Hu Liz Hen seamlessly took turns carrying them away. The 2 dogs followed closely behind Jose. It must be said that De Huang and De He were like bricks, readily moving wherever needed, effortlessly teaming up with anyone. Meanwhile, Wei Xiao Dao and Shun Bai successfully gathered intelligence on several warehouse locations. However, they soon discovered soldiers were in the process of transferring valuable supplies. They overheard remarks cautioning others to be careful, as they could not afford the loss. Wei Xiao Dao, ever perceptive, noticed that the items being moved were contained within safes. What could possibly fit into a safe be anything ordinary? He exchanged glances with Shun Bai, and the 2 stealthily trailed the soldiers. Discovering that the safes were being transported to a central area of the base, unhindered by the collapsed structures, and were being loaded onto vehicles. This is quite a find. It appears to be precisely what Miss Su desires, Wei Xiao Dao mused, glancing at the time and tugging at Shun Bai. The 2 returned to the location where they had previously changed their attire. The 2 teams of 4 arrived only minutes apart. Xiao Dao. How did it go on your end? Old Zhou, I've encountered an issue. If my instincts are correct, they are relocating valuable assets. Wei Xiao Dao reported his findings to Jose, with Shun Bai providing additional details. Upon hearing this, Jose concluded it was indeed the case. He used his wrist communicator to notify Su Yan, relaying the location where the items were being loaded. Upon receiving the message, Su Yan dispatched a drone to investigate the situation as described. Indeed, a fully armored transport truck was under tight guard by a squad of soldiers, with no unauthorized personnel allowed to approach. Su Yan replied to Jose, "Everyone, retreat immediately and take my dogs with you. We will communicate once you reach safety." Jose responded, "Do not need assistance? No, I can manage." After sending her reply, she hovered above the armored truck, patiently awaiting the completion of the loading process. Once everything was loaded and the vehicle departed, Su Yan followed discreetly. She trailed it to a relatively undamaged area where the perimeter was secured, and numerous tents had been erected in the center. The truck maneuvered through a gap between the tents. Perfect, these tents provide excellent cover. After the driver and another soldier disembarked, the security vehicle had yet to arrive, allowing Su Yan to swiftly transport the entire load into her spatial pocket. After securing her prize, she departed gracefully, leaving Bern for a neighboring city, specifically the hill where the helicopter had previously landed. Along the way, Su Yan felt a twinge of concern that the contents of the truck might not be what she sought, prompting her to pause and inspect the haul. Gold, jewels, antiques indeed. She had struck gold. Excellent, she felt reassured. Had it not been for the earthquake, acquiring these treasures would not have been so effortless. Although she possessed stealth attire and a lock-picking robot, it would have taken considerable time and effort if she had been alone. This trip had certainly not been in vain. Su Yan was likely to arrive before Jose, as she preferred to keep her aircraft concealed for as long as possible. She stowed away the flying device and released a transport aircraft, mentally counting the bricks while waiting for her dogs. Indeed, she was waiting for her dogs. Had they not been with Jose, she would have already embarked on her journey home. With the goods secured, she had no desire to linger at the earthquake site. An hour later, the sound of a helicopter echoed in the distance. Jose arrived with De Huang and De He in search of Su Yan. Su Yan, thank you. Had it not been for you, I would not have been able to rescue my teammates so smoothly, and your dogs were exceptional. No need for thanks. Are the two of them all right? They're all in one piece. As long as they rest, they will recover. This fortunate outcome is thanks to you. You saved us all. They asked me to convey their gratitude. No need for thanks. What are your plans now? Su Yan inquired, and Jose, feeling rather shameless, sought to hitch a ride on the helicopter. Su Yan had already intended to provide a helicopter for Jose and the others for their return journey. That helicopter is for your use. It is fully stocked with fuel and supplies, as you likely noticed. I will not accompany you. By the way, your father, Zhou Shooting, is now the leader of the temporary base in Haiqing in the eastern region. You should return there. All right, I'll head back to Haiqing. Subsequently, aside from the two who had just been rescued and were slightly incapacitated, Wei Xiao Dao and a few others also came to bid farewell to Su Yan. Chapter 150. This is the perfect moment to take advantage of the chaos. Once Jose's helicopter was out of sight, Su Yan retrieved her flying device and activated it. By this time, dawn had broken, and she had swiftly departed from the ruins. Su Yan sent a message to Qin Yi via her wrist communicator. Where are you currently on your return journey? Within 2 minutes, a response came through. Yen. I miss you. Come to the Dawn base. Su Yan confirmed with a glance that it was indeed her Qin Yi. Understanding her expression, Qin Yi smiled. What is there to misunderstand? Can I flirt with my wife? We've been apart for quite some time, my dear wife. Wait for me. I'll head straight to the capital and arrive in 3 hours. Those words were no longer mere hints, but direct declarations, causing Su Yan's face to flush slightly. She shot him a glare before disconnecting the communication. Reflecting on their time apart, she realized it had indeed been a while since they had last seen each other. Ever since Qin Yi had been occupied with clearing the two factions in the capital, they had been separated. Hey little buddy, why are you lagging behind?
Su.
I've discovered a significant situation. An earthquake is currently occurring at latitude 51, 30 N and longitude 0.
15
Which is of a higher magnitude than the one we just left. Latitude 51, 30 N and longitude 0.
15
Where is that? Su Yan, perplexed, gazed at Xiao He. Su, how forgetful you are. It's the Fog City. I had you mark. Before the natural disaster, we visited the central bank there. Ah? Not waiting for Xiao He to finish, Su Yan realized how could she possibly forget? However, had this string of European cities stirred the earthquake nest? Bern was less than 1,000 kilometers from Fog City. It truly was a case of one quake following another. Su, shall we go take a look? There lies the antique from the east and west that you have longed for. Oh, what about that museum you no longer wish to visit? I am indeed enamored with antiques, yet I cherish my life even more. Reason dictates that she should refrain from going. Her intangible shield may withstand bombardment, but it does not guarantee safety from being buried underground. Perhaps after the tremors subside, one might venture to scavenge for treasures. However, considering the magnitude of such an earthquake, would those foreigners have had time to relocate their valuables? Surely, when the disaster first struck, the officials in that museum would have acted to salvage the artifacts.
Now,
to go and reap the rewards would mean heading to the base in the Fog City, which Su Yan dares not approach. It would take at least 10 hours for Qin Yi's team to arrive by helicopter, and her round trip would consume 5 or 6 hours. If only Qin Yi possessed an aircraft, but there are no ifs. Upon her return, regardless of Qin Yi's progress in piloting, I must ensure he is assigned a craft. Even if it means relying solely on autopilot like Zhou Shooting, it would suffice in emergencies. After much contemplation, Su Yan ultimately connected with Zhou Zhe's communication. Zhou Zhe, where are you now? Upon receiving an address from Zhou Zhe, Su Yan promptly ended the call. She then sent a message inquiring if he would be interested in forming a team to scavenge amidst the ongoing earthquake in the Fog City. His interest was imperative. Su Yan, do you still have that potion? I have 2 companions who grew up under the red flag and are worthy of trust. Yes. I have a vial containing 10 kilograms of gold. If you intend to bring them along, payment is not an issue. But let us agree beforehand. Artifacts from the Eastern ancient realms belong to their homeland. For the rest, we shall split it 70-30. If you agree, find a place to land, and I will come to fetch you. With the addition of 2 more individuals, it would be more efficient to have 3 people searching for a storage point. It would be easier for her to collect than to search alone. If they could locate such precious items, surely their gold would not be far behind? We shall not divide it. All shall be yours. As a means to repay your life-saving grace and medical expenses. At this moment, if she could stab a dagger into the hearts of the foreigners, they would be willing to accept. Zhou Zhe, however, refused to split the spoils. That won't do. Upon returning, your father, Zhou Shooting, will accuse me of shortchanging you. We agreed on this division, and what you do not desire, your father surely will. As far as Su Yan knew, the temporary bases in various regions operated under the orders of the Dawn base in the capital, yet each managed their affairs independently. And the Sea City was currently lacking resources. Zhou Zhe nodded in agreement with Su Yan's assessment and decided to hold onto the arrangement for now. Su Yan messaged Zhou Zhe to find a place to drop off Wei Xiaodao and his 3 male companions, leaving them some supplies. Since they were not members of the organization, they would not accompany them. After all, this operation would require the use of aircraft and space, and it was prudent to keep these assets for a while longer. Wei Xiaodao can pilot a helicopter, so I will return with you 3. Should I have Xiaodao return first with my helicopter? That could work. Just wait for me on the ground after you land, and let the 3 boys leave first. Wei Xiaodao was unaware of Zhou Zhe's intentions, but did not inquire further as he was instructed to take his 2 classmates back to Sea City. Take care, Lao Zhou. Do not worry, we shall meet in Sea City. Zhu Xiao and Deng Xianzhong enjoyed a hearty meal, had sufficient water, and their wounds had been treated, significantly improving their condition. Having been colleagues with Zhou Zhe for several years, they knew him well enough to trust he would not harm them. Yet, Zhu Xiao could not suppress his curiosity. Lao Zhou, are we not going back? Lao Zhou, do you have something to attend to? I will need at least 2 days to recuperate. If there is something, do not act without me. Wait for me 2 days. There is indeed a matter at hand. Zhou Zhe replied, sharing with them Su Yan's intended undertaking and revealing the miraculous healing properties of the potion he had used after sustaining serious injuries, which had restored him within half an hour. They would not need to wait 2 days, but could act immediately. He mentioned this in advance to prepare Zhu Xiao and Deng Xianzhong psychologically. Their conversation lasted mere minutes before Su Yan arrived, her aircraft not concealed.
Unbeknownst to Zhou Zhe.
While he was preparing his brothers for the matter of the potion, he was unprepared for the more astonishing sight that awaited him. Had it not been for the year-long disaster, he might have thought himself dreaming. Su Yan descended from the aircraft. This is an aircraft. Uncle Zhou has one too. If you have questions, feel free to direct them to him. Zhou Zhe swallowed the words that had almost escaped his lips. Su Yan, who dreaded explanations, produced 2 vials of restorative liquid, stating that their injuries were not severe and they would recover within 10 minutes of consumption. Thank you. I will repay you. Zhou Zhe accepted the vials and distributed them to his 2 companions. Zhu Xiao and Deng Xianzhong nodded in gratitude to Su Yan. Their numerous questions regarding the potion and the aircraft left unvoiced, knowing it sufficed that Zhou Zhe and this esteemed lady, Su Yan, were trustworthy individuals. The moment they drank, before they could savor the flavor, they lost consciousness.
Josha.
Have you not added your father's contact yet? Su Yan realized she had forgotten to prompt them. Can I communicate with my father now? You can, I will send you the details. Zhou Zhe, looking at the series of digits representing his father on the wristband, eagerly initiated the call. When the communication connected, both father and son were able to see each other clearly. Zhou Shooting immediately noticed Su Yan beside Zhou Zhe. Xiao Yan, have you gone abroad to help me find my son? Thank you. Uncle is indebted to you once more. Just a casual endeavor. Uncle Zhou, remember to repay me with gold. Do not get distracted chatting with me. Speak with Jose. Jose stood by, gazing at his father with glistening eyes, thinking he would never return in this lifetime. Zhou shooting chuckled twice, saying, "He is standing right there. I have no worries. There is nothing of great significance to discuss." Su Yan felt a bit speechless. Silently withdrawing from the video frame, the Zhou family began to converse about matters following the disaster. As for Su Yan, Zhou shooting did not elaborate much, merely instructing Jose to heed her directions and ensuring her safety while emphasizing her critical importance. Once their conversation concluded, Deng Xianzhong and Zhu Xiao regained consciousness. Having already heard Jose speak of the miraculous nature of the potion, they immediately began inspecting their most severe wounds, poking and prodding, even bouncing on the spot.
Ha!
It's real. It has to be real. Do you suspect Lao Zhou is deceiving us? Get lost. Zhu Xiao retorted after receiving a playful punch from Deng Xianzhong. Following their surprise, the two approached Su Yan to express their gratitude once more. Su Yan casually replied that it was a trivial effort, though she wished to mention that a payment of 10 kilograms of gold was expected. Such matters were better left for Jose to address. Seeing his two companions fully healed, Jose patted their shoulders and stood before Su Yan.
Su Yan.
Do you have any plans? I have no plans. You will devise the plan and take action. I will provide all the necessary equipment. Once you locate the target, I will be responsible for the extraction. Su Yan could also offer them a smaller spatial button for storage, but that would entail greater risk on their part. The spatial button served merely as a storage device, far less powerful than her spatial capabilities. For instance, in the event of an emergency, she could swiftly retreat into her space, whereas they could not simply vanish into the spatial button. Moreover, Su Yan could also utilize a cloaking garment when necessary, providing additional protection while infiltrating enemy territory. Thus, it was far more prudent for her to handle such retrievals. What plans? Lao Zhou, is there a grand operation afoot? Zhu Xiao and Deng Xianzhong were unaware of the forthcoming endeavor, but were nonetheless excited. Upon hearing Jose outline their impending actions, the exhilaration on their faces was beyond mere excitement. Such a magnificent act that could console our ancestors has long been yearned for by them.
What?
Is this theft? Absurd. It is others who have pilfered from our forebears, and is it wrong for us to reclaim what is rightfully ours? Absolutely not. An eye for an eye, what fault lies in taking back a fraction of what belongs to us? None at all. Jose insisted that Su Yan should not take risks. He said, "We will locate and retrieve the items. You merely need to wait outside to provide support." Old Zhou was indeed correct. Aside from the peril of the earthquake, the people there posed an even greater danger, and Ms. Su should not take unnecessary risks. I concurred with the views expressed by Old Zhou and Old Deng. They were unaware of the existence of spatial phenomena. However, Su Yan conjured a bottle of water out of thin air and handed it to Jose, followed by 2 more bottles for the other 2. The trio, bewildered, accepted the water, their eyes wide and mouths agape as they watched another bottle in Su Yan's hand vanish, only to reappear and then vanish again.
Do you see?
It's spatial manipulation. You need only find the location. My infiltration to retrieve the items is the most judicious arrangement. Indeed, it was exceedingly reasonable. With the near-miraculous medicine and flying apparatus already at hand, the advent of spatial phenomena was met with considerable acceptance. They were momentarily stunned, but quickly resumed their preparations. Half an hour later, everyone boarded the flying apparatus en route to the Fog City. They soon arrived above their destination, although it was daytime. The entire city lay shrouded in a gray haze. A massive earthquake had just transpired, and aftershocks continued to reverberate. This moment was ripe for opportunism.
Zhou Xiao.
And Deng Xianzhong meticulously checked their equipment, donning helmets and breathing masks, rendering their national origins indiscernible. Anyone encountering them would assume they were rescue personnel. Su Yan produced 2 additional wristbands, allowing Hihi to configure them for Zhu Xiao and Deng Xianzhong, enabling all to communicate. I will find a place to drop you off. Upon identifying the target, send a message and share your location. Be cautious. Understood. The 3 men, filled with fervor, had endured much frustration and were finally poised to undertake a significant task. Su Yan positioned them near the Fog City base and then ascended to observe discreetly. The official base of Fog City was in utter disarray. Ordinary citizens were fleeing, while armed personnel guarded leaders, scholars, and wealthy individuals as they evacuated. The timing of the earthquake was indeed fortuitous, allowing Zhou Zhe and his companions to explore as if traversing an uninhabited realm. Su Yan quietly surveyed from a modest altitude. Below her, the scene was a tapestry of human suffering. Some were trapped beneath rubble, crying for help. Children were separated from their parents, wailing. Soldiers were pushing and shoving ordinary citizens to ensure the passage of the elite, resulting in trampling chaos.
Su Yan observed silently.
Her aloof demeanor rendered her unable to empathize with those outside her kin. Humanitarian concerns were irrelevant. There were countless individuals at home awaiting her aid. On Zhou Zhe's end, after more than an hour, they suspected they had located a warehouse containing valuable supplies. Why suspected? Because aftershocks had struck, and a fully armed squad of soldiers remained stationed nearby, indicating the site's significance. Such a location could only be a warehouse, not a residence for the elite. Confirmation of its status as a repository of precious goods was essential for Su Yan to proceed with her acquisition, yet infiltrating during daylight hours alone would prove challenging. Zhou Zhe promptly messaged Zhu Xiao and Deng Xianzhong to inquire about their findings. If they had uncovered nothing, they were to join him, and together they would breach an entry point. While awaiting the others, Zhou Zhe also sent a message to Su Yan. Based on your assessment, what is the likelihood this is a warehouse? 80%. The guards remain unyielding, and despite the magnitude of the earthquake, the buildings here stand remarkably intact. 80% is still not confirmation? Su Yan replied, instructing the trio to gather around the warehouse in trance to assist her. Although she possessed concealment attire, she could not mask the lock-opening robot. Thus, Zhou Zhe and the others would need to divert the guards' attention while she unlocked the warehouse door. They agreed to act precisely half an hour later, with Su Yan poised to unlock the door and the three of them prepared to provide cover. This half hour was allotted for the others to rendezvous with Zhou Zhe. Upon receiving his message, Su Yan had already arrived above the warehouse, ready to proceed with unlocking. Chapter 151. High technology trumps all. How to divert the guards' attention. Zhou Zhe, Zhu Xiao, and Deng Xianzhong deliberated. What is currently the most precious commodity? Water and food. Fortuitously, Su Yan had prepared water and food for the trio, most of which were foreign goods. They readied bottled water, chocolate, and biscuits. The 12-member armed team assigned 3 individuals to manage the attention of 4 each, timing their distribution of water and food to coincide with the countdown of 1 minute.
Hey,
come here. Have a bite and drink to conserve your strength. You've worked hard. Each of you gets a portion. Zhou Zhe, Deng Xianzhong, and Zhu Xiao, each carrying several packets of biscuits and water, approached confidently to distribute. Clad in full gear with helmets and masks securely fastened, their accents indistinguishable from the locals. No one suspected they were of Eastern descent. Mealtime had long passed, and given the earthquake, the guards were both thirsty and hungry. How precious was sustenance! Each soldier eagerly accepted water and biscuits, their vigilance waning. As Zhou Zhe and his companions distributed the food, Su Yan made her move, shielding the lock-opening robot with her body. Once the lock clicked open, she swiftly returned the small robot to her spatial realm and pushed the door open, promptly closing it behind her. The sequence of unlocking, entering, and securing the door took less than a minute. Upon entering the warehouse, she discovered it was on par with the safety vault on the 32nd floor. No wonder it remained standing amidst the earthquake's fury. Inside the expansive warehouse, a row of smaller storerooms awaited, each equipped with both smart and mechanical locks. None could deter the lock-opening robot. With a sweep of its blue light, every lock clicked open. The first small storeroom she accessed was filled with gold. Indeed, this was a repository of valuable goods. There was no need to inspect further. Regardless of the type of precious items, they were to be collected without exception. She completed the retrieval of 6 small storerooms, each meticulously organized for subsequent distribution. In less than 20 minutes, she departed silently. After successfully executing their cover operation, Zhou Zhe and the others sought an unoccupied area to await the flying apparatus. Old Zhou, did this actually work? Deng Xianzhong expressed skepticism. Su Yan's message indicated she was already awaiting them. Hurry up. Zhou Zhe received Su Yan's update from within the warehouse. We hardly contributed anything, lamented Zhu Xiao, feeling indebted for the rescue. Jose, with a broader perspective, explained, "What if Su Yan intended to return home and learned of the earthquake here? The timing was fortuitous. We were simply seizing an opportunity. Beyond the favorable timing, we owe much to the high technology she possesses. Have you heard of spatial manipulation? Did you see how she infiltrated and unlocked the door? That was all her advanced technology. Indeed, high technology trumps all." Upon hearing this, Zhu Xiao and Deng Xianzhong felt even more disheartened, recognizing their own ineffectiveness in the face of such innovation. "What's going on?"
Joshua urged. "Hurry."
The discovery of the emptied warehouse might not have gone unnoticed by the locals. "Move quickly." As they rushed towards Su Yan's designated location, the trio noticed a commotion not far off. Soldiers had begun setting up checkpoints. Thank goodness for the spatial phenomenon. Otherwise, they would have been unable to retrieve the items even if granted access. The three individuals exchanged a calm glance through their helmets before stealthily making their way through the chaos, taking over half an hour to reach the designated location where Su Yan awaited them. It was not that she was unwilling to wait in a closer spot. Rather, in the cloaked state of their aircraft, they were invisible to the naked eye. They had to be in a secluded area to safely deactivate the cloaking mechanism. Those wretched fools had discovered their absence and were now frantically searching for them, utterly oblivious to the trickery. Deng Xianzhong's expression was one of triumphant glee, relishing the misfortune of others. Zhou Zhe and Zhu Xiao also breathed a sigh of relief, their spirits lifted as they sat aboard the aircraft. "Shall we take a spin above their heads?" "Yes." The three replied in unison, clearly reveling in the sight of their adversaries floundering. Su Yan took them on an extensive aerial tour, observing the minuscule figures of the Caucasians and Africans below as they incessantly scoured the area, weaving through the occasionally trembling ground in their quest to uncover the thieves. A sense of unparalleled elation surged within her. Jose inquired about the 3 bottles of liquor Su Yan had procured, and the 3 men eagerly indulged in a spree of drinking while munching on peanuts. Once their business was concluded, Su Yan instructed He to return to the coastal city at maximum speed. During the flight, she explained to Qin Yi why they would arrive in the capital a bit late, earning herself a lengthy lecture from her partner. To pacify Qin Yi's concerns, she could only repeatedly assure him that it would not happen again. After 2 hours of He's swift journey, the aircraft hovered above the temporary base in Haiqing, where Su Yan and Zhou Shooting had arranged to meet at the villa they had previously inhabited during their stay in the capital. Upon landing, Zhou Shooting and his bodyguard, Xiao Lu, promptly ascended the gangway.
"Dad."
"You little rascal." The Zhou father and son shared a knowing fist bump in the air. Inside the cabin, several men exchanged introductions and greetings. "Uncle Zhou, we're heading to the Dawn base in the capital to divide the spoils. Will you be joining us?" "Of course." "Little Yen, you're mistaken. It's not dividing spoils, but rather sharing the treasures gathered during your resource expedition. As long as you're pleased, Uncle Zhou," she replied with a chuckle. Zhou Shooting was more than pleased. He was euphoric, with his son back, antiques in hand, and even more treasures to share. Leaving him with a substantial portion from Haiqing, en route to the capital, Zhu Xiao and Deng Xianzhong were assigned to Zhou Shooting's temporary base in Haiqing. And he inquired about Su Yan's opinion. What could she say? Her loyal subordinates were still being nurtured, and those she had raised since childhood were far more reliable. Within 20 minutes, they arrived at the Dawn base. The aircraft landed beneath the central office building, which was devoid of any outsiders, populated solely by guards and high-ranking officials of the corporation. The aircraft's appearance had been reported in advance by Su Yan to Old Master Sheng, ensuring that it did not cause any commotion. Due to the time difference, it was now just past 7 in the evening in the capital. While typical employees had already clocked out, the abnormal Qin Yi and his 5-person team, along with workaholics Sheng Zuchang and Xiao Mu, remained within the office building. In the corridor on the 9th floor, Xiao Mu awaited them. "Little Yen, Commander Zhou, everyone, Old Master Sheng is in his office. Please follow me." "Uncle Xiao." "Yes. Please come in." "Thank you, Old Xiao," Zhou Shooting replied. Xiao Mu welcomed Su Yan and Zhou Shooting into the office, ushering in Zhou Zhe and the others as well. Zhou Zhe was relatively at ease, having met Old Master Sheng before. However, Zhu Xiao and Deng Xianzhong were a different story, regardless of the apocalypse. A big shot was still a big shot, and just hearing the name was enough to instill respect. Now, facing him, they felt both anxious and exhilarated. "Grandfather, I'm back." "Good. It's great to have you back. Come here and sit." Old Master Xing gestured for Su Yan to take a seat beside him. "Hello, old commander." Zhou Shooting chose a spot to sit. Zhou Zhe, Zhu Xiao, and Deng Xianzhong stood ramrod straight, facing Old Master Sheng, and in unison greeted, "Hello, old Commander Sheng." "Hello. There's no need to be so formal. You've done well. Please take a seat." Zhu Xiao and Deng Xianzhong hesitated to sit down. But Xiaomu urged them once again, and to accommodate them, Zhou Zhe pulled them to the farthest chairs. "Little Yan, report on the situation outside." "Certainly, grandfather." Su Yan felt there was little of significance to report, mentioning only the earthquake and the conditions of the city and base as she understood them. Additionally, she noted the acquisition of valuable resources from 2 locations, but only the items from the Fog City would be shared with Zhou Zhe. These would need to be traded for gold. Moreover, the antiques collected from the scattered locations would be returned to the nation, to be preserved until the calamity subsided, allowing for the reconstruction of Chinese civilization. "Little Yan, you did very well." The brevity of her words did not go unnoticed, as Old Master Sheng's pleased expression was enough to convey his satisfaction with Su Yan's performance. He then turned to Zhou Shooting, asking, "What brings you here, Shooting?" "I'm here to divide the spoils, old commander. Haicheng is in dire straits. This time, thanks to Little Yan leading my son, and the others in gathering resources, it has alleviated the immediate crisis at the Haicheng base." "All right then, I understand you. Rest assured, your share will not be shortchanged. You have accommodations at Dawn Base, correct? Take little Zhou and those 2 young lads back to rest. Little Yan will call for you when she has done here." "Okay, we'll take our leave now." After Xiao Mu escorted Zhou Shooting and the others out of the office, he returned. "You'll stay here." "Yes, Commander."
Su Yan.
Upon hearing the old man instruct Xiao Mu to guard the place, understood that he intended to enter the space. The 2 of them swiftly vanished into the space. Upon seeing the old man, the elderly lady immediately recognized that he had returned to the capital. "Old man, look, I'm organizing these antiques for you. Thank you for your hard work, my dear." The elderly lady was accompanied by 2 little ones, 3 cubs, and 2 dogs, all gathered in front of a large pile of boxes. The 2 little ones were playing with a group of beasts, while the elderly lady was arranging, or rather admiring, the antiques. "Grandfather, everything collected from there is here. I haven't opened all the boxes yet to check what's inside, but I can tell you now that they contain treasures from China. Please keep those safe. The rest can be traded. It's better for the items to be with you. I came to see them." Whatever grandfather said was law, and Su Yan proceeded to open the boxes, trading whatever could be sold on the spot. The elderly lady brought over a low stool for Old Master Sheng, and the 2 sat there, examining each piece with the utmost care, as if cradling newborns. When Old Master Sheng held an antique, he was utterly absorbed, as if he could see through the precious item into the humiliating era it represented. Thankfully, the great dragon had awakened and stood tall once again. Yet, it was still enduring unprecedented hardships. When will this calamity come to an end? No matter when, it will come to an end. You must have faith, old man.
All right.
I have faith, especially since we have such a wonderful granddaughter.
And me.
And me. What about me, great-grandmother? I'm here too. The elderly couple comforted one another. While the 2 little ones interjected with their cuteness, Xiao Rui rode over on a small milk tiger, tugging at great-grandfather's hand that held the antique. Xiao Wei crashed into the elderly lady's embrace, melting away her sentimental feelings. The 2 elders soon forgot about the antiques, prioritizing the embrace of their beloved granddaughter. While the 2 little ones swept away any lingering unpleasantness, Su Yan had gained considerable experience in selling goods, and as she traded more and more rapidly, the piles of boxes transformed into a mountain of numbers. After an hour of bustling activity, she had managed to sort through everything, counting the amount of gold. Along with the weight of the gold acquired from trades, Su Yan was left astounded. "So little. Little Yan, how much is there?" "Only 91 million kilograms. Even after trading a mountain of paintings and antiques, the gold reserves are still under 1 million kilograms. Upon embarking with her grandfather, she was bestowed an astonishing sum of 300 million kilograms, rendering John Bull rather pitiable in comparison. Had her grandfather engaged in the antique dealings of the museum, he could have easily amassed 1,000,000 kilograms. Furthermore, he had previously mentioned possessing a reserve of gold in 2 other spatial nodes, which he undoubtedly has reclaimed by now. If those were to be added, the total would be quite substantial. Mr. Sheng was not particularly surprised, as John Bull's gold reserves have always been minimal. Allocating 30% to Zhou Zhe amounts to 573 million kilograms. Indeed, sharing these figures with Zhou Shooting should yield a different exchange. Very well. After clearing the numbers, Su Yan proceeded to account for the transactions retrieved from Burn, totaling 247 million kilograms. Now let us dine. The elderly gentleman and lady each cradled a child as they followed Su Yan out of the spatial node. Upon emerging, Su Yan promptly sent the figures to Zhou Zhe, leaving the division of assets among the 3 of them to their discretion, while the older and younger generations returned to the Sheng family courtyard. As they entered the home, Liao Qinglan had already laid out the meal on the table. "Chief, Madam Little Yan, dinner is served. I shall feed the 2 little treasures." Upon seeing the family reunited, Liao Qinglan turned to the kitchen to prepare formula. "No need to fuss over the children. Go fetch 2 more sets of chopsticks. You and Xiao Mu should join us for dinner." "All right, old man." Xiao Mu and Liao Qinglan, one having worked alongside Mr. Sheng for many years, and the other having cared for him and his wife, understood his temperament well. If it was time to eat together, then they would indeed eat together. After the 2 elderly ones washed their hands and took a seat, Xiao Mu and Liao Qinglan joined them at the dining table. Su Yan placed the 2 little ones in the living room to play, intending to attend to them after dinner. Returning to the table, she habitually placed the first serving of food into her grandmother's bowl. "Grandma, this meat is boneless." "Oh, my dear child, what is it to eat ribs without bones?" the elderly lady remarked, savoring the morsel her granddaughter had served, which was far more delectable than what she would have chosen herself. "Consider it rib meat," she added joyfully. "Do pass me another piece." Mr. Sheng cleared his throat twice. "Is your throat not feeling well, grandfather? After dinner, I shall prepare some pear and fritillary stew for you." Su Yan was well aware that her grandfather's throat was not the issue. He was merely miffed that she was serving her grandmother and not him. "Here, grandfather. This is your favorite pan-fried yellow flower fish. This fish is delightful. Do ensure to make extra stew for your grandmother as well," he replied. "Certainly. There will be enough for grandma." Both elderly individuals felt quite pleased. Su Yan couldn't help but wish that the little ones would grow quickly, so they could soon sit at the dining table, serving water and charming everyone with their antics. Xiao Mu and Liao Qinglan exchanged knowing glances. Mr. Sheng had changed. In the past, the elderly gentleman had only cherished his wife. Now, he held dear not just her, but also his granddaughter and great-grandchildren, a total of 4 treasures, creating quite a lively atmosphere. Chapter 152. Drinking to preserve life. Noticing the exchanged glances between Liao Qinglan and Xiao Mu, the elderly lady inquired, "Xiao Mu, you are in your 40s now. Are you still contemplating delaying for a few more years?" Both Mr. Sheng and his wife were aware of Liao Qinglan and Xiao Mu's situation and were quite optimistic about it. Had they been younger, the elderly lady would have said nothing more, considering the current tumultuous times. However, Xiao Mu was of a certain age, and Liao Qinglan was already 30. Liao Qinglan had previously devoted herself to caring for the elderly couple, but now she was free from that obligation, especially with a fully capable granddaughter to assist. Moreover, it was primarily for her granddaughter's comfort. The elderly lady discerned that her granddaughter preferred residing in Zhangqing's Lanjingtai over Beijing, largely due to the absence of outsiders there, while the latter was filled with caretakers. She understood that it was not a matter of her granddaughter disliking the caretakers, but rather the secret of the spatial node. Liao Qinglan was now aware of the existence of the spatial node, but only in a vague sense. Living together day in and day out would reveal more details, and while caretakers were commendable, they could be avoided if possible. To encourage Su Yan to adapt and willingly stay in Beijing, it was inconvenient to employ caretakers. Having Su Qing was sufficient. Coincidentally, Liao Qinglan and Xiao Mu had long been overdue for marriage. Thus, the elderly lady decided to nudge them along. Knowing that should they wed, Liao Qinglan would likely return to care for the Xiao family elders, but she hoped more for Liao Qinglan to pursue her own passions. "Dear lady, I am inclined to heed Qinglan's wishes. And I, too, am inclined to listen to the esteemed lady. With such declarations, the matter was essentially settled.
Xiao Mu.
Open a bottle of wine. Is that permissible, dear lady? Xiao Mu queried, looking to the elderly lady, for it was her prerogative to decide in her presence. Today is a joyous occasion. I permit the old man a drink. Very well. Xiao Mu delightedly retrieved a bottle from the spatial node, while Liao Qinglan blushed as she fetched the wine glasses. This couple's long-standing romance finally bore fruit. After dinner, the elderly lady busied herself with the two little ones, feeding them formula and solid food, while Mr. Sheng entertained them briefly before summoning Su Yan to his study. Little Yan, what are your thoughts on the differing calamities domestically and abroad? It is difficult to draw conclusions. In my previous life, I never ventured beyond the borders, nor heard much. My recollections are solely of domestic affairs. Yet, the situation here has undergone significant transformations. The sequence of disasters may be correct, but their timing has consistently advanced. After listening, Mr. Sheng fell silent. His granddaughter's memories from her past life had already been shared with him. Concerning the numerous survivors across the nation, he stubbornly sought further clarification. Su Yan noticed her grandfather's furrowed brow and the increasing whiteness of his hair. How long had it been since he consumed that restorative elixir to improve his health? Merely 3 months. It was evident that his worries weighed heavily upon him. The issue remained that no matter how much one fretted, the calamities would inevitably arrive. And the apocalypse must be endured. She could engage in trade with other dimensions, but sufficient gold was required for such exchanges. Despite currently holding nearly half of the world's gold, it was barely enough to procure a vessel capable of accommodating 100,000 souls. This ship represented the last refuge. And even if filled to capacity, it could only house that many individuals. With successive waves of disasters, the number of survivors dwindled, and even if only 1 in 10,000 remained, that ship would still prove inadequate. One could not deplete their resources entirely in pursuit of a ship, could they? Su Yan was aware that bases were primarily focused on scouring for pre-disaster supplies and cultivating drought-resistant crops to sustain themselves. What would happen when those pre-disaster supplies dwindled, and the land turned to scorched earth? Or worse, what if this planet were to explode in an instant? Such thoughts were too burdensome to entertain. And merely contemplating them was exhausting. These were not concerns a mind as small as hers was meant to bear. The old gentleman's contemplations extended far beyond these trivialities. No wonder he appeared so worn. She could do little but offer to massage his temples and shoulders. Let us return to Beijing, little Yan, this way. You need not run back and forth. And now that the Dawn base has cleared its personnel, with Zhou shooting as a pretext, no one would dare keep an eye on you. All right, I shall accompany you and Grandma back to Beijing. Enough now. I shan't occupy too much of your time. Go check if Qin Yi has returned. Yes, but do not linger too late in the study. You must rest by 10. I will ensure to supervise you daily while in Beijing. Upon finishing her statement, Su Yan placed a glass of fresh juice on the table before departing. Mr. Sheng looked up, observing the slowly closing door of the study, and smiled. Having a granddaughter to watch over him felt rather pleasant. As Su Yan exited the living room, Xiaomu had just returned from seeing Liao Qinglan to his residence. She inquired, Uncle Xiao, has Qin Yi been working late in Beijing every day? Not every day is late. Sometimes, there simply isn't the time to reply. In fact, it would be better to be late than to be unresponsive. Each time Su Yan communicated with Qin Yi, he never conveyed how busy he was. Today, knowing she was back, the man was nowhere to be seen, prompting her to specifically inquire with Xiao Mu. Their small team of 5 had been running operations in Arshan for the past few days. Thank you, Uncle Xiao. I'll go pick them up. The helicopter from Arshan to the Dawn base takes 3 hours, while the aircraft makes a round trip in 40 minutes. Of course, she would go. Xiao Mu smiled and nodded. Go ahead. Su Yan then went to the room to check on her grandmother and the 2 little ones before departing. Ingi, send your location. I'll come to fetch you. Thank you, my wife. Shortly after sending the message, a location was received. After sending the coordinates, Qin Yi hurried off to arrange for the 2 groups of personnel just arriving from other bases. He was also waiting for personnel from other bases to arrive in Arshan for construction. Otherwise, he would have returned to the capital long ago. Arshan had been mentioned in a letter Su Yan discreetly sent to the group center before the natural disasters. The years of calamity had primarily been marked by extreme heat and drought, yet Arshan was one of the areas least affected by such extremes. With Su Yan's insights, the state had dispatched researchers before and after the disasters to assess the situation, confirming her observations. Recently, Qin Yi and his team had been busy with the construction of the Arshan base. It was well known that in a few years, when the tectonic plates collided, even Arshan would not be spared. However, now, just a year after the disasters, various regions were already facing severe water shortages. Knowing the inevitable fate that awaited this place, they still had to construct a base at the foot of Arshan to facilitate the relocation of personnel from other bases. Otherwise, a multitude of civilians would perish from the depletion of water resources, unable to wait for the years to come. Su Yan quickly arrived at Arshan, landing in front of the house where Qin Yi and the others were staying. Sister-in-law, you finally came to see us. You have no idea how much our food standards have plummeted during this time. Old Luo, you're exaggerating. Sister-in-law, don't listen to him. He just whines when he misses a few bites of meat. For the past few days, Zhang Yuan had been preparing meals for the 5 of them, while Luo Fuan lamented the poor quality of their food, which seemed to undermine his efforts. Zhang Yuan pretended to kick Luo Fuan playfully. I'll treat you all to grilled meat for supper, but wait, didn't I have Qin Yi pack so many vegetables, fruits, and meats? How long has it been? Are you all tigers? The crew dispatched from the northeast base for construction were desperately impoverished. It was no surprise that their meals were lacking. Understanding the situation, Su Yan set out the tools needed for the barbecue, along with the prepared lamb and beef. Luo Fuan, the supper depends on you. Sister-in-law, you're the best. Luo Fuan arranged what Su Yan had brought out, carrying a whole lamb in one hand and over 10 pounds of beef in the other to the kitchen to prepare. Sister-in-law, this is the boss's room. You can rest here while you wait.
All right.
Seeing that there was nothing more to do, Zhang Yuan, late at night, felt it inappropriate to chat with his sister-in-law and went to help in the kitchen instead. Su Yan didn't contact Qin Yi. He would return when he finished. And reaching out would be futile if he was still busy. Looking at the tidy room, she wanted to lend a hand in tidying up but found no place to start. In just a few minutes, Qin Yi returned. Yen, have you been waiting long? We're heading back now. Aren't Luo Fuan and the others having barbecue? Aren't we having supper? Qin Yi enveloped Su Yan in his arms, burying his head in her hair and inhaling deeply. Wife, you smell wonderful. Then let us eat supper with them before returning to the dawn base.
All right.
Accompanying Qin Yi back were Yang Jinghui and Chen Dingshan. Upon seeing the barbecue set up, they instinctively moved over to sit and skewer pieces of meat. Luo Fuan and Zhang Yuan took charge of grilling. Qin Yi and Su Yan settled into the 2 empty seats. You sit there. What would you like to eat? I'll grill it for you. I want lamb chops and corn. Su Yan wanted to grill herself, but Qin Yi wouldn't allow it. Not wanting to fuss, she simply ordered, retrieving some fresh corn cobs. Potatoes and other ingredients had already been prepared by Luo Fuan, offering a mix of meat and vegetables. To ensure they had fruits for the barbecue, Su Yan fetched 2 frozen watermelons from the small kitchen refrigerator in her space. Unable to fit them on the table, she added a folding table to accommodate the fruits. Sister-in-law, how about some cantaloupe? That would be even better. Sure, I have one chilled. I'll cut it up as well. The watermelon and cantaloupe were sliced into small pieces and skewered for easy eating. Wife, pass me a piece. Su Yan skewered a small piece for the man who was busy grilling corn and lamb chops for her. You guys should eat too. The meat doesn't need to be flipped constantly. Sister-in-law, just take care of my ego. Don't let him go hungry. Luo Fuan exaggerated the last part, throwing Qin Yi and Su Yan a knowing glance. Only Luo Fuan dared to jest with Su Yan and Qin Yi, making a risque joke. He received a light tap on the forehead from Qin Yi. Su Yan pretended not to hear. As long as she didn't acknowledge it, the awkwardness would dissipate. You're asking for it. Zhang Yuan shot a glance at Luo Fuan. Look at you, showing off. Chen Dingshan chimed in. Old Luo deserves it. Unlike Luo Fuan, who was quite chatty, Chen Dingshan and Zhang Yuan were more composed, focusing on eating and drinking, joking only about their boss but never about his wife. Yang Jinghui sat quietly, deeply engrossed in skewering the remaining slices of beef on his plate. Luo Fuan pulled Yang Jinghui into the conversation. Old Yang, what are you so lost in thought about? I heard that Lu Shui. Before Luo Fuan could finish, Yang Jinghui flicked a piece of beef at him from the corner of his mouth. You could spare a few words, it wouldn't kill you. If you keep dragging me into this, the next piece of raw beef is going straight into your mouth. Do you believe that? I believe. I won't provoke you anymore. Honestly, you all are no fun at all. No matter how tight the tension, the disasters keep coming one after another. Isn't it exhausting to live without being able to joke around a bit? Forget it. I won't stir up trouble. Chattering away, Luo Fuan had finished grilling a batch of beef and placed it on a plate, starting to eat for himself. Keep grilling. Chen Dingshan snatched Luo Fuan's plate away and also took the batch Zhang Yuan had just grilled, placing the dish in front of himself and Yang Jinghui. Our job is done. Now it's time to eat. Old Chen, you're generous. Yang Jinghui pulled out a few bottles of beer, swiftly opening 3 and handing one to Qin Yi and Chen Dingshan each. Old Zhang and Old Luo, grill enough for all of us before drinking. Sister-in-law, how about this? Yang Jinghui handed Su Yan a can of coconut juice, pulling off the tab and inserting a straw before passing it to her. Sounds good, I love this. Su Yan accepted it eagerly.
Cheers.
Qin Yi lifted the beer Yang Jinghui had opened, clinking it with the bottles of Yang Jinghui and Chen Dingshan. The three shared a knowing glance and laughed at the two barbecue chefs. Old Zhang, they're isolating us. Aren't you upset? Upset about what? If you want to drink, just hurry up and grill. Who told you to make jokes about the sister-in-law and the boss? I didn't. You did.
Vinyi.
Yang Jinghui and Chen Dingshan took turns sipping beer and nibbling on grilled meat, watching Zhang Yuan and Luo Fuan banter back and forth. Su Yan quietly savored her coconut juice, taking the lamb chop that Qin Yi offered her to her lips, resolutely declining the man's kind gesture to feed her. She had no penchant for displaying affection in public. Luo Fuan finished grilling the meat and urged his companions to drink spirits in a bid for revenge. The late-night feast lasted 2 hours, after which Su Yan and Qin Yi boarded the aerial vehicle back to the capital. Luo Fuan and Yang Jinghui, having indulged too much, who had previously been at odds, were now shoulder to shoulder, insisting on going to the rooftop for some fresh air. But where was the air? The seasons had vanished, and it had been ages since they had seen rain or wind. The entire world felt like a steamer. It was only at night that they could avoid being seen as fools by those from other bases. Old Yang, how come you're drunk too? You all targeted me, making me do the labor of grilling meat without even helping me open a bottle of wine. Are we supposed to be good brothers and comrades?
Luo Fuan grumbled.
I may be tipsy, but I'm not completely drunk. I just don't want to clean up. He pushed Yang Jinghui playfully, and they both reclined on the rooftop. Fortunately, they were clad in high-tech temperature-regulating clothing. Otherwise, the hot rooftop would surely have roasted them. Still not enough? You're slurring your words. You're the one slurring. Isn't that you just being lazy? Luo Fuan laughed, his words punctuated by a hiccup. Suddenly, Yang Jinghui, who was being pulled down by Luo Fuan, spotted a streak of shooting stars across the sky. Where are the shooting stars? No, wait, that's not a shooting star. Which direction is it coming from? Chapter 153. What fell was a metallic object. Oh crap! Luo Fuan exclaimed as he finally discerned what it was. What direction is that? The small bright spot is getting larger. It's clearly heading straight for us. Although he hadn't been fully intoxicated, just a little lightheaded. Yang Jinghui and Luo Fuan were now completely sober, scrambling to their feet and rushing downstairs. Quick, get out of the way. A meteor is coming down. In this urgent situation, everyone sprang from their slumber. Zhang Yuan and Chen Dingshan, who were washing dishes in the kitchen, heard the frantic cries and left their tasks to investigate. Upon emerging, they quickly understood the gravity of the situation and looked up to see the glowing object approaching ever closer. They too joined in the cacophony of alarms. But most people remained asleep. What to do? Simultaneously, Chen Dingshan and Zhang Yuan returned to the kitchen, one grabbing a soup pot and the other a frying pan, banging them together as they ran and shouted. Luo Fuan and Yang Jinghui continued to yell about the meteor falling, urging everyone to pay attention. The naked eye couldn't discern the precise locations of the meteor showers, but it was certainly better to wake people than to let them remain in slumber. They resided in a village at the foot of a mountain, home to over 1,000 people. Thanks to the 4 of them shouting, more than half of the villagers awoke. Most of those who had come to establish a base in the city were strong young men, many of whom were military personnel. Once they heard the commotion and looked up at the sky, They began to run, uncertain of where to flee. But moving was better than staying put in the face of impending disaster. From Yang Jinghui's initial spotting of the suspected meteor to the brothers banging pots and shouting for people, barely 2 minutes had passed. In those 2 minutes, they saved the lives of a significant portion of the villagers, even though there was nowhere to run in such a short time. Once they realized that a massive object was about to crash down upon them, they still had a few seconds to dodge.
Indeed.
Those meteors were indeed hurtling toward Alshan and the village at its foot. One particular meteor struck the building where Qin Yi and his companions were staying with a resounding crash, igniting a fierce blaze. Had they been asleep when it struck, they would have either perished instantly or succumbed to the flames. With the first object impacting the ground, a series of explosive sounds followed as more meteors rained down around the village and Alshan. When these objects were still the size of meteors, they appeared densely packed. However, as they approached the ground, their impact spread across a vast area, turning the region around Alshan into a sieve. Those who were struck by the meteors were beyond saving, while those fortunate enough to escape ran desperately away from the source of the fire. Yang Jinghui, Luo Fuan, Chen Dingshan, and Zhang Yuan raced ahead, shouting warnings while also striving to maintain some semblance of order, but the panicked crowd was too frenzied to heed their calls. Luo Fuan, patting his chest, remarked with deep emotion, "By sheer twist of fate, my sister-in-law saved us again. If she hadn't come over, if we hadn't had a late-night feast, and if I hadn't had a bit too much to drink and gone to the rooftop, we would surely have been incinerated in our sleep." "What exactly fell?" Zhang Yuan asked, still shaken. Yang Jinghui, gazing at the now burning mountains, answered, "What fell was a metallic object, a satellite, a cluster of satellites." Chen Dingshan opened his mouth to curse before saying, "Death can come at any moment, without a hint of warning." Upon reflection, Yang Jinghui realized that if it weren't for Su Yan's visit, they would not have had the late-night feast, and thus would have likely been asleep when the satellite cluster fell, potentially perishing in their dreams. Most of the meteors impacted the Alshan Mountains, with only a few striking the village. Given the chaos, who could claim this was the least affected area? Perhaps this disaster would lead to tranquility in the future. Look. The trees at the foot of the mountain and on the mountainside are now cleared. They've all been burned to the ground. Indeed, even the people almost met the same fate. As the meteors finally ceased falling, the villagers, now gathered, were all talking at once, expressing relief, fear, and everything in between. Chen Dingshan and Zhang Yuan, still clutching their pots, were recognized for having awakened everyone, preventing them from being roasted alive, and many approached to extend their gratitude. The decision-making rested with Qin Yi's small team, but with him absent, Yang Jinghui conferred with his teammates on how to best accommodate everyone. How to accommodate them? Forget about tents. They could at least lay down some mats on the ground for people to rest. Each of them had plenty of outdoor survival gear. But the real question was how to transport it out. At the dawn base, Su Yan and Qin Yi returned to their room after freshening up in the spatial realm. Their excitement palpable. Just as they were about to begin their evening, Qin Yi received a message from Yang Jinghui detailing the events at Alshan. Was it mere coincidence that he and his wife were so fortuitously aligned? Qin Yi replied to Yang Jinghui, instructing them to secure a safe location while he transported supplies. Elder Sheng was already resting, and Qin Yi did not wish to disturb him. He released his beloved wife from his embrace, contacting Xiao Mu to arrange necessary supplies while simultaneously dressing. He prepared to transport materials to Alshan using the transport aircraft.
I'm sorry, Yan.
I promise to stay with you, but I must make another trip to Alshan. Then let me accompany you, Su Yan insisted, knowing her aerial vehicle would significantly shorten the journey. However, Qin Yi would not allow it. He didn't want to wear her out. Just stay at home and wait for me. I'll be back as soon as I'm finished. Seeing the resolute expression on his face, Su Yan understood there was no room for negotiation. She helped him organize his clothes and led him into the spatial realm to check what supplies they had received from the previous shopping centers that Qin Yi could take along. Or perhaps you should use the aerial vehicle in automatic mode. Thank you, Yan. In truth, I have nearly mastered the manual operation of Qin Yi. Su Yan instructed He to add an automatic mode to the aircraft, allowing Qin Yi to take both himself and the aircraft out of the space before bidding farewell. I took my leave. Turning back, I embraced my wife, and Qin Yi strode away to attend to his duties. In his eyes, my wife was of paramount importance. Yet his work held even greater significance. Standing at the doorway, observing his retreating figure, I could not quite articulate the emotions stirring within me. A husband is a choice made by oneself. Surely, I must appreciate him just as he is, mustn't I? Su Yan pondered. Do I truly desire a soldier or a domineering CEO who revolves around me, ready to summon legions at a mere whim to indulge my whims?
No.
Such notions belong to the naive fantasies of a little girl in a fairy tale. Those who profess to center their lives around you are, in essence, merely selfish beings. Were he truly that type, I would find him unappealing. Little E resembles your grandfather greatly. He too embodies this quality. Look at how your grandfather and I have shared a loving bond for the better part of our lives. Well, enough of that. He is long departed, now go rest. I understand, Grandma. Did I disturb you? The elderly lady refrained from elaborating, yet Su Yan comprehended that individuals like her grandfather carry more than mere romantic affections. They shoulder responsibilities and harbor missions within their hearts. No, I have light sleep. I can hear even the faintest rustle. Did I disturb you after all? Would you prefer to return to the quiet of the small courtyard in the space? No need, come. Let us return to sleep. The grandmother and granddaughter linked arms and headed back to their room. The elderly lady went to accompany the two little ones to sleep. And as if it were impossible to deny her, Su Yan returned to her own room, lying awake for quite some time before succumbing to slumber. Prepared to be awakened by He at 7:30 in the morning. She seized the small plushie from the bedside table into her embrace, mercilessly ruffling its little head to vent her morning irritability. Su, do not bully the artificial intelligence. Robots are also considered life. Are they? Do you dare me to cut off your power supply? Humph. The proud little he bears a resemblance to Xiao Rui. After playing with the plushie for a while, Su Yan lazily got out of bed. To conserve water in reality, she chose to wash up in the space before emerging.
Good morning, Grandma.
Why didn't you sleep a bit longer? I've had enough rest. You look well. Hurry and have breakfast. Liao Qinglan, upon hearing the conversation between the elderly lady and Su Yan, had already brought out breakfast. Little Rui, little Wei, come here, let Mama give you a kiss. Momo. Mama, I want to learn to read from great-grandma. Mama, you quickly eat breakfast, and after that, come play with me. All right, one loves to learn, and the other loves to play. You both have bright futures ahead. Su Yan kissed the two little ones, pinched their chubby cheeks, and then went to eat breakfast. The morning meal consisted of her favorite shrimp congee and crispy fried dough sticks, with the shrimp being frozen ones, likely taken from the supplies she had sent to her grandfather. Little Yen, how does it taste? The elderly lady remarked that you love this dish. It's delicious. Thank you, Sister Qinglan. You should call him Uncle Xiaomu and call Liao Qinglan Auntie. Su Yan found it difficult to say, since Liao Qinglan was not yet 30. As long as you enjoy it, that's good. There's more. Liao Qinglan also brought the pot to the dining table, making it convenient for Su Yan to refill her bowl once she finished. After finishing her breakfast, her wristband buzzed. Grandfather Sheng summoned her to the office. Grandma, I'm going to Grandfather's place. Go ahead. Su Yan placed a Huang and a He in the yard, glancing at the guard outside the courtyard gate who had his back to her, while she maneuvered the custom-made Hummer out. The guard suddenly turned around, puzzled by the appearance of a vehicle. Blinking, he confirmed he was not seeing things. Su Yan refrained from offering an explanation. Those who stood there were all people of her grandfather, and the first rule was to maintain confidentiality. Moreover, since the old man utilized the space button, those around him were bound to be aware. The old man possessed a space button, and so did she. It was perfectly normal. Upon seeing Su Yan seated in the driver's seat, the guard silently opened the large iron gate. Manual operation? It seems the Sheng family courtyard requires some renovations. The water, electricity, and security all need upgrades. After a 2-minute drive, Su Yan arrived at the central office building, parked her car, and ascended to the 9th floor. Uncle Xiao. Little Yen has arrived. The commander is in the small conference room. Xiaomu had been waiting specifically for Su Yan. Inside the small conference room, Elder Sheng and Zhou Shooting were present. Grandfather, Uncle Zhou, Zhou Zhe, Su Yan greeted each in turn. Haha, my dear niece. We were just waiting for you. Zhou Shooting's warmth towards Su Yan surpassed that for his own son. Zhou Zhe, feeling envious, turned away, unable to bear the sight of his father's affection. Little Yen, come sit here. Elder Shing gestured to the seat beside him. Su Yan nodded and obediently took her place beside her grandfather. Shooting. You may discuss your matters with this girl. Old Commander, here is the list for your review. Little Yen, we will be using 30% of the gold for payment. Regarding the shares for Deng Xianzhong and Zhu Shao, I will compensate them separately. Speaking of which, this is essentially you sending money to our Haiqing base. Thank you, Uncle. Uncle Zhou, Zhou Zhe, and the other two have contributed as well. Very well, I appreciate your kindness. Please do not forget Zhou Zhe when such fortunate matters arise again. Elder Xing shot a glance at Zhou Shooting, still contemplating that stroke of good fortune. It was not as easy for Su Yan and Zhou Zhe to reclaim antiques this time. They had merely benefited from favorable circumstances. Old Commander, please do not regard me as a robber. If I may say, that group of foreigners ought to. Elder Sheng did not engage in the topic of appropriateness, his gaze returning to the list. Since he was aware of these high-tech items, and with his granddaughter granted full authority, he needed to scrutinize their intended use. This time, the list included a large aircraft, a 100,000 cubic meter space button, and 100 laser guns. Additionally, there were 100 bottles of repair fluid, 100 temperature-regulated clothing items, 100 wristbands, and other fresh provisions like vegetables, fruits, and meats. How do you intend to use these supplies? The aircraft and space button are to be used by Zhou Zhe. The guns, repair fluids, wristbands, and temperature-regulated clothing will equip a special operations team tasked with addressing the armed elements that washed ashore on our east coast after the tsunami that struck those small nations across the sea, preventing them from posing a continuous threat to our ordinary citizens. Elder Sheng did not immediately respond, his gaze fixed on the list in contemplation. After 2 minutes, he inquired, "This is acceptable, provided you ensure that the foreign armed personnel who have seen these weapons do not have the opportunity to communicate. Furthermore, after the Alshan base is completed, this 100-member special operations team will be integrated into the main base. That must be guaranteed. With the situation as it is, how could they possibly escape our grasp?" "No problem. Our eastern base will also be incorporated into the main base." Elder Sheng nodded in approval and then handed the list to Su Yan. Su Yan picked up the pen on the table, marking the prices on the back of the list. The total amounted to nearly 200,000 kilograms of gold. Zhou Ze's 30% amounts to 573,000 kilograms. Subtracting 200,000 kilograms leaves 373,000 kilograms. With Zhou Ze's 30% of gold, there remains over 370,000 kilograms. Should I bring out the gold bars for Uncle Zhou? No need. Let us keep it on the account for now. All right, I'll go prepare the items. Please wait a moment. Su Yan left the small conference room, proceeded to Elder Sheng's office, and then entered the space. She directly utilized the 100,000 cubic meter space button to store the items. The aircraft and wristbands would need to configure them properly. The current equipment at the Haiqing base in the eastern region is even more advanced than that of the Dawn in the capital. After mentally grumbling about it, Su Yan returned to the small conference room with the space button. Please, Uncle Zhou, count them. Su Yan handed the spatial button to Zhou Shooting. The spatial button spacecraft was something Zhou Zhe had only seen in science fiction films. Now that it was manifesting in reality, he felt a surge of excitement. Chapter 154, Dowry. After Su Yan entrusted the spatial button to Zhou Shooting, she had little else to concern herself with. Having received permission from her grandfather to freely renovate the Sheng family courtyard, she wasted no time and began her preparations. With the intention of beautifying the courtyard, Xiao Mu and Liao Qinglan confirmed their relationship, leading Liao Qinglan to naturally resign from her position as a nanny and embark on a cohabitation life with Xiao Mu. My dear Xiaoyan, since your mother vanished without a trace, Qinglan has been my steadfast companion. This brilliant medical student has taken care of both your grandfather and me, and though I initially refused her assistance, she insisted on repaying my kindness in sponsoring her education. After coming to our home, she has provided comfort to both your grandfather and me, alleviating our sorrow over your mother's absence. To outsiders, she may appear merely as our nanny, but in our hearts, we regard her as a cherished daughter. Now that she has found someone she loves and is embarking on her own life, I find solace. Some years ago, I prepared a dowry for her. However, circumstances have changed. Xiaoyan, I wish for you to help me convert that dowry into tangible assets. ideally including a small spatial button for her convenience. The elderly lady, with tears welling in her eyes, spoke to Su Yan in the room, torn between concern that her granddaughter might feel envious and reluctance to part with Liao Qinglan. Yet, despite her reservations, she was determined to ensure her granddaughter's comfort and Liao Qinglan's happiness. Su Yan, somewhat puzzled by the situation, replied, "Grandma, this is only right. She has cared for you and Grandpa in my mother's absence for so many years. I will also contribute to her dowry. If Uncle Xiao ever mistreats her or if unforeseen circumstances arise, I want her to be well prepared. Good child, your understanding brings me great joy. Xiao Mu would never mistreat Qinglan. His character and integrity have kept him by your grandfather's side for so long. Xiaoyan, please exchange these for me and prepare the necessary supplies." The elderly lady retrieved a modest-sized box from the safe, revealing 6 500-gram gold bars, a set of gold jewelry, and a pair of jade bracelets. She handed the box to Su Yan. "Fear not, Grandma. I shall ensure the dowry is arranged beautifully. I will take the gold bars and jade, while the jewelry shall be gifted to Sister Qinglan as her wedding trousseau. Then I shall heed your words. No longer shall I refer to her as Sister Qinglan, but rather, Aunt." The elderly lady reclaimed the jewelry and then produced a larger jewelry box for Su Yan. "Grandma, what is this?" "This is your dowry, a supplement from your grandfather and me. We intended to present it to you during your wedding with Qin Yi. But given how increasingly difficult circumstances have become, we have decided to give it to you directly." Thank you, Grandma. "You fear I might feel jealous upon seeing the dowry you prepared for Aunt Qinglan, do you? Am I truly so petty? Besides, you gifted me an entire suitcase of jewelry upon our first meeting." The elderly lady, aware of her granddaughter's feelings, chuckled at the jest. Relieved to see that her granddaughter held no resentment, she affectionately tapped Su Yan's forehead, her tears giving way to smiles. "That does not count as a dowry. This is something serious. All right, I will gladly accept what you and Grandpa have given me." As Su Yan opened her dowry, she discovered exquisite treasures, each piece embodying the essence of a rainbow. The box was filled with collectible-grade raw stones, white jade, yellow jade, black jade, and emeralds including emerald green, zhongyang green, and violet along with bloodstone. Without needing further explanation from the elderly lady, Su Yan understood that this was a thoughtful gift reserved specifically for her by her grandparents, acknowledging her value in the realm of trade. How beautiful! Each piece could serve as a family heirloom. "Grandma, I adore them." This was the feeling of being cherished by family. Su Yan planted a kiss on her grandmother's cheek and nestled into her embrace. The elderly lady instinctively wrapped her arms around her granddaughter, holding her close. After a tender moment, Su Yan ventured into the spatial realm to prepare Liao Qinglan's dowry. The 6 gold bars amounted to 3 kilograms, and she exchanged the jade bracelets meant for Liao Qinglan, acquiring an additional 13 kilograms of gold. Su Yan used 25 kilograms of gold to purchase a small spatial button of 500 cubic meters and procured a vial of human cell repair solution, an invaluable asset that could save a life in critical moments. She carefully placed it in a box, labeled its purpose, and stored it within the spatial button. The remaining 1 kilogram of gold from her grandmother's dowry was set aside for Liao Qinglan. She had promised to contribute to Liao Qinglan's dowry, and from that point on, she would not concern herself with the cost. Based on the sizes suitable for Xiao Mu and Liao Qinglan, she prepared them seasonal clothing and footwear, along with an assortment of fruits, vegetables, various meats, rice, flour, oil, salt, sugar, seasonings, milk powder, and nutritional supplements, everything essential for daily living. She stocked enough provisions to last 2 people for 20 years. This was not to imply that Xiao Mu and Liao Qinglan would live for 20 years, but rather that these supplies would serve as a safeguard for Liao Qinglan, as Xiao Mu was certainly capable of supporting his wife. Su Yan gathered the exquisite jade gifted by her grandmother along with her cherished jade and gemstone jewelry, ensuring these items would not be traded. Emerging from the spatial realm, she presented the spatial button to her grandmother. "Grandma, please take a look. It remains unbound and visible to anyone." The elderly lady examined it with a probing thought. "What? Xiaoyan, have you perhaps added too much?" "Not at all. You know our family is generous. Those who treat you and Grandpa well are certainly deserving." "You indeed. I shall first deliver this to Qinglan, while you keep an eye on the 2 children in the small hall." The elderly lady also placed the remaining set of gold jewelry into the spatial button. Understood. Do hurry along, I know you have much to discuss with Aunt Qinglan. In the kitchen, Liao Qinglan was washing vegetables in preparation for lunch. Upon seeing the elderly lady approach, she quickly welcomed her, asking, "Is there anything you would like me to add to the dish, Grandma?" No, just carry on as usual. I have something to discuss with you.
All right.
Please go ahead. Liao Qinglan assisted the elderly lady out of the kitchen and into the dining room, where they sat together. The elderly lady beckoned Liao Qinglan to sit beside her. You two, come, let us converse. Liao Qinglan hesitated a moment before sitting diagonally across from the elderly lady. Sensing that the conversation would revolve around her relationship with Xiaomu, she felt as if a student awaited a teacher's critique, cautious and apprehensive. What are you looking so nervous for? I have no objections to your relationship with Xiaomu. Had I not spoken as I did last night, you would likely still be in limbo. Liao Qinglan blushed slightly at the remark. Grandma, please go on. I am listening. You are a clever girl. Yet even the most astute women can sometimes falter in matters of marriage. However, your grandfather and I are well aware of Xiaomu's character. He will not deceive you. Trust that he will treat you well. Nevertheless, your union is not merely between the two of you. It involves two families. You are an orphan in strict terms. You are marrying into the Xiao family. While Xiaomu is admirable, we are unfamiliar with his parents and siblings, and I worry you may feel inferior in their presence. Thus, I want to remind you, do not feel inferior, whether you are in the Xiao family or anywhere else. You hail from the Sheng family and your grandfather, myself. And Xiaoyan will always be your family. Do you understand? Liao Qinglan was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down her face, speechless, and simply wiping her eyes in earnest. The elderly lady, being quite sentimental herself, found it difficult to bear such a sight, and began to tear up as well. Please, do not cry yet. I have not finished speaking. The elderly lady could hardly have anticipated that one day she would be the one advising others not to weep. She placed a small spatial button into Liao Qinglan's palm and continued, "This is a spatial button. You ought to know a bit about it. I acquired it from Xiaoyan. It contains various supplies contributed by the old man, myself, and Xiaoyan as a sort of dowry for you. Keep it safe. Natural disasters are relentless, and life will only grow more arduous. These items are your assurance. Cherish your life with Xiaomu. If you find it uncomfortable living in the Xiao family, the two of you could move out and live independently, which might be even better. Now, let me teach you how to use this spatial button." Liao Qinglan, like a marionette, nodded and complied with everything the elderly lady said. As she assisted Liao Qinglan in binding her consciousness to the spatial button and discovering the contents within, Liao Qinglan clung to the elderly lady, sobbing quietly, struggling to articulate her feelings, yet finding every word hopelessly inadequate. "Elderly lady, I wish to bow to you." Hud. 3 resounding bows, quick as lightning, leaving the elderly lady no time to intervene. What the elderly lady offered was not mere empty words about the Sheng family being her maternal home, but rather tangible supplies that would ensure survival in the apocalypse. Liao Qinglan was no ignorant servant. She was an educated individual, well aware of the external circumstances. The supplies in her grasp were beyond what many affluent families within the base could muster, and a spatial button was not something the average person could possess. Yet, she had one, granted to her by Su Yan out of respect for the old commander and the elderly lady. Why bow? This isn't the old society. Take the items and go cook.
All right.
I'll go thank Xiaoyan first. Liao Qinglan sniffled and hurried to find Su Yan. Su Yan was playing with the two little ones in the newly constructed playhouse, engaging with toys and a dog. Xiaoyan, thank you. No need to thank me, Qinglan Jia. No, I should call you Qinglan Auntie. Uncle Xiao is a wonderful man and quite handsome, the type that many young girls adore. Be sure to hold on to him. With reddened eyes, Liao Qinglan approached to express her gratitude, but Su Yan's playful remark lightened the mood. I want to let him get away. They both giggled, sharing a silly laugh understood only by women. I'll go prepare lunch now. Hurry. Make a couple of your signature dishes. Otherwise, you want to get to enjoy your cooking later. Liao Qinglan affectionately hugged the two little ones, planting a few kisses on them, all smiles as she headed to the kitchen. Su Yan responded to a message from Qin Yi on her wristband. informing her that arrangements regarding Alshan had been finalized, and he would return before dinner. Xiao Rui, do you miss Daddy? Xiao Rui tilted his little head in thought, as if just recalling he had a father, then shook his head, indicating he did not. He felt more familiar with Big Yellow, Big Black, and the three little ferocious beasts than with his father. Mommy, Xiao Wei wants Daddy. Is Daddy handsome? Do you not remember what Daddy looks like? Once he returns tonight, you'll see for yourself. Su Yan chuckled. Mommy is beautiful, and I am the most beautiful. At such a tender age. Xiao Wei was only interested in good-looking people and things. Oh, what a little beauty enthusiast. Meanwhile, Xiao Rui, hearing Xiao Wei declare herself the most beautiful, rolled his eyes while diligently disassembling a small robot. Observing the two, Su Yan felt a twinge of concern. Their childhood, apart from family, was spent solely with toys and dogs, with no prospects of kindergarten or peers of their age in the near future. Even if there were children of similar ages in the base, she wouldn't feel comfortable letting them play together. Perhaps she was overthinking it, after all. Her two children were companions in their own right. After lunch, contemplating the prospect of a prolonged stay in the capital and needing to sort out some items at her house in Jiangcheng and inform friends, she entrusted the children to the elderly lady and set off in a new aircraft. Before entering the urban area of Jiangcheng, she switched to a helicopter, landing not on the rooftop of Building C, but on the ground level instead. Had it only been a few days? The scene upon returning to Longjing Terrace had already transformed. A tank truck was parked downstairs, with two lines of people forming beside it, as they distributed drinking water brought from outside to the residents of the base. Although Su Yan had never collected water from the base herself, she had witnessed the scene before. When it came time to collect drinking water, the crowd would surge, but now, the number of people had diminished significantly. The security personnel were also notably fewer. The temporary base at Longjing Terrace had seen a drastic reduction in its population. Su Yan parked the helicopter a safe distance from the tank truck. Suddenly, Jiangsu appeared, calling out, Su Yan. Jiangsu. Su Yan gestured towards the cabin door, inviting him up to talk. Jiangsu opened the door and nimbly hopped in. Are they distributing water? It seems there are fewer people. Indeed, quite a few have left. Originally, 2 companies were stationed here, but now only our company remains. Due to the water shortage, a large portion of the survivors have moved away. The water has already been distributed, and those left are unwilling to leave without receiving any. It's scorching hot. If this continues, some might perish from the heat. Jiangsu recounted, and Su Yan, having seen much in her previous life, was not surprised. Where have they all gone? Who knows? We lower-ranking soldiers have no say in such matters. Su Yan tossed Jiangsu a bottle of mineral water. He eagerly unscrewed the cap and gulped down several mouthfuls. It's been a while since I've had such sweet water. Thank you.
Don't mention it.
Drink up. There's more.
The Ansu Chukka.
Revealing a set of gleaming white teeth, he appeared somewhat disheveled, with a face that looked like it hadn't been washed in days. And while his uniform and shoes were worn neatly, they, too, bore signs of neglect. Jiangsu was relatively fortunate, looking at those waiting in line for water. Many appeared unkempt. I have to conserve my drinking. The available water is so scarce. There's almost no water on the surface. And the wells are so deep they nearly reach the Earth's core, yet still, they yield little. The underground water is disappearing rapidly. The water level that was substantial yesterday could plummet significantly today. Honestly, it's becoming unsustainable. If it weren't for the crowd gathering around the helicopter, Jiangsu would have continued his monologue. Su Yan, we need to get to the rooftop. Chapter 155. Leaving Longjing Terrace.
Movement was impossible now. Su Yan,
seated in the pilot seat, noticed the situation as well, but it was too late to take off. People were already climbing onto the helicopter's body, skids, and tail. Wouldn't they fall and injure themselves the moment it started? I'll go down and get them to leave. Jiangsu genuinely feared that something might happen to the young lady, and he wouldn't know how to explain it. Su Yan nodded, though she understood that it wouldn't be easy to disperse the crowd. These people were fully aware that the helicopter belonged to her. She had established her fearsome reputation during the initial stages of the disasters, deterring many who might have had designs on her. Later, rumors spread about her powerful connections. Yet now, these individuals dared to surround her, clearly unafraid of her infamous reputation or her backing. Even Jiangsu, as a base administrator, was unable to drive them away with just his gun, nor could he resort to using it against them. Jiangsu, let us just ask them what they want. Before Jiangsu could utter a word, the crowd erupted. We want water. My child is going to die of thirst. Please help us. I know you use the helicopter to transport water. I only need half a barrel. We don't want to die of thirst. Jiangsu fired a shot into the sky, exclaiming loudly, If you don't want to die of thirst, are you really considering becoming a bandit? Scatter, scatter. Soon, water will be brought back and distributed to everyone. Who would believe such words about water being brought back soon? This water cart only appeared once every 2 days, and the amount was so scant that even if divided among everyone, it would barely suffice. Regardless, we are all facing death. We need water, and she must have some. The crowd around them swelled, with over 20 individuals who had not received any water, each clutching their buckets or basins, their eyes glinting with greed as they fixated on Su Yan's helicopter. Once dignified individuals, they were now ready to brawl and shout curses for a mere sip of water. It was all due to the natural disaster. Judging by the current situation, Jiang City was suffering a more severe water shortage than the capital. At the Shuguang base in the capital, Su Yan had yet to see or hear any such dire circumstances. Perhaps because she was in the central area and had not interacted with the common folk, remaining blissfully unaware. Considering her impending long-term stay in the capital, it was unlikely she would return to the Lanjiang platform. Thus, let us distribute some water. Jiangsu, have them line up properly. Distribute the water according to their allotted shares for today.
All right.
Thank you, Su Yan. I'll call a few people over. Jiangsu raised his voice, summoning several armed soldiers who had been lurking nearby, ready to assist in case of any mishap with those in the helicopter. All too aware that Su Yan had allies above. Upon hearing that water would be distributed, the crowd quieted down. Their ruckus was merely for water. And now that it was promised, they refrained from creating chaos, knowing full well that if they did, they would end up with nothing. Su Yan approached the cabin and retrieved 2 large stainless steel water tanks from her storage space. Jiangsu, having summoned help, turned back to find the water tanks before him. Had there been tanks at the rear of the cabin when he first boarded? Perhaps? Uncertain. He shook his head. Then he smacked his forehead, chastising himself for his doubts. Having water was better than none. If there were no water, Su Yan wouldn't promise to distribute it.
It all made sense now.
Su Yan, do we need to move the water outside? Yes, open all the hatches and roll them out. Jiangsu gestured an okay sign. His spirits lifted knowing that those who had not received water would soon have some. He waved for 2 comrades to come up and roll the 2 cylindrical stainless steel water tanks down to the ground. As soon as the tanks appeared, the previously quiet crowd erupted once more, stirred by the insatiable desires of some who urged others to claim more water. Receiving your share is already fortunate. How greedy can you be? This was the voice of reason among them. Have you forgotten who you're dealing with? If you anger her, do you think you'll still get water? Be wary. She might just drain you dry. They remembered Su Yan's notorious reputation. Do you even hope for a next time? That thought seemed rather distant. The sight of the clear water, unlike the murky supplies brought back from the base previously, filled their hearts with satisfaction. Each individual harbored their own thoughts, yet the water was distributed smoothly without further chaos. The tanks, equipped with spigots, made dispensing the water swift and convenient, and soon, over 20 individuals were seen carrying their buckets away. A few, unable to withstand the heat, returned, but upon seeing the water, rushed back with their buckets. Su Yan, there is still water left in 1 tank. Let us give the remainder to your security team. Upon hearing that 1 tank's water would go to their squad, Jiangsu was elated, yet felt a twinge of guilt. Water was precious, after all. Think of how much fuel had been expended to transport it from afar, and Su Yan had given it all away. Jiangsu inquired, what about you? I'll only be here for a short while, just stopping by to say hello to you, Captain Wei, and Hu Zhanchao before heading back to the capital. I'll be residing at the Shuguang base from now on.
Ah?
That's quite sudden. Not really. Well then, I'll head back upstairs. Jiangsu let out a long "oh," the tone tinged with a sense of loss. Su Yan had become a talisman of sorts. The establishment of the Lanjiang platform as a temporary base was primarily for her safety, and now she was leaving.
Sighing,
He tossed the empty tank into the cabin and closed the hatch. Su Yan started the helicopter and ascended to the rooftop. After a moment's contemplation, she moved the empty water tank into her storage space and filled it with water. Upon returning home, she placed the tank on her kitchen balcony. In these times of universal thirst, it was rare to have acquaintances with whom one got along well. Su Yan thought of sending a couple of buckets of water to Zhangbo and Luo Wanning, connecting the generator and turning on the air conditioning. She decided to rest for a while. Though clad in temperature-regulating attire, the heat was still unbearable. Nestling into the sofa, she held a glass of juice in one hand and a snack in the other, resting for half an hour before dialing Luo Wanning's intercom. In the medical room, it was Zhang Bo who answered. Upon learning that Su Yan had returned, he immediately stated that he would bring his son, daughter-in-law, and grandson to express their gratitude. There's no need, Zhang Bo. I'll be leaving Jiang City shortly. So I just wanted to ask if you and Luo Jia had been helping others with resource exchanges. I've finished trading for everyone. I'll be staying in the capital long-term and won't be handling exchanges anymore.
Oh, alright.
I'll have Qian find Xiao Luo. I'll get things ready and come up to see you shortly. Climbing from the 11th floor to the 32nd was no small feat, so Su Yan knocked on the door of Wang Xinwu's residence on the 31st floor. Miss Su is back.
Yes.
Su Yan asked Wang Xinwu to bring the items for trading upstairs now, and informed him that she would no longer be in Jiang City. Upon hearing this, Wang Xinwu did not engage in further conversation, fearing that the items in his possession might lose value. He hurriedly gathered his recently acquired goods for exchange. Su Yan opened the security door to facilitate their entry. She also contacted Lu Shui via intercom, urging those with items for exchange to hurry, as she would no longer be participating. Sisters, wait for me. Lu Shui replied before bustling off. Returning to the living room, Su Yan stored all the furniture she wished to keep in her space. These were pieces she cherished, expensive, and ones she was accustomed to, which must be taken with her. If she were to return, setting them up again would be no trouble at all. She left behind only a set of sofas. The apartment across from hers, 3202, was not her concern. It belonged to Luo Fuan and others. Whoever wanted it could come back to claim it. The quickest to arrive was Wang Xinwu, who knocked on the door while carrying a black plastic bag. Come in. It's unlocked. Miss Su, here are the items. He placed the plastic bag down, following the usual protocol by handing Su Yan a list. She quickly scanned it. The items for exchange were mostly common supplies, while those he had brought were primarily jewelry. No problem, come back in half an hour to pick them up. By the way, I have some drinking water here. When you come back, please bring 2 buckets to take some with you. Thank you, Miss Su. I'll head back now. Take your time. You may not be in a rush, but she certainly is, Su Yan mused. After Wang Xinwu left, she tossed the assortment of jewelry into her storage space in exchange for gold, and then prepared the other supplies according to the list. One must admit that Wang Xinwu was quite adept as a middleman. He had not been unreasonable in his demands. Just as she finished organizing Wang Xinwu's items, half an hour had already passed. True to his word, he arrived promptly, accompanied by 2 others carrying buckets. You're here? Head to the kitchen. The water tank is there. You can fill your buckets yourself. These are the supplies for exchange. Please verify them. Thank you. Let me check. Wang Xinwu, being a middleman, was meticulous about the supplies, ensuring everything matched to avoid any discrepancies. The 2 who went to fetch water thanked Su Yan before heading to the kitchen to fill their buckets. 2 barrels of water are hardly sufficient. The basis drinking water is allocated at 1,000 milliliters per person per day. Given the sweltering heat, a mere 1,000 milliliters barely suffices for hydration, let alone for cooking. It is evident that water is a precious commodity in every household. What should one do if the distributed drinking water is inadequate? Resort to using untreated, murky water for daily needs. Thus, when Su Yan provided them with 2 barrels of drinking water, it was indeed a substantial offering. The 2 individuals received the barrels, handling them with utmost care, as if they were bombs, fearful of spilling even a drop. Be careful on the stairs. No need to rush, old Wang cautioned. Understood. Wang Xinwu replied, allowing the one carrying the water to proceed first, having ensured his own belongings were in order. Miss Su, I won't belabor my gratitude. We are truly appreciative in our hearts. I sincerely hope to see you again. Take care. You too, take care, Su Yan replied. Shall I take my things now? Upon receiving her nod, She was too preoccupied to engage in further conversation. Zhang Bo was assisted upstairs by his son and daughter-in-law, while his grandson, Xiao Xian, carried a bag, accompanied by Luo Weining and Xian Qian. Zhang Bo, your legs aren't fully healed. You shouldn't be climbing the stairs, Su Yan urged as she welcomed them into the living room. Please, make yourselves comfortable. Zhang Bo waved dismissively. I'm fine. Nearly recovered.
Yen, thank you.
Without you, our family might never have had the chance to reunite. After Zhang Bo was seated by his son, Zhang Xian and daughter-in-law, Chu Xiaoling, they expressed their gratitude to Su Yan profusely. No need for thanks. It's just a simple matter. Let us sit down and converse. The group, having ascended 20 flights of stairs, was drenched in sweat and breathless. Upon entering the air-conditioned space, they needed a moment to recover. Su Yan went to the kitchen, retrieved several large glass cups, and filled them with water. As the Zhang family conversed upon entry, Luo Weining saw an opportunity and followed Su Yan into the kitchen. Let me help you serve, she offered, with Qian Qian joining her. Su Yan, not one to be rude, allowed them to each take 2 cups, while she took 2 as well, perfectly accommodating 6 people. Everyone, please have some water. No, Zhang Xian insisted, hesitant to take a cup given the current scarcity of water. Xiao Xian's eyes wandered, yearning for a drink, but remained silent, glancing at his grandfather, who had not permitted him to drink, while his parents were equally reticent. Luo Weining, aware that Su Yan had ample water, set the cups on the tea table, but did not touch them. Oh, it's just a cup of water. Go ahead and drink. Look at how parched the children are. Xiao Xian, Qian Qian, drink if you're thirsty. The 2 children looked to their respective parents for approval. When Zhang Bo and Luo Weining nodded, the children eagerly lifted their cups and gulped down the water in large swallows. Luo Weining, unable to contain her curiosity, asked, Yen, I heard you're no longer living here? Yes, I returned to inform everyone and to exchange some items. I'll be leaving shortly. Where are you headed? Inquisitiveness arose from Luo Weining and Zhang Bo, who had known Su Yan since the onset of the calamity and had collaborated in gathering supplies. Su Yan exuded an air of mystery, and they instinctively wondered if they should accompany her. I am temporarily at the Shuguang base in the capital. Su Yan's statement rang true. Her presence at Shuguang was indeed transient, as she intended to relocate to Alshan in 6 months. The capital? A place currently beyond their reach, with transportation posing a significant challenge. Yen, I've taken to calling you that, as you've assisted my family tremendously. This is a small token of appreciation from Zhang Xian and me. You must accept it. Chu Xiaoling retrieved a jewelry box from the bag Xiao Xian had brought and presented it to Su Yan. One refusal met with another insistence. Yen, please accept it. The rest are merely items others requested for trade. Very well, I shall accept it. Yen, I also wish to exchange some supplies. I have items here. Could you assist? Both Zhang Bo and Luo Weining had items to barter. In a hurry, Su Yan did not dilly-dally. She opened the 2 bags, reviewed the lists, and instructed them to wait while she prepared the materials in her room. Luo Weining primarily sought medical supplies, while Zhang Bo's request centered on everyday necessities, with only a minimal quantity of pharmaceuticals. After 10 minutes, Su Yan emerged with 2 large bags. I have organized everything. This is for Zhang Bo, and this is yours.
Luo Jia.
Please confirm the contents. Oh, by the way, I will be returning to the capital shortly. There is still some drinking water here. Please take some with you. That's too generous. Water is precious these days. Indeed. Yen, you should transport it via helicopter. Zhang Bo and Luo Weining hurriedly declined. Although they craved the drinking water, their pride prevented them from accepting such a gift. I truly do not lack water. I have already allowed Wang Xinwu to take 2 barrels. You should take some, leaving a bit for Lu Shui. Okay, fine, we truly are taking advantage of you.
Zhang Bo conceded.
Yen, thank you. Luo Weining, discerning Su Yan's temperament, understood that accepting was simply a matter of course. Su Yan instructed them to wait as she went to refill the water. In the kitchen, several large white plastic barrels awaited, capable of holding 50 to 60 kilograms of water each. Su Yan filled 2 barrels, 1 for each family. Yen, save 1 barrel for me. I want some too. You needn't worry. I recall you said you were organizing supplies, right?
So soon?
As Su Yan dragged the two filled barrels from the kitchen, Lu Shui had already arrived, unreservedly requesting whatever she desired, unlike Zhang Bo and Luo Weining, who were more courteous. Su Yan found this dynamic agreeable. One was generous, while the other was gracious in receiving, ensuring their interactions remained effortless. Naturally, for what she wished not to give, no amount of pleading would yield results. You mentioned leaving soon. I fear you might depart without haste, and then my business will be jeopardized. All right, help me pull this barrel outside. The two girls maneuvered the filled barrels from the kitchen to the dining area. Zhang Xian and Chu Xiaoling quickly lent their assistance, as this water was meant for them. Su Yan's space seemed to be a constant flow of activity. Zhang Bo and Luo Weining recognized that Su Yan and Lu Shui had matters to attend to, especially as they needed to make haste to the capital, so they did not linger. Each took their share of supplies, and as for the two large barrels of water, Zhang Xian and his wife carried one downstairs, while the other was left at the landing, guarded by Zhang Bo, who awaited their return to fetch the second barrel. Sister, I thought you were busy, otherwise I would have come earlier. Turns out you sought out others first. I sought out others first, then reserved my time for you. Isn't that considerate? Su Yan's words caused Lu Shui's mock tears to evaporate in an instant. Now, that's more like it. Su Yan returned to her room and turned to offer Lu Shui a fruit platter. Here, have some. This is delightful. Only when I come to your place can I indulge in fresh fruit. It feels harder than climbing to the heavens to get my hands on some now. Lu Shui, unreserved, grabbed and began to eat. Yen, those 2 bags of snake skin. The lists are there. Could you help me sort through them first? Sure. Enjoy your snack while I prepare the supplies for you. Aren't you going to look at the list and these items? No need. After trading so many times, with our familiarity as friends, I trust you. Lu Shui had a hodgepodge of items: cigarettes, alcohol, tea, nutritional products, small umbrellas, and various medications critical for chronic ailments. Even mifepristone, which was in demand for exchanges. After half an hour of diligent organization, I finally managed to arrange the items on the list, stuffing several large bags to be discarded at the door. I am utterly exhausted. I shall never engage in this business again. At last, it is complete. Su Yan collapsed onto the sofa, plucking a small bunch of grapes from the fruit platter to nibble on. Are you not going to act as a middleman in the capital?
No longer, she replied.
You are not around, so with whom shall I collaborate? How about I accompany you to the capital? No, I won't be staying there long, and then I shall find another place to be your companion.
Cough, cough.
Lu Shui nearly choked on a grape. Sister, do you possess some insider information? Why will you not remain in the capital for long? Do tell me so I can prepare myself. Where is long-term? Nowhere is long-term. I have already shared the insider information. Is that all? Be more specific. Su Yan shot her a glare. Specific? Just directly provide the coordinates, won't you? Alshan has not yet been made public.
Fine.
I understand you have your reasons for not disclosing. I shall wait. By the way, sister, I have some news. What news? You're not going to keep it from me, are you?
Speak.
Lu Shui swallowed the 2 grapes in her hand and proceeded to share her significant news with Su Yan. I heard from a reliable source that Haicheng has unveiled some ultra-high-tech products, so advanced that they seem to belong in a science fiction film. Laser guns, spatial buttons.
You've heard of them, right? Oh.
Is that all? However, Zhou shooting certainly spreads rumors rather swiftly. It hasn't even long since news reached Jiangcheng. Su Yan's reaction was too composed, lacking the surprise Lu Shui had anticipated, leaving her dissatisfied. She had thought it was a first-hand disclosure. No way, you've heard too? Indeed. Not only heard, but those items passed through her hands, Su Yan mused. Well, your man is in a position that requires him to report to the state. Wait. Something feels off. I just remembered your boss, who operates in secrecy, must be hoarding such supplies using the spatial button, right?
What?
When did you suddenly become so astute? Isn't that your boss? The one behind you, Su Yan's boss, is literally the spatial button.
Su Yan smiled fondly.
Neither confirming nor denying. Seeing this, Lu Shui lunged forward, wrapping her arms tightly around Su Yan, her expression brimming with excitement as if she were embracing a long-lost father. Good sister, you must help me obtain one of those buttons. It's imperative. Rest assured, when I manage to acquire it, I won't forget you. Await my good news. Then I shall place all my hopes in you. Wherever you go, I shall follow. Alright, hurry and move your things. I must rush back to the Dawn base for dinner. With Lu Shui present, Su Yan could not conveniently use the spatial method to transport goods. So they resorted to sheer physical strength to carry the supplies to the top floor. The two women made several trips before finally relocating the exchanged goods, leaving only one water tower. The water tower had little water remaining, so while Lu Shui lagged behind, Su Yan replaced it with a full one. However, moving it to the rooftop posed a significant challenge. Shall I divide it into smaller containers? No need, your little helicopter cannot manage that. First, transport the supplies to your rooftop, and I will enlist the soldiers downstairs to assist in bringing it up with my transport vehicle. I appreciate the trouble, but it seems we have no other option. I'll head over first. Go ahead. Once Lu Shui was out of sight, Su Yan took advantage of the situation to use her spatial ability for transporting goods. After successfully relocating the water tower, she stored all the items that needed to be collected into her space, locked the front door, and secured the stairwell door, ensuring that this entire floor remained her domain. Even if she would not reside here, she could not allow others to come up. With the rooftop door also locked, she finally delivered the water tower to the top of Building D. Lu Shui had already summoned 2 individuals to await the water tower's arrival. Su Yan opened the hatch, allowing the water tower to roll down.
All right.
She remained in the aircraft, watching them roll the water tower down before closing the hatch and waving to Lu Shui from the window. I'm off.
Take care.
With that, the window sealed, and the helicopter glided away. Lu Shui chased a few steps, wanting to speak but had no time, stomping her foot in frustration. Damn you, Su Yan. I will come to find you in the capital. Once Su Yan exited Jiangcheng, she switched to her flying apparatus, then exchanged it for the helicopter outside the capital, bringing Su Qing and Xiao Hihi out from her space. Primarily, Su Qing was a person, and it was more appropriate to bring her into the base openly. Xiao Mu had already informed the defenses at Dawn Base in advance, allowing Su Yan's helicopter to land directly in front of the Sheng family courtyard. She had visited a few times and stayed at the base. Only the high-ranking officials were aware of her existence, while even their families were kept in the dark. Since Su Yan intended to reside long-term at Dawn Base, she would inevitably need to interact with others, so she decided to return in an open and above-board manner. There was a large open area in front of the Sheng family courtyard, along with security personnel, making it perfectly acceptable for the helicopter to land there.
Su Yan,
accompanied by Su Qing and holding onto Hihi, entered the premises. Grandma, I'm back.
good to see you, dear.
Oh, you're back? Qinglan was just taken by Xiao Mu to their new home. I will be relying on you, Su Qing. It's no trouble. Caring for Su and her family is my duty. The elderly lady held a deep fondness for Su Qing, often overlooking the fact that Su Qing was an artificial intelligence. Su Qing was aware that Liao Qinglan was the Sheng family's housekeeper. The previous one had departed, and without hesitation, she dived into the kitchen. Grandma, are Uncle Xiao and Aunt Qinglan living by themselves? Yes, Xiao Mu has a 2-bedroom apartment in the small high-rise. That sounds nice. It's better than being cramped with a large family. With Liao Qinglan's gentle temperament, she would surely be at a disadvantage. A hint of envy flickered within her. Do not entertain such thoughts. I will not allow you to live alone with Qini, your grandfather, and I must keep a watchful eye on you. Grandma, you need not worry. While I cannot control Qini, I promise to be by your and Grandpa's side to repay my mother's debt to you both. Throughout her past life, and this one, Su Yan had never been cherished by family, and she now relished the days spent with her grandparents, having no desire to exchange that little freedom for solitude. That's more like it. Go tidy up your room. I'll go check on the little ones.
All right.
Su Yan embraced the elderly lady, earning a beaming smile in return. The Sheng family courtyard was a quaint 2-story compound, with the elderly couple's master bedroom, guest room, and study on the first floor. The second floor mirrored the layout, with Su Yan residing in the master bedroom on the second floor, converting the guest room into a nursery. While the study was shared with Qin Yi, Su Qing did not require her own room, as she primarily kept watch over the nursery at night. She adorned the space with furnishings and decorations of her own liking. Having spent the end of her previous life wandering amid the apocalypse and reliving the same in this rebirth, the only difference was that she now possessed an advantage. She could not tell how long it would take for the apocalypse to conclude, allowing for a stable life. All she could do was strive to make the most of each day, decorating her dwelling with a more homely ambience. Yan, I'm back. Have you finished handling everything? Will you be staying long in Alshan? Su-Yan turned to find the man who had embraced her from behind, his body slick with sweat from wearing temperature-regulating clothing. Are you displeased with me?
I wouldn't dare, he replied.
Since you've returned, let us set up a frame outside on the rooftop to elevate the water tower. Otherwise, we want to have running water for the second floor. I'll take care of it immediately. There are plenty of iron frames in Chinese spatial button. I'll retrieve one and secure it. The frame was positioned at the top of the rooftop stairwell, hidden from view of those outside. Su-Yan positioned the water tower filled with water, while Qin-Yi connected the water pipes. Subsequently, the entire courtyard was supplied with water from this tower, which could be replenished as needed. Should we connect the generator? Yes, we should. Let us save some electricity for the base by using our own power. All right, whatever my dear wife says goes. Su-Yan handed Qin-Yi the small generator she had brought back from launching platform, instructing him to set it up today, as they needed to enhance the security around the courtyard tomorrow. I want to be going out in the base for the next few days. I'll handle it tomorrow. Okay, hurry along. Su-Yan also descended the stairs. The couple cleared out the storeroom on the first floor to accommodate the generator and connected the electricity, rendering the base's supply unnecessary. From that point onward, the Sheng family's courtyard became self-sufficient in water and electricity. When old Sheng returned from work, he was greeted by his wife and their 2 young grandchildren, along with their granddaughter and her husband. This warm welcome lifted his spirits, causing him to eat an extra half bowl of rice at dinner.
Xiao-Yi.
Please discuss with your grandfather and your parents about when to return to the capital to distribute some wedding candies to familiar neighbors and colleagues, and treat our close friends to a meal. The old man was right. Although a grand banquet was not suitable, treating a few tables of relatives and friends would suffice to formally introduce Xiao Yan's identity.
All right, Grandpa.
I know you've been thinking about this. I'll let them know. Is that necessary? It seems like a hassle. Su-Yan was apprehensive about the trouble. It is necessary. The elders were quite insistent on the matter of hosting a gathering. Their granddaughter had not been raised by them, and having unexpectedly become a mother at a young age, they felt guilty for not being able to provide her with a proper wedding. They thought that making amends, however small, was important. I respect Grandpa and Grandma's decision. Yan, we're not accepting gifts or utilizing public resources. Hosting a meal with our own supplies leaves no room for criticism. Very well. Su-Yan resolved to only appear at the gathering, leaving everything else to others. After dinner, Su-Yan informed old Sheng of her plans to enhance the courtyard security. The old man had no objections, allowing his granddaughter to proceed as she saw fit. With no further matters at hand, the young couple took their 2 little ones upstairs. Qin-Yi carefully extracted the children from his wife's arms and handed them over to Su-Qing, declaring that the rest of the time belonged to his wife. After their brief separation, the newlywed couple was rekindled by even the slightest touch. The following day, Su-Yan, supporting her waist, got out of bed and gathered materials to reinforce the courtyard. They installed electric fencing around the walls and set up invisible drone surveillance to monitor the surroundings, integrating it into the system of the He little group. 3 days later, Qin Ziyu arrived in the capital with his son and daughter-in-law. The Qin family owned a residence at Shiguang Base, but Qin-Yi had been living with Su-Yan at the Sheng family home instead of returning to the Qin house. Upon dropping off their belongings, Qin Ziyu rushed to the Sheng family courtyard. He called out to Qin-Yi, Xiao-Yi, grab a large bag of candies for your father. We're heading out. Binghua, take the candies, let everyone have a share, and give a bit more to those who speak well of us. Is it really okay to do this? The old man exclaimed, scooping up a little one and heading toward the office building. Qin-Yi, knowing his grandfather was eager to show off his great-grandchild, cooperatively handed him a large bag of chocolates, milk candies, and fruit candies, all mixed together to create a vibrant assortment. Qin Binghua carried at least 7 to 8 pounds of candy, chasing after his father. Xiao Yan. It's not appropriate for the old man to carry the children like that. Gu Xiaolin felt a pang of sympathy for her grandchildren being handled so carelessly and looked to her daughter-in-law for help. Let Grandpa carry them. It's fine. The little ones are robust, spending every day playing with 3 little milk beasts. They're not as fragile as they appear.
Su-Yan felt no apprehension.
Chapter 157. Su-Yan did not want to go to work. Old Qin was rather easygoing, genuinely reveling in showcasing his great-grandchildren. The two little ones sat in his arms, their cherubic faces fair and plump, dressed in clean and beautiful attire, resembling children born into nobility just before the calamity struck. The little boy bore an unmistakable resemblance to the Qin family. He was simply too refined and regal in appearance. The little girl, while not as similar to the Qin family features, was equally exquisite, resembling a porcelain doll with big, bright black eyes and long, fluttering eyelashes, embodying the essence of a little angel. Old Qin, whose children are these? They are so beautiful. They are my Xiao-Es dragon and phoenix twins. My great-grandson and great-granddaughter. Aren't they lovely? Haha. Eat some candy, Binghua. This must be the little Lu's daughter-in-law. Give her some extra. Thank you, old man. Thank you, De Qin. Has Qin-E had children so soon? I hadn't heard about a wedding. We were just about to marry when the calamity struck.
Now,
here we are, bringing the children back to treat everyone with wedding candies. Congratulations. Congratulations. With the loud voices of old Qin and the little Lu's daughter-in-law exchanging pleasantries, those rushing home after work, regardless of age, gathered to gossip a bit. This was the most central residential area of Shuguang Base. And those who could come and go here were individuals previously seen only in the news, along with their families, all part of the same circle, most of whom knew one another. People approached to ask a few questions. Some inquired about which family Xiao Qin had married into, while others asked when the wedding banquet would be held. There were both envious and jealous glances, yet outwardly, everyone offered kind words, all while enjoying the wedding candies distributed by Qin Binghua. The two little ones were also quite gracious, sweetly calling out to anyone they were prompted to. Old Qin felt this moment was the pinnacle of his life, nothing else compared to the joy of showing off his great-grandchildren. As he walked and distributed candies, it took over half an hour to reach the office building. It was also during this time that news of the Qin family's union and the dragon and phoenix twins spread throughout the core circle of Shuguang Base. Great-grandpa, great-grandpa, we're here to pick you up from work.
All right.
Upon seeing the soft, chubby little ones, Old Sheng's previously furrowed brow relaxed involuntarily. Old Sheng. Hello, Commander Sheng. Old Qin Binghua is here too? Please have a seat. Qin Binghua responded with a greeting and found a chair for himself. Qin Jiyu, excitedly showcasing his great-grandchildren, could not sit still. Instead, he placed the two little ones on old Sheng's desk, playfully tilting his chin as if to say, "Look at my great-grandson and great-granddaughter. They are Qin's pride." These two had been old pals for decades. Who did not know whom? Old Sheng cast a glance at old Qin, pinching Xiao Rui and Xiao Wei, pondering, "So what? Your grandson, your great-grandson, and your great-granddaughter all live in my house. I'm closer to them. As long as my granddaughter is here, your grandson is my grandson." Old Sheng had many thoughts, but they remained unspoken. Old Qin, control yourself. I could hear you from the 9th floor yelling on the 1st. Old Sheng, I can't help it. Haha. Even in my dreams, I'm holding my great-grandson. Finally, I get to hold them. Am I not allowed to show them off? Enough of that. Both you and De Qin should look over the guest list I've drafted for the gathering. If there's anything to add or remove, let Xiao-E handle it tonight. Only then did old Qin finally relent, allowing the little ones to roam freely while reviewing the guest list. The Sheng family and the old lady Song family had no direct relatives and thus didn't require invitations. The Qin family, however, had some relatives and friends, most of whom lived in the southwest, making their attendance unlikely. The focus was primarily on the two tables for the higher-ups. And as for Qin-E and Su-Yen's close friends, they could decide for themselves. Old Qin and Big Qin both expressed their approval. By this calculation, there were already 5 or 6 tables set. Xiao-Yi's few brothers would undoubtedly be attending as well, but it remained uncertain whether Xiao-Yan had anyone she wished to invite. Xiao-Yan did not. Su-Yan knew a few people, and they were all acquaintances of old Sheng, none residing in the capital. Shall we settle on this for now? Let's proceed with this arrangement. The two elder gentlemen joyfully finalized the guest list. One elder cradled a small child, while Qin Binghua carried a bag with only 2 remaining candies, making their way to the central residential area. At this point, night had fallen. The evening was not as oppressively hot as the day, and more people were out strolling. Passers-by glanced at the elderly couple, particularly intrigued by the twins. Your grandfather is hopeless. He has never left work on time. Xiaoyan, you have no idea. I sent him a message and he didn't even respond. Xiao, where are your grandfather and your father? You should call them back for dinner. Grandpa Qin and Dad must be with your grandpa. If he hasn't, he replied. Yes, likely on the way. Indeed, they are probably on their way. Two old leaders carrying children, undoubtedly enjoying the journey. Not to mention the little ones. The moment they were mentioned, the elderly lady grew agitated again, lamenting that the children had never been out at night.
Oh, dear.
It's all right. It's not that hot in the evening. It's good for the children to see the outside world. Su Yan continuously soothed the elderly lady. Qin Yi was upstairs, engaged in some activity. Gu Xiaolin had plunged into the kitchen, assisting Su Qing, washing vegetables and serving dishes. Su Qing's culinary skills astonished her, and she observed and learned from the side. 12 dishes were prepared and served just as the two elder gentlemen entered leisurely. At the dining table, in their merriment, the two elders requested Qin Yi to uncork a bottle of wine for them. The elderly lady, no longer tearful, began to pick at old Sheng's faults. She shot old Sheng a glare. Have you permission to drink? We need to discuss the matters concerning the two children later. Getting too tipsy one tea do. There's no need to discuss their matters. It's rare for old Qin to be here today. Let us have a couple of drinks. My health is fine.
You can ask Xiaoyan, right?
Old Sheng spoke amiably to his wife sitting beside him, casting a glance toward his granddaughter, seeking her support. Old Qin was in high spirits, his lips curling upwards more than a peacock's feather, insisting that he could not drink alone without company, encouraging the elderly lady. How about this, old Sheng, you drink fruit wine, and Xiaoyi will pour me some white wine. Grandma, just let Grandpa have a small cup. I'll keep an eye on him to ensure he doesn't tea-drink too much. You and Qin Mama can have some fruit wine too. Only 1 cup. The elderly lady, considering her granddaughter's wishes and the presence of guests, chose not to argue with the elder. Qin Yi went to pour the drinks. The 4 elder and younger men received white wine, while Gu Xiaolin, the elderly lady, and Su Yan received fruit wine. The 2 little ones had already been fed by Su Qing and were now clutching their bottles for a snack. Seeing the lively toasts at the table, they hurried over with their small bottles.
Cheers. Cheers. Cheers.
Noticing the 2 little ones approaching, Jin Binghua and Gu Xiaolin eagerly reached out to embrace their grandchildren. But the 2 elders were too preoccupied with their drinks to notice. Despite their attempts, they had yet to hold the little ones. To their surprise, the children refused to be held by their grandparents and rushed to the main seats where the 2 elders were, raising their bottles and tiptoeing to clink against the glasses. Oh, quite clever.
Who taught you that?
Old Qin raised his glass in compliance, clinking it with the 2 bottles. Old Sheng could not fall behind. He couldn't let Old Qin surpass him, could he? The little ones, being little flatterers, clinked their bottles with the elderly lady before moving on to Qin Binghua and Gu Xiaolin, and finally to Su Yan and Qin Yi. They knew to toast from the oldest to the youngest. Quite impressive. The dishes were even more delectable than those prepared by a 5-star chef. And the joy brought by the little ones ensured that laughter never ceased at the dining table. After the meal, Qin Yi followed the guest list provided by Old Sheng, visiting each household to deliver sweet treats and inviting everyone to a modest meal at Sheng's family courtyard the following afternoon, emphasizing that no gifts should be brought, reiterating Old Sheng's directive that anyone who attempted to bring gifts would not be allowed entry. After completing the invitations, only a few teammates and Zhou shooting from the eastern Haiqing base remained. He notified them with a hand signal. Upon returning home, he found Old Sheng and Old Qin still in the study. Aren't they resting yet? Qin Yi inquired, waiting for his wife. Your parents have gone home. Your grandfather has been kept by your grandpa. Who knows what they are conspiring? Su Yan was puzzled. Qin Yi, however, understood the dynamics of the 2 elder gentlemen. After those named Lu and Huang were ousted, Old Qin had ascended to the 2nd position, and it was no surprise that the 1st and 2nd would conspire. However, using the term conspire seemed inappropriate. Plan would be more fitting. They were somewhat reckless, bolstered by the pills you provided, and at such a late hour. I should go and offer some counsel. Go ahead. Qin Yi did indeed go to advise them, but later called Su Yan to join him. What was originally a small meeting among the 2 elder leaders now included 2 young individuals. Indeed, Su Yan and Qin Yi were summoned into the study to converse. Old Sheng looked at his granddaughter earnestly and said, Xiaoyan, I previously mentioned I had plans for you when we were in Haicheng, but knowing you dislike being constrained, I refrained from elaborating, allowing you to live as you prefer and find joy as you wish. However, my dear Xiaoyan, in any society, there is a hierarchy, and selfishly, I wish to keep you, or rather, the descendants of the Sheng and Qin families at the pinnacle, at the apex of the pyramid. You might argue that one can thrive in solitude, away from the crowd, and that is indeed undeniable. But looking long-term, what about Xiao Rui and Xiao Wei? What about their descendants? Or more immediately, Xiao Rui and Xiao Wei will eventually need to date and marry. Thus, one cannot escape society. Old Sheng spoke calmly, while Qin Ji nodded in agreement with Old Sheng's words. Qin Yi remained silent. The atmosphere was filled with a tacit understanding, granting Su Yan a moment of quiet contemplation. Su Yan comprehended that her grandpa had not relinquished his desire to guide her into the office. Grandpa, isn't there also Qin Yi? Xiao Yi has already been predetermined. But I greedily wish to add you. Sheng Zuchang, while considering his descendants, also contemplated the broader populace of Huaxia. In other words, he could not focus solely on personal matters or public affairs. He sought a balance between the two, aiming to lead his granddaughter toward a political path.
But why? Why?
Old Sheng was uncertain how to articulate to his granddaughter that, beyond planning for future generations, he wished to bind her to a nation or a people. He lifted the fruit juice prepared by Su Yan, moistening his throat in preparation to explain. Old Qin understood Old Sheng's struggle to find the right words and interjected. One Qin Yi is not sufficient. It was enough before your appearance. Although your extraordinary encounters allowed Zhou shooting to assist, that was merely a facade for outsiders. The higher-ups at Dawn Base and the management of various regional bases are well aware of your identity. To avoid harassment and scheming, one must not only be sufficiently powerful but also stand at a height others cannot provide, so that everyone looks up to you, thus deterring the thoughts of extreme individuals and ensuring a peaceful existence. Old Sheng cast a sidelong glance at Old Qin, amused. He intended to be forthright with his granddaughter about his concerns for the group's interests, yet he found Old Qin's words more eloquent. Old Qin was more persuasive than he. So, you both intend to push me into an official position? The two elders exchanged smiles and nodded in agreement. Su Yan felt discontent and reluctant. She believed that even if she could only exchange for ordinary pills usable by mortals in the realm of cultivation, it would not be a problem for the two elders to live another 30 or 40 years. She could be a carefree official for generations, which seemed far more appealing. Why resort to the unthinkable of going to work? One Qin Yi is sufficient. To truly understand Su Yan, one must be Qin Yi. He proposed a suggestion. Grandfather, great-grandfather, I comprehend your perspectives, yet Yan cherishes her freedom. If you could offer her a title of considerable stature, endowed with genuine authority, but devoid of obligatory office hours, I believe she would not decline. This, both Elder Sheng and Elder Qin also wished to express that who could turn down such an opportunity.
Suyan Samwitgenkirth.
If she were indeed to hold a position within the system, it would be preferable to have a title that required no actual attendance.
Must we decide so swiftly?
The future remains uncertain. A moment's pause would not be amiss. Grandfather, great-grandfather, may you both enjoy longevity. Retirement is still far off. Oh, you girl. Elder Qin wanted to say, do you wish for your grandfather to toil until his last breath? Yet, contemplating the well-being of his grandchildren and great-grandchildren, he thought, what does a little extra labor matter? Were it possible, he would still be able to bear the burden of work even unto his death. There is no rush. I shall first confer with Old Qin on how to establish a position of greater authority than that of the Alshan base commander, one that does not require attendance. With Qin Yi's backing, interjected Su Yan. A husband is meant to shield against all adversities. She unabashedly threw Qin Yi under the proverbial bus. Besides, as a young newcomer, who would heed her? Not entirely true. Gaining the respect of many was feasible, as her trump card was the dimensional trading space. Indeed, your great-grandfather, and I wish to elevate you to a position surpassing that of Qin Yi, Su Yan thought to herself, feeling a lack of ambition and pondering if there could be an even loftier position. Elder Sheng understood that haste was unwise. He and Qin Ziyu intended to announce certain matters the following day, but it appeared they would need to take their time. Very well, we old bones can still endure. Let us first prepare their minds for what is to come and discuss further later. You are the commanding chief. Your word is law. The two elders also recognized the necessity of restraint, opting to inform young Qin Yi and Su Yan of their plans before gradually elaborating. As the conversation shifted, the two old gentlemen began to revisit the timeline of impending calamities. The sequence of known events appeared largely accurate, yet the timing was already amiss. The most imminent disaster was rainfall. Following an extended period of extreme heat and severe water shortages, normal rainfall would be a blessing. However, this rain was anything but typical. Commander Sheng, it is raining. No way. Just as we discussed the situation, it arrives? They had just mentioned that acid rain was still a year away, based on previous disaster timelines, yet now it seemed to have arrived a full year early. Just when they thought they had grasped the rhythm, it slipped away once more. Chapter 158. Acid Rain. Indeed, the plans were utterly unable to keep pace with the changes. They had hoped that with Su Yan's foresight of the impending disaster, alongside her extraordinary encounters, they could mitigate the consequences and save as many lives as possible. They believed that while fate had barred humanity's escape, it had left Su Yan a small window. Little did they know, fate had sealed both the door and the window. The scant knowledge she possessed about the forthcoming disaster and her extraordinary experiences amounted to little more than a narrow crack through which humanity could struggle to survive amidst calamity. After ending the internal call, without needing Elder Sheng to remind them, the others in the study had already heard. Grandfather, I will arrange for Qin Yi to leave at once. Su Yan called to the man, urging him to don protective gear. She had prepared ultra-high-tech suits for them. Qin Yi acknowledged and, while rushing outside, retrieved the suit from his dimensional pocket, sending a message to his teammates before heading to the base's free trading street in his vehicle. Su Yan also reminded Ingi through her wristband, this rain is highly corrosive acid. It must not be touched. Elder Qin was busy contacting his deputy in the southwest. Elder Sheng, wishing to go out, was held back by Su Yan and was compelled to obediently direct operations remotely. Su Yan called for De Huang and De He, warning them not to get wet. The two dogs could hardly comprehend why their owner forbade them from getting drenched, yet they complied, dutifully nesting under the eaves. She expended gold to purchase an entire piece of S-grade corrosion-resistant fabric from the interstellar realm, sufficient to cover the dimensions of the Sheng family courtyard. The fabric was thin, nearly translucent, and would attract no attention when draped during rainy weather. Then, she enlisted the guard's assistance to spread the material from the rooftop, enveloping the entire courtyard, including the surrounding walls, and securing it outside the courtyard walls. One might wonder why preparations for the impending acid rain were not made in advance at each base. The answer was simple. Such materials were prohibitively expensive. A mere few hundred square meters, reduced to a bundle no bigger than a fist, cost 180 kilograms of gold. While modern technology had developed corrosion-resistant fabrics for protective suits, their effectiveness paled in comparison to what Su Yan had procured, barely reaching 1/10 of its efficacy. Nevertheless, these suits had been previously supplied to security personnel and patrols. After all, why had she earlier suggested that Lu Shui venture into the protective clothing business?
Indeed.
The Sheng family guards donned their protective gear at the earliest opportunity, though it was merely the modern technology they had been equipped with in advance. Su Yan produced 2 sets of interstellar products. Switching to these will yield better results. Absolutely. The two men immediately changed into the suits without uttering a word of inquiry. Su Yan relished dealing with individuals like this. Once she had completed her own arrangements, she inquired of Elder Qin, Grandfather, should we cover the house as well? It will just be my parents and me staying there for a couple of days. There is no need to waste resources.
Indeed.
Su Yan had orchestrated such a grand display in the Sheng family's courtyard primarily to prevent the 2 little ones and the 2 dogs from inadvertently wandering outside. The trading street at the base, colloquially referred to as the night market, was bustling with activity. One might wonder why so many people were out so late. After all, during the sweltering daytime heat, anyone who could stay indoors would avoid the outdoors. Although the evening heat persisted, it was still bearable to venture out. Qin Yi and several teammates were dispersing the crowd at the night market, guiding them to seek shelter from the rain, and urging those who might disregard warnings to leave. Those intent on courting disaster were beyond persuasion. Upon witnessing the rain, many in the night market began to shout and laugh madly as they rushed to embrace the downpour. with some even stripping off their shirts to wash themselves in the rain. Do officials ever consider the plight of the common people? This rain is so clean. It is clearer than the drinking water provided by the base. No one can stop me. I want to wash and drink. Acid rain? Where is the acidity? Living is suffering. If I must die, I might as well die well hydrated. Indeed, many people tilted their heads back, mouths agape, to catch the rain. In their minds, acid rain was a consequence of severe industrial pollution, inherently tainted with impurities and odors. However, the rain falling at this moment was transparent, clean, and tasteless. How could it possibly be contaminated? What does the government say? Officials can speak without feeling the pain. They cannot fathom the struggles of the common people facing water shortages. Yet this strong acid rain, both clear and tasteless, would not immediately harm the human body, which led many to doubt and disregard the warnings. Regarding the acid rain, they had been informed of its impending arrival, but not of its precise timing. Thus, each base had educated the populace about the dangers of acid rain. Once it began to rain, the first instinct was to seek shelter. Those indoors were advised against stepping outside to get wet, let alone collect or drink rainwater. Yet, how many actually heeded these warnings? Ingi and his 4 teammates struggled to maintain order amidst the chaos. Each base had amplified its broadcasts, informing the public about the dangers of acid rain. Yet they could not prevent people from courting disaster. Those washing clothes, mopping floors, or cleaning furniture believed that as long as they did not drink it directly, they would be safe. In just a few days, when the unusual symptoms appeared, it was already too late, with many suffering from skin cancer. Those afflicted were beyond saving, left only to await their fate. Moreover, this very rain had the number of survivors residing outside the base. Ingi and his team were overwhelmed, each taking a different direction to manage the chaos. In every corner, there exist rebels who deliberately oppose the authorities, not only enduring the rain themselves, but also inciting others to join their defiance. Luo Fuan called out in a small group, "Brother E, what shall we do?" Sound the alarm, compel them to seek shelter. If that fails, then resort to drastic measures to set an example. The night market was teeming with people, both inside and outside the shops. Some establishments refused to accommodate the crowd, pushing patrons away, while others took advantage of the chaos to pilfer goods, while others still, fueled by frustration, shoved and hurled curses at one another. A battalion of soldiers, organized by Ingi and his companions, was dispatched to restore order. In times of turmoil, stringent measures are deemed necessary. It is better to lose one than many. Ultimately, shots were fired. Though no fatal injuries occurred, only some were wounded and transported to the base hospital. After more than an hour, the torrential rain paused, and the crowd was hastily dispersed to return home. Ingi arrived home at 2 a.m, only for the acid rain to commence once more. After escorting the elder Qin back, he concluded his washing and finally settled into bed by 3. "Why are you still awake?"
she asked.
"You needn't wait for me. I prefer seeing you peacefully asleep upon my return. But I desire to see you return safely before I can rest." The reality of their separation was not to be discussed. They resided in the same city, and could she truly justify idling at home while he toiled tirelessly? After all, he was the beacon of hope during her darkest days in her past life, the elusive white moonlight she had fought so hard to reclaim. Chapter 159. Reflecting on a year ago, Su Yan playfully beckoned the man standing by the bed, questioning why he had not yet retired for the night. Ingi chuckled softly. "Did you think I was reluctant to tidy up after you? Come now, didn't you have enough last night? We agreed you would rest well for the next couple of days. Hurry up and come to bed." "All right, I'm coming." Ingi discarded the towel wrapped around him, enveloping the woman covered by a thin blanket in his embrace. After showering her with affectionate kisses, he lifted the delicate blanket and cocooned them both within it. "Please, no. Let me be tonight, can we not?" "Why not tonight? Even if it's just a simple matter, tomorrow is our wedding day, after all. I refuse to appear unadorned when we stand together for the first time." At this point, if Ingi still didn't understand her intentions, he would be a fool. Indeed, he was a fool, for he left numerous marks on her neck, shoulders, and behind her ears. With such marks, how could she don elegant attire? Even if they invited a few guests, she could not wear a wedding dress, but ought to make a sincere effort to present herself in a manner befitting of her guests, herself, and Ingi. Having such marks would be undesirable. Is that truly the reason? What do you think it is? Your attitude is acceptable, so I shall let you off for now. You shall make it up to me tomorrow night. Is that a promise? With his nod of affirmation, Su Yan's confidence surged. She knew he would keep his word. In that moment, she playfully teased Qin, igniting a spark of mischief within him. Yan, are you unable to sleep? Are you feeling anxious? Am I? Indeed, she was. She understood that Qin would never forsake her, that the Qin family cherished her as their beloved daughter-in-law and granddaughter-in-law, regardless of the absence of a wedding or marriage certificate.
Yet,
The thought of formally celebrating their union and standing proudly as a couple filled her with a mix of excitement and anxiety. Reflecting on a year prior, upon her rebirth, she had encountered her past life's white moonlight, and as she contemplated the impending calamity and upheaval, she thought, what is there to fear for one who has faced death? What harm is there in pursuing love before the onset of disaster? Is it wrong for a woman to chase after a man she desires? To grasp what she loves? Whether it be an object or a person, is there anything amiss? What of having borne children? Does that disqualify her from experiencing love? As long as he accepts her and is willing, nothing should be off limits. Having faced death once, what is there to hold back? She resolved to be bold. However, life has a way of orchestrating coincidences. Just as Su Yan intended to indulge in a passionate romance before the apocalypse, it was revealed that her white moonlight was the father of her child. Before she could even win him over, her feelings shifted, and she no longer desired just a fleeting romance. She greedily wished for more. She recognized her own ordinariness, and having been reborn, she felt even more mundane, drawn to handsome men, enamored with wealth, cherishing her life. She was somewhat aloof yet not devoid of compassion, unwilling to harm others but also refusing to be victimized. She craved to be a little more selfish, yet those connected to her possessed great love, leaving her with little choice. Thus, she gradually transformed, influenced by those around her, evolving from a woman solely focused on her own happiness to one who realized that, as long as she had the means, she could extend her help to those deserving of it. Yan, what are you so lost in thought about?
don't scare me.
Noticing Su Yan had fallen into a trance for several minutes, Qin pinched her nose a couple of times, pulling her back to reality. I was contemplating the nature of existence, how one's emotions can easily shift with their environment. Well, I won't change. I know. You needn't express your loyalty. If you don't sleep now, when you rise tomorrow, your body may be unmarked, but I assure you, your face will bear dark circles. You were a bit off earlier. Is everything truly all right? I'm fine. Could she dare to confess that she had only wished to sleep with the handsome man without the desire for marriage? Absolutely not. The two of them shared tender moments, teetering on the brink of passion multiple times. After only 3 hours of sleep, it was time to rise. More accurately, it was time for Qin to awaken. Su Yan, being the unemployed one, could sleep in, but she was roused by his movements nearby. I'm sorry, darling. Did I wake you? Sleep a little longer. I'll tell my aunt to let you rest before breakfast. Yes, and tell the little ones and He not to call for me. As for her grandmother, she would never call for her, for she could not bear to disturb her. Qin readily agreed, cradling his wife for a while longer before heading off to wash up, dressing as swiftly as possible before heading downstairs. He hastily consumed a few bites of breakfast prepared by Su Qing, donned his protective gear, and set off for the office building. Indeed, the acid rain had poured throughout the night, fluctuating in intensity, and showed no signs of abating.
Meanwhile, Su Yan,
who had intended to catch a few more hours of sleep on the second floor, suddenly recalled the acid rain from the previous night. She had even covered the courtyard of the Sheng family with a high-tech protective film. Such a significant matter, and she had almost forgotten it. Her plan to linger in bed was thwarted, and she obediently got up. Grandmother, is there any water leaking into the courtyard?
No.
Your grandfather mentioned this morning that the gossamer thin film is surprisingly effective against the acid rain. Just now, I heard Xiao Yi ask Su Qing not to wake you. He said to let you sleep a bit longer while he keeps an eye on the little ones so they don't run outside. You should rest a while longer. The elderly lady, having once been young herself, understood the impetuousness of young couples and could empathize with their fervor. Observing her granddaughter's dark circles, as well as Qin Yi's morning admonitions to Su Qing, the grandmother had become quite the understanding matriarch. Su Yan remained unaware of her grandmother's extensive thoughts. Otherwise, she would have surely argued that it was not like that at all. That is good to hear. Have you eaten breakfast? I had breakfast with your grandfather.
You should go eat now.
Su Yan nodded in agreement and went to have her breakfast. After eating, she took to Huang and a He for a stroll around the courtyard to inspect. For instance, one should examine whether the protective film affixed to the exterior walls has become loose, check for any accumulation of water on the roof, and ascertain if there are any areas where water may be seeping in. This matter is quite perilous. Skin cancer is no trifling ailment, and there is no remedy. In the interstellar realm, medicines are either for treating external injuries or for alleviating mental disturbances, but there are no cures for such fundamental maladies. Cancer, in the context of the stars, is regarded as a basic illness, one that has long been overcome. After inspecting both the courtyard and its surroundings without issue, Su Yan inquired about the situation on Ingzi's side. Ingi responded that the bomb shelter was in excellent condition, with no water leaking in through the entrance. All 9 individuals were safely inside, with sufficient food and water, and they had not neglected their exercise. Each had made significant progress, alleviating any concerns for Sister Su. These 9 children are indeed a source of relief and diligence. Su Yan, alongside her grandmother, engaged the little ones in a word recognition game for a while, followed by the elder teaching them to recite poetry. After spending some time in their company, she observed that her grandmother taught 2 poems each day, subsequently sharing stories and guiding the children to express their opinions about the protagonists. Of course, the children were unaware of the term opinion, yet they could articulate whom they favored or disdained, explaining their reasons. Su Yan humbly acknowledged that she could not match her grandmother's prowess in motherhood. Seeing that she could not contribute to the children's activities, she proceeded to the kitchen to assist Aunt Su Qing in preparing dishes for the evening's banquet. Preparing in advance posed no issue, as Aunt had space buttons for storing fresh meat and vegetables. The cooked dishes could be placed in the space button, ready to be served later. Aunt Su Qing insisted that Su Yan leave the kitchen. Su, you need not concern yourself with this. Even the best kitchen exhaust will still carry the aroma of cooking oil. If you truly wish to help, please prepare some fruits, desserts, tea, and perhaps some liquor in space. Very well, I appreciate your efforts, Aunt. It's nothing, dear Su. Now, please step outside. The manner in which this artificial intelligence spoke was increasingly reminiscent of Aunt Su Qing. Aside from those in the know, no one would suspect that Su Qing was anything but human. Chapter 160. What shall we drink? Su Yan entered the space. She was aware that her grandfather had prohibited gifts, and in such an environment, even high-ranking officials faced difficulties. Thus, she decided to prepare a bit more as a means of enhancing everyone's meals. As for concerns about being criticized, there was no need for such worries. Her secret, that she had stockpiled supplies before the calamity, was already known among the higher-ups. Since the elimination of those 2 individuals, Su Yan had not heard of anyone experiencing significant issues. As for minor troubles, is it not human nature to harbor selfishness? Who is without it? As long as there is someone to keep them in check, any ulterior motives remain merely thoughts. Su Yan recognized that she was now akin to a princess. It was natural for some to harbor animosity or jealousy, yet none dared to act against her. What shall we drink? She recalled having collected a great deal of alcohol, but most of what she had gathered from the supermarkets were from eagle sauce, and some exclusively consisted of foreign spirits. After searching diligently, she indeed discovered a plethora of exquisite foreign wines, including a variety of renowned whiskeys, albeit they were predominantly suited for post-meal enjoyment. Additionally, there were a multitude of 1990 Hennessy special editions, rumored to be priced in the 5 figures in USD. Surely, one ought to indulge in Western cuisine to savor such wines? For Chinese cuisine, it would be more appropriate to procure some of their own spirits. Some from a certain brand would suffice. After rummaging through her collection, she found over 20 bottles from that brand, likely sourced from the warehouse of some bandit. With the wine selected, she opted for coconut juice as the beverage. There was no shortage of sugar, as chocolate was her main stock, having thoroughly raided the foreigner's stash. Tea was of little concern, for any tea that could enter her space was of good quality. As for tobacco, she merely grabbed a few packs for show, as it was unlikely anyone would smoke. The fruits selected were cherries and small strawberries, both items she had stockpiled, along with diced hominy melons, watermelons, mangoes, and dragon fruits, making for a vibrant platter with 6 varieties of fruits, symbolizing good fortune. Her grandmother would surely appreciate it. With some time on her hands, Su Yan retrieved 10 sizable crystal fruit platters, washed the fruits, sliced them, and arranged them beautifully. Once she completed the preparations, she intended to give them to Aunt Su Qing for later distribution after the meal. After finalizing the 10 fruit platters, she exited the space and presented everything to Su Qing. Then, she took a small plate of chilled hominy melon to play with her grandmother and the little ones while waiting for her grandfather and Yi to return for lunch. Grandmother, do you think this rain will cease? It will soon. My little Yen is quite fortunate. Grandmother, dare you confess to your superstitions? If the rain does not stop, we want to be able to set the dining table in the courtyard tonight. The restaurant and living room would be insufficient. The courtyard is protected, so we need not worry about getting wet, but with only the entrance left ventilated, it may become stuffy with too many people. No worries, I'm not concerned. Her grandmother appeared resolute that the rain would stop by afternoon. Su Yan herself was not convinced, yet she refrained from dwelling on it. After the elderly and the young had finished a small platter of fruits, Qin Yi's vehicle finally arrived outside the courtyard. Only Qin Yi returned. Grandmother. Grandfather is still in a meeting. I came back to fetch Yan Yan. There are some matters I need to discuss with her. And I'll also bring our meal to the office. Thank you for your hard work, grandmother. I'll have my parents come over to keep you company for lunch and watch the children. Go ahead. I'm not troubled at all. I have Su Qing and the dogs. It would indeed be lovely for your parents to join us for a meal. All right, grandmother, I'll call them. Knowing that a meeting was in progress, Su Yan rose to change her shoes, heading to the kitchen to retrieve the dishes prepared by Su Qing. What is it that you require me for? If you need to purchase anything, you and grandfather are aware of what is needed and the prices. Simply send me a list. The 3 space buttons you delivered to the capital before the disaster, aside from the one kept by grandfather. The other 2 were taken by those 2 individuals who have since stepped down. Recently, after dealing with those 2, the space buttons were retrieved, but they are unwilling to cooperate in opening them. One of them contains a significant amount of medicine, and now that we need it, we thought to seek your assistance in forcibly opening it. Whether they cooperate or not, the outcome remains the same. To open it with intent is impossible if they refuse to cooperate. Individuals who have ascended to such high positions possess extraordinary psychological resilience, rendering intimidation and threats ineffective. It seems a bit challenging. I'll consult Hehe. In a matter of moments, they arrived at their destination. Su Yan conversed with Hehe while walking alongside Qin Yi. Hehe mentioned that it could be opened, albeit with considerable effort. As long as it can be opened, that is good. Inside are various precious resources. The space button itself is worth 5,000 kg of gold, and it would be a pity to waste it.
Indeed.
That is quite a sum of gold. However, he can bring it back for her to try and open. If there are any questions, Su Yan casually inquired. It cannot be taken home. If it were not for the need for those particular medicines, grandfather would not intend to deal with those 2 space buttons for the time being. Who knows what tricks those 2 might have played inside? Oh, very well. All these individuals were exceedingly cautious. Su Yan had not thought much of it. Upon Qin Yi's mention, she felt uncertain. It was not impossible for there to be weapons inside that could explode upon movement. Entering a small conference room with Qin Yi, they were joined by Elder Sheng, Elder Qin, and 2 individuals whom she did not recognize. It seemed those 2 were familiar with her, offering warm smiles and greeting. Su Yan called out to her grandfather and elder, nodding to the other 2 before taking a seat next to Qin Yi beside Elder Sheng. Little Yan. This is Director Chun of the base hospital, and this is the esteemed Professor Ji in the field of pharmacology. Good day, Director Chun and Professor Ji. As soon as Su Yan sat down, she rose again to greet the 2 gentlemen. Little Yan, do you have any means to open these 2 space buttons? If they can be opened, will it cause you any harm?
Please be honest.
Old Sheng placed 2 spatial buttons on the table and inquired of Su Yan. He wished to activate them but was apprehensive about the potential repercussions for Su Yan. This was also the reason he had hesitated to open them since acquiring them from those 2 individuals. Had it not been for Dean Chun and Professor Ji needing the medicine today, he might not have broached the subject at all. With the spatial buttons not being a concern to the Dean and the Professor, Su Yan felt reassured. She first communicated telepathically with Hehe before responding. affirming that the spatial buttons could indeed be forcibly opened without posing any danger to her. However, the process would take a considerable duration, over half an hour. The prolonged time was a notion conveyed by He, as half an hour felt lengthy and laborious to it. Old Sheng nodded in acknowledgement, confirming that his granddaughter was truthful. Next, Old Qin posed a question regarding the spatial buttons. Could they potentially trigger hand grenades or detonating devices within them, and if so, could they be defused if they did not go off immediately? The fact that he did not inquire whether the buttons might explode indicated he had conducted experiments and was confident there would be no detonation. Thus, the old gentleman had indeed conducted such formidable experiments. Chapter 161. Faux Dumpling, True Artificial Intelligence. Su Yan had never contemplated this matter. For her, spatial realm existed as a self-contained world, mirroring reality in every aspect except the absence of the sun and moon throughout the seasons. Yet, she was unaware of the nature of the spatial buttons. The spatial buttons were inert and would not explode within them, which made sense. Her space was not static, hence, she needed to procure a temperature-controlled warehouse for preserving perishables. Su Yan relayed Old Qin's inquiry to He. If the opening would trigger an explosion, it would not affect her, as the forcibly opened spatial button would release all its contents, thereby allowing for safe defusal. He could manage this without requiring her intervention, as the items would fall back into reality, making defusal feasible. The two elderly leaders nodded silently, confirming that their granddaughter, or granddaughter-in-law, was indeed telling the truth. There was no threat to her. Old Sheng remarked that since it would take over half an hour to open, Dean Chen and Professor Ji should return in an hour to collect the medicine, allowing time for a lunch break. Understood, sir. The two men, reassured about the medicine, set off to enjoy their meal. Grandfather, we should also eat. Let us give the spatial buttons to He. After we finish our meal, it should have completed the unlocking process, and we can find a warehouse to open it. Su Yan stored the spatial buttons within her space and laid out the food. Let us dine here. Very well, let us eat. Haha. Finally, we have not wasted the two spatial buttons and their contents. Those two scoundrels truly infuriate me. The three men consumed their meal rather swiftly. Su Yan ate lightly, and before half an hour had passed, lunch was already concluded. Grandfather, while the rain has ceased, I will accompany Yan to find a suitable location to open the spatial buttons and allow He to inspect for any issues before we retrieve the supplies back into the spatial buttons.
Go on. Be swift.
The supplies were plentiful, necessitating a sufficiently large open space. Qin Yi led Su Yan to the tent area where large equipment was stored, which consisted of malfunctioning machinery. The two utilized their spatial abilities to shift the heavy equipment aside, clearing a substantial area. Yan, is this suitable? Yes. Though there are some areas with accumulated water, we must ensure the supplies do not come into contact with the rainwater. Let us lay down a protective layer first. Su Yan, having an abundance of ordinary waterproof cloth, retrieved several large rolls to cover the waterlogged areas. Only then did she bring out He and the forcibly unlocked spatial buttons. He, it's your turn. If there's any danger, you must roll away. I presume you want to be rolling away quickly. Even if I don't roll away quickly, I can still protect myself. Fear not. The objects in this world are mere toys. You can rest easy, Su. He, the small entity, grasped the two spatial buttons and indeed rolled far away. Don't bring both at once. There's insufficient space to accommodate them. Understood. The faux dumpling, true artificial intelligence, rolled out 20 to 30 meters and then halted, causing a plethora of items to suddenly emerge in a radius of several dozen meters around them. Qin Yi instinctively pulled Su Yan away 10 meters before swiftly crouching down to shield her beneath him. Was he genuinely apprehensive about those two individuals resorting to underhanded tactics? However, upon reflection about the actions of those two in her past life, it indeed seemed plausible. 2 minutes have passed. Is it safe now? Let us wait a moment longer. Su Yan attempted to rise, but Qin Yi restrained her. There is no need for such concern. I possess an invisible protective shield, which I activate during perilous situations. No, he insisted, while she discreetly glanced back at the pile of items. Su Yan was searching for her small entity. Where is my adorable little dumpling? Is it trapped beneath the supplies? Calling out to He, responding to her summons. He burst forth from the towering pile of supplies, executing a perfect semicircle before landing before the couple. I was just scanning. Among that pile of items, there was indeed a box containing an explosive device, but it has since been disassembled. He is the most capable, Su Yan exclaimed, praising the little dumpling, which had just landed with a thud, possibly cracking somewhere, and it began to twirl adorably. Upon hearing that there was no danger, Qin finally felt at ease and helped his wife to her feet, examining her hands with care. He had chosen a crouching position that was previously sheltered by the tent, which was fortunate, as his wife's hands had not come into contact with the acidic rain. Does it hurt? Not at all. I am not made of tofu. After training with him for some time, she was not so fragile as to injure herself. Let us gather up all these items before opening the other button. Yen, you assist in retrieving all the medications from the empty spatial button. I will handle the rest. Understood. After tidying up the area, they opened the other button and continued to collect supplies. The young couple was busy for over an hour before returning to the small conference room. Sir, as per your instructions, this spatial button contains all the medications, medical equipment, and related documentation. While this one holds half of the living and weapon supplies, the other half is in my possession, with the remaining gold and antiques with Yen. Furthermore, as you surmised, both spatial buttons contained explosives, and there were a multitude of shredded papers within, which he successfully pieced together and replicated. Qin presented the two spatial buttons and the copied documents to Old Sheng. Very well, the medical supplies are to be entrusted to Dean Chen, while the other supplies go to Old Qin. Old Sheng did not examine the documents immediately, but handed the spatial buttons back. Old Qin had a spatial button from Su Yan, albeit only 1,000 cubic meters in capacity. Now, with the addition of a larger spatial button containing substantial supplies, Old Qin was elated. Thank you, Commander Sheng. Thank you, Commander Sheng. Dean Chen beamed broadly upon receiving the spatial button. Only when he heard Old Qin express his gratitude did he recall he had yet to offer his thanks. Many had their eyes on these two spatial buttons, and being able to obtain one was a remarkable feat. Professor Ji was already in a state of urgency, urging Dean Chen to procure the medicine, as he could not afford any delays in his research regarding the treatment for skin cancer induced by acid rain. The sudden onset of acid rain yesterday had not yet shown any symptoms today, but he understood that symptoms would manifest a few days later. Thus, he sought medicine from Dean Chen. Dean Chen and Professor Ji conveyed their concerns to Commander Sheng, leading to the discussion of opening the two spatial buttons. Commander Sheng, Commander Qin, we shall proceed to organize the medications. Professor Ji urged Dean Chen to hurry along, not wanting to waste any time in acquiring the medicine. All right. Do not forget to come over to my house for dinner. Remember, both the Sheng and Qin families are hosting a feast, and they must indulge. Old Qin shook his head at the two figures disappearing through the doorway, remarking that those engaged in research were all half mad. Never mind the madmen. Let's take a look at this document first. Old Sheng swiftly scanned the contents, his expression shifting from grave to furious. Brother Sheng, take a look at this. He handed the finished document to Qin Jiu. Chapter 162. The Ascetic CEO? The clean-cut suit man? After reading, Old Qin was not merely angry. He slammed his palm down on the table, causing the water glasses to tremble and documents to flutter. Damn it! These people are truly deep in their schemes. While the country and its people are in dire straits, they still have the audacity to engage in factional disputes and to think they dare to betray the nation. Qin bent down to retrieve the scattered papers and returned them to Old Sheng. You should also take a look. Once you're done, send someone to detain the names listed and interrogate them. Understood. This was an order, and Qin promptly departed to attend to the matter. Today was supposed to be their wedding day, yet her husband was busier than ever, and unable to assist. Su Yan felt a sudden wave of melancholy. Little Yan, your grandfather and I have some pressing matters to attend to. Please return and assist your grandmother and your mother in hosting the guests. All right, grandfather. Apologies for troubling you.
Dear.
I am not troubled, grandfather. You both continue with your work. I shall head back now. Do take care, walk slowly, and watch out for the rain. Stay safe. Su Yan acknowledged each concern. Though she had no intention of walking slowly, the rain had ceased, yet she preferred not to walk home. At a nearby corner, she summoned a car, and within 2 minutes she arrived home. Glancing at the time, it was nearly 4 in the afternoon. As she entered, she spotted her grandmother and Gu Xiaolin each cradling a child. engaged in conversation with Liao Qinglan. The two little ones, upon seeing their mother return, lit up with joy, extending their arms toward her, calling out, "Mama, Mama, pick me up. Grandma, Mom, Aunt Qinglan, I'm back." Gently ruffling the soft hair of the two little ones. Since Gu Xiaolin was already holding one of them, she refrained from picking up Xiaowei. "Our lucky star has returned. See, I told you the rain would stop." Indeed, Su Yan smiled. "It's not my fortune, but rather Grandma's skill in divination. Payasentie? Today, little Yan can be more than a lucky star. She is the bride," teased Liao Qinglan. Gu Xiaolin observed several times. Noting that there was no one behind Su Yan, she had indeed returned alone. Understanding that Qin Yi was occupied, she hurried to comfort her daughter-in-law. "You must be tired,
dear.
Since the other guests have yet to arrive, why don't you go upstairs, change your clothes, and rest for a bit?" "I'm not tired, Mom, Grandma. Aunt Qinglan, I'll head upstairs first." Su Yan proceeded to remove the protective covering from the yard. After putting it away and cleaning it in her space, she knew she had to change her clothes. She needed to wash off any acid rain residue from the protective film. After a shower and drying her hair, she applied a face mask, followed by skincare. As for makeup, she had intended to dress up today, but now felt too lazy to do so. Instead, she merely applied a thin layer of natural lip color, enhancing her complexion without being overly ostentatious. When it came to her outfit, she was cautious. Upon entering, she noticed her grandmother had donned her favorite traditional attire, and Qin Mama was also dressed in a new outfit befitting a mother-in-law. Liao Qinglan, visiting as a guest, had clearly made an effort to look presentable. As the protagonist of the day, she dared not be careless, knowing her grandmother would be the first to voice disapproval. Su Yan opened her wardrobe. Aside from casual home wear and outfits for outings, she realized she had no formal gowns suitable for significant occasions. Remembering she had collected several fashionable pieces, she ventured into her space and finally discovered a striking red evening dress, a simple design with a round neckline and three-quarter sleeves. Featuring a pleated waist and a flared hem, it was a modest yet elegant dress, perfectly suitable for both formal and casual wear. This will do, she decided. She accessorized with a pearl necklace and pearl earrings, and styled her hair with a pearl hairpin. Finally, she chose a pair of light gold low-heeled shoes. With her naturally flawless complexion, the red dress made her radiate vibrancy. Having only completed her basic skincare without makeup was entirely acceptable, striking a perfect balance between understated elegance and a touch of brightness, enhancing her serene and gentle demeanor. Standing before the mirror, she twirled around, feeling quite satisfied. "Yan Yan?
Vinyi.
You're back? Do I look good?" "Remove the question mark. Just say I look good." It had been a while since he had seen his wife so beautifully adorned. The last time was before the calamity in Night City. Qin Yi, momentarily taken aback, replied, "You look splendid." He closed the door behind him and hurried over, raising his arms to embrace her. But then realized he had just returned from interrogating suspects, and was still dirty. Quickly retracting his hands, he said, "Let me wash up first. Wait for me. Hurry. I'll help you find some clothes." Without wasting a minute, Qin Yi dashed into the bathroom. His attire was much simpler, especially since he was naturally handsome and could pull off any style effortlessly. Su Yan didn't need to deliberate. She selected a fitted black suit for him, even choosing shoes. Inside, it wasn't hot, but he could remove the suit jacket once outside, as a dress shirt and trousers would suffice without appearing disrespectful. 10 minutes later, he emerged,
Clean from head to toe.
Men certainly shower quickly and efficiently. "Come here, let me dry your hair." "Stay back, I can do it myself." "Very well," she thought, as he stood tall, making it difficult for her to assist. He was too tall for her to help without straining her neck. Qin Yi preferred to manage it himself, wanting to avoid any complaints. After all, his wife had gone through the effort of dressing up, and he didn't want to ruin her efforts. With his short hair, it was easy to dry, and in just a few moments he was done. "Shall I help you change?" "Keep your distance." Su Yan burst into laughter, enjoying the playful banter. It was rare to see her husband so serious, even when she tried to be mischievous. She understood his concerns and merely watched as he finished getting ready. He looked good. Every movement of a handsome man in attire was captivating, especially when he wore a serious expression, exuding the aura of a stoic CEO in a tailored suit. How do I look? In a word, handsome. Indeed. But it's quite uncomfortable, Genie said, removing his suit jacket. This is better, otherwise it gets too hot. That works, Su Yen agreed, finally able to draw closer. And she deftly unbuttoned the top 2 buttons of his shirt, adding a touch of allure to his appearance. In her mind, she was practically screaming. This was not a soldier, but her little wolf dog. All set? With a firm hand, he pulled her into his embrace. Let us go. We shouldn't keep them waiting. What time is it? As Su Yen returned, she found Liao Qinglan was the only guest in the living room, to be precise. She hardly counted as a guest, but rather family. It's 6 o'clock. 6 o'clock? Have I been upstairs for nearly 2 hours? As Su Yen was enveloped in Qin Yi's embrace, they descended the staircase, and halfway down, she noticed the once spacious living room was now filled with guests. Upon spotting Qin Yi and Su Yen, everyone turned in unison to gaze at them. An exquisite pairing, indeed. Hello, everyone. Qin Yi greeted as he led Su Yen down the stairs. Su Yen offered a gentle smile, choosing to remain silent and allowing her grandfather the opportunity to speak. Chapter 163. Make an entrance with 3 smiles. Look, her grandfather and grandmother were each cradling a little one as they approached.
Nana.
My mother is so beautiful. I crave her embrace. The 2 little ones are not dressed as they usually are today. It seems the old lady has taken great care in adorning them.
Suyan.
With a smile, reaches out to Xiao Wei, and when her daughter remarks on her beauty, she decides to hold her instead, while her aloof son can find someone else to cuddle with. Dad, hold her, Qin Yi says, reluctant for his wife to wrinkle her clothes while holding the children, as he takes their daughter from his father-in-law's arms. Yet, the father miscalculated. The little Rue, who had been held by the old lady, didn't vocalize his desire for his mother, but made his intentions clear. He wriggled free from his grandmother's embrace and clutched onto his mother's hand. Su Yen, being quick-witted, swiftly lifted her son into her arms. The old lady gasped, patting her chest. What a little rascal! I am not a monkey. I am Qin Rue, he exclaimed, a hint of urgency in his voice as he stated his full name. All right, I know you are Qin Rue.
Mum, I'm Qin Rue.
Yes, dear. I understand. Once the children's playful interlude passed, Sheng Lao and the old lady stood proudly on either side of their granddaughter. Qin Yi, who was holding their daughter, found himself slightly sidelined. Sheng Lao addressed those who had looked over, introducing his granddaughter with solemnity to both acquaintances and relatives. Everyone. Allow me to introduce my daughter Sheng Xian's own flesh and blood, my beloved granddaughter, Su Yen. Hello everyone, I am Su Yen, she said gracefully, engaging with the guests in the room. I am grateful to all of you for attending the wedding banquet of my granddaughter Su Yen and the Qin family's grandson.
Vinyi.
To call it merely a banquet feels simplistic. Given the splendid atmosphere, let us regard it as a gathering to share a meal together. I have concluded my words. Now, Qin Lao, the floor is yours. Sheng Lao, having finished his speech, stepped aside, helping the old lady to make room for Qin.
Indeed.
When it comes down to it, this is truly the Qin family's occasion. Qin Jiyu, beaming with pride, chuckled heartily upon his entrance, showcasing his satisfaction with his granddaughter-in-law. Ha ha ha, let me say a few words. Today is a joyous occasion for both the Sheng and Qin families, celebrating the union of our 2 young ones. My grandson Qin Yi and granddaughter-in-law Su Yen. The 2 little ones in their arms are my great-grandchildren. Alas, due to the calamities of nature, my great-grandson and great-granddaughter are already over a year old, and finally, we have this opportunity to invite everyone to toast to my grandson. In any case, I hope everyone enjoys their meal and drinks well. Do not feel constrained just because you are in the presence of the leaders. With the elder Qin present, there was no need for Qin Binghua and Gu Xiulin to intervene. They took the children from Su Yen and Qin Yi's arms, ensuring the young couple wouldn't tire themselves out. You don't need to hold the children any longer, Qin Yi stated naturally, taking Su Yan's hand, expressing gratitude to all for their presence and the witness to their marriage. He and Su Yan bowed in sincere appreciation. Su Yan, guided by Qin Yi, bowed as well. At the opportune moment, Qin Lao spoke. All right, let the feast begin. Everyone please come this way. In the courtyard, tables and chairs were already set, and the dishes were abundant. Liao Qinglan, familiar with all the attendees, ushered everyone to their respective tables. Luo Fuan, Yang Jingwei, Chen Dingshan, and Zhang Yuan were fiddling with an air conditioning fan that seemed to have been unearthed from who knows where. Despite the acid rain that had fallen, the heat remained unabated, making dining outside without air conditioning quite uncomfortable, hence the fan was a welcome relief. Qin Lao and his wife Qin Binghua continued to mingle with the guests, engaging in conversation with those who offered heartfelt compliments about Qin Yi and Su Yan, indulging in a few more exchanges with those who had struck a chord with the three members of the Qin family. Who wouldn't want to curry favor with such prominent figures? Consequently, Qin Yi, Su Yan, and the two little ones were exalted to celestial heights. Unsurprisingly, Qin Lao relished this attention, raising his glass to anyone who offered a toast. In contrast, Sheng Lao and the old lady maintained a quieter demeanor. In traditional Chinese culture, the family marrying off a daughter does not exude the same celebratory spirit as that of the family receiving a daughter-in-law. Observe, the old lady's displeasure was palpable, while Sheng Lao quietly coaxed and conversed with her, seated at the same table as three other elderly couples, including Zhou Shooting, with 3 empty seats likely reserved for Qin Lao and his wife. The dynamic of Sheng Lao soothing his wife was nothing unusual. Meanwhile, Qin Yi and Su Yan remained in the living room, somewhat trapped by Luo Fuan and the others, as well as Zhou Zhe and a few other young officials, who were all gathered there. This group, though small, was lively, and since few younger individuals could attend, it made sense to place Qin Yi and Su Yan at their table, where young people could freely enjoy each other's company. And indeed, the playful ones had arrived. Sister-in-law, I thought for sure there would be at least 1 or 2 of your sisters here today. I dressed up so handsomely to impress the bride's friends. Sister-in-law, how do you plan to repay me for this? Luo Fuan, undeterred, held a bottle of wine in one hand and a glass in the other, clearly intent on getting Qin Yi to drink. It was impossible to get Su Yan to drink while Qin Yi was present. He would certainly take her place.
Su Yan,
We have been comrades in arms, and I have come to celebrate your marriage, but I also want to see your sisters. Where are they? Zhou Zhe chimed in, echoing the sentiment. And what about the premarital pregnancy? No, I mean getting on the train without a ticket, isn't that against the rules? Certainly against the rules. Came the chorus of voices. What shall we do about it?
they asked.
A penalty. Su Yan observed them quietly as they performed their antics. Qin Yi chuckled at his so-called friends.
Get lost.
Haven't you heard what Sheng and Qin leaders just said? Today is merely a gathering for a meal, not an official wedding ceremony. How could my wife possibly bring her sisters for you?
Oh,
You guys, outside they're already drinking. Is old Qin saying this isn't celebratory feast? Sister-in-law, did old Qin say it isn't wedding feast? Sister-in-law, the durian and keyboard are ready. Which would you prefer to give old Qin? Do you all want to eat and drink or not? Stop bothering old Qin with nonsense, everyone. Let us head out to eat, said Yang Jingwei, attempting to get them to move. In the living room, there's air conditioning, but until we finish drinking, no one gets to eat. Old Qin, they are all trying to set you up. I wish you happiness. Yang Jingwei poured a full glass and pushed it towards Qin Yi, insisting he drink. If you don't drink this, it would be quite impolite. Thank you, brother. I will drink this one. Qin Yi accepted the first drink from Yang Jingwei, who was the first to get him to drink. Old Yang, are you out of your mind? Luo Fuan exclaimed, suddenly enlightened, pouring another glass. Brother Yi, this drink is for you and your wife to have another pair of twins. All right, I can drink to that, Qin Yi agreed, downing the drink. Zhang Yuan also joined in. Boss, I wish you and your wife eternal happiness. Go away. Old Yang has already wished for happiness. Qin Yi's intentions were clear. He would accept blessings, but not duplicates. Zhou Zhe also found a way to get Qin Yi to drink. Su Yan, I wish you a sweet marriage and eternal youth. Thank you, Su Yan accepted the glass. However, Qin Yi swiftly took the drink from her hand to drink on her behalf. In the ensuing moments, the others eagerly poured drinks for Qin Yi, while Su Yan remained untouched by alcohol. Yet, Qin Yi only accepted 1 drink from each, refusing any more. After all, he was no ordinary heir, and no one dared to force him. Thus, the young people at this table finally emerged from their gathering. It was at this moment that Su Yan caught sight of the courtyard outside the living room door, where 8 tables were arranged, 4 on each side. The elderly gentlemen and middle-aged men present were familiar faces she had encountered at the office, though she could not recall their names or positions. The older ladies and the younger matrons were all strangers to her. As one table emerged, Qin Binghua and Gu Xiaolin approached, accompanied by their son and daughter-in-law to toast the guests. Apart from the young people's table, the remaining 7 tables each had a cup, summing up to 7 cups. All for Qin Yi. Su Yan thought to herself that it was somewhat acceptable to have 1 cup per table. However, that sense of relief was premature. At the table of the elders, several ladies insisted on making room for this couple to sit and engage in conversation, which was not merely idle chatter. As 3 sentences seldom passed without a mention of alcohol. With the main character absent from the young people's table, they too indulged in drinking. Yang Jinghui seized the opportunity to consume alcohol, and no one could ascertain just how much he had imbibed, for after one table's 2 bottles had been drained, he produced 3 more from his spatial button. Excluding Su Yan and Qin Yi, the table still had 8 people, averaging over half a gene of liquor per person. Yang Jinghui had likely consumed a full gene, struggling to steady his chopsticks. Luo Fuan had long noticed something amiss with Yang Jinghui. Was it infatuation? A heartbreak? He could fathom no other explanation. Yet, as these bachelors spent their days in each other's company, it was clear to all when one was accompanied by an additional female mosquito, and Yang had not accepted Lu Shue's advances, so where could his affections be directed? Thus, it was quite perplexing. It seemed he had come to some realization. You fellows keep drinking. Old Yang has had enough. I'll take him home first. After informing Qin Yi, Luo Fuan half-supported, half-dragged Yang Jinghui to the vehicle idling at the courtyard entrance, flooring the accelerator as they departed from Shuguang Base. By 8 o'clock that night, the area outside the base was engulfed in darkness, so thick that one could not see their hand in front of their face. A solitary modified vehicle careened aimlessly, with Luo Fuan's expression darker than the night. In the passenger seat, a drunken Yang Jinghui exhibited commendable decorum, leaning quietly with his eyes half-closed, neither noisy nor nauseated. After traveling over 10 kilometers from the base, the car came to a halt and was turned off. Luo Fuan yanked open the passenger door and, without a word, delivered a punch to Yang Jinghui, who merely sat on the ground, hugging his legs, accepting the blows without evasion or retaliation. It wasn't until Luo Fuan grew weary and empathetic that he retrieved a large bottle of mineral water from his spatial button and poured it over Yang Jinghui's head. Old Luo, have you lost your mind? The one who's lost it is you. What the hell have I done to you? Are you even drunk? Just what kind of brother are you? Where's your head at? Did you feed it to the dogs? Luo Fuan kicked Yang Jinghui twice, while seated, then plopped down beside him, struggling to catch his breath. Just moments ago, he had been a punching bag, and now he leaned against Yang Jinghui like a backrest. The 2 men sitting in the pitch-black wilderness, lapsing into silence for a time. Yang Jinghui clearly had a considerable reserve of alcohol. As he retrieved another bottle from his spatial button, uncapped it and took a swig. Actually, I'm not drunk. You know my capacity for liquor, right? I'm really not intoxicated. If I wanted to get drunk, it would be quite a challenge. Old Luo, care for a drink? Have a sip. He offered the bottle over his head. Luo Fuan accepted it, gulping down a generous mouthful before returning it. Old Yang, have you lost your senses? You need to extinguish those inappropriate thoughts of yours, understand? Understood. Then have you managed to do so? Not really. Damn it. Luo Fuan nearly erupted in expletives but reconsidered. What good would it do? He resolved to settle it with his fists. Rising to deliver a few more punches to Yang Jinghui's shoulder, wresting the bottle of liquor from his grasp, and taking a sip. Well, now we're no longer back-to-back, but sitting side by side to drink. When did this all begin? Did I ever have a chance to start? I'm asking you. From when did you harbor such feelings? Luo Fuan nearly lost his temper again. Long ago, shortly after the natural disasters began, when I went to Jiangcheng, it was old Qin who asked me to keep an eye on his girlfriend. I knew she was his girlfriend, that they were deeply in love, and I understood her heart held no space for anyone else. I never intended to covet my brother's woman, but every time she appeared, I found myself drawn to her a little more, even if she consistently treated me coldly and deliberately maintained her distance. It was as if she had cast a spell, embedding herself in my heart. What could I do? Tell me, what could I do? She is my brother's woman, and she has even saved my life. I hope she lives a life filled with happiness, and their love is so profound that merely watching her from afar is enough for me. Does your sister-in-law know? She doesn't know, and she will never have the chance to find out. We are brothers, and Luo Fuan was at a loss. He too had acted impulsively today, and now he regretted it. Had he known, he would have feigned ignorance. However, upon learning that Yang Jinghui had not confessed his feelings to Su Yan, he breathed a temporary sigh of relief. If he had confessed, then he would be nothing but a scoundrel who undermined his brother. And such a person was unworthy of brotherhood. A lack of integrity warranted expulsion from the team. To harbor uncontrollable affection for someone, you might say it's right, but it's also wrong. If you say it's wrong, it only harms oneself without affecting anyone else. Of course, the condition is that the person involved must never find out. Exceptional individuals cannot help but attract the affections of others, can they? Reflecting on the moment shared among their 5 teammates and Su Yan, Yang Jinghui's gaze hardly lingered on her. Should Ego find out? Do you think this brotherhood would endure? As long as you don't speak of it, no one else will know. And what if they flaunt their affection before you in the future? I can feign ignorance with a straight face. You can? What madness has seized you today? If it weren't for Yi Ge and your sister-in-law being at another table, do you think you're the only one with 1,000 schemes? Only Old Chen and Old Zhang are truly blind. Today was an anomaly. They will only celebrate a wedding once in a lifetime, and I'm merely indulging for today. Up until now, I have never committed any act against the state or the people, nor have I wronged my brothers or friends. I have my own pride and convictions, and if I were to act improperly in this matter, I would despise myself. What good is it to tell me? You need to remind yourself constantly. Give it here. Luo Fuan snatched the bottle, downing several more swigs, wondering what sins he had committed in a past life to encounter such a situation. Both sides were brothers. The palms and backs of hands are all flesh. Human nature, it seems, is better off with fewer schemes. How could he have been so perceptive? He tossed the bottle back to Yang Jinghui and slapped his own forehead. It would be best to knock some sense into himself. Yang Jinghui shook the empty bottle. Still want a drink? Yes. He opened another bottle of liquor. Luo Fuan took out a rechargeable flashlight, along with 2 bags of dried fish and a bag of peanuts. With the light, he discovered that Yang Jinghui's face and head were covered in bruises, with blood at the corner of his mouth. Just how hard did you hit him? Luo Fuan disdainfully tossed a pack of tissues at him. Wipe that up. Your pitiful state is of no use to me. It's all right. I don't blame you for hitting me. If it were you, I would have done the same. Stop bringing me into this. Such a thing would never happen to me. Yang Jinghui did not retort, relishing this rare opportunity for indulgence, simply drinking away. It matters not. Should you feel a pang of guilt for harboring my innermost thoughts without voicing them, please continue to text me, leaving me a breath of hope. Before returning to the base, I shall consume a bottle of restorative liquid, and no soul shall be the wiser regarding the events that transpired. Luo Fuan was left utterly speechless. Upon their return, the two not only drank the restorative liquid, but also changed out of their soiled garments. Chapter 165. How did it come to this? In the courtyard of the Sheng residence, the guests had long since departed. The 2 youngsters were only accompanied by Su Qing as they prepared for bed, while the 3 elders of the Qin family returned home. And both Elder Sheng and the matriarch had already retired for the night. Even the dogs, De Huang and De He, were intoxicated, sprawled out at the door to the living room with their tongues lolling. Yen Yen, has it started to rain again? Indeed, it had. Let us fetch the protective cover. The 2, who had just ascended the stairs without freshening up, hurriedly donned their protective suits and made their way to the rooftop, unfurling the protective cover to envelop the entire courtyard. Fortune smiled upon them today, as it did not rain during mealtime. Grandmother says, I am a lucky star. Qini assisted Su Yan in unfastening her protective suit, embracing his delicate and soft wife, utterly content. Grandmother speaks true. You are my little lucky star, and tonight, the star must fulfill her promise.
Me?
The door to the master bedroom on the 2nd floor closed, and a trail of discarded clothing led from the room to the bathroom. The following day, the 3 elders of the Qin family departed for the southwest, with Su Yan and Qin Yi seeing them off. Elder Sheng allocated a flying apparatus for emergencies in the southwest, while Elder Qin, mimicking Qin Yi, piloted the craft not far from the base before switching to a helicopter for a quicker return, saving considerable time. Let us temporarily set aside the matter of Su Yan's work. The acid rain continued to fall. Qin Yi's team busied themselves with matters concerning Air Mountain. Yet with the flying apparatus, they could depart in the morning and return by night, continuing to reside at the Dawn base. The two youngsters needed supervision. So Su Yan planned to stay with Ingi for a while. Being so close, she could come and go at will. Go on, child, do not fret. Thank you, grandmother. Upon hearing that Su Yan was coming, Ingi and her 9 companions eagerly awaited her arrival from within the air raid shelter, their anticipation palpable. As a helicopter descended and a figure clad in full protective gear disembarked, the children erupted in joy. Amidst the chorus of Sister Su, Su Yan was warmly welcomed inside. Ingi had grown taller and blossomed into a beautiful young lady. Sister Su is the fairest of all. Her short hair framing her face with 2 adorable dimples, truly endearing. She had indeed matured considerably, her complexion lightening since she was no longer as dark as before. The transformation of a young girl during her developmental phase is truly remarkable. Su Yan smiled at Ingi and proceeded to praise the younger children, Qiyu, Deming, Chengcheng, Shumi, and Xiaojing, almost lost in the adoration of their sister Su. Younger siblings, come gather for some sweets. These are the wedding candies from me and brother Qin.
Wow. 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 Wow.
Familiarity breeds comfort, and these 9 children, both older and younger, were no longer strangers to Su Yan. They unabashedly clung to her legs, clamoring for her praise. A pack of delighted children indulged in the sweets when Ingi tugged at Su Yan's sleeve. Sister Su, could you come with me for a moment? Of course. Ingi led Su Yan to the kitchen by the door, ensuring the group of children could not overhear their conversation, and then whispered, Sister Su, do you have that? I do like a bit. Which one? The one that goes underneath. Understanding dawned. Indeed, at 13 or 14, a young girl should be experiencing such changes. I have it. Let me fetch some for you. From her backpack, which was akin to a treasure trove, Su Yan produced several packages. That's enough, Sister Su, no more. One can never have too much of this. You must stock up, as it will be needed monthly. Also, be diligent with your hygiene and change frequently. Don't be stingy. If you run out, let me know. Will it hurt your stomach? It might sting a little, but you can endure it. Drink some brown sugar water when it comes. Su Yan produced 2 bags of brown sugar from her seemingly endless pack and handed them to Ingi. Ingi clutched her bounty protectively, as if fearing someone might discover its contents, and scurried back to her bunk to stow them in a box at the head of her bed. Still feeling insecure, she retrieved a padlock to secure the box. Observing the children thoroughly enjoying their sweets, Su Yan decided to assess their progress over the past period. It's time for an examination. Everyone gather around. All right, Sister Su. I'll go first. Qi was the first to raise his hand. Very well, step forward. Su Yan beckoned him closer, instructing, give it your all and strike me. Let me see if you've been slacking during your training. In an open area within the cave, Qiyu managed to withstand 5 or 6 moves against Su Yan, which was commendable. After he finished, the next child stepped up, and thus, both physical and academic assessments were conducted. The 9 of them completed the 2 subjects in just 2 or 3 hours. At lunchtime, Su Yan dined there, and following the meal, the 8 children retired for a rest while Su Yan conversed with Ingi. Ingi, I wish to relocate you all to another place, one with more people, where there will be caregivers for you daily. Another reason is that I have heard from those at the base that a significant earthquake will occur soon. I cannot say precisely when, but residing in the cave is unsafe during seismic events. Just like with the acid rain, which arrived unexpectedly. Who knows when the earthquake will strike? Her foresight had proven unreliable. We will follow Sister Su's arrangements. You don't want to ask where we're moving to? Perhaps I'm selling you all. If Sister Su wishes to sell us, then so be it. Whatever Sister Su decides is fine. I, along with my younger siblings, have sworn that if Sister Su directs us east, we shall never turn west. Such earnestness from Ingi was indeed amusing. Did they truly make such vows? What kind of conversations did these children have outside of study and training? Following this, the most pressing matter was the move to the Air Mountain base. As Su Yan intended to send all 9 of them there ahead of schedule, where professional instructors awaited. Zhang Yuan and Luo Fuan, accustomed to teaching, would be better suited to guide them. Su Yan sent a message to the group via her wristband to relay this plan. Zhang Yuan, absolutely no problem.
Luo Fuan.
I can teach, but sister-in-law, I require tuition. Just a few kilos of fresh fruit each day will suffice. Su Yan, that's agreeable. Once the acid rain has fully ceased, you two will handle this task and assist them in moving their belongings. Both acknowledged with an okay. The acid rain continued for 5 days before finally ceasing. Chapter 166. What happened to Mother? At this juncture, the initial group of individuals who recklessly exposed themselves to the rain found themselves unable to evade the consequences, as the symptoms on their skin began to manifest, and with alarming intensity. The hospital at Dawn Base was overwhelmed with patients. Moreover, seeking a physician proved futile. The affliction was beyond remedy, at least for the time being, leaving them to await their demise. The hospital staff were aware that Professor G was researching this particular ailment, yet tackling such a complex condition could not yield results in mere days. Those individuals now regretted their past indulgences, feeling an equal measure of despair. Some even blamed the base's leadership for failing to prevent them, arguing that if they had not exerted themselves fully, a third of the base's population might have perished beneath the acid rain. Within the base there were those who, unable to bear the agony from skin cancer induced by the acid rain, resorted to leaping from heights, while others, in a state of desperation, caused chaos within the base. An array of calamities unfolded. As the bodies outside the base multiplied, Su Yan reached out to Luo Fuan, instructing him to arrange suitable accommodations for the 9 children at Air Mountain. The arrangements are complete. I'll pick them up tomorrow morning alongside Zhang Yuan.
Good.
Having resolved matters concerning the 9 children, she felt a modicum of tranquility, for otherwise, she would be perpetually beset by the dread of an unforeseen calamity. With a sense of ease, Su Yan delved into her agricultural endeavors within the spatial realm. The 2 little ones had grown sufficiently independent, frolicking and chasing after the dog without the need for supervision. Meanwhile, the elderly matriarch observed the children while honing her physical fitness and marksmanship skills. Su Yan drove around her grand estate, having recently acquired numerous robots from various regions to cultivate the land more efficiently. The fields capable of yielding produce were now nearly fully tended to by these mechanical assistants, resulting in a bountiful harvest. Yet, despite the abundance, it remained insufficient to meet the demand. Every few days, she would supply the Dawn Base with fresh vegetables, fruits, and meats. The southwestern regions, including Hai City, East City, and Jiang City, received intermittent supplies, though the distribution varied in proximity and quantity. She would gather valuable items wherever possible, while those less accessible were collected in smaller amounts. Offering them for free was not feasible, as she needed to retain some for trade within her space. After 2 hours of surveying her estate, Su Yan settled in the garden before her home, sighing heavily. What troubles you, Mama? Little Rue cupped his mother's face, inspecting her from side to side in search of any apparent issue. Is something hurting, Mama? I can blow on it. Little Wei, ever affectionate, clung to her neck, blowing gently. Su Yan's heart melted at the sight of her 2 little ones. I'm perfectly fine, my darlings. Little Wei knows how to blow away the pain. And little Rue understands how to check if Mama is injured, doesn't he? Yes. Mama, don't get hurt. Alright, Mama won't get hurt. She's just a bit tired. Upon hearing their mother mention fatigue, the little ones, who had been clinging to her, immediately released their tiny hands and stood obediently on the ground. What's tiring? I'm not tired at all, she thought, feeling her heart brim with affection for them. What is going on with the 3 of you? The elderly matriarch returned from the shooting range and, upon stepping out of the vehicle, immediately sensed the familial warmth, indicating something was amiss. She seated herself cross-legged on the ground, wiping her sweat with a towel draped over her shoulder, and turned to the nearest little Wei. What's troubling your mother? Great-grandma. Mama said she's tired. How can we help her not be tired? Just let Mama rest for a while without disturbing her, alright? How about Great-grandma holds you for a bit?
Okay.
Though Little Wei promised not to make noise, her hands were restless, playing with Great-grandma's hair one moment, pinching her nose the next, never allowing stillness. Little Rue, nestled in Su Yan's embrace, remained quieter, pursing his lips and resting his little head on her shoulder in silence.
What weighs on your mind, Su Yan?
The elderly matriarch inquired. I worry that no matter how many vegetables we grow, it will never be enough, and there will always be some who cannot access them. Even in a time of peace, there exists a disparity between the rich and the poor. You have already exerted yourself to fulfill your responsibilities. The rest must be left to others to navigate their own existence. No one can be the savior. What about grandfather? He cannot either. If one were to say, you are more likely than your grandfather to become the one who saves others. Your grandfather is merely a leader, tasked with performing the duties expected of him.
All right.
I will heed grandmother's words. Let us go outside. Very well, let us go. Upon exiting the spatial realm, the announcement blared once more. The broadcast repeated thrice, declaring that starting immediately, each person would be allocated a weekly quota of 1 barrel of water for daily use and 1 liter for drinking. With temperatures so high, 1 liter was hardly sufficient for mere consumption, let alone for cooking. Many resorted to conserving their daily water for drinking purposes, putting those with weaker constitutions at risk of illness, creating a no-win situation. In the central area, the vicinity of the villa was not lacking in water, as the elite enjoyed certain privileges. However, the common populace residing in the ordinary sectors of the Dawn base suffered acutely. One could hear the heart-wrenching cries of thirsty children day and night. The water scarcity in this base had reached critical levels. The elderly matriarch seemed to be speaking to herself, yet her words were directed at Su Yan. I've heard that since the acid rain, many previously usable water sources have become contaminated. Not only is water scarce, but even the drought-resistant potatoes and sweet potatoes have perished. Su Yan recalled her grandfather's words. Now, all bases were depleting their grain reserves, with a monthly allowance of merely 10 pounds per person, barely enough to last 2 years. Chapter 167. Lu Shui has arrived. Natural disasters have worsened day by day. After several days of acid rain, the soil has changed. Expert assessments reveal that even if there are water sources available for planting, the current soil conditions render it nearly impossible to cultivate crops. Today's arable land bears a striking resemblance to wasteland. During lunch, Su Yan broached the subject with her grandfather, suggesting, in my space, there are large and small rivers. Could we possibly utilize that water? Regarding the water in your space, I have discussed it with old Sheen several times. Deep down, we worry about exhausting the supply. What would you and the others do then? I have consistently emphasized that regardless of your space, disasters will come as they will, and the issues humanity faces remain. It is not yet a point of desperation that warrants risking your safety. In the face of such ongoing calamities, how long can you rely on your water supply? Your grandfather can utilize your space for certain tasks, but we cannot depend entirely on it. Solutions for water are forthcoming. Does grandfather have a plan for the water source? In about half a month, we can begin relocating to Arshan. Geological surveys have indicated the presence of an underground river several hundred meters down, projected to provide sufficient water for 1 million people for 3 years. Of course, this is a quantitative estimate, but it will undoubtedly be an improvement over the current situation. As soon as she set down her bowl, Su Yan picked up another to serve her grandfather a bit more rice. That is good to hear, grandfather. You've had more gray hairs lately. Eat a bit more, and take your vitamins. All right, I'll listen to you. When his granddaughter serves him food, he must eat it. Su Yan also prepared juice and fruits for both her grandfather and the elderly matriarch. In times like these, she was determined to ensure that both elders were well-fed and healthy. At long last, someone can manage you, old man. Likewise. After lunch, Su Yan coaxed the children into their afternoon nap, while she herself refrained from sleeping, opting instead to indulge in a drama she had downloaded on her tablet. Just then, the intercom on the second floor rang. Comrade Su Yan, there is a person named Lu Shui looking for you. Let her in. Lu Shui has arrived.
Su Yan,
Caught in a blend of worry and boredom, had hardly ventured outside since moving into the central area of the Dawn base. As this was the residence of the powerful, those who wished to befriend her were often deterred from approaching. This isolation had turned her into a recluse. Walk slowly. What is the rush?
Grandma.
Lu Shui is here to see me. I'll wait for her at the door. Just don't rush. Walk carefully. Su Yan acknowledged and slowed her pace somewhat. Lu Shui arrived by helicopter. Unlike Su Yan, she lacked the privileges to enter the residential area directly and had to land in a designated parking area after entering the base. Her helicopter incurred a considerable maintenance fee. After completing the necessary registrations and securing her aircraft, a soldier approached to guide her in. Comrade, do I need to go through another checkpoint? This is the central area of our Dawn base. It's all occupied by the upper echelons. The young soldier pointed upward. Lu Shui let out a long O, retrieving a box of biscuits from her backpack and handing it to the soldier. Could you tell me more about this place? The soldier accepted the offering and countered. You came here without knowing? To put it simply, there are only a dozen courtyards in this central area, all inhabited by figures you could only see on television before.
Got it. Thank you, comrade.
Lu Shui took a sharp breath. She was merely a wealthy young lady, far removed from the elite circles of the capital.
Now,
realizing that the sisterhood she had desperately clung to had such powerful backing, she felt a sense of awe. She was aware that her sister's husband was an officer, and all the officers' husbands were comrades in arms. Upon hearing this, she thought to herself that she needed to elevate her status 2 more levels. I can only take you this far. When you find someone, state your name, and the guard inside will direct you. Thank you. Lu Shui successfully passed through the checkpoint into the central district. Indeed, as the comrade had mentioned, it was filled with separate villas, totaling only about a dozen. Hello. How do I get to Suyan's house? Hello, just go straight and take a right, the one that stands alone is it. Lu Shui expressed her gratitude and walked in. Finally, she had arrived at the solitary villa, where a guard stood at the entrance. Chapter 168. Clinging to sister's leg. Suyan stood at the courtyard gate, peering out, and spotted Lu Shui from a distance. It had only been 3 or 4 months since their last meeting, but she appeared somewhat haggard. She waved at Lu Shui. Lu Shui jogged over. Oh, dear sister, finding you was like entering a palace. It was so difficult. It's not that exaggerated, come on in. You say it's not exaggerated? Which household has several gates and guards at the entrance? My family. You. Lu Shui's face was a testament to her admiration. Once inside, the air conditioning was so cold it made one shiver, a privilege only her sister's home possessed. And Lu Shui was no longer surprised by it. She was keen to ascertain just how many generations of officials her sister hailed from. Good day, madam. Little Lu has arrived. Please sit down. You must be tired from the long trek from the main gate to here. Not too tired, thankfully. Please, you sit down. I'll get you some water. Lu Shui placed her large backpack by the sofa and sat down, feeling quite at home. As she was familiar with all the people present, Suyan went to the kitchen and returned with a large glass of juice. Drink this. Thank you. Upon taking a sip, Lu Shui felt revitalized. You all continue your conversation. Treat this place as your own home and don't be formal. The child is taking a nap. I'll go check on them. All right, madam. With Suyan gone, Lu Shui felt liberated. Downing the large glass of juice in one go, Suyan returned to refill her glass. Take your time. You can drink as much as you like here.
Oh.
I've received insider information that several major bases will be relocating to the central base, but there are limited slots available, correct? Indeed. It's unrealistic to suddenly move all those people from the various bases to the Ultian base at once. It will have to be done in batches. Those without slots or assignments will have to wait at their original bases, where there will still be management personnel present. With the reduction in numbers, the water supply at the original bases 1 TB as strained, making it somewhat more manageable. Suyan briefly explained her situation to Lu Shui.
A yen.
I came to ask for your help in securing a slot. With your Lu family in Jiangcheng, you can't possibly lack slots? We do. But back when we entered the temporary base in Jiangcheng, we could only secure a tiny unit. At the central base, it's a free-for-all for resources. My humble Lu family in Jiangcheng can't compete. Knowing I have you as a strong ally, I thought I'd give it a try. Lu Shui's straightforwardness made Suyan feel comfortable. There was no need for pretenses, and she simply wanted a clear answer. Their interaction was refreshingly uncomplicated. I can help. Rest assured, you'll be able to relocate in half a month. Ah. Suyan felt overwhelmed by the beauty of her friend. Quickly tell me, what else you're backing? I sought help from a wealthy scion in Jiangcheng who claimed to know someone influential in the capital, yet he couldn't manage it. But you, my dear A. Yen, agreed without hesitation. You must tell me which family you belong to, so I know whom to pay my respects to. Pay respects? You want to send me away? Seeing Lu Shui's wide-eyed anticipation, Suyan had no secrets left to keep. I am from the Sheng family. Lu Shui took a moment to absorb this information. I knew it. I've always been a lucky charm. Look at me, I've landed the thickest thigh. You must be tired. Go wash your face and rest a bit. Later, I'll take you to explore the Dawn base.
All right.
Lu Shui carefully picked up her large bag and followed Su Yan. The residence of the high-ranking official was indeed understated, yet luxurious and cultured. Had Su Yan known Lu Shui's inner thoughts, she would have realized that Lu Shui's earlier comments were meant to convey that what appeared to be a simple Chinese-style villa was, upon closer inspection, truly different. Unbeknownst to her, the villa was still an ordinary one. It was simply that knowing its owner set it apart in her mind. The second floor had only a small guest room, complete with a washing area. It's a bit simple, let me tidy it up. No, it's already quite nice. Then will you rest? I want to rest. I'll wash my face and chat with you. By the way, I brought something valuable. Let me show you first before I wash up. Lu Shui opened her nearly half-a-person height backpack and laid out several boxes wrapped in foam on the bed. Take your time to look, I'll go wash my face. It's too hot outside. Go ahead. Su Yan fetched scissors and slowly cut open the foam. There were 7 boxes in total, and upon opening them, she discovered they were all bottles and jars, antiques. However, she couldn't discern their value. It didn't matter that she couldn't recognize them, the trading platform could appraise them. She scanned each item, discovering that the lowest was worth 23 kilograms of gold, while the highest was valued at 316 kilograms. 7 items totaled a staggering 1,946 kilograms of gold. No wonder this girl had carried them up so cautiously, claiming she had brought something precious. Indeed, it was not cheap. Minutes later, Lu Shui emerged from the washroom. How is it? Is it all right? Very much so. Did you collect these, or are you acting as a middleman? I collected them. I told you my luck is extraordinary. My brother and I were passing through a place when we were ambushed by several robbers. We were driving an armored vehicle and had guns in hand, so we just plowed through. 3 of them didn't survive, and we rescued an old man who was nearly dead by the roadside. He led us into the robber's lair and helped us rescue his son. These are the rewards he gave us. Lu Shui also provided the father and son with enough supplies to last 2 years, but she chose not to mention this minor detail. Good deeds truly bear good rewards. What luck you have, Lu Shui. What do you want exchange for? Chapter 169. Speaking the truth has its rewards. Sister, help me secure a space button. It's been circulating around the base that a big shot has won at a certain base. With your connections, you can definitely get one. But I can't shake the feeling that you're the real big shot behind it all. The beautiful girl hadn't finished her sentence when she suddenly thought of something, her eyes widening as she pointed at Su Yan. You, the big boss you mentioned, can't possibly be. Don't be ridiculous, it's official. The space button was honestly disclosed to the public, and Su Yan wasn't lying. Then you must help me get one. Just say if this is enough for an exchange. I must clarify, I can only obtain a 500 cubic meter one. Anything larger is beyond my reach, as the upper echelons are strict. That is certainly sufficient. Lu Shui was ecstatic. 500 cubic meters was quite sizable, measuring 10 meters long, 10 meters wide, and 5 meters high, plenty of room for her needs. Su Yan had agreed after careful consideration, primarily because she trusted Lu Shui. The space buttons she was providing, which weren't in the system, were only available to Liao Qinglan, with Lu Shui being the second. Sister, do you think these are enough for an exchange? If not, I'll find a way to make up the difference. A 500 cubic meter space button was worth 25 kilograms of gold each, and she had already made a profit just from the cheapest bottle. However, if it were someone else, they might demand all of it to be sufficient. Su Yan wasn't adept at exploiting familiar relationships. She picked one cheap bottle and one expensive bottle. I'll take these 2. Are you sure? Certainly. My discerning eye rarely miscalculates the value of items. Upon receiving confirmation, Lu Shui pushed all the boxes towards Su Yan, instructing her to select one as a reward for assisting her in procuring the space button and another as compensation for aiding in securing a residence at the headquarters. The space button is for preservation, correct? Then please exchange the remaining items for fresh fruits, quality meats and vegetables, and do procure some aviation fuel and gasoline as well. Indeed, it serves the purpose of preservation. I shall balance it out for you. There should be quite a bit of meat and vegetables. Enough to sustain your family of 4 for a considerable duration. I trust your judgment. Take everything you need, and I shall feel unburdened.
Suyan.
Not one to be polite, promptly stored the items in her space. Lu Shui then collapsed onto the bed, allowing her body to relax completely. The brutality of the apocalypse lay before her eyes, and the future promised to be increasingly challenging. With the space button in her possession, concealing items became convenient. Free from the fear of theft or robbery, easily carried wherever she went, this was the safeguard of the Lu family. Again, how many individuals possess a space button? Only a minuscule fraction of those with official identities do, and you, my dear, are the second. And you? Su Yan smiled enigmatically, yet remained silent. But the items she had relinquished spoke volumes. Could she truly lack one? Lu Shui observed her sister's expression, intuitively categorizing her as someone with official standing. It was no wonder her sister thrived on the 32nd floor, lacking for nothing. She could acquire anything she desired simply by stepping into a room. In hindsight, it was clear that her sister had been utilizing space buttons for quite some time. Nonetheless, she felt no regret for being a latecomer. She was content. After all, she remained one of the only two individuals without official status to possess a space button. The two lay on the bed, exchanging light banter until Su Yan excused herself to assist Lu Shui with the space button, encouraging her to rest. At 5 in the afternoon, the heat outside had subsided somewhat, and the oppressive warmth seemed to be gradually waning. It was then that Su Yan knocked on the client's door, having promised to take Lu Shui on a tour of the capital base. In truth, there was little to see. In half a month, this place would merely be a remnant of the past. Still, a stroll would be nice. By the way, shall we stay here tonight? It's too late. And the helicopter isn't entirely safe. Absolutely. This is your first invitation for me to stay at your home. To decline would be a disservice to myself. Have you resolved everything? Su Yan handed Lu Shui the prepared space button, a small token that she clutched as if it were her lifeline. After examining it excitedly and pressing it against her heart, she finally inquired about its usage. Su Yan patiently explained its functions in detail. Following this, Lu Shui found herself content to merely observe the capital base from the confines of the vehicle, reluctant to disembark. For stepping out would complicate her ability to engage in the game of retrieval. I understand those bottles are costly, but I never anticipated them to be so exorbitant. My family's confidence in surviving the apocalypse has increased significantly. Thank you, Ayen. No need for gratitude. The esteemed one assures the quality of the items. And we shall exchange again next time. Absolutely. Lu Shui felt triumphant at having traded a few conveniently acquired bottles for such valuable goods. After deducting expenses, Su Yan had amassed over 1,000 kilograms of gold, an impressive gain for both parties involved in the exchange. The capital base certainly surpassed Jiangqing's in quality, though she pondered the condition of the new central base. I believe it will be satisfactory. It is located by the mountains, and water scarcity should be less pronounced than it is now, although careful planning will be essential. That sounds promising. Basic living conditions will be met, and there will be someone to manage traffic. As Lu Shui spoke, she noticed several women holding children standing in front of the vehicle.
Suyan, driving slowly.
Noticed them as well. The vehicle was not in danger of hitting anyone, and perhaps that was why they attempted to fabricate an incident. Look, the car has stopped. Yet they remain a meter away, and now, one is sprawled beneath the wheels. Su Yan rolled down the window. What seems to be the problem? Are you blind? Didn't you see you hit someone? You ran into several. How can we survive this? Enough. The only one standing is now also rolling on the ground. Get up and speak properly. Clarify why you resorted to such tactics to extort money. If you insist I hit your group, I must apologize. For that is not the case. Come, everyone, see this young lady. She resembles a cunning vixen. I wonder which old man is keeping her as a mistress, hitting people yet refusing to compensate, and now threatening. Su Yan was utterly speechless. She loathed such individuals. Engaging in a verbal battle was futile. They would only resort to further foul language, putting one at a disadvantage. Lu Shui secured the space button and rolled up her sleeve, partially opening the window. Let loose. Your entire family consists of scoundrels, wretched creatures. You approach my vehicle with blind eyes, seeking to reincarnate. Everyone witnessed this, did they not? It was clear whether a person hit the car, or the car hit the person. Anyone who speaks the truth earns a potato. Lu Shui had a plethora of potatoes in her space. Just as she became engrossed in the game, she encountered these extortionists. Her sister was not adept at cursing, and engaging in a back-and-forth was pointless. She was affluent and possessed resources, and she refused to believe that the streets were devoid of vision. She picked up 2 sizable potatoes and tossed one to a small boy who had spoken the truth. Is this true?
Now.
5 or 6 individuals had stepped forward to speak. This woman is a habitual offender on the street. Yesterday she was a thief, stealing someone's bundle of noodles. And today she is attempting to extort money. There were no injuries. Indeed, no injuries. Hospitals are hard to access right now. A small injury could lead to tetanus, resulting in a loss of life. These individuals dare not genuinely injure themselves. There are no injuries. 2 audacious men seized the one lying on the ground and began to drag another, who was clutching his leg and feigning pain. I can testify. I would dare to testify at the security team. They are attempting to extort. A series of individuals stepped forward, and Lu Shui had already tossed out 7 or 8 potatoes. You are being overly oppressive. You hit someone and refuse to compensate or apologize. I shall not live any longer. The extortionists had not anticipated that others would intervene. They were caught off guard by the large potatoes Lu Shui had thrown to those speaking on her behalf. One person on the ground began to wail, and the others joined in, crying out in pain. Wretched scoundrel. Oh, you have injured me. This was their usual tactic, having conned many in the past. Those capable of driving did not care much for the resources at stake. They merely found it bothersome and would typically inquire how much was needed to make tea. She cast a scornful glance at the security patrol officer and remarked, "What gives you the authority to demand we exit our vehicle? Numerous witnesses have attested to their attempts at deception. Why not inquire why they resorted to such desperation? Have them rise first. Is it merely the volume of their voices that matters? Blocking the road is your fault. What does a handful of filthy lucre amount to? Parading about in your vehicle, demanding we disembark to negotiate, and prolonging matters with endless chatter. I wonder how these individuals dared to act so brazenly. It appears they are in collusion with the patrol. How long has this partnership been ongoing? Can they truly sustain themselves through such fraudulent acts? Otherwise, handle this fairly, and I might reward you with a potato. That would certainly sound far more respectable than your current scheme."
Bang!
The sound of the vehicle window being struck was even louder this time, judging by Su Yan's experience. She believed the individual had exerted at least 80% of their strength. Ordinary car windows would have shattered by now. This person was clearly intent on breaking the glass. Bewildered as to why it remained intact, having never considered that this was a top-tier modified vehicle, not easily shattered. Seeing it withstand the blow, the individual began to tug at the car door with all their might. Su Yan kept a narrow gap in the window, allowing her voice to be heard outside. "Stop pulling, you won't get it open. Now, how do you wish to resolve this? Are we heading to the security office, or what do you propose? The security office isn't your personal domain. Handling your petty disputes daily leaves no time for other matters. If it can be settled privately, let's do so. Is this truly your method for dealing with fraud? The individual is lying on the ground, and you lot are perfectly fine. Just compensate them a little and avoid further trouble." "Wait, am I being too accommodating?" Su Yan introspected for a moment, then grabbed Lu Shui, preparing to exit the vehicle for a confrontation, promptly rolling up the window. She activated her wrist communicator. "Yan, is this a phone wristband?" "Indeed. I'm calling someone to handle this. It is necessary. These are tumors that cannot be tolerated. I would rather discard my supplies than offer them anything." The onlookers were growing in number, with various opinions being voiced. Some claimed the individuals were habitual offenders, others criticized the driver for their lack of awareness. And some argued that the abundance of potatoes thrown was more than enough compensation, even if it meant settling the fraud. In short, there were many perspectives. Su Yan harbored a profound disdain for those who, wielding a modicum of power, felt emboldened to bully ordinary citizens, distort the truth, and shamelessly amass wealth. As a legitimate heiress of the Sheng family and the wife of the Qin family heir, she drove cautiously through the base, fearful of hitting pedestrians. Yet, a mere patrol officer dared to extort her openly. Was it her fault for being so agreeable? For adhering to the rules? Or was it simply her appearance of affluence, coupled with vulnerability? The frustration was palpable. Lu Shui, aware of her sister's indignation and the fact that help was on the way, awaited the impending show of force with eager anticipation. choosing to remain silent as they waited in the comfort of the car's air conditioning, willing to wait as long as necessary. Within minutes, a vehicle approached, and out stepped Xiaomu. Suyan had not intended to call out to him, as she did not recognize any of the base's grassroots personnel. But she used her wrist communicator to summon him for assistance, never expecting him to come personally. Xiaomu rushed over, confirming that Suyan was unharmed before casting a cold glance at the 4 patrol officers. Curious to hear what Xiaomu would say, Suyan cracked the window slightly. "Are you the patrol leader? You have 2 minutes to explain the situation," Xiaomu directed at the officer who had just smashed the car window with the gun barrel. This vehicle struck someone, refused to negotiate compensation, and threatened violence, exhibiting an exceptionally foul attitude. What does it mean to distort the truth? What does it mean to speak nonsense? This is it. Upon hearing this, Xiaomu turned his gaze to Su Yan. Through the glass. She smiled at him and sent him a video that spanned from the moment those individuals lay beneath the car to when Xiaomu arrived. Xiaomu did not pull up the video. He merely played the audio. The patrol officer was left speechless. He had spoken so arrogantly. Fully aware that there was no substantial evidence against him, he realized that Xiaomu was someone he could not afford to offend. Yet he clung to the fact that there was no evidence. He had never considered that the 2 individuals in the vehicle might have connections he could not afford to antagonize.
Now,
with evidence in hand and someone he could not afford to offend, what could he do? "Sir, I..." The patrol officers' 3 companions lowered their heads, seeking to minimize their presence, wishing they could vanish on the spot. Xiaomu did not even spare a glance at the patrol leader. He had already dispatched someone to locate the patrol's supervisor. Upon learning that it was Xiaomu's assistant making the inquiry, the supervisor did not hesitate for a moment and hurriedly pedaled his bicycle over, casting it aside haphazardly as he squeezed through the crowd of onlookers. "Xiao, sir. What are your instructions? You will recount your actions, and if there is even a single word of falsehood, you will face the consequences." Xiaomu revolved his firearm, pointing it at the patrol leader. Su Yan found herself intrigued. It turned out Xiaomu had this side to him, displaying impressive gun-handling skills. But it was a pity Aunt Qinglan was not present to witness it. Lu Shui nearly exclaimed "handsome uncle" at the sight. The patrol leader trembled, offering a nearly accurate account. The supervisor, having only heard a couple of sentences, quickly grasped what had transpired under his watch. Although he had heard whispers about this officer's conduct before, he was unaware of the connections that had facilitated this officer's position. Fearing potential repercussions, he had chosen to remain uninvolved. Now, the supervisor was furious with the patrol leader. Regardless of any connections he might have, they paled in comparison to Xiaomu's influence. "Damn it, we need to investigate." The supervisor stood before Xiaomu, humbly admitting fault. "Xiao, sir, effective immediately, I will conduct a thorough investigation of the patrol's internal conduct. Those who violate discipline and abuse their positions to shield criminals will be dealt with severely." "I hope you mean what you say. I will personally oversee the follow-up on this matter." "Yes." The supervisor hesitated but finally mustered the courage to ask Xiaomu, "Sir, what about the 2 individuals in the car? Who do you think I serve?" "Who does Xiao sir serve?" he stammered. Done for. The supervisor quickly straightened up. "Xiao sir, I will handle it immediately." He had assumed the occupants of the vehicle were Xiaomu's relatives or friends, never expecting the truth. Chapter 171. If it were me. The supervisor, fearing that even a second's delay could cost him his position, ordered the 4 patrol officers to be taken away, followed by those who had feigned injury. Most onlookers had anticipated a scene of a wealthy girl bullying an honest man. Witnessing real fraud was not what they had hoped for, leaving many feeling deceived. As the individuals were dragged away, someone spat at them, quickly inciting others to do the same, whether they could produce saliva or not. While some kicked them out of frustration, some loathed the act of fraud, while others were upset at missing out on the spectacle, directing their anger at those few. Xiaomu observed none of it. Once the crowd dispersed, he approached Su Yan's car and tapped on her window, saying, "Xiao Yan, head home early." "All right, thank you, Uncle Xiao." Xiaomu waved as he hopped into his vehicle and drove off. "Your uncle? He is my grandfather's chief assistant." Lu Shui responded with a realization. No wonder he can switch faces so effortlessly. His warm demeanor towards Su Yan contrasts sharply with his cold, stern gaze directed at evildoers. Such a talent. Shall we continue shopping? Yes. Let us see if we can fish out more scum from your base. My family doesn't have a base. To me, it seems quite akin to your family. If I were in your position, I would stroll boldly both inside and outside the base every day. And surely no one would dare to provoke me. Do you know why? A notorious figure seldom faces opposition. Who would dare to challenge such a renowned character? You are partially correct. It is only through ostentation that one garners fame, allowing others to recognize you as the scion of a distinguished family. As word spreads from 1 to 10 and from 10 to 100, it is this fearsome reputation that ensures no one dares to cross you. I am too weary to critique the thought process of Lu Shui, so Su Yan leisurely drove a short distance before preparing to head back home. Just then, another individual signaled for her to stop. Yen, did we forget to consult the almanac before heading out today? Let me inquire. This person did not lie down on the ground. He was neatly dressed and did not resemble a fraudster. Moreover, after a car halted, the other party slightly bowed in apology, displaying a commendable sense of politeness. May I ask, is that Lu Shui? The young man who had flagged her down pointed towards Lu Shui in the passenger seat. Lu Shui was taken aback. She did not seem to recognize this individual. She pressed the car window and inquired, "Are you looking for me? Do we know each other?"
Duya.
I am Lu Lingshuan's nephew, Lu Xiaojing. Having witnessed the ruckus caused by the attempted fraud, Lu Xiaojing had observed for quite some time, hesitant to approach, but unwilling to forfeit this opportunity, which led to him flagging down her vehicle. You are Lu Xiaojing? I have a vague recollection. We must have met at some family gathering. Lu Shui struggled to recall faces, though others easily remembered her due to her beauty. Lu Xiaojing nodded and approached Lu Shui. Since he was an acquaintance, Lu Shui informed Su Yan that she would step out to chat for a moment. After a few minutes, Lu Shui returned.
So soon?
Was it just a few words? He mentioned that his uncle, Lu Lingshuan, is ill and recognized me while watching the commotion. He asked when I might visit their house, suggesting that there might be matters to discuss. Su Yan remembered. Lu Lingshuan was the first person to purchase her transport aircraft. Subsequently, he lent the aircraft to Luo Fuan for a trip to Ershan, after which it was confiscated by Elder Sheng. It seemed that the Lu family, known for their numerous antiques, had business to discuss with Lu Shui. Having been in the capital for quite some time without engaging in any business, primarily due to her limited outings and lack of connections, she could hardly knock on doors one by one to inquire. When do you plan to go? After dinner, I will borrow your car to drive over. I must have dinner at your house. No one's cooking can compare to yours. All right. Lu Shui did not suggest that Su Yan accompany her, so she did not ask further. Not long after they arrived home, Xiaomu returned with Elder Sheng. Grandfather is back. This is my grandfather. Grandfather, this is Lu Shui, my friend. Lu Shui, rather gregarious, appeared somewhat awkward upon meeting Elder Sheng, unsure of how to position her hands. Hello, Commander. Little Lu, there's no need to be so reserved at home. Okay. Lu Shui resembled a marionette. Fortunately, Elder Sheng rarely lingered in the living room. After exchanging a few words, he retreated to his study. Has the officer from your family not returned yet? He should be back soon. Su Yan inquired through her wrist device about Qini. The reply came promptly. He was on his way. While some might say they were on their way when they had just departed, when Qini said he was almost there, he truly meant it. Within 2 minutes of receiving his message, he arrived at the living room entrance. Yen, I'm back. Is Lu Shui here? Yes, she came to play with you. You two have fun. Stay a few days longer to prevent my Yen from getting bored. The earlier oppressive atmosphere dissipated. Yet now Lu Shui found herself unable to bear the display of affection. She shot a sidelong glance at Su Yan and pouted slightly. Are you curious about Yang Jinghui? He resides in the Team S apartment, not in this area. Lu Shui responded with a soft "oh," uncertain whether she felt disappointment or relief at not encountering him. Su Qing quickly prepared the meal and called everyone to dine. Qin Yi went to invite Elder Sheng, while Su Yan sought out the matriarch. Once Su Qing set the table, she went to feed the two little ones. Lu Shui, it's time for dinner. I feel a bit nervous.
Lu Shui whispered to Su Yan, genuinely anxious.
Don't be afraid. He is human, not a deity. What is there to fear? That seemed reasonable. At the dining table, Elder Sheng and the matriarch sat side by side, while Su Yan and Qin Yi sat together, with Lu Shui on Su Yan's other side. The elderly gentleman picked up his chopsticks and announced, "Let us eat," first serving the matriarch, portraying an image of a calm, patient, and considerate elder. Lu Shue's nerves dissipated instantly. Su Yan noticed that the beautiful girl beside her was at ease, much like during their meals in Jiangcheng. So there was no need to worry about her feeling constrained. After dinner, Lu Shue took the car keys that Su Yan had given her and drove to the Lu residence. Finding a place within the Dawn base was not particularly challenging. The order within the base was quite commendable, aside from a few extreme cases, such as the earlier attempt at fraud. Lu Shue soon arrived at the building where the Lu family resided. Before entering, she pondered that she could not arrive empty-handed. After all, Lu Lingxuan had been a business acquaintance of her father's before the calamity. She found a bag, retrieved 2 packs of cigarettes and a box of tea from her space button, and packed them before knocking on the door. Lu Xiaojing answered. Sister Lu Shue.
Please come in. Take this.
Lu Shue handed the bag to Lu Xiaojing. Little Lu is here? Come in and have a seat. Uncle Lu, your place is quite nice. Lu Shue remarked as she entered, taking a seat on the sofa beside Lu Lingxuan while surveying the living room. The Lu residence was spacious and appeared quite clean, indicating that they were not lacking in resources. I must thank you for this house. It was during my last visit to Jiangcheng that you facilitated my purchase of Miss Su's helicopter. When I returned to the capital, I happened to help Commander Yang deliver a letter, and through connections at the base, I managed to acquire this large house. What a coincidence. Lu Shue felt a twinge of envy. It was her sister who had facilitated this, yet everyone seemed to benefit from it. Sister Lu Shue, would you like some tea?
Sure.
After taking a sip, Lu Shue directly inquired, I heard that Uncle Lu has something to discuss with me? Xiaozing mentioned he saw you in a girl's car, presumably Miss Su's, and then Commander Xiao came to handle the situation? Indeed. I heard that Uncle Lu is unwell? It's an old ailment. It's nothing serious. He appeared quite well, seemingly not afflicted by illness. A thought flickered through Lu Shue's mind. Lu Lingxuan and Lu Xiaojing likely had no knowledge of Su Yan's real identity. But Lu Xiaojing was aware of Commander Xiao. The way Commander Xiao treated Su Yan resembled that of a superior. Could the Lu family be hoping to leverage her association with Su Yan? I would like to ask you to help me establish a connection to discuss some matters with Miss Su. As expected. Uncle Lu, you are putting me in a difficult position. If you wish to leverage her to reach her sister, it is not solely contingent on her willingness, but also on Su Yan's consent. All of them seeking her assistance could adversely affect Su Yan's standing. Moreover, her relationship with Su Yan had yet to solidify. Even if she were to facilitate an introduction, she must first inquire about the nature of Lu Lingxuan's request, as any matter would have to pass through her before involving her sister. The matter is not difficult, but I will need to consult with Su Yan first. Little Lu, I cannot neglect a token of appreciation. Miss Su would certainly not be left out. Do not misunderstand. This is a trivial matter for her. All right, Uncle Lu, please elaborate on the nature of the request, and I will determine whether to convey this message. It concerns the relocation of the base. I wish to secure a quota for the Lu family. Does Uncle Lu lack quotas? Lu Lingxuan smiled wryly and began to explain to Lu Shue. The Lu family indeed had quotas, but their luck had been poor, and they had not drawn an allocation for Zone A. As the base was divided into 4 zones, S, A, B, and C. In District S, ordinary individuals need not harbor any illusions, and the affluent should also temper their aspirations. Access to District A is reserved exclusively for the elite and influential, including military officers. This district comprises male and female military personnel aged between 20 and 40, alongside scholars from various fields, essentially a confluence of military and intellectual prowess. However, there are additional housing units in District A that are made available through a lottery system for a select few ordinary citizens. The Lu family participated in this lottery, but were unsuccessful. This implies that ordinary individuals are confined to Districts B and C. Is there any particular significance to these 4 districts? Lu Shue is aware of the subdivision but lacks detailed knowledge. She seeks Su Yan's assistance in securing a more suitable residence, primarily desiring a larger space for enhanced comfort. Naturally, there are options available as the basic infrastructure remains consistent. District S is not worth discussing as it is the domain of the leaders and authorities. Do you comprehend why District A accommodates so many military personnel while imposing age restrictions? It is considered a sanctuary in the event of a catastrophe. The first to receive preferential treatment will be those in District A, which is limited to a population quota of 90,000. Lu Shue had not previously heard of this. and her friends had not mentioned it either. Su Yan agreed to assist her with the housing matter, albeit uncertain of which district it would be in. However, she speculated that since her friend had promised to take care of it, it must surely be in District A, which lifted her spirits. Uncle Lu, you just mentioned connections at the base. How about General Yang? Not only General Yang, but I also know General Luo. However, they have been away from the base for the past few days, making them difficult to reach. Did you come to me because you are aware of Su Yan's identity? Previously uncertain, but after hearing Xiao Zheng mention that you encountered a scammer in the evening and that Xiao Mu was present beside the commander, coupled with the recent rumors circulating at the base about the return of Commander Sheng's only granddaughter, I deduced it must be Su Yan. Lu Shui, I apologize, murmured Lu Xiaozheng softly. He had used the pretext of Lu Lingxuan's illness to invite Lu Shui to his home, as he recognized Xiao Mu and thought that perhaps there might be a chance regarding their family's quota. This has nothing to do with you, Lu Shui interjected, feeling slightly uncomfortable but not irate over such a trivial excuse. She inquired of Lu Lingxuan, are the generals you mentioned, Yang Jinghui and Luo Fuan? Indeed, it is them. From your tone, it seems you are quite familiar with them? This makes things simpler, as they are practically allies. Practically allies? Lu Shui retorted. Since you are acquainted with Yang Jinghui and Luo Fuan, it would indeed be possible to relay a message. Whether or not it comes to fruition is up to Su Yan. Lu Shui nodded in agreement. Thank you so much. Xiao Lu, don't express your gratitude too soon. I merely agreed to pass along a message. Of course. Lu Lingxuan exchanged a knowing glance with his nephew. Lu Xiaozheng stepped inside to retrieve a box. Upon opening it, Lu Lingxuan revealed 2 exquisite jade carvings. Xiao Lu, regardless of the outcome, these are rightfully yours. Thank you, Uncle Lu. When it comes to cultivating relationships, one must also consider mutual benefit. Such is the unspoken rule in a world teetering on the brink of collapse. Observe the interaction between Lu Lingxuan and Lu Shui. Lu Shui took the 2 jade gifts and left the Lu residence, discreetly storing them away when no one was watching. How convenient. Upon returning to the Sheng household, she was relieved to find only Aunt Su waiting for her in the living room.
Lu Shui followed Suin upstairs.
Sister, were you waiting for me?
Oh.
Is Qin Yi also here? Feel free to chat. I'll step aside. Qin Yi stood up, his long legs striding back to his room, allowing the 2 sisters to converse. Sit here and have a bite. Su Yan offered Lu Shui a container of diced fruit.
Ayan.
You are too good to me. Sniff, your officer is also quite considerate. With no one else present, Lu Shui felt at ease. After consuming nearly half the container, she finally lifted her head from the fruit. Ayan, do you know why Lu Lingxuan sought me out?
How could I possibly know?
Typically, when posed with such a question, she would prepare to respond, but Su Yan remained silent, awaiting further elaboration. Lu Shui produced the 2 jade carvings Lu Lingxuan had gifted her. This is his token of gratitude, requesting that I arrange a meeting with you. His family desires a quota for District A at the main base. Lu Shui clarified to Su Yan about the Lu family's predicament concerning Xiao Mu, ensuring there would be no misunderstandings. They didn't win the lottery? Indeed, I only just learned about the 4 districts and their disparities. Sister, you're securing me a residence in District A? Not exactly. Su Yan's expression was sincere. Lu Shui finished the fruit and placed a hand on Su Yan's shoulder, saying, No matter, I simply wish for ample space to reside comfortably. As long as you're able to look out for me, I can manage anywhere. Just invoke my name, and I shall navigate any obstacles. Are you not a turtle? I've arranged for you to be in District S, albeit on the outskirts. Really? Release me. What madness is this? Su Yan gasped as Lu Shui's embrace tightened, feeling overwhelmed by her friend's exuberance. I knew my sister would never fail to assist me in securing a place in District A. It turns out you've provided me with the best option. By the way, Lu Lingxuan only mentioned that District A is a sanctuary where aid will be prioritized during calamity. What does that entail? Quite literally. There are many details that cannot be disclosed at this time. Su Yan was aware of the implications surrounding the sanctuary. When a catastrophe strikes and resources are limited, decisions must be made regarding who receives assistance. The center of power is self-evident. Furthermore, considerations such as age and physical condition are paramount. district primarily comprises young military personnel, which undoubtedly factors into the equation, for humanity must ensure its continuation. Chapter 173. Boldly Utilizing Connections. No problem, I understand. Thank you.
Ayan.
Now, how should I respond to Lu Lingxuan? District A is simply that it's no trouble at all. Alright, just provide a time, and I shall respond to him tomorrow. Once their business was concluded, they returned to their respective rooms. Upon entering her room, a man clad in a towel emerged from the bathroom, drawing Su Yan into his embrace. What have you been discussing for so long? Are you feeling jealous?
Indeed.
I now find myself guarding against both genders. What am I to do when my wife is so captivating? Su Yan had never given Qin Yi cause for jealousy, and she could tell he was merely embellishing the conversation. Yet, his words were sweet to her ears, and she cherished them. With an impish hand resting on his toned abdomen, she rewarded him with a kiss before nimbly slipping from his grasp and retreating to the bathroom. As long as conditions permit, the male party must shower before bed. Qin Yi chuckled softly, drying himself off and returning to bed to wait for his wife. With her hair still damp, Su Yan donned a camisole and snuggled into his arms, declaring, "You've been busy all day. You need not wait for me. That won't do. For both professional and personal reasons, I must await my dear wife. So, shall we attend to business or indulge in personal matters first?" Business. Even while tending to business, Qin Yi enjoyed the comfort of his beloved in his embrace. Freeing one hand, he retrieved several wristband-like devices from his storage. Let us have Hihi check these out. Can our self-produced wristbands connect to the signal transmitter we currently use?
They do resemble them, so let us take a look.
Su Yan extracted Hihi from her storage. Little bundle, can you see if we can connect to our signal?
Ah.
The little artificial intelligence, with its panda-like eyes shining with blue starlight, shyly turned its head away from the couple cuddling on the bed. What are you shy about? You're an artificial intelligence. After all, in less than 2 minutes, the little bundle concluded that communication and messaging were feasible, as well as serving as access control. Yet it could not provide location services, lacked holographic imaging, and could not interface with brainwaves. Certainly, genetic binding is out of the question. The wristbands procured from interstellar realms demand a staggering 20 kilograms of gold each, equating to nearly 10 million RMB when translated to the value pre-catastrophe. No wonder self-production is deemed necessary. As long as they can interface for communication, messaging, and access control, that suffices. These 3 functionalities are the focus of configuration. Kudos to Hihi for her hard work. We shall proceed with mass production based on this. What is the intended use? Qin Yi mentioned it might be utilized for access control in Area S and Area A at the Ars Han base, or possibly for boarding identification cards for spacecraft. We shall determine the specifics upon completion. Su, I wish to return to the space. The little one raised her tiny paws, covering her face, as if she had glimpsed something scandalous. Toss her into the space. Qin Yi is not a good person.
Ha ha ha.
Su Yan poked the fake little one a few times before finally taking it away. Wife, let us discuss some private matters. The following day, when Su Yan and Lu Shui awakened, all those who had work had already departed. The two played with the little ones for about 10 minutes. You should hurry and have breakfast. The elderly lady's time to teach the children has arrived, prompting her to usher away the mischievous children and their mothers. Lu Shui finished her meal and set out to find Lu Lingxuan, as she had received something of value and needed to resolve matters before returning to Jiangcheng. In just over half an hour, Su Yan returned to pick her up. I know you dislike climbing stairs. I took the liberty of arranging our meeting at a quaint tea house on Trading Street. I have no objections. Both Lu Lingxuan and Lu Xiaojing were present. Aren't they uncle and nephew? Lu Shui remarked that Lu Lingxuan had lost a son, leaving only Lu Xiaojing as the remaining descendant of the Lu family.
No wonder.
Su Yan casually inquired, not one to pry into others' private affairs. Lu Shui did not elaborate. She was unaware herself. Under the current circumstances, this tea house was not frequented by ordinary folk. It was quite serene, with only the Lu uncle and nephew seated at a table on the second floor, awaiting their guests. Miss Su has arrived? Please take a seat. Lu Lingxuan stood up to greet her.
Greetings, Miss Su.
Lu Xiaojing pulled out chairs for Su Yan and Lu Shui, inviting Lu Shui to sit. Hello, Mr. Lu. Su Yan and Lu Shui seated themselves adjacent to one another. Lu Xiaojing prepared tea, pouring each of them a cup. Miss Su, please enjoy the tea.
Thank you.
Su Yan did not touch her cup. The tea house lacked air conditioning, possessing electricity, yet with a dangerously low voltage. A single fan struggled to circulate air around their table, and a sip of the scalding tea was not something everyone could endure. Mr. Liu, let us address the matter at hand. I have been informed of your requirements through Lu Shui, which do not seem overly challenging. Su Yan wished to expedite the discussion and depart. Lu Lingxuan, a businessman of keen insight, recognized her intention. I am immensely grateful, Miss Su. You are a benefactor to our Lu family. Your forthrightness is refreshing, and I shall forego any pretense. Upon concluding his statement, Lu Lingxuan nodded to Lu Xiaojing. Lu Xiaojing turned to retrieve a large box from the floor and placed it on the table. The joy on Lu Lingxuan's face was unmistakable as he sincerely said, Miss Su, this is a modest token from the Lu family. Please accept it, and if anything seems amiss, do not hesitate to voice your concerns. He did not suggest they inspect its adequacy, but rather invited her to raise any issues. A shrewd businessman's rhetoric. Lu Xiaojing opened the box, allowing Su Yan to see its contents clearly. Refusing was not an option. After all, with Lu Xiaojing meeting the criteria for the Ember personnel and Su Yan accumulating gold, the Lu family possessed the means to assist her. The remaining quotas could be allocated to anyone, yet priority was naturally given to those who could benefit her.
No.
It should be said those who could benefit the base. The gold mountain Su Yan amassed would ultimately serve everyone's interests. Thank you, Mr. Liu. The implication was clear. She accepted. No need for gratitude. It is I who should thank you. Lu Lingxuan sighed in relief upon hearing this. Lu Shui also felt a sense of relief, as she had been the intermediary. Had the Lu family been stingy, she would have felt guilty towards her sister. Mr. Liu, how many members are there in your family? 2 parents, 1 assistant, 2 spouses, and 1 nephew. Indeed, those who went missing after the catastrophe were lost or deceased. Lu Lingxuan wisely omitted the more distant relatives. Any person of sound mind would recognize the improbability of survival. He had also heard whispers about survivors congregating in a single base, which was hastily constructed, leading to limited housing. 6. Then I shall arrange for the largest 4-bedroom unit. Very well, very well. That is indeed the largest available. There are no alternatives. Having accepted an entire box of antiques, Su Yan decided to be forthright, activating communication with Xiao Mu. Uncle Xiao, please have the housing administration assign the largest unit in Area A for Lu Lingxuan. I will send the verification soon. Upon hearing the inquiry about the delivery location, she had yet to ask, but Lu Lingxuan, overhearing their exchange, promptly provided the address. Chapter 174. Personal experience of the earthquake. Xiao Yan, how was your harvest? Quite satisfactory. That is splendid. If anyone is willing to pay a fair price, do not hesitate to assist them and acquire valuable materials without any psychological burden. The resources collected will ultimately benefit everyone. Rest assured, Uncle Xiao. Are you worried that I might hesitate? On the other end, Xiao Mu chuckled a few times before ending the call. In the brief span of their conversation, the vehicle had already arrived at the entrance of the Sheng family residence. Lu Shui completed her business and prepared to return to Jiangcheng. Are you not staying for a couple of days longer? Next time, there may not be an Arshan base. No, if I linger any longer, my parents will worry. Very well, I shall not detain you. Our next meeting will be at the new base. I will escort you to the helipad shortly. Su Yan and Lu Shui ascended to pack their belongings. Lu Shui had little to gather, merely a large backpack, which she promptly stored in her spatial button. Almost forgot. A yen, these 2 items are a reward from Lu Lingxuan. Please help me exchange them. I am giving them to you. And you can decide what materials to offer in return. Was what I exchanged for you yesterday insufficient? You mentioned that the spatial button preserves items. I have quite a large space. It is not enough. I cannot feel at ease until it is fully stocked. I worry that by the time you finish exchanging everything for others, there will be none left for me. It is impossible for there to be nothing as long as there is money. Materials will always be available. Nevertheless, Su Yan accepted the 2 pieces of jade carvings Lu Shui received from Lu Lingxuan, tossing them into her spatial area to assess their worth. What do you want? Feel free to place an order. Rice, noodles, fruits, vegetables, meat, water, snacks, anything edible you deem fit, but you must also earn something. Do not incur a loss. Su Yan shot Lu Shui a glance, acknowledging that this stunning beauty had a way with words. The two were in the guest room on the second floor, one moving items out while the other stored them in the spatial button. Another mutually satisfying transaction had been completed. Sister, I am not particularly skilled with sentimental words. In short, thank you. This trip to the capital not only secured a residence in Area S, but also granted her the coveted spatial button, along with enough provisions for her family to indulge for several years, leaving Lu Shui exceedingly content. With these supplies, coupled with those still stored in Jiangcheng, she could afford to live comfortably for a decade or 8 years. You should learn to express your sentiments. I love to hear them. Go away. If you want sweet words, let your officer say them to you. Lu Shui became flustered. She had initiated the conversation and inadvertently recalled someone she ought not to think about. Do not blame me. You brought it upon yourself. Are you feeling uncomfortable?
How could I possibly be?
A man cannot be satisfied. Having is merely a bonus, and lacking is inconsequential. I do not care. You're all talk. I am not. Two people spoke as they descended the stairs. Lu Shui bid farewell to the elderly lady, lingering for a moment with the two little ones before departing. Su Yan escorted her to the helipad, reminding her to take care. I know, I'm leaving now, Lu Shui exclaimed as she disembarked, turning to wave gracefully before leaping onto the helicopter. Her strikingly beautiful figure, with long legs and an alluring silhouette, was a rare sight, lamented Yang Jinghui, who unfortunately missed it. As she watched the helicopter roar into the sky, Su Yan shook off her thoughts and turned to head home. At the entrance of the Alshan base, a prominent sign read Huaxia Base. Qin Yi had people conduct inspections on the completed structures. The renovations, in truth, merely involved the installation of doors and windows, a fresh coat of paint indoors, and the absence of floor tiles, leaving the bare cement floor exposed. It could be described as rudimentary, however, given that they had moved here for access to water from an untouched wilderness. Transforming the site from nothing to something in merely 6 months, it was expected to serve for only 2 to 3 years. With earthquake resistance as the sole stringent requirement, all other aspects were minimized. Brother E, I reckon there is nothing much to inspect. It's just a simple water house. Once the water and electricity are connected, we're good to go, one remarked. Indeed, Chief. This earthquake resistance test may not even be reliable unless... Oh. Hell, Zhang Yuan's ominous words were interrupted as their building began to tremble. The shaking intensified, and Qin Yi anchored himself firmly to maintain his balance. Zhang Yuan was still reeling from the shock of his words. Luo Fuan, grab someone. We must descend to an open area, he urged. 2 engineers with seismic monitoring equipment hurriedly prepared to make their way to the stairs. Staying put is prudent, based on the current tremors. It won't exceed an 8 on the Richter scale. I can personally attest to its earthquake resistance, Qin Yi asserted, opting to remain upstairs, as he had overseen the construction. With the building being on the top floor and surrounded by walls, it posed no danger of collapsing on anyone, even considering the worst-case scenario, should the building fall. With the skills of himself, Zhang Yuan and Luo Fuan, they would likely emerge unscathed. Hearing the chief's reasoning, Zhang Yuan and Luo Fuan ceased to drag him along, finding stability as they formed a triangular support, leaning on each other. The 2 engineers, witnessing this, also chose to stay put. In the base, these 3 were the acme of combat prowess, believing that staying close to them would ensure their safety. Only if the tremors became overwhelming would they lie flat on the ground.
Boom.
The distant construction site rumbled, debris cascading down, while further away, the mountain peaks visibly diminished in stature. Luo Fuan suddenly recalled his 9 disciples and immediately contacted Ingi. Where are you? Are you safe? Brother Luo. There's an earthquake. We are in an open area by the entrance, temporarily safe. All of you?
Yes. From her tone,
Luo Fuan sensed that Ingi remained relatively calm, but the children in her charge were less steady, their frightened cries reaching his ears. He instructed her to stay put and keep the 8 little ones calm. Zhang Yuan was also on a call with Yang Jinghui, confirming the safety of Lao Yang and Lao Chun before he felt at ease. Qin Yi attempted to contact Su Yan but was unsuccessful. He then reached out to his grandfather. Grandfather, an earthquake has occurred in the Alshan region, estimated to be nearly 8 on the Richter scale. How is the capital? Earthquake? There's no tremor felt in the capital. You all stay safe. Elder Sheng replied before the communication abruptly ended, calling for Xiao Mu. Sir? There has been an 8-magnitude earthquake in the Alshan region. Find out what the seismic monitoring team is doing. Xiao Mu stepped out to make an internal call. Elder Sheng contacted several other regional heads, all reporting well. Only the Alshan region had experienced an earthquake. Minutes later, Xiao Mu returned with a report. The monitoring office director stated that they were unable to detect it. There were no signs before the earthquake. Unable to detect the earthquake? Not even a hint of a meteorite fall? How could all the instruments fail so completely? The instruments that were previously interfered with have all been replaced. The current ones were secured in the spatial button before the disaster. Then the issue lies not with the instruments, but rather with the fact that this world, or perhaps this star domain, exists beyond the grasp of contemporary science? Chapter 175 Ingi, there are people. Elder Sheng, are you alright?
Em fine.
Elder Sheng waved his hand, urging Xiao Mu to continue his duties. Unable to reach his granddaughter, he surmised she had likely entered the spatial realm and informed the elderly lady, advising her to keep a close eye on the children and remain alert to their surroundings. In Alshan, more than 10 minutes had passed since the earthquake commenced. After a strong tremor, they experienced occasional aftershocks every few minutes. The main quake appeared to have subsided. It was time to descend and organize rescue efforts. Having personally verified the building's ability to withstand an 8-magnitude quake, Qin Yi swiftly descended while trying to contact Su Yan. Still unable to reach his wife, he felt a slight relief knowing that the capital was safe and inquired about the situation in the southwestern region before plunging into the rescue operation. It must be noted that this area had undergone multiple surveys and even consulted a geomancer regarding the feng shui, combined with the memories Su Yan had provided from her past life. Indeed, the earthquake had unfolded in an intriguing manner. The unfinished buildings and construction sites bore the brunt of the disaster, with some collapsing and others scattered, whereas the completed structures merely shook without any collapse or subsidence. The disturbances outside the protective walls of the base were far more severe. Roads had crumbled, bridges had broken, and nearby mountain peaks had also collapsed. This time, there was no need for testing. Divine Providence had already assessed the situation. Qin Yi contacted Yang Jinghui and Chen Dingshan, assigning them to oversee rescue efforts in different areas. Old Zhang, gather personnel to head forward for rescue. Luo and I will take care of the rear. Since the commencement of the Huaxia base's construction in Alshan, there had been recurrent attempts by foreign spies to infiltrate from the other side of the mountain. Several had been captured and interrogated, revealing their intent to investigate the nature of the Huaxia base, while others, extremists, sought to infiltrate purely for sabotage, necessitating heightened vigilance at this critical time. 2 individuals at 4 o'clock, came the report. Received. Luo Fuan, heeding Qin Yi's caution, glanced in that direction while drawing his weapon. Their vision was already exceptional, especially after undergoing cellular repair, and they could discern even in the foggy visibility that the 2 figures were not of local descent, despite their disguises. The presence of foreigners lurking here could hardly indicate good intentions. Take aim at the one below, Luo Fuan signaled with an OK gesture. Then, 2 gunshots rang out simultaneously, followed by startled exclamations from the 2 individuals, who could scarcely believe that anyone would bother with them at such a time. Qin Yi and Luo Fuan did not intend to execute them immediately. Those apprehended would undergo interrogation to determine their fate. After binding the 2, Luo Fuan proceeded to patrol and assist the base's defense personnel while Qin Yi began the interrogation on site. The aftershocks had not yet ceased, and the tremors continued intermittently, preventing Ingi from daring to enter the building with the 8 younger siblings. Once the S district was completed, Qin Yi had promptly arranged accommodation for the 9 children, assigning them a villa situated at the farthest edge of the district. Indeed, the S district was composed entirely of villas. The children sat in the front yard of the villa, their eyes fixated on the outside from the main gate. Ingi, there are people. Zheng Chengcheng crawled over to Ingi and whispered, "Let me take a look." Following the direction of Zheng Chengcheng's finger, Ingi spotted 2 individuals strolling and scrutinizing the villas in Area S. She gestured for the other children to be silent. She pondered that only the 9 of them resided here. Qin and Luo were preoccupied with their tasks, aware of their safety. If anything were amiss, they would communicate through their wristbands rather than send someone to search for them. Thus, it was clear these 2 were not rescue operatives, judging by their demeanor. They were either intent on theft or causing destruction. Chio, another child, leaned closer to Ingi and whispered, "The two just glanced our way. And one of them has blue eyes." A glance? Yes, they were momentarily distracted and might not have seen us clearly. Daming, Chio. Stay behind me and follow those two to see what they're up to. You six remain here. No one is to leave. The children nodded. Ingi was the leader, their big sister, and they all heeded her commands. These villas were in prime locations, especially this one. Are all the villas vacant? Yes, God willing. I hope we can successfully acquire the information the commander seeks. She began to fantasize about wealth and prosperity. After a brief murmuring, the two entered one of the houses. Ingi and her two companions, positioned at a distance, struggled to overhear their conversation, but Ingi managed to catch a few words. They were foreigners. This aligned with Chio's observation about the blue eyes. She messaged Luo Fuan and shared her location. Upon receiving her message, Luo Fuan cautioned her against acting hastily and instructed her to observe while he and two soldiers made their way to Area S. The base was vast, and the distance was considerable. Coupled with the occasional aftershocks making driving difficult, it took longer than expected. Ingi kept a watchful eye on the two, who had already entered 3 villas, and with Luo Fuan still absent, she grew anxious, tapping her foot. Daming and Chio urged her twice to confront the intruders directly. Ingi considered it, but she prioritized obedience. Aside from unconditionally listening to Su Yen, she adhered to Luo Fuan's directives. Though they were somewhat trained, the 3 of them were still just children, and facing 2 adults who clearly possessed an unusual demeanor was daunting. Even with the element of surprise, their chances of success were slim. Just as Ingi struggled to contain her 2 eager younger brothers, Luo Fuan arrived quietly with 2 soldiers beside them. Ingi, what's the situation? Both individuals possessed blue eyes, likely indicating they were foreigners. When we spotted them, they were sneaking around this area, then chose several houses to enter. Coming out a few minutes later, they just exited that one.
Good. You 3 did well.
Stay here and keep watch. We're moving. Brother Luo, take me with you. Ingi pleaded softly, tugging at his sleeve. I want to go too. Daming chimed in, his face eager to prove himself. Me too, Chio added, unwilling to be outdone. Luo Fuan found it hard to refuse. After all, capturing 2 foreign spies would be a practical training exercise for the 3 little ones. He was well aware of their potential, referring to them as 3 little wolf cubs. All right, keep up. Chapter 176, Training the Apprentices. Those who could infiltrate during the chaos of the earthquake and tamper with these houses were not ordinary individuals. Considering this, although Luo Fuan was confident in his ability to handle typical Special Forces personnel, capable of taking on 2 due to his strategic advantage and laser weaponry, he remained more cautious than usual, especially with 3 young apprentices in tow. He quietly communicated his strategy to the 2 soldiers. They were to observe while ensuring the 3 apprentices faced no life-threatening danger. The villas here were 2-story structures with yards and surrounding walls, lacking any architectural finesse or aesthetic appeal, offering few hiding spots. Given the need for the 3 apprentices to practice, it was imperative that they did not confront the adults directly, but rather employed stealth and surprise. He provided each of Ingi, Chio, and Daming with a small handgun. Leave them alive. The trio nodded earnestly. They had trained with real firearms under Luo Fuan's tutelage, and were both anxious and exhilarated as they gripped their weapons. Luo Fuan planned to intervene after the 3 apprentices launched their surprise attack, not anticipating their first encounter with real targets would go smoothly. After briefing them, the 6 of them concealed themselves on the 2nd floor of a nearby house. He allowed the apprentices to decide how to hide and select optimal shooting positions without interference. Before they were fully prepared, the 2 individuals emerged from the house. Ingi signaled Daming and Chio, indicating she would take the right side while they covered the left.
Then, bang, bang, bang.
As the gunfire erupted, the 2 quickly reacted, seeking cover behind the walls. After firing, the trio repositioned. Remaining stationary would make them easy targets. Luo Fuan quietly admired their response but noted that all 3 had missed their shots. Ingi aimed for the opponent's shoulder, but only grazed their arm. Chio targeted the other's lower body, but only managed a superficial wound. Daming, aiming for the same leg, missed entirely. Despite this, the 3 apprentices continued to practice. Luo Fuan observed that the 2 targets were remarkably agile in evading bullets, prompting him to act. It was teacher against teacher, apprentice against apprentice. Unsurprisingly, the two were struck multiple times, sustaining non-fatal wounds but unable to rise. Luo Fuan led the three apprentices to secure the captives, and throughout the process, the two soldiers remained uninvolved. Be cautious. As long as the enemy draws breath, remain vigilant. Understood, Brother Luo. The three apprentices picked up the ropes Luo Fuan had given them, using any available cover to approach, then crouching as they crawled in to minimize exposure to enemy fire. Upon nearing their targets, Ingi managed one, while Daming and Chio took on the other. Like three fierce little wolf cubs, they swiftly subdued the incapacitated individuals, tying them up effectively. Quite reminiscent of little special forces, Luo Fuan thought with a satisfied smile. Despite their earlier shooting failures, he recognized that they had only begun their training and were facing real targets for the first time rather than practice dummies. Given their youth, their performance was commendable. What do we do now, Brother Luo? Ingi, perceptive to Luo Fuan's approval, tossed her short hair with a hint of pride. Daming and Chio stood behind her, hands clasped, ready for instructions, determined to maintain their balance amidst the aftershocks. Excellent. Next, I will teach you the fundamentals of interrogation. With personnel severely lacking, Luo Fuan instructed the two soldiers to attend to other matters, assuring them he could manage the situation here. He explained several common interrogation techniques to his three apprentices: direct questioning, breaking down defenses, leading without revealing intentions, and provoking responses. The two subdued foreigners, bound and powerless, lamented. Are we now part of the lesson? Please just make it quick. Two captives struggled incessantly, their wigs tumbling to the ground as a consequence of their resistance. They ended up receiving a kick. Three young lads, despite only moving their feet and not uttering a word, conveyed their intentions unmistakably. Behave yourselves. Brother Luo.
They all heard that.
It's fine. These two are aware of such methods, and they likely understand even more advanced techniques. However, knowing is one thing, and enduring the consequences is another. Luo Fuan comprehended Ingi's intentions. After the theoretical explanations were concluded, they commenced practical exercises. How could the two foreigners withstand Luo Fuan's methods? Within a few moments, they capitulated. Look, didn't we extract the information? Brother Luo is truly formidable. They deserve to perish. They attempted to steal our secrets. Brother Luo. I want to kill them myself. I want that too. The three children were not novices to killing, however. Their previous victims had always posed a threat to their lives. Now, their hatred for these two was palpable, for Luo Fuan had unveiled their purpose for infiltrating the base. The two were spies dispatched by the Eagle Country's military. Allegedly, the Eagle Country had received intelligence about China establishing a large base in Arzhan and had heard rumors of China possessing weaponry and high-tech products that surpassed the current era, causing them to panic. They selected a group of spies proficient in the Chinese language and familiar with Chinese customs to infiltrate and ascertain the truth. Luo Fuan sent a message to Qin Yi, detailing the situation on his end and inquiring about developments on Qin Yi's side. To his astonishment, the results from both interrogations were identical. After Qin Yi dealt with the two individuals in his custody, he learned that several more foreigners disguised as Chinese were attempting to infiltrate the base. Brother, could these spies have foreseen the earthquake? Otherwise, how could they have all appeared at the same time? It is not that they knew of the earthquake in advance, but rather that our usual defenses are so stringent that the enemy had no opportunity to infiltrate. Not willing to give up, they lingered around our base. And the earthquake provided them with the perfect chance to slip in amidst the chaos. I have a person to deal with. The number of spies in Arzhan is still relatively low, but Haiching is much more chaotic. I wonder if Zhou Shooting and his son can withstand it. Alright, I will inquire about it. Zhou Shooting is taking the blame for Su Yan. It seems the intentionally leaked information had a positive effect. Ego, wait a moment. Are these people to be executed? Yes, they must be killed. Keeping them alive would only waste resources and air. Let us dispose of them. Luo Fuan handed the two over to Ingi for practice. Very well. Ingi returned the handgun to Luo Fuan, stating, Brother Luo, they do not deserve to waste bullets. I will use a knife. Goodness. Little Ingi appears adorably innocent, her dimples revealing a sweetness even when she doesn't smile, yet her ruthlessness is incongruous with her appearance. Nevertheless, Luo Fuan greatly admired the young girl. Her compassion was properly directed, and she was unflinching when necessary. Chapter 177, The Auction. The young girl retrieved a short dagger from her crossbody bag and without any preparation, swiftly struck at their heart locations with precision. In mere moments, the two foreigners breathed their last. Daming, Chio, drag them out. Understood, Sister Ingi. Yes, Sister Ingi. The two younger brothers also returned their handguns to Luo Fuan, obediently following Sister Ingi's orders to remove the bodies. At the Dawn base in the capital, Su Yan emerged from her space in the afternoon, only to hear the elderly matriarch mention that Arshan had experienced an earthquake. What about other areas? Nothing has been discovered elsewhere for the time being. Su Yan found this puzzling. Wasn't Arshan chosen as the most suitable location for the main base of China due to its combination of science and metaphysics? Hadn't it been asserted that it was a place where humans could survive until the impending tectonic collision? Grandma, I will contact Chini. Go ahead. He has been looking for you several times out of concern. Su Yan embraced her grandmother, pressing her cheek against hers. This was a daily routine between them. The matriarch appreciated such intimacy, and Su Yan enjoyed indulging her. After comforting her grandmother, she affectionately interacted with the two youngsters before heading upstairs. In her wristband, there was a message from Chini, and the chat group for their small team buzzed with activity. Ingi had also sent numerous messages, initially inquiring about the situation in the capital, then, after receiving no reply, reassuring her that everyone was well and not to worry. After responding to Ingi, Su Yan connected with Qin-Yi. Qin-Yi, I've been in the space all day. I only just heard from Grandma that you were looking for me and mentioned the earthquake in Arshan. What's the situation now? Fortunately, the earthquake-resistant standards of the buildings within the base are commendable, and there hasn't been significant damage. The aftershocks have subsided, but the roads just outside the base have suffered severe landslides, and the mountains on both sides have also collapsed, blocking the way. Repairs will be necessary. Su Yan felt a pang of worry for him. Although Qin-Yi was powerful, he was still human. Observing him on the other end of the communication, appearing unscathed outside the base, reassured her slightly. Do you need me to come over? Or, is there anything you need me to bring? Not for now. I have everything I need in my space button. In the coming days, I will be busy with the post-earthquake repairs, so I won't be returning to Dawn. Please keep an eye on the outsiders in the base and avoid contact as much as possible. Why shouldn't we contact outsiders?
Su Yan inquired.
Her face a picture of curiosity. Qin-Yi elaborated on the discovery of the spy infiltrators in detail. I understand. I will remember the favor owed to Zhou shooting. I'm aware of the debt. I mentioned it to ensure you are cautious about the outsiders in the base. There's no need to venture outside the central area. All right? Understood. She didn't want him to worry. She would agree to whatever he said. Moreover, Su Yan hadn't contemplated leaving the central area. Her personal reserves of gold were already sufficient for her needs, and for now, she intended to remain low-key. During her leisure time, she would check on the robots farming and constructing in her space, making adjustments as needed. To alleviate her grandparents' and Qin-Yi's concerns, she would behave herself. True to form. As soon as Su Yan ended her communication with Qin-Yi, Zhou shooting arrived. My dear niece, how are you? Thank you for your concern. Uncle Zhou, I am well. You have worked hard during this time. Haha, your words of appreciation make my efforts worthwhile. No worries. Those insignificant scoundrels are hardly a threat. With your Uncle Zhou on the front lines, no one shall disturb my dear niece. Su Yan could see through Zhou. He was not genuinely dismissing the threats. She maintained a polite smile, waiting for him to express his true intentions. My dear niece, since this high technology must gradually be revealed to the world, and currently, others only believe half of it, in order to cement my position as that person, shouldn't I sell a few items? Selling was not the ultimate goal, as our true aim was gold, right? Oh, are people seeking you out to buy space buttons? Weapons are impossible to sell to private individuals. If it were weapons, Zhou shooting wouldn't even mention it. Thus, the only thing left would be the space buttons, which are practical and desired by the wealthy. How did Su Yan know they were wealthy? Would the penniless dare to ask? Little Yan guessed correctly, it was indeed the space buttons. You are aware that Haiqing is filled with wealthy individuals. Upon hearing rumors, they sought me out. I just consulted with Commander Sheng, and he said that selling space buttons to private individuals has regulations.
You tell me.
Yes, it's restricted to our citizens. Each person can only purchase one, and the volume cannot exceed 500 cubic units. There are smaller sizes as well, with 100 cubic and 50 cubic options. Currently, the only private individuals possessing space buttons are Liao Qinglan and Lu Shui, both with 500 cubic units, serving merely as small storage. Certainly, this item is not suitable for mass sale. Please provide me with 2 500 cubic units, and prior to the relocation, I will conduct an auction at the Haiqing base. Very well, the 500 cubic units contain 25 kilograms of gold each, while the 100 cubic units hold 5 kilograms of gold. As for the 50 cubic units, let us disregard the 100 cubic and 50 cubic units. They are too small to yield any significant profit. Make a note of how to quote or auction them. I leave that to your discretion. Zhou Shooting is likely aware that there are spies everywhere in Haiqing seeking information. By ostentatiously organizing an auction, he solidifies his persona, while undoubtedly seeking to profit as a middleman to sustain the base. Su Yan did not profit from him. She merely facilitated the exchange. Alright, prepare the items for Xiao Mu. I will instruct Zhou Zhe to retrieve them immediately. It's unsafe for you to go out unnecessarily. Yes, I'm aware. I appreciate Uncle Zhou's efforts. Su Yan exchanged the 2 500 cubic space buttons, instructing Xiao Mu to send someone to collect them for the office. 2 days later, Su Yan received another message from Zhou Shooting, stating that the auction had been remarkably successful, further establishing that the high-tech items that had appeared out of nowhere were indeed in his possession, attracting even more individuals seeking him out. Su Yan pondered for a moment and inquired, Uncle Zhou, did you accept gold or other valuable goods? The starting bid was set at 250 kilograms of gold, and additional bids could only be made using other materials or jewelry antiques. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to authenticate them, and receiving counterfeits would lead to substantial losses. Zhou Shooting's face radiated joy as he spoke these words. That's rather audacious, starting the auction at 10 times the base price. Su Yan could scarcely utter a word. Knowing that Zhou Shooting had made a considerable profit, Su Yan felt genuinely happy for him, especially given the number of people he had to support. Xian Ti anticipated that Zhou Shooting was so adept at managing relationships. He had arranged for all the valuable items he received to be transported by Zhou Zhe for her to exchange for gold, resulting in an even split of the gold. Before long, the day for the relocation of the various regional bases to Ershin arrived, and each base was bustling with activity. Chapter 178. Arrival at the Huaxia base. The northeast region, having endured several rounds of natural disasters, was further afflicted by the baptism of a tsunami, resulting in a significantly diminished number of survivors within the base. As for those who had not entered the base and were living outside, their numbers were uncertain. Consequently, there was no need to assign personnel to oversee those remaining in the northeast. The temporary base there had only a handful of survivors, and all were departing. Furthermore, the northwest region was also quite convenient. Ershin belonged to the northwest, making the relocation for its residents the easiest. The primary objective of the relocation was survival, and currently, the greatest threat to survival was a scarcity of water. The eastern base, namely the Haiqing base, was near the East China Sea, which had also been significantly impacted by the tsunami. Haiqing base had a large population, but it possessed desalination equipment capable of converting seawater into drinkable water, making it the least water-scarce location in the nation. However, only 1/3 of the people from the eastern Haiqing base were among the first batch to relocate to Ershin, as it was the region with the least allocated quotas. The remaining 2/3 would depart in subsequent batches, necessitating the arrangement of personnel to remain for management duties. The central and southwest regions were critically water-scarce areas. Those willing to relocate had already done so, while a significant portion, about 1/3, was unwilling to move. In the southern region, the Jiangcheng temporary base was also severely lacking in water, yet surprisingly, more than half of the residents were reluctant to relocate. Many individuals found the situation troublesome, deeming the journey long and questioning where they would go, as the same natural disasters would persist in a world ravaged by calamity. For my family of 6, the allocated space was merely a modest 60 square meters, consisting of a 2-bedroom apartment without any furniture. The journey was so lengthy that military vehicles were unavailable, and even if one managed to board, they could only carry a single bag, leaving behind essential items like pots and pans, let alone furniture. Without the ability to bring these items, they would need to purchase them upon arrival, which posed a challenge as there were no resources available for such purchases. Old Lou's family owned a vehicle, and today I noticed him exchanging for sufficient gasoline. I will inquire if he could share a ride, and if so, I will relocate. In Jiangqing base, some were observing the commotion and chatting, while others busily packed their belongings in preparation for departure. Lu Shui possessed a 500 cubic space button, which appeared quite substantial, yet even that was insufficient for the packing. She was directing her brother. Lu Yu, drive the war vehicle alongside the military. Your vehicle is designated for transporting furniture. Only valuable items should be collected. And avoid allowing me to pack any unnecessary trash. Dad, I'm talking about you. Do you still want to bring the tea table? Save it. Lu Yu's vehicle also needed to accommodate the belongings of several others, so they planned to discard anything deemed unimportant. Mom, gather your valuables for me. I won't be hoarding them. Lu Shui stood with her hands on her hips, glaring at her brother and parents, reprimanding them for any perceived shortcomings. Indeed, she was the capable eldest sister. Those reliant on Lu Shui's salary, such as her aunts, dared not utter a word, busily moving and loading furniture onto the vehicle. Lu's mother disagreed, stating, "Once we arrive, there will be nothing. We cannot afford to leave anything behind. Repair that off-road vehicle that was submerged in water and parked in the villa garage. Old Lu, you, and Xiao Yu can each drive a vehicle. We'll be able to carry much more." Times had changed. Lu's mother was reluctant to part with anything, as all the family possessions were of good quality.
Mom.
Let it go. This will only tire Dad and Xiao Yu. What fatigue. The two of them have been at home waiting for you to provide for them. It's just a few days of labor, they won't perish from it. Fine. Daughters are treasures, while husbands and sons are mere grass. In truth, Lu Yu and his father were not as incapable as Lu's mother suggested. It was merely that Lu Shui's competence made them appear less remarkable. The father and son duo exchanged a resigned glance, acknowledging that it would be a few days of hardship. Lu Jingzhu quickly suggested, "Let Xiao Yu and I each drive a vehicle alongside the military, while you and your mother can take the helicopter. If there's room, let your aunts or anyone else join as well. We should expedite our preparations." At Lu's residence, the situation seemed to have settled. Meanwhile, the Zhang family and Luo Wanning were also diligently packing their belongings. As a medical staff member at the Jiangcheng temporary base, Luo Wanning had secured a quota. The Zhang family had discreetly received assistance due to their connections with the Haiqing base, as the Zhang family had a favorable relationship with Su Yan in the eyes of outsiders. Consequently, the person in charge of the Jiangcheng base was quite astute. Zhang Bo expressed his feelings. "I wonder what kind of identity Xiao Yan possesses. Merely knowing her can yield such benefits." Dad, stop pondering. You and Xiao Xian focus on packing the small items. I'll go out with Xiao Ling to find a vehicle, or else we won't be able to leave. Go on, find a truck. Where can we easily obtain a usable truck? Zhang Xian nodded. I'll do my best. In the capital city, over half of the individuals at the Dawn base chose to relocate, while those who did not were those who hadn't received a quota. Those who had received a quota were all determined to move. Their awareness was remarkably high, as they understood that following a powerful leader was the right choice. The Sheng family's relocation was exceedingly straightforward. With a mere wave of Su Yan's hand, not even a pebble would be left behind. She consulted with her grandmother. "Grandma, when shall we set off?" "That would depend on your grandfather. Grandfather will likely need a few more days. I was wondering if we should go ahead and make some arrangements." Qin Yi was in Ershan but was extremely busy. Su Yan did not expect her partner to arrange the household, as she was the only one capable of providing various furniture and appliances. Her grandmother agreed with her plan. Su Yan left the two little ones and the dog at home, cradling her hee-hee as she boarded her aircraft to depart from the Dawn base. This was her first outing since the espionage incident following the earthquake in Ershan. With Zhou shooting's grand auction of the space buttons, Su Yan boldly undertook her first uncovered flight, and moreover, Qini's aircraft had already made its debut in Ershan. Su Yan had perused the renderings. Yet the visual representations paled in comparison to the awe-inspiring reality before her. It was immense, covering a sprawling area of at least 10 square kilometers. Considering it was a stepped building only 8 stories high, devoid of vegetation and other ancillary constructions, it seemed improbable that it could accommodate over 100,000 individuals. Her aerial vehicle hovered gracefully at the entrance, directly facing the grand characters spelling out Huaxia base. Presently, the entrance was bustling with construction personnel and soldiers. The recently relocated populace had yet to arrive. Upon receiving news that his beloved wife had reached the base's entrance, Gene hurriedly rushed out to greet her. He left his vehicle at the entrance for someone else to drive back and gestured towards the hovering aircraft, indicating his desire to board. Su Yan merely lowered the cloud ladder. "What are you coming up for?" "I was just about to descend to obtain the entry card." "No need," he replied. "I have brought it for you. Within the Huasha base's security system, you and the aircraft can traverse both ground and air without hindrance." "How wonderful! Thank you."
Yige.
Su Yan waved cheerfully at her handsome soldier, her joy evident as she affectionately called him Igo. In Chapter 179, there's a traitor among us. After being preoccupied for several days and only having seen holographic images during communications, the sight of his wife before him prompted Qin to dismiss the interfering he, pulling his beloved wife into his embrace.
Yige.
"Is it wrong to call you that? I've called you so before. Is it not permissible?" he retorted, but decided against further discussion on the matter. Su Yan took the card from Qin's hand and affixed it to her backpack, which she would carry with her when exiting. "I want TF to land upon my comings and goings, and the base's artillery want to fire upon me. Will it?" "Certainly not. Although this place is not a permanent residence, the internal system is quite well constructed. All data has been recorded, and both individuals and aircraft possess corresponding cards. Furthermore, modern artillery cannot breach an aircraft." "All right then. I shall take you back to our home." Initiate. "Humph." He grumbled, having just been tossed aside. It now regarded its male owner with disdain but complied, as he was the partner of its mistress. In the blink of an eye, guided by Qin, the aircraft descended gracefully above a quaint villa. "Is this the S district?" "Indeed. The S district consists of 60 villas and 12 apartment blocks. The access card for S district serves as an all-access pass throughout the entire base. Cards from other districts cannot grant entry into S district." Su Yan responded with an O, surveying her surroundings. The S district was not particularly large, nor centrally located. It bordered the A district, situated at the northeastern corner of the base. The central area housed several office buildings, while the B and C districts sprawled extensively with buildings densely packed. Land now. "As you wish, Su." The aircraft gracefully settled onto the open space in front of the villa. "This is where we reside with my grandparents. And the adjacent villa is where my grandfather and parents live." "Understood. What about Luo Fuan and the others?" "They are all in the S district. Old Luo and Old Yang have a one-bedroom apartment, while Old Chen and Old Zhang live with their families." "Very well, you may attend to your matters. I will manage on my own." Qin was indeed busy, having indulged in just 2 minutes of intimacy with his wife before departing. Su Yan explored the house, which was quite simple. The first floor comprised a living room, dining area, and kitchen, with a main bedroom allocated for her grandparents. A study was mandatory, and a small room designated for guests. The second floor featured her and Qin's master bedroom, a guest room converted into a nursery for their 2 little ones. Another study, a small lounge, and an additional guest room left vacant. Surrounding the house was an expansive area, ample enough to accommodate helicopters and automobiles, with 2-meter-high walls shielding it from the prying eyes of passers-by and a modest guardhouse at the entrance. It was no different from living at the Dawn base. The interior walls had been smoothed, and she ran her hand along them, finding no dust. This will suffice. As she prepared to arrange the furniture, memories of spies installing miniature listening devices during the earthquake resurfaced, prompting her to have scan both the interior and exterior of the house. This scan revealed that Qin's inspections were not thorough enough. However, it was more accurate to say that the advanced technology utilized by Qin had failed to detect residual devices. He had managed to uncover them, indicating that the outsiders had recently developed more sophisticated surveillance equipment, enough to infiltrate her home. Qin soon returned, and he indicated the locations that required clearing. Qin, is your detection equipment outdated? In certain technological realms, our capabilities do lag behind theirs. However, the detection apparatus is the set you provided. Su Yan pondered for a moment, realizing that she had indeed upgraded Qin's detection equipment. This suggested that the devices had been reinstalled after they were purportedly cleared. "There's a traitor among us." Fortunately, The discovery was timely, with only a few thousand personnel engaged in construction. It would be exceedingly difficult to conduct a thorough investigation once the relocated individuals arrived. Truly, despite all precautions, one cannot guard against those who exploit vulnerabilities. Qin stood there, arms crossed behind him, lips pressed together, brows furrowed, his demeanor exuding a rare cold gravitas that Su Yan had seldom witnessed.
Vinyi.
What troubles you? Yen, lend me he. I shall conduct a sweep of this area.
All right.
She refrained from saying much more and signaled for he to accompany him. He being bound to Su Yan, sensed her concern and chose not to dwell on the earlier incident when Qin had tossed it aside. As she watched them head towards the adjacent house, Su Yan contemplated sending Qin a message. Qin, do not place too much pressure upon yourself. Thank you, Yen, I am fine. Just a momentary surge of emotion had caused him to chastise himself for not being more meticulous. Qin quickly composed himself and summoned all personnel to assemble, seizing the opportunity before the relocated individuals arrived to conduct a comprehensive sweep. Go, everyone? Yes, everyone. Is something serious amiss? We recently eliminated the listening devices in those rooms, and we have just discovered new ones. Who could be responsible? Is there a spy among the construction crew? Or perhaps within the security team? The small group on their wristbands exchanged remarks, not hindering their commands to those below, insisting on a complete assembly, leaving no one behind. An hour later, the central square of the base was filled with personnel. Su Yan instructed Qin to carry the small he, as it could not identify the culprit, but could sense individuals' blood pressure, heart rate, and emotions. The earlier infiltration of so many disguised individuals indicated that internal personnel had likely not yet been subverted. These devices had been installed only after those individuals had perished. This suggested that the compromised individual was not a seasoned spy and lacked the psychological resilience necessary to evade detection by he. Whatever Su Yan could conceive, Qin would surely fathom as well. He ensured the remaining houses with listening devices were thoroughly cleansed before taking he with him. Old Luo, you take the lead. Brother, how should I proceed? Simply state the facts, urging them to confess in exchange for leniency. Refusal to acknowledge will bring consequences upon their families. Understood. It was evident that mere casual remarks would not compel anyone to step forward and admit guilt. However, it would alert them that their actions had been discovered, that higher authorities were investigating, instilling fear about potential repercussions for their families, thereby inducing anxiety. Once tension arose, and emotions became erratic, he would discern the shift. This was the most straightforward and direct approach. Luo Fuan, following Qin's instructions, took the megaphone and delivered a brief speech.
Zhen Dingshan, Yang Jinghui,
and Zhang Yuan, each wielding light machine guns, raised them intermittently to underscore their intimidation. In a lively scene, some were singing while others played drums. And it must be said that Qin's 5-member team demonstrated remarkable coordination. Among them were those fearful of being innocently implicated, those worried about mistakenly condemning the innocent, and those who felt that their righteousness shielded them from shadows. With thousands present, the air buzzed with whispers and murmurs. Qin affectionately caressed the fluffy little he and said, "Tuanzi, it is your turn now." The little bundle, soft and adorable, responded before casting her glowing blue eyes over the sea of onlookers. Chapter 180. The Cleanup. 1/3 of those present were military personnel, while the rest were engineers and ordinary technicians engaged in construction. Many believed that the national treasure raised by General Qin was merely being showcased. Standing tall, Qin, apart from his 5-member team, was unaware that the little bundle's eyes emitted blue light. All right, blue light is normal, but red light indicates an anomaly, he clarified. Understood. Thank you, he. No need for thanks. After hearing the exchange between Qin and the AI Tuanzi, Lao Luo, Lao Yang, and the others quickly grasped the situation. They glanced at the crowd and counted over 50 individuals exhibiting red light. The AI could not read minds. He could only discern these individuals' emotional disturbances. If one harbored no guilt, why would they exhibit abnormal behavior? Among the 50-plus individuals, some were naturally timid and genuinely frightened, while the remainder were likely guilty and anxious. The individuals identified by the little bundle were taken for interrogation, significantly narrowing the scope. Those selected by the AI were promptly escorted by Luo Fuan and his team. The remaining crowd was temporarily dismissed. The four proceeded to conduct interrogations, while Qin Yi drove to return Hehe to Su Yan. After Qin Yi and Hehe departed, Su Yan began assembling the wooden flooring she had previously prepared. Ingi, upon learning of Su Yan's arrival, gathered 8 younger siblings, bringing cleaning supplies to assist with the housework. Lu Yuan, Lu Shan, Shumi, and Cheng Cheng, you four sweep the floors. Da Ming and Qiyu, come with me to help Sister Su with the flooring. Ingi wasted no time directing the group of young workers as soon as she arrived. Although the task of laying the flooring was not overly intricate, it was considerable, covering the 2-story house, including the living room and study. Su Yan had initially planned to tackle it alone, completing one room at a time.
Now,
with the arrival of eager helpers, Ingi, Deming, and Qiyu quickly joined in, their pace matching Su Yan's. Ingi, a bit discontented, remarked, Sister Su, you didn't call us to help with the housework. We have nothing but training and studying to occupy us. We could work faster as a team. Honestly, I didn't think to call you. Now that you're here, there's no need for thanks, Su Yan replied, genuinely oblivious to the need for assistance.
Sister Su,
There's no need to be polite. We're delighted to help. The children chimed in. Sister Su, now that we'll be living at the base, we can see you often.
Hehe.
Sister Su, may I come daily to tidy the courtyard? The children spoke excitedly, each eager to express themselves while not neglecting their tasks. Su Yan found it difficult to decide whom to respond to first, merely nodding and affirming, yes, I'm happy to. Upon returning from the central square with Hehe in his arms, Qin Yi was greeted by the sight of his wife amidst a flurry of activity with the children. Brother Qin, you're back. He was joyfully welcomed. Finally, Qin Yi had rescued Su Yan from the incessant chatter. So, you all came to help? Thank you for your hard work. Tonight, Sister Su will treat you to a grand feast.
Great.
We're having a big dinner with Sister Su tonight. The older children had long mingled comfortably with Qin Yi and his companions, their camaraderie now devoid of any formality. All right, tonight, Brother Qin and Sister Su will host a feast.
Oh, yes.
Sister Su is the best and Brother Qin is the best. But who is truly the best? Qin Yi chuckled as he gently set the little bundle down. The older children, including Ingi, were captivated by the adorable Tuanzi, with some daringly reaching out to pet her fur. Little Hehe, embracing her role wholeheartedly, curled up and allowed the children to stroke her. However, the children were considerate, only indulging for a moment before returning to their chores, while Ingi cleverly guided Deming and Qiyu to assist with a different room. Feeling tired? Take a break before resuming your work. Not at all. You know it's just assembly, not heavy lifting. You rest, I'll handle the rest.
Su Yan, and fast,
began contemplating the issues of water and electricity. While it was said there was underground water, it was likely rationed. Electricity was even more limited. So she decided to utilize her own supply. She instructed Qin Yi to arrange for water and electricity while she carried Hehe to set up the generator brought back from Longjing Station and inquired about the situation regarding the spies. The little bundle had identified over 50 anomalies, and Lao Yang and his team were currently interrogating them, with results expected soon.
So many? What kind of people are they?
All construction personnel. No internal system members were found. Most among them are genuinely timid and scared. Otherwise, if over 50 spies had appeared right under my nose, I would have to resign in shame. We are in the light while the enemy lurks in the shadows. It is difficult to guard against. This cannot be blamed on you. You have been vigilant. Regardless of the process, the outcome is my oversight. Su Yan could only remain speechless. In just a few moments, Qin Yi had connected the power lines, added fuel, and the generator was already running. Connecting the water pipes was also swift. Previously, Qin Yi had installed the air conditioning, and now, with power restored, he switched it on, refreshing the entire environment. Su Yan set up a folding table in the first-floor living room and cut 2 hefty watermelons, each weighing around 20 pounds, filling the table. Ingi, call everyone down for watermelon. We have electricity now, so it will cool down soon. Okay, coming. It had been nearly 2 years since they had last enjoyed watermelon, while other fruits had only been rewarded during training for good performance.
Now.
The older children gazed at the watermelons with sparkling eyes, wiping sweat from their faces and eagerly grabbing slices to devour.
Sister Su.
The flooring on the second floor is all done.
Great.
We'll tackle the first floor next. Su Yan, less interested in the watermelon, reclined in her chair, resting her head against the back as she watched the children eat. Ingi took a slice of watermelon, finishing it in a few bites, for he still had tasks to attend to. Yen, take a break before resuming your work. Don't tire yourselves out. I'll check on the interrogations at the office and return for dinner with you tonight. Go ahead. Don't worry about me, Yen replied lazily, feeling at ease with the abundance of help. Ingi chuckled as he approached his wife, ruffling her hair affectionately before leaning down to nuzzle her tousled head. After greeting the children, he strode out. Chapter 181. Preparing to open a shop. Before long, the 9 older children had devoured both large watermelons. Yen has finally grasped the meaning behind the phrase, "A young lad will impoverish his father." She wonders whether it will be sufficient. The children must be well fed while they work. Is that enough to eat? Should we cut another one? No need. Sister Sue, that is plenty. Everyone expressed that they had enough, and Yen also felt it should suffice. After all, overeating would hinder their ability to enjoy dinner later. All right, Ingi, daming. And the 7th child, continue laying the flooring on the first floor. You few, assist me with cleaning the second floor. Understood. A flurry of children dashed off to wash their hands, while Ingi began to fold the table before resuming their tasks. Yen first sought a location to set up the washing machine, connecting it to the water supply and placing the curtains meant for use into the wash. She then ascended to the second floor, where the children had tidied up the room, to arrange the furniture. She always selected the finest textiles, furniture, and appliances. After all, one should make the most of what is available. There were plenty of such items in the warehouse of the mall she had acquired in the foreign city. Moving from room to room, Yen arranged the furniture, estimating that the curtains would soon be ready. She took them out and put them back in for another wash, as there were numerous curtains to clean. After the curtains, she still had sheets, duvet covers, and pillowcases to tackle. Curtains, once washed and spun dry, can be hung immediately. They dry quickly once in place. With the addition of 9 young workers, progress at Yen's place was swift. Meanwhile, in the interrogation room, Yang Jinghui and Chen Dingshan worked as a team, while Luo Fuan and Zhang Yuan formed another pair, questioning those little bundles they suspected of being unusual. And their progress was equally rapid. Ingi arrived soon after and quickly obtained results. 2 engineers had been subverted during the interrogation. They confessed readily after just a few exchanges. Both had been part of the same company in Haicheng before the apocalypse, recruited during the establishment of the Alshan base to source construction talent. As Ingi suspected, during the earthquake and its aftermath, foreign spies had been eliminated, leading to stricter base security, preventing any infiltrators from abroad. Coincidentally, these 2 were outside the base on errands and had been bought off with substantial resources. Since the houses were unoccupied, their identities as engineers made it easy for them to install listening devices in the villas within Zone S. According to their accounts, they were instructed to complete certain tasks within a specified time frame. This phrase hinted that there might be actions planned by the other party during that time. Since they could not extract much information from these 2, it was certain that questioning their superior would yield more insights. Once they obtained the means of communication between the 2 and their contact, they would act swiftly. Old Qin, I have no pressing matters. I'll go.
Yang Jinghui volunteered.
Count me in, Luo Fuan interjected ahead of Chen Dingshan and Zhang Yuan. All right, you can use the aircraft. Be cautious and maintain confidentiality. Ingi handed them the aircraft, which had the capability of stealthy flight, far superior to a helicopter. What the other party wished to ascertain was whether they possessed advanced technology, and they would utilize that curiosity to deal with their adversaries. Haha, Brother E, you truly are clever. What do you take the boss for, old Luo? But it's indeed exhilarating. We have it, and we aren't afraid of them knowing, yet we will conceal it from them. Old Qin, they've taken off. Yang Jinghui remarked, resting his hand on Qin's shoulder as he observed the 3 exuberant teammates, akin to watching fools.
Indeed.
It seems you are the only sane one here. Hurry and take that fool on the mission. Return early, as your sister-in-law is treating us to a grand dinner tonight. No problem. We'll complete the task within the hour. You're getting too cocky. Yang Jinghui teased, pulling on Luo Fuan's ear as they departed. Let us go. Old boss, old Chen. Let us check if sister-in-law needs help, and we'll tidy up our own place as well, Zhang Yuan said, with an arm around each of his companions, leading them toward the vehicle. Your sister-in-law has plenty of furniture, appliances, and bedding. Let her bring some out for you. Su Yan had indeed collected a significant number of large furniture and appliances from the warehouse abroad, and each time Qin Yi entered the space, he saw those items gathering dust. There were also many miscellaneous supplies, which would go to waste if left untouched. Thank you, old boss. All right, thank you, old boss. With many hands, tasks progressed rapidly. When Qin Yi and his companions returned, Su Yan had just finished decorating the interiors. Sister-in-law. Hello, sister-in-law. The three handsome young men, all donned in matching combat uniforms, descended from the vehicle. Quite the sight to behold. Su Yan's gaze was fixed on her husband, who remained the most handsome in her eyes. Hello, Qin Yi, please help me decide if we should lay something in the front and backyards. No need. I share old Chen's view. If Yan wishes to lay some, a portion can be covered, once the extreme heat passes. We could set up a sunshade and place a couple of rocking chairs outside for you and Grandma to enjoy tea. Qin Yi understood his wife well, within reasonable limits. Why should one live modestly when they could relish life? When his wife inquired about what to lay down, he already had a few ideas in mind. He aligned with her wishes while suggesting a more subdued approach, allowing for a compromise that pleased her. Su Yan indeed wished to extend the balcony as wooden flooring throughout the yard, and since Qin Yi suggested covering just a part, it was settled. With a graceful wave of her hand, Su Yan brought out another pile of balcony wooden flooring, and the 9 young workers, without needing to be called, approached to inquire where it should be laid. They had grown accustomed to such occurrences, having witnessed the space button with their instructors. Chun Dingshan, observing his young apprentices, found it marvelous and promptly made a request. Ingi, tomorrow, bring your siblings over to my place to help clean. Yes, I need that too. Big brother Chen. Big brother Zhang, we will handle the cleaning at your homes. Zhang Yuan and Chen Dingshan, recalling the furniture matter, approached Su Yan to request items. What is the layout of your homes? How many people reside there? My home has 2 bedrooms and a living room. I live with my parents. Mine is the same as old Zhang's. Upon hearing this, Su Yan quickly deduced what they would need: beds, wardrobes, nightstands, dressers, sofas, coffee tables, dining tables, and chairs. In addition to furniture, there were linens and small kitchen appliances. Su Yan prepared selections for both Chen Dingshan and Zhang Yuan, allowing them to gather their shares. Let us keep it simple with these. If you find anything lacking, let me know. This is far from simple. Chen Dingshan felt it was more than adequate. Sister-in-law. This is already luxurious. For those relocating, it's a significant feat to even have a chair and bed. It's quite fortunate here.
Indeed.
Those skilled in carpentry could likely prosper by opening a shop here. Wife, I think you should clear out some of the unnecessary items and sell them at the shop. The new base implements a point system. You can set the prices and hire someone to manage the store. Su Yan found this feasible. Many who had migrated here were unable to bring furniture due to a lack of vehicles or fuel. What seemed useless to her could be essential for others. And thus the shop should open. Sister Su, if you open a shop, we can help you manage it and sell things, all right? Ingi piped up, eager for an opportunity to work upon hearing Su Yan and Qin Yi discuss the shop. Chapter 182. A delicious meal. It was imperative to seize the opportunity. She understood that the 9 of them had Su Yan watching over them, ensuring they wouldn't go hungry while learning both academics and martial skills. However, there was scant opportunity to gather supplies here, and a prolonged lack of engagement with no income left her feeling unsettled. The idea is feasible, however. It should not impede your studies. You might want to consult your instructor. Similarly, Su Yan also wishes to engage the 9 children in suitable activities, for it is essential to avoid fostering a sense of dependency. Selling goods would be an excellent opportunity, as it allows them to interact with a diverse array of individuals while learning to manage minor tasks and interpersonal relationships. Upon hearing Su Yan's agreement, Ingi pleaded with Zhang Yuan and Chen Dingshan, concerned that she might not suffice alone, and thus enlisted Dayo and Chiyo as well. If the sisters have given their consent, how could Zhang Yuan and Chen Dingshan possibly object? However, Zhang Yuan proposed that the 9 of you could be divided into 3 groups, with 3 members per group, one from 8 in the morning until 12, another from 12 until 4 in the afternoon, and the last from 4 until 8 in the evening. Su Yan promptly accepted Zhang Yuan's suggestion, stating, "Let us proceed according to your instructor's advice. Ingi, you shall determine how to organize the groups.
Olait, sistersu.
There was a sense of excitement as not only Ingi, but also the other children felt elated, as it indicated their usefulness. Outside the courtyard, Chen Dingshan and Zhang Yuan were engaged in assembling the flooring with the 9 children. Su Yan returned to the kitchen to prepare dinner, with Qin Yi entering to assist. "My dear, what shall we cook for dinner?" In truth, she wanted the children to enjoy a meaty feast, and what could be more delectable than barbecued meat? However, given the sweltering temperatures of over 40 degrees at night, while they could withstand the heat, the children were clad only in ordinary thermoregulating clothing, making it unfeasible to grill indoors with the air conditioning running. "We can barbecue outside. Did you forget that we can use the air conditioning fan?" "Excellent. Please assist me in cutting the meat." Su Yan brought out several pounds each of beef, lamb, and pork belly for him to prepare. "You start chopping. Once you're done, I'll handle the marinating. Rest assured, I will cut it perfectly." Besides her, she could forgo the rice if they had barbecued meat. With 5 adults and 9 children at the perfect age for eating, Su Yan prepared a large electric rice cooker for the rice. After washing the rice and placing it in the pot, she began peeling potatoes for skewering and mixing the barbecue seasoning. By the time Qin Yi had finished cutting a portion of the meat, he began marinating it. There was much preparation required for a barbecue gathering of over 10 people. Fortunately, Zhang Yuan sent Ingi and Chung Chung into the kitchen to assist with washing vegetables and skewering bamboo sticks, which expedited the process significantly. Here, the preparations for dinner were in full swing. Meanwhile, Yang Jinghui and Luo Fuan encountered a slight complication. Their aircraft, operating in stealth mode, had flown beyond the borders after passing through Arshan and arrived near the location disclosed by the 2 spies, hovering 3 meters above the ground before descending to capture them. Given the circumstances, it should have been swift. After all, apart from their own, there was likely no one capable of resisting them, especially when it came to weaponry, where they outclassed the Eagle Sauce by a wide margin. Yet, just as they were about to apprehend their targets, they overheard a conversation among the 3 individuals in the spy den, lingering a moment longer than intended. Unbeknownst to them, the hideout had been compromised. As they sipped their drinks and discussed the intelligence obtained from the 2 engineers, engaging in grandiloquent talk about the Eagle Sauce, Gaul, and the preparations of several major nations to form an alliance to pressure Huaxia into surrendering its advanced technologies, all under the pretense of securing a future for humanity. Their aspirations were rather lofty. Presently, each nation possesses several bases, whether official or private, and every belligerent faction aspires to be the leader. Forming an alliance is no simple task. The notion that Huaxia would be informed in advance is sheer folly. Of course, we need not fear any alliance. Yang Jinghui and Luo Fuan had agreed to complete their mission within an hour, yet they had wasted over half that time eavesdropping on 3 inebriated individuals. Finally, having listened in, they swiftly subdued the 3 drunken men with ease. On their return, Luo Fuan contacted Qin Yi to report the situation. "Brother Yi, shall we interrogate them now? Give them a good thrashing, then lock them up for now. We'll eat when we return." "Understood." Inflicting pain was a forte of Luo Fuan. He had the skill to leave no visible wounds on his victims while inducing excruciating discomfort. After they had thoroughly beaten the captives and confined them in the dungeon, upon returning to Area S, they found that many skewers had already been grilled. Upon seeing a group of disciples gathered, Luo Fuan was quite pleased. "Disciples, have you missed your master? Please prepare more skewers for me. Hurry up and wash your hands." Yang Jinghui playfully punched him, trying to block his incessant chatter. "Yes, Brother Yang and Brother Luo, you've worked hard. We've prepared everything for you." Chio shifted to make space, placing a plate of skewers he had just learned to grill on the table and calling out to the 2 returning brothers. He was a little social butterfly, quite similar in personality to Luo Fuan. With 2 barbecue grills, the disciples occupied one, while Ingi, Daming, and Chio, the 3 older ones, guided the 6 younger children. Cooking their own skewers made the food taste even better, resulting in the children chattering incessantly, snatching the salt shaker and spice jar from one another, creating a lively atmosphere. The adults' barbecue grill had been quiet until Luo Fuan emerged after washing his hands. As he sat down, he cracked open a bottle of beer and took a few swigs, exclaiming, "I'm starving. I could have been back to eat meat ages ago if it weren't for listening to those 3 blowhards bragging. If it weren't for needing them to divulge some information, I would have shot them and saved myself the effort of dragging them back. They are so hefty. Zhang Yuan stuffed a skewer into Luo Fuan's mouth, insisting, just eat. Are you trying to kill me by serving me undercooked meat? Little Chio, let me inspect what you've grilled for quality. Brother Luo, this is for you. You've worked hard. Chio offered Luo Fuan a generous plate of skewers. Luo Fuan swallowed the skewer Zhang Yuan had forced upon him with his eyes closed, then took a hearty bite of Chio's grilling, finally feeling revitalized. After a few more quips, he fell silent. As the noise subsided, Yang Jinghui turned to Qin Yi to discuss serious matters. Aside from hearing the mention of an alliance from those three, Luo and I noticed on our way back that it seems there is also a base being constructed on the other side of the mountain. Is this a case of copying homework? And regarding the alliance you mentioned, it appears they have given those two a deadline for the placement of listening devices, likely in hopes of obtaining some intelligence to persuade those nations or base leaders to ally with them. I share the same suspicions. Tomorrow, we must thoroughly extract all information from those three and report back to the superiors. Chapter 183. Of course, the shop should be positioned in the prime location. While Qin Yi discussed matters with his teammates, he simultaneously peeled the sweet potatoes roasting in the coals for his wife, blowing on them a few times before beginning to remove the skins. Come, this is best enjoyed while it's still hot. Would you like some? Su Yan was not particularly fond of meat. Her preferences leaned towards barbecued sweet potatoes, corn, chives, and potato slices. You eat first. I'll have mine once those are ready.
All right.
The aroma wafted through the air, and Su Yan paid no heed to how the others were eating. With several teammates present, she felt too shy to take a bite of the sweet potato in front of Qin Yi. With men gathered in one area, barbecued meat and beer were inevitable, so Su Yan chose to sit at the table with the children for a more relaxed atmosphere. Chio squeezed in beside her, saying, Sister Su, what would you like to eat? I'll help you grill. Sister Su, I've grilled some. Please have some of mine. Daming approached with a plate. Several young girls also attempted to crowd next to Su Yan but failed to surpass the two boys. Ingi rolled her eyes at Daming and Chio, thinking to herself, these two sycophants don't even offer any skewers to their little team leader. Forget it, I can't be bothered to argue with flatterers. Su Yan noticed Ingzi's little expression and couldn't help but smile inwardly, thinking how adorable the little sister was, with her eye rolls revealing two dimples. Su Yan is a genuine aesthetic enthusiast, fiercely protective of her own. Observing the young boys and girls, whom she has nurtured like her own offspring, brings her immense joy. Ingzi, in just a few days, the base will gradually welcome new arrivals. Tomorrow, I shall seek out a suitable location for our shop. And you all will soon be on duty, she announced. Sister Su, we are ready and eagerly awaiting the task, Ingzi replied, tilting her chin towards Daming and Chio, as if to convey that she was their leader and that any matters concerning Sister Su should be directed to her. You nine must be allocated judiciously, Su Yan remarked, curious to see how Ingzi would organize them. We are perfectly suited as a team of three, with me being the oldest. I shall take the two youngest, Chengcheng and Shumi. Daming can supervise Xiaojing and Xiaoyi, while Chio looks after Lu Yuan and Lu Shan. How does that sound, Sister Su?
Excellent, Su Yan responded.
Among the nine, Ingzi, at 13, was the eldest, followed by Daming and Chio, both 11, with the remaining 5 girls ranging from 6 to 9 years of age. The arrangement of one elder supervising 2 younger ones was entirely appropriate. Su Yan would not truly leave the management of the shop solely to these adolescents. Additional safety measures would be implemented. The children indulged in meat and fruit, basking in the comfort of air conditioning, their bellies round and content. As a group of men continued their revelry with drinks, Su Yan decided to escort the children back to their residence. All were situated in Zone S, albeit in the apartment section, where the 9 of them occupied a 3-bedroom suite. Su Yan recalled Luo Fuan's boastful words about the 9 little apprentices being settled in houses at the edge of the villa area. Ingzi had informed her that they had just moved in a few days prior, making their presence less conspicuous. The children eagerly guided Su Yan through their quarters, each expressing delight at their new surroundings, which boasted clean water, electricity, and a lack of bothersome insects. Upon inspection, Su Yan noted that each room contained 2 bunk beds, with each child having a box for their belongings, all arranged neatly. 2 young boys shared one room, while pairs of sisters, He Xiaojing and He Xiaoyi, as well as Ingzi, Lu Shumi, and Chengcheng, occupied the others. The combined living and dining area housed several large boxes of supplies next to the dining table, while the living space featured 2 rows of long desks and chairs. It was evident that the children, under the guidance of several Special Forces soldiers, had adopted a somewhat militaristic approach to organization. In the kitchen, several large barrels contained ample water, reflecting their awareness of the scarcity of this resource, a commendable habit. Numerous large bags filled with charcoal were also present, a resource they had learned to utilize from Brother Zhang and Brother Luo, given the abundance of dry trees on the mountain. As Su Yan examined the charcoal, Ingi provided an explanation nearby. Ingi has done remarkably well, Su Yan praised sincerely. Upon hearing Ingzi's commendation, the other children turned their attention towards her, their expressions pleading for acknowledgement, which Su Yan generously bestowed upon each of them. After inquiring about their needs, the children dutifully shook their heads, indicating they had sufficient supplies and were not lacking in anything at the moment. Su Yan left them with some easily stored ham and sausages, along with a few vegetables and fruits, mindful that they had limited storage space. Given their proximity, acquiring additional necessities in the future would be convenient. Upon returning to her own home, she found the barbecue gathering had concluded, with all refuse collected in a large bin at the entrance. As Su Yan entered, she noticed that Luo Fuan and the others had already departed. "You must be exhausted after such a long day," she remarked. "Not at all, with so many helping hands. I only miss the 2 little ones who are not by my side," he replied. With the little ones absent, along with the grandparents and their 2 lazy dogs, the S-zone felt eerily quiet, as only a few people inhabited it. Qin Yi secured the door, then effortlessly carried his wife upstairs. "Put me down. Aren't you tired?" she protested. "Not at all. Carrying my wife is never a burden," he replied, ascending the stairs with her as if it were a mere stroll, depositing her gently in the washroom. "Shall you wash first, or shall we do it together?" "I'll go first, you wait outside," Su Yan decided, still feeling uneasy about the lack of security measures in their new home, especially with De Huang and De He absent, leaving her with a sense of impending danger. Qin Yi, perceptive to her concerns, reassured her that this was the S-zone, a place where her grandparents would also reside, and that security was not as lacking as she feared. The listening devices were merely an unexpected oversight, and since she hadn't requested He to conduct a check, they would ensure a thorough scan upon her grandparents' arrival. "Fine, I trust you," Su Yan conceded, unable to withstand the pervasive scent of barbecue clinging to her. After washing her hair, she emerged to find Qin Yi waiting with a hairdryer in hand. "You go wash, I'll handle my own hair," she offered. "All right, I'll wait." The promise of those 2 words sent a delightful thrill through her, prompting a playful response as she aimed the hairdryer at him, playfully pushing him back into the washroom. The next morning, Su Yan awoke, stretching her back as breakfast had already been prepared. "Yen, eat something before resting a little longer. There's no rush with the shop. Rest well before heading to the base's central square to scout locations. Let me know which spot you favor," Qin Yi advised. "Understood. I'll get to it," she replied as he embraced her before departing. Watching him leave, she felt a swell of admiration, his demeanor radiating confidence. Aware of her gaze, he glanced back, flashing a radiant smile. She puzzled over why he never seemed fatigued. After rising, she didn't indulge in a return to slumber, first calling her grandmother to check on the 2 little ones before driving to the commercial area at the base South Central Square. Naturally, she aimed for the prime location. The central square was directly accessible from the base's main entrance, a spot visible to anyone entering or exiting the facility. Su Yan activated her video call, directing Qin Yi's attention to the ideal site. "Perfect, I'll have someone deliver the keys to you," he assured her. While waiting in her car for the keys, she noticed a helicopter descending near the base's entrance, undoubtedly one of the aircraft she had sold. No doubt it belonged to Lu Shui. However, since she was waiting for the keys, she refrained from joining the commotion. Within 10 minutes, a soldier clad in standard combat gear arrived, respectfully handing the keys to Su Yan. Parking at the shop's entrance, she opened the rolling shutter door to survey the 200 square meters of space, featuring a cement floor and stark white walls. With minimal effort, she could set up shelves and products, preparing to open for business. Without hesitation, she retrieved the shelves from storage, determined to maximize space and achieve an orderly arrangement, even if aesthetics were not a priority. By the time she finished arranging the shelves, it was already noon. Su Yan drove back and contacted Ingi, instructing the young workers to assist her in tidying up the Qin household later that afternoon. Knowing that Lu Shui was also busy setting up her own place, she opted not to stop by for a visit and instead prepared lunch. Not long after, she heard the familiar sound of a vehicle parking and a man entering the house. "Yan Yan, I'm back," he called. "Yes. Wash your hands and come to eat," she replied. Su Yan prepared rice, stir-fried vegetables, and 2 meat dishes from her previous stockpiles. As they ate, Su Yan naturally inquired about the 3 foreigners they had captured the day before. The individuals involved may not be fully aware of the situation. Yet from the scant information they have divulged, one can infer the intentions of the forces backing them. Their primary aim appears to be the confirmation of whether technology that surpasses our current world standards genuinely exists. If it does, they likely seek to partake in its benefits or acquire even more. However, regardless of their objectives, it is improbable that we will allow them to succeed. As for the prospect of war, they are acutely aware that our advanced technology has largely revealed the truth behind their capabilities. Even if they had 100-fold courage, they would not dare to confront us. Although they have established a base on the other side of the mountain to replicate our efforts, this is inconsequential, as the underground river lies within our territory. Nevertheless, should they continue to provoke us, we shall retaliate in kind. What, then, is the course of action? Zhou Shooting has made a conspicuous display of auctioning space buttons, fully embracing the implications of possessing high-tech procurement channels. This fact is certainly not lost on the spies within the potential Sea City. My grandfather and father have indicated that we can allow them to be aware of this. Yet they must not benefit from it. Let us not speak of the notion of humanity transcending borders in the face of calamity. Decades ago, those wolves did not extend such humanitarian considerations to us. Every form of assistance comes at a price, whether monetary or accompanied by additional conditions. Is there anything you wish to undertake? Perhaps we could drop a heavy bomb weighing 60 kilograms of gold across the mountain as a show of force. We must fortify our base defenses, preserve our national strength, and prioritize the survival of as many individuals as possible amidst the impending unknown disasters. Everything else can be set aside for the time being. How many individuals remain in the nation? How many can this base accommodate? Since the onset of the calamity, nearly 2 years have elapsed, with the population drastically diminishing, claiming that only 1 in 100 remains would not be an exaggeration, and this number continues to dwindle daily. The recent relocation has brought in approximately 1.5 million individuals, yet many citizens across the country have yet to enter a base. And the facility will continue to expand, continually accepting more populace. However, this place is not sustainable in the long run, sighs Su Yan. These concerns were never her preoccupation. Saving the world feels beyond her capacity. What does it matter if we possess advanced technology? The calamity strikes indiscriminately, and the gold amassed through national effort appears substantial. Yet it is merely sufficient to purchase a single spacecraft capable of accommodating at most 100,000 people. The output from the space can also be traded on the platform, yet to gather enough gold for another spacecraft would require continuous production and trading over several years, perhaps. Yet at some point, perhaps through her increased interactions with Qin, her grandfather, and others, her thoughts have evolved. During this lunch, Su Yan has absorbed a wealth of significant matters. Contemplating the seemingly endless disasters ahead, her spirits dampened. Qin perceives that his wife is overthinking, so he shifts the topic. Do you still need to renovate the shop you have your eye on? When should we arrange for the installation of the points cash register system? What shall we name the store? I can have someone make a sign. Tomorrow in the afternoon, I'll have Ingi assist in tidying up the place where Grandpa and my parents are staying. The shop will be named Everything Can Be Found Shop. Everything can be found? Quite clever. Those in the know will understand. Indeed, it carries a hint of entrapment for those aware. After their meal, Qin swiftly returns to the office building to attend to his duties. Su Yan heads to the adjacent residence belonging to the Qin family, where she organizes the generator and water tower, rummaging for wooden flooring only to discover insufficient stock. She resorts to trading some gold, as it would be inappropriate for her maternal grandfather's family to have supplies that her in-laws do not. Ingi arrives swiftly with a group of children. There is no need for arrangement. Just like yesterday, they know their roles. Su Yan had not sought out Lu Shui, yet Lu Shui approached her. She had brought a small card into her 500 square meter space and, upon entering the S district to find her house, discovered her mother and aunts tidying up. She took out the cart to wander around the villa area and spotted Su Yan's modified Hummer in front of the Qin residence.
Ayan.
Did you really need to shout so loudly upon recognizing me? Of course. I thought you would have a heart attack. Lu Shui leaped from the vehicle and rushed in to embrace Su Yan, as if they hadn't seen each other for years, both exuberantly overwhelming one another. Step back a little. Let us speak properly, Su Yan insisted. Ha ha ha, don't worry, I'm into boys. Sister, you're the best. You're like my sister by another mother. You've arranged a villa for me in the S district. I'm so excited. You shouldn't be surprised. This ISN new information, is it? Of course it is. Knowing is entirely different from seeing. Pushed aside by her sister. Lu Shui finally noticed the many older children busily working inside. Are those your little brothers? Do you live here? Yes, this is the Qin family, my in-laws. I live here with my grandparents, just next door. You don't need to tidy up, do you? Well, my mother, aunts, and I flew in by helicopter. Someone is helping with that. Come on, this is a construction site. Let us talk at your house. Lu Shui tugged Su Yan towards the door. How did you know my house was ready? Does that need saying? Naturally, the place where I live is the first to be tidied up. Besides, by seniority, your grandfather holds a higher position. Can't you think a little more normally? I can walk myself, don't pull me. I'm going to pull you. I was going to invite you and your husband over for dinner today, but my mother said we don't even have decent furniture, not even stools to sit on. We must wait for my father to arrive before inviting you both. You have to come. I'm telling you, Lu Shui chattered incessantly until Su Yan turned on the air conditioning, pushed her down onto the sofa, and handed her a glass of juice to finally quiet her. Ayan, do you have any wooden flooring left? I'd like to buy some. None left. That is fine, I'll just use the old ones. I brought the flooring from the 2 houses in Jiangcheng. Chapter 185. Setting up the store. Su Yan found it hard to believe. Don't doubt me. It's true. We brought 2 truckloads of furniture. My dad and brother drove them here, with the main group. I used the space button to pack supplies, leaving no space wasted in my 500 cubic meters. Before the cart was filled with the space button, it was stuffed with materials, Lu Shui jabbered on, recounting many details about the relocation from Jiangcheng. As long as Su Yan remained silent, Lu Shui could continue without pause. When Ingi came to call Su Yan, saying they had finished laying the flooring and cleaning, Lu Shui finally took her leave. After Ingi and the others departed, Su Yan arranged the furniture and appliances, leaving the rest unattended. The next morning, she arrived at the shop, where everything can be found was already displayed on the storefront. The staff awaited her arrival to open the doors and install the points machine. Moreover, she noticed that individuals had already begun to settle within the base. Indeed, it was time for those nearby to arrive after a few days.
MS. Su.
May I ask if we can install the machine now? Certainly. I would appreciate your assistance. Of course, it's no trouble at all. Su Yan retrieved the key to unlock the door, and the 2 staff members eagerly helped to raise the rolling shutter. This is the granddaughter of Marshal Sheng, the granddaughter-in-law of Marshal Qin. She is truly beautiful and very polite, they thought, instinctively wanting to assist her. Su Yan directed them on where to place the cash register machine, and within minutes, they completed the setup. Ms. Su, we are ready. You can now input the products and commence operations. Would you like me to demonstrate? Thank you, but that won't be necessary. I can manage. She had He with her. As long as there was a machine to collect points, she would be fine. Seeing that no demonstration was needed, the 2 staff members took their leave. Su Yan lowered the shutter, turned on the lights inside, and brought He out. Let us get to work, little buddy. Put the goods on the shelf into the machine.
Susu, ore mistreating artificial intelligence. Get to work now.
You're the one with the popularity among the others. Su Yan shook off the little one clinging to her leg, leaving He to temporarily assume the role of a versatile worker. After completing the scanning, she instructed, please update the prices accordingly. Su, you can't do this to me. How was I supposed to know how many points you wanted to sell for? Price it according to the shelf numbers. Shelf 1 is uniformly 5 points, shelf 2 is uniformly 8 points. To make things simpler for the children and to save their efforts, Su Yan decided to set things up like a 2-yuan store, categorizing the goods while selecting them from her space, ensuring that items of similar value were placed in the same area or shelf, all requiring the same number of points. He could only use its super intelligent brain to mark the prices on the machine. For safety's sake, The store also needed a capable guardian. After much contemplation, Su-Yen opted for a robot. After upgrading her space to level 8, she could purchase a security robot. Though it was expensive, she chose the most affordable model, which resembled a mere metal lump. Once the transaction was completed and the robot was brought out from the space, she had he configure it according to her specifications. The robot was programmed to eject anyone involved in actions such as skipping out on payments, theft, fighting, damaging property, or verbally insulting the young staff. If someone brandished a firearm, the robot was equipped with a laser gun. After some thought, Su-Yen decided that only those two offenses, theft and verbal insult, would prompt the robot to act when the staff was bound to it. Please add 2 more functions. One for automatic identification of troublemakers through their card information, which would then be added to a blacklist. And another for real-time monitoring of surveillance footage. The surveillance required a display, so Su-Yen found a monitor and mounted it on the wall behind the cash register. The cash register was positioned near the entrance, allowing visibility from both inside and outside the store. Feeling satisfied that nothing was overlooked, Su-Yen brought Ingi and the others to the store for training in the afternoon. Upon seeing a robot towering over 2 meters tall, the children's eyes sparkled with excitement. Let me explain something to everyone. Your role in the store is to help customers scan the items they choose. For payment, customers will use this card. After scanning the items to get the total, they will scan the card again, which will automatically deduct the amount. If their balance is insufficient, they will be notified. Su-Yen took out the entry cards distributed by the base and demonstrated to Ingi and the others. The cards were the size of bank cards and could be used for entering and exiting the base, clocking in for work, transactions, and more, essentially a universal card for the base. Once she confirmed that all 9 children understood, she began to introduce the robot. This robot is surely of great interest to you, right? Yes. So cool. Deming and Chiyu were particularly thrilled. Being boys, they were drawn to the allure of the robot. The girls also gathered around it, intrigued. This robot is named Kaishin, she continued. I want each of you to introduce yourselves to Kaishin one by one and shake its hand. In the future, if any violent incidents or cases of theft occur in the store, Kaishin will handle them. You're still young, and some may think you're easy to bully. For any customers who refuse to reason, just call for Kaishin to throw them out. We are here for business, and we will not be bullied or taken advantage of. No one is allowed to act like a lord in our store. The saying that the customer is always right does not apply here. If anyone wishes to be treated like a god, they can take a trip to the heavens instead. Su-Yan's stance was clear. Buy if you wish. But this is a seller's market, and no bad habits will be tolerated. The children erupted in laughter. The youngest among them, Zheng Chengcheng, posed a peculiar question.
Sister Su,
how do we send them to the heavens? We let Kaishin throw them upwards, and that sends them to the heavens. This elicited another round of hearty laughter. These were no ordinary children. They grasped the concept of scanning items and processing payments after just one demonstration. Forming teams of 3, they could easily manage the store for 4 hours without issue. The children felt a sense of accomplishment and joy at having jobs. Considering the distance from Zone S to the store located in the central square of the base, Su-Yen inquired, should we arrange a means of transportation for you? What about bicycles? They couldn't drive cars yet, but all but Zheng Chengcheng could ride small bicycles.
Sister Su,
We do need 3 bicycles for our residents and 3 for the store to ensure a smooth shift change. Too many would be difficult to manage. I think a small tricycle would suffice. 2 would be enough. The idea of small tricycles received unanimous approval from the group. Su-Yen procured 2 small tricycles and equipped them with locks. She handed the keys to Ingi, declaring that there was no need to wait for an auspicious day. They would open for business tomorrow. As they prepared to leave the store after opening the rolling shutter, they noticed a crowd gathering outside, pointing and whispering. Upon seeing the shutter raised and the shelves stocked with goods, the crowd surged into the store. Chapter 186. When programming the robots. There exists an option to ensure that the strikes do not result in fatal outcomes, thereby allowing children to strike with audacity.
whack, whack.
Murder! Exclaimed the onlookers in the dimly lit establishment. The deity of wealth delivered blows while the elderly victim writhed on the ground. Accompanying the old man was a middle-aged man who rushed forward to wrestle with the robot, attempting to retaliate, only to be subdued as well. The middle-aged man shouted, "Call the security team from the base. What shall we do next, Chengcheng?" Su Yan encouraged gently. Explain to the uninformed individual the nature of his transgression. Though Qingqing's timidity had not entirely dissipated, she remembered how to handle the situation. Su Yan smiled encouragingly at the little girl, who then stood at the entrance and declared to the outside, "This person has stolen from the store. Thieves must be punished." After delivering her statement, the little girl hurried back to the cash register. "Qingqing, you were magnificent,"
Su Yan exclaimed.
"Oh, Sister Su, I am not that remarkable," Qingqing replied, though inwardly she relished the praise. Ingi and the other children gave Qingqing a thumbs up, and the little girl, filled with pride, straightened her posture. The robot, unbidden, continued its task as the crowd outside debated whether it was necessary to beat someone for a mere packet of instant noodles. Some countered that stealing was wrong, and thus, punishment was deserved. A few individuals who had contemplated pilfering quietly returned items to their rightful place, while others cursed the elderly man for his foolishness, noting that stealing didn't always lead to discovery. As chaos ensued, a warning alarm sounded, and the unbound store employees issued commands, prompting the deity of wealth robot to intervene. With a swift motion, it seized an individual and hurled him to the ground, commencing another round of punishment. The middle-aged man and the elderly victim feigned unconsciousness, perhaps awaiting the arrival of the security team to deliver justice. Yet what was this? How could they claim innocence when items began tumbling from their garments? 2 sausages, a packet of chocolate, and a bag of sugar spilled out. "These are mine."
Mine,
they protested. "Are they truly yours? The surveillance footage clearly depicts your act of concealment," Ingi interjected. This revelation captured the attention of all present, as the monitor behind the cash register displayed the evidence clearly. The security team arrived promptly. The robot that had been delivering punishment was halted by Ingi on behalf of Qingqing. A growing crowd had gathered at the store entrance, which now numbered over 100 people. The 3 individuals who had been thrown out recognized the security team's arrival as their salvation, each clinging to a soldier's leg while voicing their complaints. The soldiers extricated themselves, maintaining a distance, for their superior had already been briefed, and they often encountered Commander Qin, whose integrity was well known. This establishment was under Commander Qin's protection, and he would not associate with those of dubious character. Moreover, that row of children hailed from Zone S. With such a background, the security team was bound to administer justice impartially. Meanwhile, Su Yan's significant background was completely overlooked. The 3 soldiers approached the store entrance and politely inquired of Su Yan, "You are the store manager, correct? Please explain what transpired here. Here is the video. You may view it for yourselves," Su Yan replied, having already provided ample training for her young protégés. With the video evidence in hand, the 3 assailants found their attempts at denial futile, and the security team escorted them away with warnings. Those who had contemplated theft quietly abandoned their intentions. Many astute individuals recognized that operating a store in this location, equipped with surveillance and robot guards, meant that offending this establishment was ill-advised. Those wishing to make purchases did so respectfully, while others departed. Following this incident, genuine customers began to appear. The young cashier, having progressed from clumsiness to proficiency in processing transactions, made Su Yan feel confident that she could delegate operations. Chapter 187. With a resounding crash, it collapsed. The base was temporarily sparsely populated, as most had only just arrived and possessed no resources to exchange for points. Few were genuine shoppers. After observing for a time, Su Yan instructed Ingi to assign a group to oversee the store until 8 in the evening, while the remainder could return for tomorrow's shift, and she took her leave. Upon returning home, she received a communication from Qin. "Yan, there have been numerous developments these past few days, and I am unable to join you for dinner tonight. If you miss the little ones, you may return to the capital. Arrangements have nearly been finalized with your grandfather, and he will accompany you to the base." "Very well. I shall return to Dawn now." They exchanged safety wishes before ending the communication. Su Yan locked the yard gate and the main door, boarded her flying vehicle, and set off, arriving at Dawn just in time for dinner. As she entered Dawn, she deliberately slowed her pace to observe the scene. The bustling base from earlier had now diminished by half in terms of people. Upon reaching the backyard of the Sheng family, her flying vehicle came to a halt, and 2 dogs dashed toward her, their tails wagging like propellers. "Woof, woof. You lazy dogs. You barely moved while I was home, pretending to be lifeless." I haven't been away for 2 days. It's not as if no one fed you. Move aside. Despite her words of disdain, her hands affectionately petted the heads of both dogs until she heard the familiar, sweet call of Mama. Mama, Mama is back. Little Wei Wei exclaimed, rushing forward with outstretched arms, stumbling as if she hadn't seen her mother in ages. Anyone would be compelled to kneel and embrace her. Little Rui followed suit, steadily trailing behind his sister, as if to protect her from potential mischief. Su Yan crouched to catch her exuberant daughter, while the elder brother halted just a step away from their mother.
Mana.
What's wrong with little Rui? Does he not want a hug from Mama? As Su Yan held her daughter, she freed one arm to pull her son into the embrace, striving to balance the affection between both children. I want it, but Mama's hands are full. Mama's hands are free. She can hold both of us. Little Wei Wei insisted. Indeed. Wei Wei speaks the truth. Su Yan felt grateful for her persistent training, which enabled her to carry both children. She hoisted one in each arm and made her way back inside. Why hasn't Daddy returned? Little Wei Wei inquired. Daddy is very busy. I miss Daddy, Mama, she continued, wrapping her arms around Su Yan's neck and whispering incessantly about her father, which elicited a twinge of jealousy in Su Yan. Little Rui remained silent, but his eyes were filled with adoration for their mother, providing Su Yan with a sense of equilibrium. I heard from Su Qing that your flying vehicle was parked in the backyard. Those two children rushed out like the wind, and I could barely keep up. I need to practice more. All right, I will help Grandma practice. You don't need to come running out with them. Back inside, back inside. Don't pull me. Just hold them tightly as you take them inside. All right, all right.
I'm hungry.
Has Auntie prepared dinner? Dinner is ready. We are just waiting for you and the old man. In the Huaxia base, it was only Su Yan and Qin Yi, with no one else to disturb them. While it was peaceful, Su Yan realized how much she preferred a home filled with grandparents, two little ones, and their dogs. Even if her grandfather spent most of his time in the study, at least she could see him. Just as the elderly woman finished speaking, the old man returned. Grandfather, great-grandfather, great-grandfather. Mr. Sheng let out a low hum, setting down his briefcase, and shook hands with the two little ones still nestled in Su Yan's arms. He then inquired Xiao Yan, what do you think of the new base? Su Yan replied, it feels quite cramped, but at least for now, there is no shortage of water. That alone is a point no one would dare dispute, except for ourselves, as we have ample water at home. During the few hours in the shop, Su Yan had overheard various discussions regarding the Huaxia base, and the sentiments expressed were largely favorable, particularly regarding the availability of running water. Things here are nearly wrapped up. Aside from the management staff left behind, senior personnel will commence their journey to the Huaxia base tomorrow. Don't dive into work the moment you return. Xiao Yan is not your subordinate. Let's have dinner first. All right, dinner it is. Mr. Sheng gently assisted the elderly lady, and they proceeded to wash their hands. Su Qing arranged the dining chairs for the two little ones and took them to wash their hands as well, donning their aprons to encourage them to learn how to eat independently. At the Sheng family dinner table, there was no rule against talking while eating. Su Yan shared with the two elders about her new grocery shop at the base, explaining, the items you no longer need may be of use to others. Trading them is far better than letting them go to waste. I think so too. I consulted Qin Yi regarding the purchasing power of points at the base before setting the prices, and they are relatively low. Indeed, the descendants of the Sheng family possess a certain awareness. Grandfather, your praise makes me suspicious of your intentions. Laughter ensued as the great-grandfather chuckled, prompting the two little ones to giggle foolishly along, scattering rice across the table. Not wanting to scold the children, the elderly lady turned her reprimand towards the old gentleman, chastising him for not eating properly and setting a poor example for the little ones. A dining table filled with both old and young was indeed lively, and Su Yan ended up consuming an extra bowl of rice. After the meal, the old gentleman requested several large boxes from his granddaughter, intending to tidy up the study. The elderly lady also wanted a few boxes upon seeing this. Su Yan started organizing items on the second floor, packing everything that could fit into cabinets, while the pots and items without a place to go were stored in boxes and then into her space. Aside from the items needed for the next day, everything else was neatly packed away. It was fortunate that the Sheng family had begun organizing in advance rather than waiting until the last moment. as many items would have surely been damaged and had to be salvaged from the rubble due to the earthquake that struck early in the morning. In an age of prosperity and peace, calamities remain unpredictable, especially in a world plagued by frequent natural disasters. The nationwide relocation was, as expected, fraught with difficulties. It seemed as if fate was determined to test humanity, as another wave of earthquakes exceeding magnitude 8 struck. The intense tremors began while Su Yan, her grandparents, and the two little ones were having breakfast. With one hand, she scrambled to gather the little ones, while with the other, she reached for her grandparents, swiftly transporting them into her space. Bowls and chopsticks clattered to the floor, and Su Qing, who was in the kitchen, quickly returned to Su Yan's side, only to be whisked away as well. The two dogs dashed into the living room, their paws slipping on the floor as they struggled to maintain their balance. It was easy to imagine the chaos Su Yan must have felt. She stood up and moved toward the dogs, intending to usher them into the space as well. Just as she took a couple of steps, she lunged forward, managing to touch the dogs just in time to retrieve them. Before she could fully rise from the ground, a tremendous crash echoed from the dining room and kitchen as they collapsed. Chapter 188. The National Catastrophe. The two guards in the courtyard detected the tremors and rushed indoors. Finding Su Yan on the ground, they steadied themselves and hurriedly pulled her outside. Su Yan, where are the commander and the elderly lady? And what about your two children and the dogs? The guards dragged Su Yan into the courtyard while asking, then turned back toward the house. They're not inside. They're safe. The guards couldn't comprehend how that could be, but upon hearing Su Yan's assurance that no one was inside, they understood that entering would be futile. Before they could regain their footing, another violent tremor struck, forcing them to protect their heads and huddle down for nearly 2 minutes until the shaking ceased. No building in the villa district remained unscathed. Some had completely collapsed, others were significantly damaged, and many were leaning precariously, standing up to survey the once mighty structures. She noted some had been reduced to half their height, while others were teetering on the brink of collapse. The strong vibrations kicked up dust and debris, enveloping the entire Shuguang base. The air was filled with the sounds of crumbling buildings and the frightened cries of those escaping from within. The two guards instinctively wanted to rush out to rescue people but hesitated, realizing they had to protect Su Yan first. I'm fine here. My grandparents are safe too. You must go help those in need, but please exercise caution. Without Su Yan present, the guards felt free to enter the space. Understood. After a brief deliberation, the two guards dashed outside. Having experienced earthquakes in her previous life and once more abroad, Su Yan remained remarkably composed. After the guards departed, she summoned her flying device, circled the base to assess the situation, and then slipped back into her space. Inside, her grandparents each held a child, anxiously waiting in the courtyard. Upon seeing her, they breathed a sigh of relief, though their brows soon furrowed again. Su Yan knew they were worried for her safety, but she reassured them, concerned more for the people outside. Xiaoyan, what is the situation out there? Hurry and let me out. You stay here with your grandmother and the children. Grandfather, I can assure you I'll be fine. You know that no human body is entirely safe from danger. I must go. No, neither of you is allowed to leave. Does it really matter if you go out a few minutes earlier or later? Just wait a little longer. The elderly lady, on the verge of tears, rendered Mr. Sheng powerless against her insistence, and so they waited. When another half-hour had passed and Su Yan proposed going outside once more, the elderly lady finally nodded in agreement. As soon as Su Yan emerged, she found herself face-to-face with Xiao Mu, who was surrounded by debris. Xiaoyan, are you all right?
We're fine.
What about Aunt Qinglan? She is well, as I expected. You would inevitably be fine. Although it is evident that with Su Yan's presence, the likelihood of adverse events is minimal, concern still lingers. At the moment the earthquake struck, Xiao Mu promptly carried Liao Qinglan downstairs. Just as they reached the stairwell, the building collapsed partially. After ensuring Liao Qinglan's safety, he sought to reunite with others, encountering a member of the Sheng family's security team engaged in rescue efforts. The guard informed him that Su Yan had assured that both the commander and the elderly lady were safe, yet did not disclose their locations. Xiao Mu comprehended the implication. He was aware of Su Yan's ability to shelter individuals within her space, hence they awaited here. Shall I take you to find my grandfather? He inquired. Let the commander come out. Otherwise, it will be difficult to explain if someone arrives. However, you must remain by his side, should an unexpected situation arise. You can escort him to safety. After contemplating, Su Yan concurred. Given the magnitude of the earthquake, the security personnel would certainly come looking, and other leaders would inquire about the situation. Merely conveying verbally that Commander Sheng was safe without visual confirmation would undoubtedly arouse suspicion.
Accompanied bigsiya mo.
Su Yan and Elder Sheng stepped out of the tilted courtyard gate, followed closely by De Huang and De He. The two dogs, experts in search and rescue, could not have their abilities squandered. Xiao Mu, take De Huang and De He to assist, he instructed. Understood, Commander. Xiao Mu further urged Su Yan to keep a watchful eye on the commander before confidently leading the two dogs to join the nearby rescue efforts. Su Yan accompanied Elder Sheng towards the office building, during which the elderly gentleman's communication wristband buzzed several times, each message relaying seismic updates from various locations.
This indicated that,
aside from the southwest, Hai City and Jiang City had experienced earthquakes last evening, with other regions, much like the capital, enduring seismic events earlier that morning. This earthquake had almost enveloped the entire nation, with the exception of the Chen Air Mountain area, which had experienced its own quake just a fortnight prior. The office building was undoubtedly inaccessible. In the open space beneath the tilted structure, personnel had erected a series of tents. Commander Sheng, this way.
Good.
Su Yan and Sheng entered one of the tents, which contained a table, 2 chairs, and several sealed cardboard boxes stacked within. Once seated, several department leaders followed suit. Commander Sheng, shall we proceed with the relocation as originally planned? The original plan was for this morning at 9. It has been postponed to 2 in the afternoon. Notify all team leaders to manage their respective groups. Those who, for any reason, could not depart with their teams today should proceed independently thereafter. Commander Sheng, should we utilize the supplies intended for the new base for this disaster relief? Yes, proceed. Commander Sheng, the medical department is experiencing a severe shortage of various medications, particularly those for external injuries. Send someone here to collect the medications in half an hour. Chapter 189. Peculiar Discoveries. The medications she had gathered, aside from a few that were sold, were mostly taken by Qin, with the remainder stored within her space, a fact her grandfather was aware of. Upon hearing her grandfather's directive for someone to collect the medications in half an hour, Su Yan understood that these medications would originate from her space. Without waiting for her grandfather's verbal confirmation, she produced all usable medications. The substantial quantity of medicines took up most of the tent space, with all the boxes bearing foreign labels. Elder Sheng's gaze fell upon his granddaughter as she continued to retrieve medicines. Reflecting on the risks she undertook abroad for these very supplies, especially considering she had just given birth not long before. How helpless she must have felt. The old gentleman's heart ached once more. He pondered the fate of that lad who had gone to support Old Qin. The situation for Old Qin was dire. Survivors from the southwest base encountered the earthquake while en route. Vehicles filled with people and supplies were navigating the winding mountain roads when many overturned down the slopes. While heading to Air Mountain, regions such as Hai City and Jiang City also faced the earthquake. Qin received the news almost simultaneously. The southwest base was the hardest hit, and his team rushed to the scene with utmost speed, conducting rescue operations throughout the night. Even so, they had lost a third of their personnel, with many more sustaining injuries. Qin Jiyu and his father were gravely injured, but recovered after using the cellular repair serum. However, the cost of 10 kilograms of gold for a single dose was beyond the means of the average individual, rendering the base incapable of providing free treatment for so many. The injured were treated with standard medications, exhausting all supplies Qin had brought with him. Those uninjured and able to walk had already been arranged to continue onward, leaving behind only those severely wounded and unable to progress. Elder Qin gazed at the makeshift tent for the injured erected upon the dilapidated earth, murmuring to himself, staying in the southwest with no water source. We finally find a location with water only to encounter this calamity. Is the heavens truly intent on extinguishing humanity? We merely wish to survive. Why must it be so arduous? Elder Qin, a veteran of battle, was no stranger to death, dying in combat, perishing during rescue efforts, or engaging in a battle of wits against dark forces were all deaths imbued with meaning. Yet, witnessing so many lives rendered helpless was a first for him. Despite his grand demeanor, Even he found it challenging to maintain his composure. "Father, please have some breakfast."
Do not bother me.
Gu Xiaolin had already presented breakfast to the elder for the third time, yet he had not consumed a single bite. Sensing his unusual mood, she dared not press further and instead sought assistance from Qin, who was busy not far off. "I understand, mother. You should take a break. Just let grandfather have some solitude." "Very well, but do be cautious. I shall not add to your burdens." Gu Xiaolin, although reluctant to leave the elder alone, kept her distance to observe him. Qin had been directing rescue efforts throughout the night and was now occupied with Luo Fuan in treating the injured. Chen Dingshan was piloting a helicopter to survey and clear the routes. Yang Jinghui and Zhang Yuan were leading search and rescue teams. After just one night, the detection equipment was yielding little to no signals. "Let's stand down, old Zhang." "Wait a moment, old Yang. Don't you think the detector might be malfunctioning? In our previous earthquake rescues, we found survivors after 2 or 3 days of entrapment, yet now?" Zhang Yuan's skepticism was understandable to Yang Jinghui. It was hard to believe that after merely a night, there were no signs of life. However, the equipment was indeed functioning correctly, after enduring such a prolonged natural disaster. The general populace's physical condition had deteriorated significantly due to the sweltering heat and prolonged lack of food and water. People were simply unable to withstand further hardship. "Let's head back, old Zhang." Yang Jinghui patted Zhang Yuan's shoulder before turning to leave. Zhang Yuan, though unwilling to accept the truth, was not naive. He understood that the instrument was not faulty, rather, it was the world that had gone awry. By the time Elder Qin's younger relatives arrived, he had already composed himself. "Xiao Yi, Xiao Luo, Xiao Yang, Xiao Zhang, you have all worked hard. What is the current situation?" "Grandfather, Chen Dingshan reports that while the roads are somewhat damaged, they can be repaired as they proceed. The injured should be evacuated immediately. There is no need to continue the search and rescue efforts." Qin provided Elder Qin with a detailed account of the situation regarding Yang Jinghui and Zhang Yuan's search and rescue operations. "Then let us depart. If there are not enough vehicles, we shall first transport one batch and return for a second." The vehicles that had tumbled down the mountainside were retrieved with the convenience of spatial buttons. Those that were not severely damaged could be repaired and driven. "Grandfather, arrange for the Southwest base personnel to leave first. My team will remain here until all the injured have been evacuated." "Understood." Qin retrieved several large trucks stored within his spatial button. "Old Chen, do you have enough excavators on your end? Do you need anything else?" "Sufficient. If anything is lacking, I will request it from you." "Very well." After severing communications, Qin organized the personnel he had brought from the Huaxia base and signaled to the 3 individuals beside him. The 4 stepped out of the camp and discreetly launched their flying apparatus, departing quietly. They ventured to an ancient volcanic site situated several dozen kilometers away. A towering mount that last night caught Luo Fuan's attention as it emitted an ethereal blue glow. He shared this discovery with a few teammates, and curiosity compelled them to explore this enigma. "Ge, Lao Yang, Lao Zhang, let us agree beforehand. We shall only observe and not interfere. Do you think we possess 9 lives? Rest assured, regardless of whether this volcano is dormant, active, or presently erupting, it lies far from any populated area. Who would dare to tamper with a volcano?" Qin certainly does not take his life lightly. As the aircraft approached the crater, the anticipated blue light remained elusive. "Perhaps it is invisible during the day? That seems highly plausible," mused one of them. "Could this crater awaken due to seismic activity?" The 4 aboard the craft engaged in idle chatter, their gazes transfixed on the crater, but they discerned nothing unusual. "I have never heard of a natural disaster that emitted blue light. Otherwise, researchers would have flocked here long ago. I suspect it could be a chain reaction triggered by an earthquake, or perhaps some mineral that produces blue luminescence has been exposed due to seismic shifts." The aircraft circled low several times, yet their keen eyes failed to uncover any anomalies within the depths of the crater. If the volcano were to spew flames or smoke, it would hardly warrant a second glance. The crux of the matter lay in the blue light. Such a conspicuous phenomenon is hardly characteristic of an ordinary volcanic vent.
"Yige."
"I wish to descend and investigate," one of them proposed. "That is not permissible." Luo Fuan implored Lao Yang and Lao Zhang, but they averted their gazes, unwilling to advocate on his behalf. In this circumstance, ignoring the request seemed the wisest course. "Shall we return to examine it tonight?" Lao Yang and I will return to the base. You and Lao Zhang can remain here to monitor the injured. We shall need the aircraft. Then, Lao Zhang and I will come by helicopter later. Qin Yi did not oppose, merely observing. Descending without permission was out of the question. I promise not to enter the crater, Luo Fuan assured them, with Zhang Yuan also vowing to keep a close watch on this curious soul. Chapter 190. Dawn Base. At Dawn Base, Elder Sheng and the matriarch each cradled a child, accompanied by Xiao Mu and Liao Qinglan, along with 2 guards from the Sheng family. They boarded Su Yan's aircraft, heading first to the new base, Huaxiao Base. Upon learning that his wife and grandparents had arrived, Qin Yi had already prepared the welcome cards and stood at the entrance of the base to greet them. Those who came to welcome the commander were no ordinary individuals. As they formed 2 lines, they collectively greeted, "Good day, Commander." Su Yan rolled her eyes playfully at Qin Yi, who stood at the front. "Dad, Daddy, hug." The somewhat formal atmosphere was shattered by the little one's call for affection. Elder Sheng chuckled as he handed the little girl over to Qin Yi. Little Rui, though few of words, also longed for his father and was stretching out his hands toward him from the embrace of the matriarch. Amidst a chorus of envious glances, Qin Yi held one child in each arm, showering them with kisses. Elder Sheng waved to the assembled crowd, signaling them to move along. The line of people registering for entry into the base not only paid their respects to the commander, but also exhibited curiosity toward the aircraft. Lingering too long would obstruct passage. Elder Sheng, the matriarch, and Xiao Mu reboard the aircraft, which hovered 3 meters above ground, and it glided slowly toward the base's administrative building. After depositing Elder Sheng at the base office, Su Yan led the matriarch and the 2 little ones, along with Liao Qinglan and the 2 guards, back to Zone S. Upon entering, the 2 guards immediately began their duties, retrieving instruments to conduct various inspections both outdoors and indoors. Aunt Qinglan, are you returning home or waiting here for Uncle Xiao? I must return first to tidy up my house. Then allow me to accompany you. No need, Zone S is not vast. I can walk there in just a few minutes. Liao Qinglan insisted on not being escorted by Su Yan, feeling unworthy of such attention from the commander and the matriarch, who doted on her. Just let me walk back. There's no need to move any belongings. Indeed, Xiao Yan, you carry on with your tasks. Matriarch, I shall take my leave. Once Liao Qinglan departed, Su Yan summoned Su Qing from the spatial pocket to assist her. The 2 dogs, De Huang and De He, were also present. From now on, we shall reside here, so keep a vigilant watch over the door. Each dog was rewarded with a chicken leg, which they devoured before frolicking around the front and backyards. In this new environment, the 2 little ones curiously explored both inside and outside the house, their energy boundless as they ran, jumped, and played like mischievous monkeys. The matriarch, rejuvenated by the elixir Su Yan had procured from another realm, felt 20 years younger, yet found it taxing to keep up with the children. Grandma, you needn't chase them. Let them run freely in the yard.
Do not worry about me.
I enjoy playing and chasing after them. Very well, if that is the case. I shall raise this 2-meter-high wall with barbed wire by an additional half-meter and electrify it. This notion met with approval from the 2 guards. Thus, Su Yan provided the barbed wire while the guards set to work on fortifying the wall. Meanwhile, she drove to her small shop, which was currently witnessing a dramatic scene. A striking young woman was reprimanding 2 women as they exited the store. Luo Shui noticed Su Yan's vehicle and approached as soon as it came to a halt. Yan, are you quite bold, leaving 3 children to manage the shop? Those 2 women were quite audacious, but I sent them packing. It's all right. In the future, should you encounter similar situations, my little shopkeeper can handle it. Upon seeing Luo Shui, Su Yan remembered that the team from Jiangqing Base had also experienced an earthquake en route. Should she inform her? Elder Sheng had mentioned that the relocation team from Jiangqing Base had not suffered severe damage due to the quake. Nonetheless, it would be prudent to inform her. Luo Shui had a helicopter and could transport those in need back to the base. Her 500 cubic meter spatial button could be used to gather supplies. By transporting a few from the Luo family via helicopter, they could avoid delays on the road, which would undoubtedly be severely damaged post-earthquake. Su Yan gestured for Luo Shui to get in. I need to discuss something with you. What matter requires us to speak in the car? Once the window was rolled up, Su Yan divulged, aside from the Alshan region, significant earthquakes have occurred across the nation.
What?
What about my father and brother? I cannot reach them. Her voice trembled with anxiety. May the Buddha protect them. Please, let them be safe. What should I do? The safety of her family rendered Luo Shui somewhat incoherent. As far as I know, they are not near the epicenter. Try not to worry too much. The reason I mention this is to suggest you take the helicopter to retrieve them. You can clear out your spatial button to accommodate the cargo. And the vehicle can be lent to the military to help transport you back to the base. Otherwise, the roads post-earthquake may prove treacherous. And it could take days to get there. Right, I will set off immediately. Yen, I must take my leave. Luo Shui exited Su Yan's vehicle and hopped into her sporty little car, speeding towards Zone S. She unloaded the items from her spatial button into an empty room at her home, gathered essential outdoor survival gear, and then zoomed toward the helipad, roaring away from the base. Based on their departure time, she estimated where the convoy heading from Jiangqing base to Alshan would be. From the sky, it became evident that the vicinity of Alshan was unscathed, while other areas lay in ruin from the earthquake, landslides, collapsed buildings, and severed roads. After 3 hours of flight, Luo Shui finally spotted the convoy heading toward Alshan around 6 in the evening. The convoy paused for a moment while helicopters hovered overhead, capturing the attention of everyone present. The Lu family, recognizing their own helicopter, quickly retrieved their flashlights and began signaling. As the helicopter descended, Lu Shui felt a wave of relief upon seeing her father and younger brother unharmed. She opened the cabin door and leisurely descended. But where was the vehicle? Were the supplies still intact? Sister, are you not concerned about Dad and me? Why are you only asking about the supplies? Lu Yu interjected. I'm not blind. I can see you're both fine. Just tell me where the supplies are. I'll stow them in the spatial button. And then we can find some soldiers to drive the vehicle back to the base quickly. The authoritative tone of Lu Shui left Lu Yu feeling overwhelmed. Their father, watching the sibling exchange, cast a reproachful glance at his son, realizing that in the Lu family, the daughter was the one in charge, and even he had to comply. All right, sis, I'll take you there. But how did you know we were specifically looking for you after the earthquake? Every region experienced tremors. The revelation that all regions were affected left Lu Yu momentarily speechless. Lu Ba was also taken aback for a moment, but quickly regained his composure. After all, it was just another natural disaster amidst the string of calamities they had already faced. Ignoring her father, Lu Shui punched Lu Yu, and they sprinted towards the car park to gather their supplies, who would help drive the two vehicles back to the Huaxia base. Lu Jingzhu reached out to Wei Cheng and Jiang Su, whom Lu Shui often mentioned, and they were more than willing to assist. By the time they finished their tasks, it was already 8 o'clock in the evening, and darkness enveloped the surroundings. Lu Shui, along with her father and brother, made their way back to the base through the night. As the helicopter ascended into the sky, Lu Shui inadvertently spotted a location emitting a faint blue light.
Dad.
Xiao Yu, look over there. Is there something there? Unsure if it was just her imagination, she called for confirmation from her companions. Xiao Shui, where is the blue light? The blue glow, sis. It turned out she was not mistaken, and she felt too lazy to discuss the phenomenon with her father and brother. In this apocalyptic world, bizarre occurrences were no longer surprising. However, she felt compelled to share her intriguing discovery with Su Yan. 2 hours later, upon returning to their new home at the Huaxia base, she picked up the intercom provided to each resident in Zone S and dialed Su Yan. Yen, guess what I just saw? Su Yan, upon recognizing Lu Shui's call, promptly answered, Don't make me guess. I'm eating. If there's something, just say it. Otherwise, hang up. Yen, I want to pick up my dad and brother, and on the way back, I noticed a spot emitting blue light. Su Yan had just been discussing the blue light emanating from the volcanic crater discovered by Luo Fuan, which they planned to investigate that night. Now Lu Shui was claiming to have seen another blue light? The two sources were clearly not from the same location. I'm eating now. I'll talk to you later. Lu Shui rambled on, but Su Yan had already heard enough and ended the call. As those at the dinner table began discussing the blue light phenomenon, Old Sheng had initially thought the geological changes were merely causing gas to emit a blue glow. But now he felt there was something more suspicious. Xiao Yi, check with Zhou Shooting to see if there are any discoveries. Tell Luo and the others to hold off on their visit. Alright, Grandpa. Qin Yi first contacted Luo Fuan and Zhang Yuan, instructing them to wait for further notice before investigating the volcanic crater, then reached out to Zhou Shooting. Hey, Xiao Qin, there's no blue light here. It's pitch dark all around, and the sky is overcast, not even a star in sight. Okay, then the rest nothing. Qin had no time to engage Zhou shooting further, and ended the communication. After confirming, Qin reported back to Old Sheng.
Grandpa.
I want to check the 2 locations where the blue light appeared. I want to go too. I have, this artificial intelligence. Perhaps it can detect something unusual. You may go, but be cautious. Old Sheng was well aware of Qin's abilities and the advantages her AI provided. Her investigation might yield important findings. If any danger arose, they would retreat. Old Sheng pondered for a few minutes before nodding in agreement. Su Yan and Qin proceeded to investigate the location discovered by Lu Shui. If they made any findings, they could connect with Luo Fuan. After about 10 minutes of travel from a Huaxia base, the aircraft arrived above the area emitting the blue light. Qin, equipped with night vision goggles, peered down, realizing that the blue light emanated from a deep pit resembling a volcanic crater. Could this also be a volcanic crater? It's hard to tell, Qin replied, shaking his head, as he didn't recall any volcanoes in this vicinity. Su Yan suggested that he utilize its blue light vision to investigate. Using blue light against blue light. Let us see what we can find. Su, I don't detect any danger. We can pause the aircraft and take a closer look. Alright. Let us listen to He. Trusting the AI as assessment, they descended cautiously. As they approached the pit, Su Yan held He, whose blue eyes emitted a stronger glow than the surrounding blue light. Together, they cast beams into the depths of the pit. The duo waited in silence for He's findings. It wasn't long before He retracted its gaze, stating, "There's a fragment of a signal stick inside the pit, confirming it's not a product of this planet. Is it extraterrestrial? What does it mean for us?" Before Su Yan could finish her inquiry, the blue beams began to ascend skyward as if guided by some unseen force, climbing to a certain height before veering off in another direction.
Ingi. Did you see that?
Upon witnessing the anomaly, Qin promptly contacted Luo Fuan. The same phenomenon was occurring on Luo Fuan's end, with the beams rising and diverting toward another direction. Qin speculated boldly that the fragment of the signal stick on Luo Fuan's side was likely the missing piece that would complete the one before them. So, 2 beams of light, separated by such distance and diverging in different directions, are destined to meet in the sky? What kind of extraordinary spark could these 2 fragments of a signal stick create? Brother I think we need to stop this. Just keep an eye on it and don't move. I'll figure something out from here. Su Yan partially grasped the conversation, wondering if such a mystical scenario could truly unfold. Nevertheless, if He indicated that this was not a product of Earth, it likely pointed to extraterrestrial origins, which was not entirely surprising given the nature of alien technology. What will happen if the blue lights from the 2 locations converge? Both Qin and Su Yan simultaneously called out to He, realizing they could only rely on the little AI at this moment. I don't know. If it's concerning, we should probably destroy it. The laser gun's power should suffice. Just shoot into the pit along the light beam. Did you hear that, old Luo? I heard. Fire the laser gun toward that signal stick. No, don't take action. I can handle the destruction from this end while leaving the other fragment for research. If the 2 beams merge and transmit the coordinates of this planet into outer space, humanity may be in grave danger. With this thought, Qin set down the lighting device, drew her laser gun, and swiftly approached the light source, firing continuously into the pit. Su Yan wanted to warn her to be cautious of potential dangers, but before she could utter a word, Qin was already halfway engulfed in the blue light. The sound of her gunfire echoing as the beams surged upward. The blue beam of light was extinguished, and without any warning, Qin collapsed.
Ingi.
Su Yan felt a surge of panic as she carelessly dropped the small bundle and rushed towards him.
You get, boss.
The communication on the wristband remained intact, and Luo Fuan and Zhang Yuan witnessed the entire sequence of events as Qin fell after being shot. Sister-in-law, how is he go? Hurry and take him back to the base. Qin, say something, don't scare me. Su Yan supported the fallen Qin. Her mind engulfed in chaos as she instinctively checked his pulse and breath, desperate to confirm he was still alive. He, undeterred by being abandoned, rolled over and, with its fluffy paw, gently touched the unconscious figure. Don't worry, Su, Qin won't die. But he has fainted. What's happening? Was the beam toxic or radioactive? Hearing Hehe's unwavering assurance that Qin Yi would survive, Su Yan regained a semblance of composure and probed deeper. Hehe was uncertain as well. Let South leave this place first. Before Hehe could finish its suggestion to depart, Su Yan, too, slumped onto Qin Yi, and both succumbed to unconsciousness. Chapter 192. This is quite serious.
Hehe.
You must protect my ego and my sister-in-law. We are on our way. You need not rush. I can escort them back to the base. You? Is that feasible? The adorable Hehe did not respond to the anxious Luo Fuan but instead demonstrated its capabilities through action. As an omnipotent artificial intelligence assistant, it was fully equipped to handle danger when its master was in peril. In an instant, Hehe transformed from a small bundle into a larger form, lifting Su Yan with its front paws and placing her onto the aircraft, before turning to carry Qin Yi as well. Once both were aboard, Hehe addressed Luo Fuan. Just wait. I will fetch you back to the base too. Alright, understood. Witnessing the shape-shifting little entity, Luo Fuan felt his worldview shifting once again. Zhang Yuan remained silent, awestruck into speechlessness. Hehe activated the aircraft and navigated to retrieve Luo Fuan and Zhang Yuan, returning to the base over half an hour later. The aircraft landed in the front yard, and Luo Fuan and Zhang Yuan each carried one inside. Mr. Sheng and the matriarch had been waiting without rest, and upon seeing the situation, they were thoroughly alarmed. Is Xiao Yi and Xiao Yan injured? Chief, they are not injured. They merely fainted. Where shall we place Ego and sister-in-law? First, carry them upstairs. Mr. Sheng directed Luo Fuan and Zhang Yuan to the rooms above. Su Qing had already ascended ahead, awaiting them with the door open. What's wrong? What happened to Xiao Yan? The matriarch, unable to maintain her composure, began to weep anew, following upstairs with heavy steps. Mr. Sheng, caught between helping the matriarch and carrying the two little ones who were crying for their parents, opted to embrace the children. It's all right, my dear. The children have only fainted. They will wake up soon.
Please do not cry.
I cannot help it. Xiao Yan is my life. If anything were to happen to her, what would I have left? It's all your fault for letting them do everything. It was not the time for rational discourse with the matriarch. Upon reaching the second floor, Mr. Sheng placed the little ones into her arms. The matriarch gazed at her wailing granddaughter, realizing she must not cry, for there were others to comfort.
See?
It will be all right. Qin Yi and Su Yan were gently laid on the bed, and Su Qing instructed Luo Fuan and Zhang Yuan to step outside. She then removed their clothing and shoes, prepared warm water to cleanse their hands and faces, and dressed them in comfortable sleepwear. Mr. Sheng and the matriarch, each cradling a child, gathered in the small lounge on the second floor to discuss the situation with Luo Fuan and Zhang Yuan. They reported on the anomalies of the blue light from two locations, their speculations, and Qin Yi's use of the laser gun to shoot the signal stick before fainting.
Well,
since Hehe has assured us there is no danger to their lives, let us not panic. Mr. Sheng summoned Hehe, now returned to its smaller form, and inquired, Hehe, what could be the cause of Xiao Yi and Xiao Yan's fainting? Can you scan them again? All right, wait a moment. I shall scan them once more. Hehe entered the room and utilized its all-seeing panda eyes to scan Qin Yi and Su Yan repeatedly. Hehe, are my parents going to die? I don't want them to die. Daddy and Mommy will not die. Xiao Rui rushed in after Hehe, preventing Xiao Wei from lifting her father's eyelid, believing that doing so would awaken him. Xiao Rui, you are mean. Wah. Xiao Wei stomped her feet, crying while hitting Xiao Rui for not allowing her to lift her father's eyelid. Xiao Rui reciprocated her hits, but did not retaliate. Sweetheart, your parents are merely tired. They will awaken after a good rest. Be good, and do not make noise. Really? Is that true? Indeed. Xiao Wei sniffled, reassured it was true, and ceased her tears. Su Qing ushered the two children out of the lounge and entrusted them to the elderly couple, then turned back to close the room door. Everyone gathered in the small lounge, awaiting Hehe's scanning report. Both Qin Yi and Su Yan exhibited no physical issues. Radiation, poisoning, and magical harm were ruled out. However, Hehe could not discern the cause and concluded they would have to wake naturally. Even the notion of magic, which science cannot definitively prove, was excluded by Hehe, leaving everyone momentarily stumped for other possibilities. Mr. Sheng inquired, Hehe, why do you think the signal sticks appeared and why in two locations? Well, the signal stick at the location Su visited was incomplete. If the other side is similarly flawed, then the signal sticks from both places are likely part of a whole. To speculate boldly on their emergence, the time frame could span hundreds or even thousands of years, possibly left behind by extraterrestrial beings, either inadvertently or intentionally placed on this planet. If it was inadvertently left, the implications are minor. However, if it was intentionally placed, the extraterrestrial entities may have ulterior motives regarding this planet, though it could also be merely for monitoring purposes. At present, one half of the signal stick was damaged, and it remained uncertain whether the other half could still transmit signals. The likelihood is low, but we cannot dismiss the possibility that a signal has already been sent out. Indeed, could it have been sent out already? Mr. Sheng, Luo Fuan, and Zhang Yuan all contemplated the two beams of light. Chief, the other segment that Iga mentioned should be kept for research. I volunteer to retrieve it. Chief, I will go as well. Before Xiao Yi and Xiao Yan awaken. We cannot act. It is late. You should return to rest. Understood. Luo Fuan and Zhang Yuan departed, and the elder reassured the matriarch. We should rest. The two children will be fine. But they have not awakened. It's all right. Hihi, being so capable, has assured us they are fine. Trust in Hihi. Do not frighten yourself. Nor worry the little ones. All right, I suppose. The matriarch recalled her intention to comfort the children. However, the two little ones, with wide eyes, stared at their tearful great-grandmother. Noticing her attention, they synchronously climbed into her lap. Without needing to speak, their soft and adorable demeanor snugly nestled into her embrace, effectively soothing the matriarch. You can sleep by yourself. I will stay with the little treasures tonight. Fine. I will ensure you fall asleep before returning to rest myself. The two elders proceeded to the children's room. Su Qing remained with Hihi, watching over Su Yan and Qini. Since the grandmother reacquainted herself with her granddaughter, she had no longer required the coaxing of old Sheng, nor did she weep as she once did. However, when her granddaughter suddenly fainted, he resumed his old role of comforting her and the two little ones. Once the children had drifted into slumber and his aged wife had succumbed to sleep as well, old Sheng finally descended the stairs. Having spent half a lifetime with him, the grandmother was well aware of her husband's temperament. He would not rest while she remained awake. Thus, she feigned slumber. Once old Sheng departed downstairs, the grandmother climbed back up to Su Yan's room. She felt uneasy unless she could personally watch over her granddaughter and granddaughter-in-law, needing to periodically reassure herself of their well-being. Chapter 193 could be considered a blessing in disguise. Unable to sleep, old Sheng ascended again in the middle of the night to check in, finding Su Qing vigilantly watching over the children. The grandmother had fallen asleep at her granddaughter's bedside, while the little one nestled at her feet. Old Sheng sat in the small sitting room outside Su Yan's chamber, keeping a watchful eye on them. In the morning, the grandmother and old Sheng exchanged glances, supporting each other as they descended for breakfast, each remaining silent. Do not overthink. Trust in advanced technology. I'm heading to work. If there's anything, contact me through the wristband, understood? I'm fine, and so is Xiao Yan. You should go. If circumstances allowed, he too wished to remain by his granddaughter's side until she awoke, but his responsibilities were numerous. With a silent sigh, old Sheng embraced the grandmother, gently patting her back before leaving for work. The two little ones were particularly quiet, tended to by Su Qing as they rose for breakfast, engaging in their morning reading with their grandmother, as usual.
Luo Fuan, Zhang Yuan,
And Yang Jinghui, who had also heard of the unfolding events, came to visit Qin Yi and Su Yan in the morning. The trio relentlessly questioned Hihi, the non-human, until it appeared she might self-destruct from the pressure. Hihi repeatedly assured them that the individual was indeed unharmed, but she had no knowledge of why they had yet to awaken. With no further inquiries yielding results, the trio finally relented. They reasoned that since there were no physical injuries, poisoning, or radiation exposure, perhaps the issue lay within the mental realm. Mental issues could lead to madness or stupidity, not fainting. Old Yang's conjecture seemed even more dubious. I find some merit in Old Yang's assertion. Let us consult Hihi. Hihi was once again pulled forth by Zhang Yuan. However, mentally, there shouldn't be any issues with mental strength. Indeed, mental strength. This thought had eluded her previously. People on this planet lacked mental strength entirely. It had not always been the case. Perhaps it emerged following some form of stimulus. The signal rod was an alien technology. He understood interstellar biology best and was well aware of the significance of mental strength. Many high-tech operations necessitated mental strength to execute, such as the signal rod, which utilized mental power for its sealing. Could Qin have developed his mental ocean due to the beam's direct stimulation? When Su rushed to check on Qin, she too was affected by the still diminishing beam, leading both to faint. He rolled about on the ground, having uncovered the truth. Finally, a direction had emerged. Little have you thought of something? Luo Fuan coaxed the little one to speak.
No.
It seemed you were quite delighted while rolling just now. Zhang Yuan chimed in, attempting to extract more information.
No.
The little one was fiercely obstinate, refusing to divulge anything. Faced with the trio's scrutinizing gazes, he refrained from mentioning the potential for Qin and Su Yan to develop mental strength, as Su's intelligent assistant. She could not speak without Su's consent, even if it was merely speculation. After a few more unsuccessful inquiries, the trio recognized that the eldest would not awaken for some time and thus needed to return to their duties. The little one's speculation proved correct. At that moment, both Su Yan and Qin were fully aware, cognizant of their surroundings and the conversations taking place, yet they could not awaken. He, a product of interstellar dimensions, understood that ordinary individuals would faint upon the initial awakening of mental strength. Now that they had a direction, she knew how to rouse them.
Su, Ingi.
I know you can hear me. Follow my instructions. Do not extend your mental strength outward. Gradually retract it. With their minds clear, the two began to control their mental power according to Hihi's guidance. After multiple attempts, they slowly grasped the nuances required to master their mental strength, leading to their awakening. Yan, Qin, having awakened first, softly called out to Su Yan. Su Yan opened her eyes half a minute later than Qin. Upon regaining consciousness, Su Yan lifted the little one and tousled her hair into a wild mess. Su, in a moment of retribution, let out a playful growl. You're an artificial intelligence. Why are you mimicking a cub? Thank you, Su Yan said, planting a hearty kiss on her. Qin, left on the sidelines, felt a pang of jealousy. Yan, don't shout, I know you're fine. Let us hear from the little one about the role of mental strength. Quickly, little one, speak. In the age of interstellar travel, many had awakened their mental strength, which varied in potency and required specialized instruments to measure its level. The significance of mental strength was immense. For instance, piloting spacecraft necessitated it. You've studied manual piloting for so long precisely because you lack mental strength. You never mentioned that piloting a spacecraft required mental strength. It's pointless to tell you if you lack mental strength, he retorted, and it seemed reasonable. Su Yan had no further argument. He proceeded to enlighten them about the additional uses of mental strength. Qin posed a deeper inquiry. Given the considerable power of mental strength, could the remaining signal rod at the volcano be utilized to help more individuals awaken their mental strength? Theoretically, yes. But it also cannot be ruled out that it could lead to madness. Opportunities and risks coexist. Qin nodded, understanding the implications. The young couple had inadvertently gained a fortune from misfortune, although it did not guarantee everyone would share in such luck. Yan, I'll contact Grandpa to ease his worries. You should freshen up before we head downstairs for breakfast.
All right.
Seeing that both Su Yan and Qin were well, the grandmother felt at ease. The two little ones had also returned to their lively selves. After a breakfast that was not particularly early, Qin went to report to his superior. Old Sheng and Qin discussed the utility of mental strength and whether they should utilize the incomplete signal rod at the volcano to stimulate some special mission personnel's mental strength. If it fails, it could result in irreparable loss. Our technology has yet to reach the point where mental strength is essential. With you and Xiao Yan around, that is sufficient for now. The appearance of the signal rod was largely provoked by the earthquake. Should they destroy the rod or bury the volcano? Bury it, keeping the signal rod in case it needs to be activated in the future. In the afternoon, Qin and his team personally went to fill the volcanic crater. Upon hearing that his superior had awakened his mental strength, Luo Fuan regretted not having jumped into the crater to shield the beam, lamenting, had I known, I would have leapt into the volcano. Is it too late for me to jump now? Zhang Yuan, too, desired mental strength and, having spoken, genuinely prepared to leap. Old Zhang, are you mad? Are you certain you possess the luck of old Qin and his wife? Yang Jinghui intervened to halt Zhang's reckless impulse. I'm not sure. I've never had any luck with such things. Yet, he was willing to gamble. With mental strength, piloting mechas would become a breeze. Zhang Yuan disregarded all caution, his mind solely occupied with the possibilities of mental strength as elucidated by He. Chapter 194. Voluntarily jumping into the pit and facing punishment. Zhang Yuan's actions were keenly observed by Luo Fuan, who contemplated the possibility. Indeed, the moment was ripe. Though daylight rendered the blue beams less conspicuous, they were nonetheless visible, illuminating the pit below. This was the singular opportunity to awaken their mental powers. Yang Jinghui attempted to restrain Zhang Yuan, yet upon raising his gaze, he was met with the unmistakable eagerness etched upon Luo Fuan's face. Old Luo, have you lost your senses? The chief's orders are absolute. Absolute nonsense, Luo Fuan retorted. The most audacious among them. He exchanged a glance with Zhang Yuan, who had been thwarted from leaping into the pit by Yang Jinghui. In a unanimous decision, they seized Yang Jinghui's hands, determined to jump as a trio. Meanwhile, Chen Dingshan, aiding the relocation team at the southwest base, caught wind of the commotion and was intrigued. When Qin arrived to escort Chen Dingshan back to the volcano's mouth, he was greeted by the sight of the three brothers leaping into the pit. Indeed, there was no doubt about the plunge. They had never questioned its gravity. Qin knew his teammates well. They would never voluntarily leap unless they were confident of their ability to spring back, even if they found themselves half submerged in the pit. Chen Dingshan, perplexed by the unfolding events, instinctively rushed forward to assist, only to find himself tumbling in as well.
Bingi siketi nekasperatum.
Observing the situation had now become rather orderly. He could have prevented Chen Dingshan's descent, but, recalling his own impending activation of mental powers, along with the trio's,
He decided to let it be.
Having experienced the awakening of mental powers firsthand, he knew the process was devoid of pain or resistance. His four companions were seasoned individuals, and he had unwavering confidence in their capabilities. Moreover, mental powers were truly remarkable. Even with one's eyes shut, they enabled a clear perception of the surrounding environment. Such an extraordinary ability was not something to be dismissed lightly. Although Commander Sheng was more conservative and had numerous considerations, he yearned for a moment of reckless adventure. They would face the commander's wrath together upon their return. With clarity of mind, Qin proceeded to inspect the four comrades at the pit's bottom. Concerned for his safety, he first connected with his wife. Yan, I'm going down to retrieve them. Keep an eye out if I happen to faint. Come to my aid. However, I believe I have awakened my mental powers, rendering the light beams ineffective for me. Really? You all? Su Yan glanced around, relieved that her grandmother and the two little ones were downstairs. On the other end of the communication, she saw Qin at the edge of the volcano. You're going down? Yes, they jumped into the pit. Aware that his wife was alone, Qin explained the situation regarding his teammates. Be careful and take the flying device down. I'll keep watch, and once you're safely back, I'll take He to see them. Let us hope nothing goes awry. All right, thank you, Yan. Qin descended to the depths of the volcano, one by one hoisting his four teammates onto the flying device. He also located a fragment of the damaged signal rod at the bottom of the pit. The break was quite clean, clearly bifurcated. It was uncertain how long it had been buried underground. Aside from being a bit soiled, it showed no other issues, as it appeared unblemished and rust-free after a thorough cleaning. Qin placed it in an iron box and stored it in his spatial button. There was no need to fill in the pit. Su Yan noted the smooth progress Qin was making, prompting her to head downstairs and prepare to leave. Although the elderly lady had spent a night filled with worry, she was relieved yet clung tightly to her granddaughter. Upon seeing Su Yan descend, a flurry of questions ensued. Xiao Yan, where are you going? Why not rest upstairs a bit longer? What dish would you like for dinner tonight? Is your head feeling all right? The grandmother now cherished Su Yan even more than the two little ones. This sweet burden was one Su Yan could not refuse. Whatever her grandmother requested was law. Grandma, you're the best. Your cooking is even better than Auntie's. I promise to finish whatever delicious dish you make. Su Yan embraced her grandmother, speaking in a tone akin to soothing the two little ones, to which her grandmother responded warmly. All right, I'll prepare 2 signature dishes. You go eat some fruit and play with the kids. In her grandmother's eyes, Su Yan was still a child. Playing with children was perfectly acceptable. Grandma, I'm stepping out for a moment, but I'll be back very soon. Oh, you can't. Yes, I can. I promise I'll return before dinner. Safe and sound. Without losing a single hair. Su Yan didn't heed her grandmother's protests, planting a kiss on her forehead and cheerfully making her way out to the backyard. In the blink of an eye, the flying device vanished without a trace. Qin found a clear spot beside the volcano and erected a large tent, arranging for the four to lie side by side. Although they were clad in temperature-regulating suits, he still brought out a small generator to connect two air conditioning fans inside the tent for their comfort.
So Yan arrived swiftly.
Are we planning to stay here until tomorrow? No need. With our examples, awakening them will be much easier. Then I'll leave Hee with you while you scan them. I must return home. Grandma is particularly anxious about me. If I'm gone too long, she'll start crying. Su Yan handed the little bundle to Qin. Having delivered Hee, her role was complete. Suddenly recalling something, she asked, should I fetch my parents and grandfather? Father and grandfather are tied up. Let mother accompany them. No need to bring them back. Then I'll head back? Yes. Qin embraced his wife and escorted her to the flying device. Remembering something, he raised his wrist to check his bracelet, only returning to the tent once the flying device was out of sight. Su Yan's decisive departure indicated her lack of concern for the four individuals. Just as Qin and Su Yan had anticipated, knowing the cause made awakening the four, who experienced a brief fainting spell from their mental power activation, a simple task. Before nightfall, the five-member team returned to the base, entering Commander Sheng's office to report and await their reprimand. You all have been exceedingly reckless. Are you aware of the consequences for disobeying orders? We are. The five stood at attention, responding in unison. I see you are unaware. Commander Sheng beckoned for Xiao Mu to enter. Having just finalized the compensation in points for the gold exchanged for previously collected supplies, the division of spoils previously discussed among Su Yan and Qin had left several teammates without their share. Commander Sheng stated there was no need to divide it among them and instructed Su Yan to keep the gold, planning to compensate them later with points. Commander, each person receives 600,000 points. Qin's points had been reset. You four will each have a deduction of 100,000. Any objections? As the captain, Qin could not prevent the penalty, which was a natural consequence of allowing his team to disregard orders.
No objections.
Qin was indifferent about the points. Having no particular need for them, he possessed everything he required, whether obtainable through points or not. Chapter 195. I want to find a wife, just her. With the remaining 4's points reduced by 100,000, they still possessed 500,000, a sum ample enough for their needs. They were acutely aware of the value of points at the base. For ordinary agricultural and construction workers, a day's labor typically earned just 10 points. The base provided free housing, and the 10 points earned daily could sustain 2 to 3 individuals. Of course, this was merely survival. Achieving a quality life was another matter entirely. With 500,000 points at their disposal, they felt quite satisfied. This punishment was essentially negligible. Now that you all have awakened your mental powers, Qin, consult Hee for a suitable training regimen, incorporating more mental power training into your routine. Yes, I will arrange that. The relentless waves of calamity on Earth have left the world in disarray, and one can only wonder when the disasters from other planets will descend upon them. Sheng Zuchang, burdened by worry, wore an even graver expression than usual.
Vinyi, intimidated,
dared not speak much. Fortunately, after their training session, the commander waved them off, granting them leave. Upon exiting the commander's office, Qin received comforting words from his 4 brothers. Luo Fuan remarked, Brother 600,000 may be gone, but your wife has arranged your sustenance and living conditions quite well. Chen Dingshan chimed in, Boss, Lao Luo says you're living off your wife. Give him a thrashing. Zhang Yuan added, Old Chen, since you can talk, why not say more? Let us poke at the boss's lungs. Yang Jinghui offered, Old Qin. Remember to find me when you need points. It was heartening to have normal brothers around. Qin grinned at Old Yang, saying, all right then, I'll take my leave. Brothers, my wife is calling me home for a hearty meal. He deliberately elongated the phrase hearty meal, proudly proclaiming, I eat off my wife. And I take pride in it. Having a wife is indeed impressive. It signifies having food to eat. After a few playful exchanges, the group parted ways. In the following month, the base was bustling with the arrival of relocation personnel, and the central square was teeming with activity. Su Yan's shop, everything can be bargained, thrived immensely. It was not just her store that flourished. The adjacent large official mall was equally bustling, and numerous private shops were opening daily in the central square, with woodworking and furniture stores leading the charge. With a surge in people, various issues arose, particularly at Su Yan's shop, where many customers disregarded the child minding the store. Those who sought trouble found themselves swiftly dealt with by the robot enforcers, who were known for their brute force. Due to the high turnover of goods, Su Yan was compelled to assist in the shop, and Lu Shui was also roped in to help. Dear sister, how many of our exorbitantly priced furniture have we sold today? Your pricing seems quite peculiar. Everything else is reasonably priced, yet the furniture is exorbitant, Su Yan remarked. If it's essential living items, one could simply head to the woodworking shop for a basic wooden frame bed and stools at a fraction of the cost. Those coming to buy my furniture are here for indulgence. Surely, those who can afford such luxuries have ample points? The furniture in her shop was indeed a luxury. Even if she hoarded a plethora of items, each trade meant one less in stock, and she had to reserve some for her own use. Once these items were sold, they would be gone, as she could not procure them from other dimensions due to the exorbitant costs involved, settled in gold, making them unaffordable for most. Will anyone foolish enough to have surplus points still come today?
Su Yan just.
Just then, two bodyguards flanked an individual stepping out of an RV, who appeared to be the foolish son of a wealthy family. Despite the temperature dropping slightly, the individual, sporting a slicked-back hairstyle and dressed in a sharp suit, looked quite presentable. Everything can be bargained? What grand claims! I shall see for myself if this is true, the arrogant young man mused.
Oblivious to Su Yan's keen ears.
She knew all too well that her store had precisely what they desired, waiting for such naive patrons to take the bait. The foolish young man tilted his head proudly and instructed his bodyguards, "Go check if this store has air conditioning." Indeed, the storefront displayed a transparent wind curtain designed to retain the cool air, indicating that air conditioning was indeed operational. One of the bodyguards, despite knowing this, rushed to the entrance to confirm, returning to report, "Young master, the air conditioning is quite sufficient." Satisfied with this information, the young man entered the store. Currently, Ingi was on duty, and she approached the customer, pulling aside the wind curtain. Recognizing he was likely here to spend a significant amount of points and thus should be treated exceptionally well. "Young lady, where is your shop manager?" he inquired. "I am the manager," she replied. Having heard about the unique nature of the shop, where young employees were overseen by formidable robots, she was unimpressed by his demeanor. "And where is your boss?" he pressed. Ingi gestured towards a corner of the shop where Su Yan was seated on a sofa with her child. He. Seizing the moment to assert his authority, Yan Jun approached the furniture display. "Which of you is the owner?"
"I am," Su Yan replied nonchalantly,
not feeling the need to be overly gracious given his attitude. If Yan Jun had known her thoughts, he would have protested, for he had already lowered his demeanor. Yet the owner was far too proud. Suppressing his irritation, he thought to himself, "This store is anything but ordinary." Unable to contain his indignation, he blurted out, "Your store boasts quite a grand reputation. If you do not have what I seek, do you dare let me take down your sign?" To have someone remove the sign was, in Yan Jun's eyes, a grave insult, and he was keen to regain his dignity. "I fear you may not have enough points," he scoffed, dismissing the notion. "Ridiculous. As long as the price is right, I could procure anything," he retorted, having grown weary of the petty thievery he frequently encountered. Lu Shui, excited at the prospect of entertainment, exclaimed, "Look, the foolish son of a wealthy family has arrived. I'm here to find a wife, and she is the one." Yan Jun smirked, observing Lu Shui's eager expression. "You're courting death." Lu Shui jumped up in anger. "I told you this store is merely riding on its reputation. How shameless."
Yan Jun, wearing a mischievous grin, responded,
"I want you to watch the spectacle, not your own performance." Su Yan, maintaining her patience, countered, "A wife is not an object to be traded. If not, then I simply have my eye on her," he declared boldly. Before he could finish, Lu Shui retaliated with a punch. "You want to take me? Let us see if I don't knock you out." Chapter 196. The wealthy fool Yan Jun was taken aback, not expecting such a beautiful woman to resort to violence. He was struck squarely in the face. The two bodyguards stationed at the entrance rushed in, one assisting the injured Yanjun while the other aimed a punch at Lu Shui in retaliation. The bodyguard, infuriated by Lu Shui's attack, sought to return the favor. Yet, Lu Shui, though spirited, was no match for someone of his caliber, and she braced for the incoming blow. Just then, Su Yan, quick-witted, threw her child aside, and the bodyguard's fist collided with He's small frame, resulting in a loud crack as his hand broke. As the child hit the ground, he instantly transformed into a formidable force, brandishing his paws as if ready to shred anyone. What is this? I thought it was a genuine national treasure. But it turns out to be a robot. No, a mechanical panda? The bodyguards hesitated, well aware that they were outmatched. One of them grimaced in pain from his injured hand, while Yanjun's eyes gleamed with excitement, realizing he had stumbled upon a hidden gem of a store. Wait, let us talk this out. I spoke out of turn. Please forgive me, ladies. He stammered, quickly backpedaling. Humph. Quick to back down, aren't you?
I concede.
I am Yanjun, not here to fight, but to bargain. A businessman, capable of both humility and tenacity, finds himself on the weaker side, yet considers yielding to be of no consequence. This is precisely who Yanjun is. Lu Shui huffed as she returned to the sofa, while Su Yan gestured toward the small sofa across from her. Yanjun, please take a seat. Yanjun adjusted his attire and sat down without reservation, his two bodyguards standing resolutely behind him. The large dumpling, perceptively sensing the atmosphere, transformed back into a small dumpling and crawled into Su Yan's embrace. This maneuver was far more astonishing than witnessing the imposing figure of the iron god of wealth at the entrance. Yanjun set aside his arrogance and, with a courteous demeanor, engaged in earnest business discourse. May I inquire how to address you, esteemed boss? My surname is Su. Bosu. The audacity of your signboard suggests that selling trifles is not your true intention. You are angling for larger prey, are you not?
So,
do you consider yourself the big fish? Cough, cough. Lu Shui stifled a laugh. Her sister's question was rather blunt, almost as if she intended to treat him like a mere fish for slaughter. Yanjun felt a pang in his chest. Never mind. He would speak civilly. Can one procure a space button here at Boss Su's establishment? 100 cubic meters for 1 million points, 500 cubic meters for 5 million points. And what about the villas in Zone S? 5 million points. And the laser guns? 100 million points. The laser guns are categorically not for sale, Su Yan asserted, inflating the price casually, for in this space there was currently no one with 100 million points in their account. In truth, she was also quoting high for the space buttons and villas in Zone S, for it would be a disservice not to take advantage of the opportunity he presented. Boss Su, could you not present a price with both whole and fractional amounts? Yanjun implied a desire for a reduction.
Su Yan feigned ignorance.
Then it shall be 1,000,001? 5,000,001?
Ha ha ha.
Lu Shui, the silly girl, could not contain her laughter, unleashing it freely. Is it too much for Boss Su to offer a discount? It is quite expensive. Indeed, it is rather pricey. The Sea City auction house has sold 2 500 cubic meter units. And you might inquire about their final prices, perhaps not the price per se, but the resources expended to acquire them. You might also want to check who else, aside from the official upper echelons, has acquired such items. There are only 2 auctioned off privately. The official channels have ceased selling these, so I am currently your sole source. While haggling, Su Yan had already instructed He to investigate Yanjun's background, discovering that the most significant utility of the pre-apocalyptic database was to probe into people's histories. The investigation primarily focused on whether his family had engaged in treasonous acts. Of course, this data was limited to pre-apocalypse records, and nothing could be discerned post-apocalypse. However, insights could still be gleaned regarding the family's character from the pre-apocalypse information. The sole heir of the coal magnate, Yanjun, did not reveal any principled issues. Thus, he was deemed sellable. Yan, your pricing is futile. It is evident he cannot afford it, Lu Shui said deliberately, aiming to provoke him. Yanjun had never encountered anyone bold enough to suggest he could not afford something. Incited, he retrieved his points card from his pocket and slapped it onto the nearby table. I want a villa in Zone S and a 500 cubic meter space button. 1 million points. Swipe the card. As the card was presented, Yan Jun felt a slight pang of regret, for this was the entirety of his family's inventory exchanged for points. Wait, I do not accept points. I seek antique jewels and jade artifacts. I will appraise these items, and as long as they total the equivalent of 10 million points, we have a deal. The moment he mentioned antiques, Yan Jun's spirits lifted. His family possessed an abundance of such items. Though he was uncertain if this boss Su's evaluations would be fair. You wouldn't deliberately undervalue them, would you? You may bring some for me to appraise. If you find the price agreeable, we can proceed with the transaction. Our establishment does not engage in forced sales. Very well. Wait here. I shall return in 15 minutes. Yan Jun, along with his 2 bodyguards, exited the shop like a gust of wind, speeding away in their vehicle. Before Su Yan and Lu Shui could finish their small bag of seeds, Yan Jun returned to the shop's entrance. Still in that large RV. This time 4 bodyguards accompanied him, one of whom hurried to the points exchange center with a box, while the other 3 began moving wooden crates into the shop. Other patrons, witnessing this commotion, distanced themselves, not out of fear of the crates, but rather due to the firearms holstered at the bodyguards' waists. The store, spanning over 200 square meters and already occupied by furniture taking up a quarter of the space, became exceedingly cramped as Yan Jun's men brought in dozens of additional crates, stacking them into 3 rows. Su Yan mused internally about the vast inventory the coal magnate's family possessed, though she wondered about its actual value. Lu Shui also muttered a curse at the wealthy family. Boss Su, please inspect the goods. Certainly. With an influx of revenue, Su Yan felt no hesitation. One of Yan Jun's bodyguards opened one of the large wooden crates and stepped back to allow Su Yan to examine its contents. Inside the crate were various wooden boxes of differing sizes, presumably correlating to the size of the items contained within. Su Yan swiftly opened the wooden boxes, using the crate as cover to quickly scan and return the items within, completing the task in the blink of an eye, unnoticed by outsiders. After scanning one box, she would set it aside, then scan another, meticulously documenting the quantity of gold for each item. The assortment Yan Jun brought included calligraphy and paintings, porcelain, and jade artifacts, each a collectible, a treasure, confirming the wealth of the coal magnate's family. Su Yan contemplated that these were likely just a fraction of the Yan family's collection. No matter, as long as the items remained intact, they would eventually find their way into her hands, converted into gold. At that moment, before Yan Jun entered the shop, he had sent one of his bodyguards to the official exchange hall to inquire about pricing, and that individual returned to whisper in Yan Jun's ear. Chapter 197. Do not provoke. Su Yan chuckled inwardly. Was he distrustful of her, fearing she would undercut him? After hearing the bodyguard's report, Yan Jun's gaze sharpened as it fell upon Su Yan. Did Boss Su appraise the value of these items accurately? All done. Su Yan meticulously reported the point values for each of the small boxes within the large crate. As the owner of the treasures, Yan Jun was aware of their worth. Comparing Su Yan's offered points with those provided by the official channels revealed that her valuations were markedly higher by a margin of 10%. He was exceedingly satisfied. Henceforth, he would seek out Boss Su for any future acquisitions, for she had not deceived him. Indeed, Su Yan had not deceived him. She merely calculated the items based on the quantity of gold required, multiplying it by 50. For the 500 cubic meter space button, which required 25 kilograms of gold, she charged for 1,250 kilograms of gold. As for the villa in Zone S, that was a no-cost transaction, merely a verbal agreement. The conversion of the items into gold was mutually beneficial. They were not Su Yan's personal property, thus she felt no psychological burden. Mr. Yan? Is it the points that do not align? If they did not, then this transaction need not proceed. Do not attempt to negotiate with her. Su Yan detested haggling, and she swiftly cut off any such notions. Very well, we shall proceed with Boss Su's pricing. I trust that the upcoming items will be valued fairly and justly. Good. Then I shall continue with the appraisal. Su Yan disregarded the implications in his words. Lu Shui was the first to take issue with this Mr. Yan. Finding his tone condescending, did her sister truly need to swindle him out of his trifles? Well, she felt a pang of jealousy, for her family lacked such extravagant possessions. Yan Jun found himself perplexed by Lu Shui's glare. However, it mattered not, as he swiftly calculated the points based on the figures written on the boxes. By the time Su Yan finished appraising the myriad items within the crates, Yan Jun concluded that the total far exceeded 10 million points. What shall we do with the surplus points? Should they be transferred to Mr. Yen's account or exchanged for other items? What other items are available? Upon entering this place, it is imperative to deplete his points. It is simply not feasible to leave them untouched. At the very least, one must consume the points that were just calculated. Despite the formidable wealth of the Yen family and their extensive stockpile of resources, they lack fresh produce. In a cheerful mood, Su Yan smiled lightly and remarked, "The 500 cubic space button is quite substantial, and it also possesses preservation capabilities. Surely you must store various fruits, fresh meats and vegetables? Oh, and medications as well. If you require any specific type of medicine, do let me know, I may have it." As Yan Jun listened, his eyes sparkled with anticipation. His household was replete with grains, oils, and easily preserved dry goods, yet it lacked fresh items. While the official market at the base offered limited daily purchases, they were often challenging to acquire. Su Yan's shop presented an alternative for procuring some fruits and meats, albeit with purchase limits. He was concerned about a day when supplies might run out. Thus, the more he could stockpile now, the better. Gazing at the remaining several million points, Yan Jun tapped on the calculator and stated, "A small amount will suffice, as I can purchase daily. However, if you have it, I would like 2 million points worth of meat, vegetables, and fruits. You can decide the quantities. Additionally, I require 300,000 points worth of medications for colds and fevers, and 200,000 points for external injury treatments. Please assist in arranging those, and let the remaining points be accounted for." "Very well, please wait a moment," Su Yan replied. She approached and stored all the boxes on the ground into her space. This display left Yan Jun feeling envious. He thought of how he would soon possess a space button of his own, which brought him some solace. Su Yan left the sofa, cradling little Hee, and made her way to the checkout counter. Based on the points she was currently selling, she compiled an extensive list of items, calculated the total, and exchanged it for a 500 cubic space button. Her consciousness busily filled the space with goods, nearly reaching its capacity. Afterward, she thoughtfully printed out a list of items. "Here is the space button, and everything you requested is contained within. This is the list along with the usage instructions for the space button." Why did she include the usage instructions? Su Yan simply found it more efficient than explaining it verbally. Yan Jun did not linger on idle chatter. He picked up a fruit knife from the table, made a small cut on his finger, and bound the space button to himself. He then checked his inventory, experimenting by taking out and putting back 2 oranges, mirroring the reaction of Lu Shui when she first obtained her space button. "Haha, I won't bother with the list."
Itras Su Yan.
"Now, what about the remaining points and the house?" "Just wait here," Su Yan instructed. She contacted Xiao Mu via her wristband. "Uncle Xiao, there is someone here who wishes to recharge their points. I will send you the amount shortly. His name is Yan Jun. Also, please give him the key to Villa number 53 and open the S District access card." "Understood. Have him wait at the service hall. I will send someone over." Xiao Mu, busy with his tasks, concluded the communication. Disregarding Yan Jun's or his bodyguard's reactions, Su Yan snapped a photo of him with her wristband and sent the image along with the point amount to Xiao Mu's device. "All right. You may head to the service hall. Someone will be looking for you. By the way, if there are any other family members whose cards require S District access, please bring them to the service hall as well." "Thank you so much, Su Yan. I will go immediately." Matters concerning his villa were of utmost importance, prompting Yan Jun to send 2 of his associates back home to retrieve the necessary cards before heading straight to the service hall. "Feel free to come to me if you have any questions. If I'm not around, just ask these kids, and they will be able to assist you. All right, goodbye."
Su Yan.
Finally, she was able to send away the crowd that had been in her way.
Lu Shui excitedly embraced Su Yan.
"Sister, this is a big business deal. How about treating me to a drink? Milk tea, 1 for each of us." Su Yan produced 5 cups of milk tea prepared by Aunt Su, 3 of which were for the shop staff. The group delightedly savored their iced milk tea, beaming with joy. It took Yan Jun only a few minutes to walk to the service hall. His bodyguards, having retrieved the family cards, found him just as the personnel sent by Xiao Mu arrived, holding Yan Jun's printed photograph. "Are you Yan Jun?" "Yes, that's me." The staff confirmed the photograph with a nod and led him into an office within the service hall. They placed the collected cards on the sensor to activate the S-access, then handed him the cards and the key to Villa number 53. All set.
You may move in now.
Thank you, comrade. If I may ask, what is Su Yan's status? As Yan Jun accepted the cards and keys, he casually retrieved a watermelon from a space button and handed it to the staff member, unable to conceal his admiration for Su Yan. Not only was her energy remarkably potent, but she was also exceedingly beautiful. Any man would be curious about her. The staff member graciously accepted the watermelon and kindly warned him, she is the granddaughter of Marshal Sheng and the daughter-in-law of Marshal Qin. Do tread carefully. Chapter 198. The extreme daylight approaches. After delivering his warning, the staff member departed, leaving Yan Jun in a state of contemplation. He mused that it would be unwise to provoke such a high and unattainable figure. In fact, merely casting a glance at someone as elevated as Su Yan would be a disservice to his own life. Both she and her friend were stunning beauties, unattainable blossoms of the elite. Yet, Su Yan's friend, while fierce, would also bring him closer to powerful connections if he were to win her over. Having been considered by both Lu Shui and Su Yan, they returned to the S district. Lu Shui, would you be interested in a position at the base? Not really. I cannot abide by constraints. I prefer a freelance lifestyle. Su Yan anticipated this response, having merely asked out of curiosity. In certain aspects, Lu Shui was quite similar to her. Yan, are you considering joining a work team? Lu Shui exclaimed, unexpectedly grasping Su Yan's arm in surprise. I'm not certain. I was thinking that if you were interested, I could help you secure a position. Sister, I wouldn't refuse other benefits, but this, I must respectfully decline. It was evident that the work Su Yan referred to was not simple, and she understood that her sister intended to provide her with additional support. However, Lu Shui was content running her own business. Politics was not her calling, and imposing it on her sister would create difficulties.
No worries, I just wanted to ask.
Let us go. Alright, see you. Though both headed towards the S district, they parted ways in different directions. Su Yan parked her car in front of the Lu residence, allowing Lu Shui to exit before she turned back home. Since people had arrived at the base from various places, the most discussed topics, whether on the streets or in the shops, revolved around individuals leveraging connections to secure jobs. Su Yan pondered that if Lu Shui wished for a stable position like most, it would be a simple matter for her, as she had few acquaintances and only a handful of close friends. Helping a friend within her capabilities was all it would be. Nevertheless, Su Yan had anticipated Lu Shui's choice. She herself was not inclined to work. Though there was a possibility she might be called upon to act as a mascot, but she would wait until Qin Yi and the others returned to make a decision. Qin Yi had taken a team to deliver gifts to certain countries where spies had been previously arranged. As Su Yan drove into her own courtyard, she was greeted by a scene of delightful chaos. 2 small human children, 2 large dogs, a young panda, and 2 juvenile tigers were all frolicking about, chasing one another. The panda and tigers were the 3 she had specially released from her space, given by De Ming and Qiyu, to assist in guarding the home. Mommy.
Yay.
Mommy is back. The 2 little ones glanced at Su Yan, politely calling out to her before resuming their play.
Xiao Hui, Xiao Vei.
Be careful not to run too fast, or you might fall and hurt yourselves. In response, the children merely laughed gleefully, their joyous sounds filling the air. Doesn't it hurt? I can no longer keep up with them. After your in-laws arrived, those 2 little ones have taken to running off to the old Qin family with a whole menagerie of animals. They just returned from their grandmother. There is no need to chase after them. The 2 families are so close, with the Huang, the He, and even the tiger cub ensuring their safety. It's not a matter of safety. It's an issue of education. The 2 of them now have numerous supporters and can easily manipulate me. Have the little ones gotten into trouble again? Don't be angry, grandmother. Let's head inside first. Su Yan embraced her grandmother as they entered the living room, assisting her to sit down. What kind of trouble could they possibly get into? When the Qin family first arrived at the base, I had no objections to letting the children visit their great-grandfather, grandfather, and grandmother, but for an entire week, they have been preoccupied with play and neglected their studies. Every time I mention it, your mother-in-law seems to be heartbroken. Su Yan discerned that the elderly lady was voicing her concerns regarding the Qin family. It appeared that no one could escape the educational disagreements arising between the 2 families. Logically, Su Yan should allow Qin Ma to take care of the children. and Qin Ma was more than willing to do so. However, the elderly lady was reluctant. Despite the two families being merely a few steps apart, she was unwilling to part with the children after having raised them so well for so long. Even the most doting grandmother cannot compare to the bond the children share with their great-grandmother. Let us not be upset. Watch me go fetch them to discipline.
Oh.
Please don't scold them. Su Yan adopted a stern expression, resembling someone ready to chastise the children, causing the elderly lady to hurriedly chase after her to restrain her. See, this is how the elderly are. Over there, they worry that their grandmother will spoil the children, while here, she herself is indulgent to an extreme. Even though she knows that Su Yan would never truly hit the children but merely intimidate them, she remains quite anxious. Fine, I will not scold them. I will simply bring them back before they get too carried away. In recent days, Su Yan had been preoccupied with matters in her space and had not paid much attention. It seemed necessary to arrange a meeting regarding the children's education between the two families. As Su Yan stepped into the front yard in search of the two little ones, she spotted Qin Ma, Gu Xiaolin, peering out the door. Mom, little Yan is back? I just came from over there. Upon hearing Xiao Rui and Xiao Wei's voices, I thought I would check, assuming they were fighting. They're not fighting. They're playing with the dogs and the tiger. Gu Xiaolin did not enter the courtyard. Upon hearing their grandmother's call, the two little ones dashed out, followed by a parade of animals. Grandma, come play with me. Gu Xiaolin looked at the two children as if they were large dogs that had just spotted a bone, crouching down to embrace the two as they rushed towards her, calling out, slow down, slow down. Look at you, running around like crazy and all sweaty. Su Yan worried that the two little ones might accidentally knock over their grandmother. Little Yan, shall I take the children out to play for a while? Of course, take De Huang and a He along. Gu Xiaolin appeared slightly apprehensive that Su Yan might not allow her to take the children outside. Su Yan noticed her mother-in-law speaking cautiously, as if afraid of her disapproval. Am I really such an unreasonable person? Mom, the children will be reading with their great-grandmother in the morning, and will take a nap after lunch. After that,
It will be playtime.
you can take them out whenever you like during that time. It's just a few steps away. That's good. I was worried about disrupting the elderly lady's schedule. Not at all. My grandmother is getting older, and having her help with the children will ease her burden. But it will also be hard work for you, Mom. It's not hard at all, not in the slightest. Gu Xiaolin felt immensely relieved upon hearing her daughter-in-law's words. Taking hold of the two little ones and saying, Then we shall go play. We want to go far just as own us. Off we go, off we go. Xiao Wei bounced along joyfully. Xiao Rui, still remembering his mother, turned back to wave at Su Yan, saying, Goodbye, Mom. Su Yan instructed De Huang and a He to follow the three of them, ushering the panda and tiger back into the courtyard. Upon returning to the living room, she was met with her grandmother's melancholic gaze. They have gone off to play again, haven't they? Yes, let them have some fun. They've been cooped up for so long. Now that the base is bustling with activity, it's good for the little ones to see more people. But with so many strangers outside, how can we tell who is human and who is not? Qin Ma wouldn't take the children out of Zone S. I've also sent De Huang and a He along. Besides, grandmother, I am your granddaughter. Shouldn't you dote on me the most? I share a closer bond with you, don't I? Embracing her grandmother and playing the affectionate granddaughter was a tactic Su Yan employed with unwavering success. You. The elderly lady playfully poked her granddaughter's forehead, filled with tender affection. With a sigh, she continued, I don't mind if Xiao Yi's mother takes the children out to play. My concern is that I've spent 20 years raising my granddaughter, and I do not wish for her to endure the painful experience of losing a child again. I promise, from now on, you won't be able to shake me off. I am clinging to you, and the little ones are too. You won't be able to rid yourself of me or my children. That's more like it. Grandmother, what would you like to eat tonight? I will cook. I will let the little ones have dinner at the Qin house before returning. Tonight, it will just be you, me, and grandfather, as we enjoy a meal together. I will cook. No need to discuss it further. Step aside. The elderly lady pushed her granddaughter away, eager to prepare her signature dishes. As she had never had the chance to feed her granddaughter a single bite throughout her childhood and longed to make up for it. Su Yan was delighted to let her grandmother take charge in the kitchen. Her grandmother's happiness was all that mattered. When old Sheng returned home that evening, the house was quiet, with only his wife and granddaughter present. Where are the children? At the old Qin's, washing their hands for dinner. I am waiting for you with Xiao Yan.
Oh,
Yes, grandfather. Grandmother has been working hard with the children every day, so tonight they have a break. It is indeed time for a break. Old Sheng emerged after washing his hands, noticing the table laden with dishes that he and his granddaughter adored. His heart ached for the elderly lady. Xiao Yan, please fetch me some fresh corn and a few shrimp. I will prepare a stir-fry of corn and shrimp for your grandmother. Coming right up. Su Yan selected an exceptionally large ear of corn, handing it to her grandfather to shuck while she peeled the shrimp. Seeing the two of them bustling about in the kitchen, the elderly lady remarked, "You already have more than enough dishes. Why are you still cooking?" Yet her face bore a sweet smile. The corn and shrimp stir-fry was quick to prepare, and within 10 minutes, it was ready to be served. Grandfather, I didn't know you could actually cook. Did you underestimate your grandfather? Back in the day, knowing your grandmother loved this dish, I even sought advice from a chef at a restaurant. This is the only dish your grandfather can make.
haha.
The trio raised their glasses, sharing laughter and toasting together. Meanwhile, at the Qin family's dinner table, merriment and laughter echoed as well. Old Qin served Xiao Rui, while Gu Xiulin attended to Xiao Wei, and Qin Binghua catered to both the elder and his wife. If only Xiao Yi and Xiao Yan could join us for dinner every day. Xiulin, that young man, and Xiao Yan can come over for dinner every now and then. Seeing them all the time is enough. I know that since moving to the base, you have felt some resentment over the children, thinking they should return to their own home. But we cannot think that way. The Sheng family has only one daughter, who left us early, leaving behind little Yen as their only sprout. Ironically, when she was born, they were informed of her disappearance before they had even seen her. By the time they finally recognized her, she had already become part of our Qin family. For 20 years, the elderly lady has mourned her daughter in the capital.
Everyone knows that.
Finally reclaiming her granddaughter has mended her heart. She watches over Xiao Yan and the two children closely, so let us indulge her. It matters not where we dine or reside. No matter where Xiao Yan and the children are, they are still part of our Qin family. Dad, I mean no offense. I simply wish to spend more time with my grandchildren. Alright, just remember what I told you. In the past, the distance between them had not evoked much sentiment. But now that they lived in such proximity, Gu Xiulin found herself harboring various thoughts. When she candidly expressed this to old Master Qin, Gu Xiulin realized that she should adopt a perspective that considers the position of old Madame Sheng in the future. After the two little ones finished their meals, Gu Xiulin took them to wash their hands and faces, while old Master Qin imparted earnest advice to Qin Binghua. I cannot say too much, but you must have a serious talk with your wife. Their precious granddaughter was only 18, just stepping into adulthood, when your son led her astray. And she bore two children alone. It's no small feat. Xiaoyan has been doing remarkably well. All that we eat and drink, along with the water and electricity, has been meticulously arranged by Xiaoyan. The state of the Sheng family reflects our own. It is not about lacking food or drink, but rather the attitude of the children. We must empathize and cultivate gratitude. All right, father, I will reason with her. You need not worry, he reassured. As their son and daughter-in-law were both well into adulthood, old Master Qin refrained from saying too much, instead tending to feed the dogs before personally escorting the two little ones back to the Sheng residence. Su Yan and Su Qing cleaned the children, with Su Qing doing the washing while Su Yan observed. After the children were bathed, they spent half an hour reading children's books together before lulling them to sleep. Exiting the children's room, Su Yan stood before the window in the second-floor living room and drew back the curtains to gaze outside, sensing something amiss. Checking the time, she realized that it was past 9 in the evening, yet the sky had not fully darkened. Surely, the phenomenon of the midnight sun was approaching once again. The midnight sun, as its name suggests, is a period when the sun shines continuously for 24 hours, in stark contrast to the polar night, where darkness prevails for the same duration. At first glance, the midnight sun seemed advantageous for a world lacking in energy, as it would significantly reduce lighting costs. But upon deeper reflection, this was not entirely true. The midnight sun can greatly impact both psychological and physiological states, leading to sleep disorders, fatigue, irritability, and even depression. Once emotions spiral out of control, a multitude of social issues may ensue. She recalled that in her previous life, the midnight sun lasted over a year. followed by an equally prolonged period of eternal night. The timeline in this life did not quite align, rendering it of little reference value. After busying herself in space, Su Yan emerged at midnight, when darkness finally enveloped the world. It seemed that they would experience 2 or 3 days of such transitional weather. Xiaoyan. The sky was unusual last night. I fear the midnight sun is upon us. I have noticed. Regardless of the light, we must maintain our regular schedule. We must rest on time, especially you. Do not disregard your well-being just because day and night are indistinguishable. Yes, you must heed Xiaoyan's words. I shall oversee you. This revealed the hierarchy within the family, where even the esteemed leader was not only obliged to heed his wife's counsel, but also that of his granddaughter.
Yet.
A look of contentment graced Xing Shouzhang's face as he responded, with the 2 of you supervising me, I shall manage. Sheng Zuchang discussed the midnight sun with Su Yan, advising her to wait for Qin Yi and the others to return before convening a meeting, before hastily departing for the office. Su Qing also ensured that the 2 little ones were well fed, and the matriarch commenced the day's most crucial task, educating the children. Chapter 199. A harmonious collaboration. Su Yan often felt a pang of sympathy when she observed the little ones, who were not yet of kindergarten age, being inundated with elementary school knowledge. Whenever such sentiments crossed her mind, the matriarch would dismiss her concerns with a remark about teaching according to one's aptitude. Seeing that the children were adapting with ease, one eager to teach and the other willing to learn, she decided to let it be. Su Yan sent a message to Qin Yi, inquiring if he would be able to return for lunch. Yan, we will need to postpone our return by a day or 2. We just finished reporting to grandfather. After cautioning him to stay safe, she ended the communication and resumed her tasks in the space. Qin Yi and his companions were abroad, stirring some activity at several major bases to assert their dominance, tasks that were easily accomplished, and they intended to capitalize on the situation. Just before their return, Qin Yi found himself intrigued by a woman, convinced that she had intentionally appeared before him, and she possessed an Eastern visage. Had she merely flitted past? Or had she been observing him for a considerable time? If it were the latter, she must be a formidable individual, prompting Qin Yi to investigate further. However, it was baffling that a woman could elude 2 top-tier special operations personnel like him and Luo Fuan. Brother Yi, she is not from Earth. What evidence do you have? There are very few who can escape my and your combined pursuit. I can concede defeat in a physical confrontation, but this was merely tracking. Luo Fuan's skepticism left Qin Yi momentarily speechless. Given that extraterrestrial signals had been unearthed, anything seemed possible. Moreover, the woman's attire and demeanor were befitting of a highborn lady in prosperous times. In the midst of calamity and chaos, one could not sustain such a lifestyle without considerable prowess. Yang Jinghui, Zhang Yuan, and Chen Dingshan also found the situation astonishing. Luo Fuan's remarks were not mere bravado. Qin Yi resolved to remain in place for another day to see if the woman would reappear. Within the vast expanse of her space, Su Yan found the number of robots multiplying under Hehe's management. She no longer needed to labor, merely ensuring reasonable allocation and monitoring inventory. When stocks were plentiful, she would sell fresh produce in interstellar markets for gold. Having completed her legitimate tasks, she adhered to the training regimen Qin Yi had set for her. Showing no signs of complacency, she remembered her grandfather's words. No matter how many life-preserving means she possessed, they were ultimately external. The skills she acquired through her own efforts were what truly belonged to her. She was willing to endure hardship, for the trials she faced were trivial compared to the terrifying prospect of losing her life. Stepping out of the space, it was already 3 in the afternoon. The announcement resonated throughout the Huaxia base, with the meteorological department issuing a new notification. Recent temperature drops had led to the agricultural and livestock sectors actively recruiting personnel, inviting the public to apply. Furthermore, an extended period of midnight sun was anticipated, advising the populace to arrange their schedules accordingly. The entire base was abuzz with excitement, particularly in areas B and C, where individuals raced to the recruitment office with the fervor of Olympic athletes. Upon entering the base, inquiries about job openings were rampant. They had been eagerly awaiting this moment. Hurry up. I heard that once this batch is filled, there won't be any more opportunities. This is a once-in-a-lifetime chance. The enthusiasm was palpable. I'm not going. With the midnight sun here, I'll go scavenging. Distance is no concern. I prefer the freedom of being unburdened. I heard someone say that fortune favors the bold for 3 years. But what if fortune doesn't come for 3 years? The base offers work those who heard the announcement divided into 2 factions, one desperate for job slots and the other merely there for the spectacle. None of this concerned Su Yan. She inquired of Su Qing, "Aunt, where is everyone?" The matriarch and the little ones are in the yard feeding the beasts. In the front yard, where the ground was paved with courtyard tiles, the matriarch and the 2 little ones sat on small stools, facing 2 dogs, 2 tigers, and a panda, all engrossed in their meals from their respective bowls. The dogs feasted on chicken legs and sausages, the tigers on diced rabbit meat, while the panda's large bowl was filled with chopped apples and carrots. Fortunately, this was Area S, enclosed with sturdy walls and tight security. Otherwise, the dietary habits of these beasts might provoke widespread outrage. In a world where humans were outdone by beasts, they were indeed living lavishly. This panda is our national treasure, with a particular fondness for bamboo shoots, apples, and carrots. Despite its seemingly clumsy demeanor and herbivorous diet, it exudes an undeniable charm, earning it the formidable nickname of iron-eating beast. It is indeed time to cultivate more bamboo in the space provided. The elderly lady, after regaling the children with tales of pandas, transitioned to discussing tigers, even enlightening the little ones about the larger dogs, De Huang and De He, in a lively and engaging manner. The children were utterly captivated, and so was Su Yan. One cannot help but admit that in the realm of educating children, she cannot quite measure up to the elderly lady, nor can her mother-in-law, Gu Xiaolin. With a blend of natural talent and exceptional guidance, the children require little concern from her. She wouldn't worry even if she had several more. Where were her thoughts wandering? Shaking her head, Su Yan dismissed the notion of having more children and turned to the kitchen, where she prepared a large glass of apple juice for herself and 2 smaller ones for the children. "Grandma, Xiao Wei, come have some juice," Su Yan called out, handing the juice to her grandmother and then to the little ones, who seemed parched. "Thank you, Mama," they exclaimed. "Mama, will you play with us too?" "Not today, I have to go out," she replied. "You can play with your great-grandmother while Mama is busy." "Grandma, I'm stepping out to visit grandfather's office." "Go ahead. On your way past the Qin family, please call for Qin Ma to take the children out to play. I'm utterly exhausted." "All right. Thank you, Grandma." The elderly lady's claim of fatigue was merely a pretext. She had come to realize that the children belonged to both families and should not burden her granddaughter. During this afternoon, when the children need not study, it would be quite pleasant for them to have someone take them out to play, especially since she wasn't fond of going out herself. As Su Yan drove her car parked at the entrance, she honked as she passed the Qin residence, prompting Qin Ma to rush out from the living room. "Xiao Yan, what brings you here?" "Mama, my grandmother and the children are in the front yard, and she doesn't like going out. Please take them to play." "All right. I'll be there shortly." Gu Xiaolin turned to lock the living room door. Her daughter-in-law was no longer a concern. She hurriedly made her way to the Sheng family home, and by the time she remembered her daughter-in-law and turned to look back, the car was already far gone. "Yan, wait for me. I was just about to head to your shop to help you out." Upon reaching the gate of Zone S, Su Yan noticed Lu Shui approaching from the opposite side, waving and calling out. This stunning beauty ought to know that once her car windows were rolled up, not a whisper could be heard from outside. Hot on Lu Shui's heels was a man, Yan Jun, who had spent a fortune to reside in Zone S just the day before. "What's going on here?" Su Yan inquired as she rolled down her window. "I was idle and was about to help you look after the shop when a certain someone was being a nuisance," Lu Shui replied, suddenly quieting down, realizing only after seeing Su Yan that she had completely overlooked the annoyance beside her. Yan Jun, with his thick skin, approached with a smirk. "Miss Su, what a coincidence." "Indeed, quite the coincidence," Su Yan replied with a polite nod, neither warm nor cold, maintaining this demeanor with unfamiliar individuals. Lu Shui swiftly jumped into the car and urged, "Let us go. This is rather awkward." "All right, off we go." With a press of the accelerator, they exited Zone S, where the guard had already raised the barrier in anticipation of Su Yan's approach. "Sister, what's the situation?" Lu Shui pressed. "What situation could there be? That Yan fellow is peculiar. His family lives just 2 houses away from mine, and I run into him every time I step outside. He keeps rambling on about nonsensical things, and if you hadn't shown up to rescue me, he would have followed me to your shop. Why didn't you take your little red car? Don't even mention it. Little Red is on strike, and finding someone to fix it is a challenge. No worries. When they return, I'll have Zhang Yuan assist you. Su Yan made a point to avoid mentioning Yang Jinghui. No, that's unnecessary. My brother said he would give it a try. However, when Su Yan mentioned Zhang Yuan, it reminded Lu Shui of Yang Jinghui. She wasn't oblivious to the obvious intentions of Yan Jun, which repulsed her. Yan Jun couldn't hold a candle to Yang Jinghui. The allure of unattainable ideals. Yen, I heard the broadcast today. They mentioned we will soon enter the polar day, where the sun won't set, which has its advantages. The temperature is also expected to drop slightly, so I plan to gather a few people to collect some supplies. The temperature will continue to decline gradually. The polar day often leads to mental strain, and there can be other disasters such as toxic fog or dangerous insects. In short, one must exercise caution when venturing outside. Is that true? Really? Indeed. It was a lesson Su Yan had learned in a previous life. All right, I shall prepare more thoroughly. I won't dare be careless in the slightest. Lu Shui understood well. Given the strength of the nation, it was not unusual for there to be predictions regarding natural disasters. Some internal messages were not suitable for public disclosure, as negative news could greatly affect the populace's morale. Her friend had just shared insider information with her perfectly. The nearest city from Ershin is at least 200 kilometers away, and I have only a handful of people. No, I need to form a team. That's a good idea. Who do you plan to team up with? I have a plan. I'll set up a notice board outside your shop to recruit teammates. Su Yan was somewhat speechless. Well, that is very much like Lu Shui. Without hesitation, Lu Shui jumped into action. As soon as Su Yan parked her car outside the shop, Lu Shui was faster than her, leaping out to find a small blackboard and chalk. Recruiting teammates, ages 18 to 50, must be in good health, resilient, and sincere candidates may inquire within the shop. After setting up the blackboard, Lu Shui pulled up a small stool and sat by the cash register near the door, easily visible through the transparent wind curtain, while also enjoying the shop's air conditioning. You can stay here to recruit. I'll head over to the office building. Go ahead. I'll keep an eye on your shop. Su Yan exchanged pleasantries with the three shop assistants before driving off. After Su Yan left, Yan Jun arrived again, instructing his bodyguards to take down Lu Shui's sign. Xiao Shui, your requirements are just right for me. I can gather as many people as you need, all young talents, exceptionally capable. Teaming up with us is guaranteed victory. Get lost. I'm not accepting you into my team. Recognizing the voice, Lu Shui didn't even look up, cracking open a bag of sunflower seeds while remaining focused on her snack. Yan Jun, unbothered, reached out to grab a handful of seeds, squatting beside Lu Shui as he munched away. Why won't you accept me? You should focus on inheriting your family's wealth. Scavenging isn't suited for you. The Lu family isn't lacking either. Even as a girl, you're out here scavenging. The Yan family can't afford to sit idle. Get lost. Not even in a million years would I join forces with you. Yan Jun was not easily deterred by Lu Shui's dismissive words. He continued to chatter away. Don't be so quick to reject me. Consider this. Teaming up with strangers carries a high risk. You don't know how dangerous it can be. If you team up with someone from Zone B or C, they might envy your wealth and resources and resort to violence to rob you. Teaming up with me is different. We're all from Zone S, neighbors who know each other well. No one would harbor jealousy. Look at my bodyguards. Each one is strong and capable. If we encounter any trouble, they'll handle it swiftly. Try teaming up with ordinary people. Can you expect the same results? Certainly not. Setting aside my pursuit of you, how am I not the most suitable partner? To be fair, Yan Jun had a point. However, Lu Shui had already made her stance clear, and changing her mind would not be easy. Yan Jun noticed the slight shift in Lu Shui's expression and pondered how to maneuver his way in. An idea struck him, and he feigned sudden realization. You're not afraid, are you? Worried that spending time with me might lead to feelings? Stop. How about a 60-40 split? You take 40, I take 60. Do you dare? Isn't it just forming a team? Humph. I refuse to believe that he won't back down when faced with a 60-40 split. If he truly agrees to a 60-40 division, then let us take advantage of him. It's a bargain too good to pass up. To say nothing of a 60-40 split, he wouldn't even raise an eyebrow at working for free. As he isn't the one doing the labor, He merely trailing behind the ladies to bolster his own presence. A pleasant collaboration indeed. Luo Shui shot a glance at Yan Jun, choosing not to grasp the hand he extended. Yan Jun, undeterred, retracted his hand and continued, "When do you plan to set off? Let us discuss the specifics."
All right.
With the agreement to form a team, Luo Shui quickly acclimated and earnestly discussed with Yan Jun the departure time, vehicle arrangements, destination, and number of participants, among other details. On the other side of the earth, Qin Yi and his 4 companions set up camp at the site where they had encountered the mysterious woman. Since they had lost her trail, they decided to wait for her to come back. Indeed, she arrived, presenting herself with unreserved confidence. Dressed in a high-end combat suit and sporting a low bun, she had a tall and slender figure. As for her appearance, it was overly flamboyant, clearly a facade created through makeup to conceal her true visage. Without any visible signs of age, she appeared quite youthful. Upon her arrival, she disregarded the other 4, her gaze fixated solely on Qin Yi, scrutinizing him from head to toe with a cold, perhaps slightly irate demeanor, much like an instructor glaring at a disappointing recruit. Qin Yi felt momentarily bewildered. Certain he had never encountered this woman before. As she remained silent, he cast aside his doubts and addressed her. "Hello, may I inquire what you seek, madam? Are you from the Qin family? The son of Qin Binghua?" "Indeed." The woman furrowed her brow, a look of disdain evident on her face. Chapter 200. This woman also possesses alien technology. She continued, "From what channel did you acquire your spatial buttons and aircraft?" Qin Yi fixed his gaze on her, a surge of murderous intent igniting within his eyes. He was not alone. His 4 companions mirrored his sentiments. "You 5 are hardly a match for me. Speak as you wish. I will provide you with 3 coordinates, the underground technology research facility of the Eagle Nation. The first coordinate is..." After revealing the 3 coordinates, the enigmatic woman departed. Qin Yi and his companions immediately pursued her. "You won't catch up. By the way, the domestic signal transmitter has failed to send any information outside." With that, she stepped onto a floating board and swiftly disappeared into the distance. There's no need to pursue her. She speaks the truth. "Ika, are we just going to let her go? She knows the secret about sister-in-law." If she knew, she wouldn't have asked old Qin. Qin replied, however. "That woman doesn't seem malicious." "I agree with old Yang," another companion chimed in. "Boss, it seems she recognizes your father," one more noted. Qin gestured for everyone to halt, stating, "This isn't the moment for discussions about recognition. We must focus on those 3 coordinates and that lady." "Old Yang, what's your perspective?" She provided the coordinates, but offered no further explanation. Yet, she seems well informed about us, knowing that even without her prompting, we would inevitably seek to obliterate the target. She first inquired about the spatial buttons and aircraft without receiving an answer, then mentioned the underground technology research facility. I speculate that the research conducted there pertains to alien technology. The existence of extraterrestrial civilization became an undeniable belief for Qin Yi and his companions once they learned that Su Yan could trade with other dimensions. Yang Jingwei shared a similar viewpoint, but Qin Yi had one lingering question. Had the underground technology research facility ever made contact with alien civilizations? Qin Yi voiced his uncertainty to his 4 teammates. Yang Jingwei replied, "I suspect their research has stagnated. Otherwise, they wouldn't have dispatched so many spies to probe us." Luo Fuan added, "Do you think an underground research facility could possibly be working on anything good? They've likely blown it all up." Zhang Yuan suggested, "Before we detonate, let us capture a few key personnel for interrogation. We might extract some valuable information." Chen Dingshan remarked, "I'll follow the boss's lead. Only by bombing them can we sever any reckless thoughts they might entertain. As the saying goes, 2 tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain. Only one force can possess alien technology, and that force must be Huaxia." After a thorough discussion, the 5-member team unanimously agreed to proceed with the bombing. However, they would first seek approval from Commander Sheng. Qin Yi contacted Commander Sheng, who, coincidentally, had Su Yan present and listened to the entire account of events. "Grandfather, I'm the most suitable for bombing the underground research facility. Anyone else would be at risk, but I can navigate safely. Grandfather, please allow me to go." Disallowed. Both Sheng Zuchang and Qin Yi responded in unison. Su Yan was not easily deterred. while her grandfather and Qin worried for her safety. She was equally concerned for their well-being. Grandfather, we've entered the polar day. Without the cover of night, Qin and their movements will be severely hampered. I truly can handle this. Remember before the apocalypse? I could navigate the Eagle Nation's central bank vault with ease. Just let me go. She only needed her grandfather's permission. If he agreed, Qin would have no say in the matter. After much deliberation, Shang Zichang finally relented, but he cautioned her. Look for an opportunity to see the lady Qin mentioned. Your contact may yield unexpected rewards. Understood. Su Yan hardly remembered Luo Shui from the shop as she drove back to District S. After a brief exchange with the elderly lady in her backyard, she retrieved the aircraft and flew directly to the address provided by Qin. Since awakening her psychic abilities, this time she deliberately chose not to use He. Instead, connecting her psychic force to control the aircraft herself, significantly increasing her speed. Within 2 hours, she arrived at the destination. It was one of the coordinate addresses provided by the mysterious woman. The 5 members of Qin's team had long awaited her arrival. I knew you would hurry. Qin greeted as Su Yan's aircraft landed, his words dripping with a hint of affection despite their ostensibly reproachful tone. Hurry? Psychic power is a marvelous thing. Controlling the aircraft is effortless. No wonder you were so slow to learn to drive with He before you awakened your powers. It turns out you lacked psychic abilities. Su Yan beamed brightly, effectively silencing Qin's lecture. After greeting Su Yan, the other 4 teammates wasted no time and entered the makeshift tent to discuss their plans. Su Yan was responsible for placing the explosives, ensuring that all 3 locations were rigged for simultaneous detonation, leaving no opportunity for the other party to communicate. Those researchers are as stubborn as madmen. It won't be easy to pry information from them. I'll procure some truth serum. Su Yan scoured the trading dimension for any substances that could compel honesty. Qin accepted the drugs, saying, "Thank you, my dear. Be cautious, and let us maintain contact." Su Yan gave him an okay sign, then turned to Luo Fuan and Yang Jingwei, inquiring, "Do you think we need to supplement any supplies or weaponry?" She was a veritable mobile arsenal. The others indicated that their weapons and supplies were sufficient for the time being, and they did not require any additions. The 5 members of Qin's team escorted Su Yan as she set the explosives at the 2 locations, with the final and largest underground research facility reserved for capturing personnel. Su Yan entered the research facility with remarkable ease, encountering no guards. Indeed, only she could pass through so effortlessly. Not even an ordinary person, let alone Qin, could gain such access, as every entryway boasted locks more advanced than those of the central bank vault. Perhaps these were products of alien civilization? Whether that was the case remained uncertain. But Su Yan was unconcerned. She had her little lock robot, though it would take a few extra seconds. After passing through 3 doors, she was supposed to enter an elevator that led directly underground, living up to its name as an underground research facility. Even though the elevator illuminated with power lights, Su Yan dared not gamble on its reliability. What if the power suddenly went out? The probability of 1 in a billion is not entirely out of the realm of possibility, especially considering the phenomenon of reincarnation. She opted to take the stairs. Ascending more than 10 flights, she found herself spinning endlessly. Clad in her inconspicuous attire, she harbored no fear of encountering anyone. However, the eerie silence of her solitary descent was quite unsettling. After a laborious trek to the lowest level, she finally glimpsed other living beings within a vast, technologically advanced space, though they were few in number. The area was expansive, revealing only a dozen or so individuals, each engrossed in their tasks. Naturally, if they were not busy, they would not have noticed Su Yan. She carefully selected a concealed spot to plant a heavy bomb, wincing with each placement. The cost in gold was staggering. Thus, the first target was effortlessly accomplished. Had it been any member of Qin's team, the task would not have been so straightforward, as evading the gaze of these individuals and the detection of their equipment posed a significant challenge. Onward to the next coordinate. The structure was nearly identical, though the instruments and materials on the lowest level differed. From Su Yan's limited knowledge, it seemed the research direction was distinct. No matter whether it varied or not, it would vanish from the Earth within a few hours. The second location also proceeded smoothly. Yet Su Yan couldn't shake the sensation of being watched. At the final coordinate, 5 teammates joined her, but the procedure remained the same. Su Yan first sought a suitable spot to plant the bomb. Once completed, she relayed the distribution of personnel within to the small group. The 5 members then allocated roles among themselves, proceeding directly toward the predetermined target, with only 2 needed alive. The rest were to be eliminated without hesitation. Su Yan was not adept at capturing individuals. After fulfilling her own tasks, she returned to the surface. After a brief wait, she observed the 5 emerging with 2 captives, and she handed several remote controls to Ingi. You handle these. I will pilot the aircraft to detonate at the other 2 locations. Understood. The detonation did not require her to leave the vehicle, so Ingi made no request for anyone to accompany him. As Su Yan completed the detonation of the second target and prepared to reunite with Ingi, she encountered an obstruction to her aircraft. Indeed, it was an obstruction. To her surprise, it was the very lady Ingi had described, her makeup and attire unchanged. She had anticipated how to find her after the mission, but it seemed fate had presented her on a silver platter. However, Su Yan was curious as to how the woman had discovered her. Wasn't her aircraft in stealth mode? Before she could voice her thoughts, the woman spoke first, explaining, "Do not doubt. I've been following you all along. Your aircraft's invisibility is only effective against ordinary individuals. Those with sufficient mental acuity can perceive your flight path." Astonished, Su Yan recalled that when she had activated stealth mode upon her arrival from her homeland, Ingi had known of her presence the moment she arrived. This indicated that both her partner and his comrades possessed formidable mental capabilities. Yet, this was not the moment for such reflections. Su Yan deactivated the invisibility of her aircraft, opened the hatch and stepped down. "Hello, may I inquire why you have been following me? I am curious about your aircraft, the spatial buttons, and other weaponry, none of which belong to this era. Young lady, tell me the origin of these items." Such a request seemed rather impolite. "Would you be willing to remove the heavy makeup from your face, so I may see your true visage?" The enigmatic woman chuckled softly, visibly irritated. Still unwilling to speak. "No, I won't. Unless you reveal your identity, your affiliations, and your reasons for alerting Ingi about the destruction of these 3 locations while trailing me." The woman lowered her eyelids, appearing to reflect or reminisce, before slowly responding, "As far as I know, 20 years ago, extraterrestrial beings made an appearance here, bringing with them some alien civilizations. Personnel from the United States struck a deal with them, and the extraterrestrials provided advanced technology and information in exchange for Earth materials to replace the unknown substances required for their products. It was logical. How could humanity possibly catch up to technology thousands of years ahead of their own? The mere materials posed a significant issue. Yet, was this a form of transaction? Selling out Earth? The woman continued. Subsequently, due to various circumstances, the extraterrestrials departed, leaving the research facilities without guidance and progress stalled. Until recently, our nation has produced items that the United States has failed to manufacture despite extensive research. If we possess them, why should others have them? Why not destroy them? Su Yan contemplated the woman's words. The rationale behind the destruction of the research facility was somewhat comprehensible. As for her affiliations, the mention of our country allowed Su Yan to categorize her as an ally. She found herself inexplicably trusting the words of this woman before her. Yet, she still did not answer the questions regarding her identity or her motives for following her. No, the matter of destroying the research facility was certainly within this woman's capabilities. Su Yan voiced her thoughts aloud. The woman replied, "Who I am is inconsequential. Moreover, I am not capable of such actions. I have one more question for you. Would you be willing to return with us to the Huaxia base?"
No.
The woman firmly refused. Su Yan felt a twinge of disappointment at the lack of agreement, having failed to even ascertain a name. Her grandfather had believed she could extract some information. Yet she was not one for such tactics, primarily lacking in guile. However, from this conversation, Su Yan concluded that the woman before her was a compatriot and that she seemed to have ties to the extraterrestrials from 20 years prior. Furthermore, this woman possessed alien artifacts as well. Before Su Yan could articulate further thoughts, Ingi's communication came through. "Yan, I will return shortly." Standing close to the mysterious woman, Ingi noticed her presence and refrained from saying much, confirming that Su Yan was safe before ending the call. Did he worry that the enigmatic woman might pose a threat to Su Yan? Ingi never entertained such concerns. When asked about his confidence, he had no answer. The couple shared a strong bond. As you can see, I must join them now. Very well, but before you go, could we perhaps trade for some vegetables, fruits, grains, oils, and seasonings?
Certainly.
What do you offer in exchange? Su Yan instinctively felt that the woman's previous lengthy discourse was not merely a prelude to a barter. The woman gracefully knelt, tapping her bracelet, and unfurled a cloth on the ground, continuously extracting items, ranging from delicate earrings to elaborate necklaces and bracelets, over 100 exquisite pieces in total, all crafted from materials Su Yan could not recognize, yet undeniably beautiful. Assess these items and offer what you deem appropriate in exchange. Su Yan, unreservedly, selected a small piece to scan within her space, discovering that while these items held little value in interstellar markets, their worth soared in modern realms, particularly in gold. No longer concealing her treasures, she acknowledged that the woman was aware of her advanced technology and began retrieving her own offerings. She provided an assortment of vegetables, each variety yielding dozens of pounds, totaling over 20 different kinds, alongside ample quantities of fruits. She relinquished everything she could spare, and for grains, oils, and seasonings, she offered everything without exception. Considering the high potential value of the jewelry received, Su Yan cheerfully added about 20 pounds of fresh meat for each type: beef, lamb, pork, and chicken. Is this sufficient? Or do you desire anything else? I can provide a little more if needed. That's enough, thank you. Shall I take my leave now? I hope to see you again at the Huaxia base. Su Yan waved her hand, boarded her craft, closed the door, and took off with a swift whoosh,
Truly departing as she said.
Chapter 201, A Proactive Apology? After the woman gathered the items presented by Su Yan, she stood up and gazed in the direction of the departing craft, activating her wristband to replay the footage recorded since the interception of the vehicle. The interrogation on Qin Yi's side was not progressing smoothly. Despite employing various methods, nothing seemed effective. Ultimately, it was only through the medication provided by Su Yan that they managed to extract information. Boss, are these two the ones? Chen Dingshan gestured with a slicing motion across his throat. Qin Yi cast a glance at the two individuals. Although they possessed talent, such individuals were difficult to manipulate. Let them go. Understood. Upon Su Yan's return, she inquired about the progress of the interrogation, finding it aligned with what she had heard from the enigmatic woman. This implied that had certain events not transpired 2 decades ago, as the lady had alluded, this planet might have been sold off by the Eagle Nation. It seems to suggest as much. But what exactly transpired? The woman had only shared half of the story, and her instincts told her that the matters she mentioned were intricately connected to her, yet without her disclosure, they were left in the dark. If only we could interrogate her, perhaps we would get answers. Interrogate her? None of us can even apprehend her. Enough. She might be listening to our conversation right now. From their vantage point, they could survey a 2-kilometer radius, where only yellow sand and shattered rocks lay in sight, yet an unsettling feeling of being watched lingered. It's all old Luo's fault for suggesting she might be eavesdropping. Luo Fuan received 2 punches from Chen Dingshan. The task is complete. Let us return. Qin Yi stored his craft within his spatial button, and everyone boarded the vehicle piloted by Su Yan. Luo Fuan eagerly claimed the pilot seat, eager to practice piloting with his mental energy, but soon the craft was weaving erratically through the sky, performing countless serpentine maneuvers. Fortunately, there were no interceptions or air traffic control, allowing him to navigate freely. There might be interceptions, but our craft can evade them. Indeed, old Luo is beyond redemption.
Boss.
You should rein him in. This isn't a helicopter, and in the event of an accident, we would be reduced to ashes. Before Zhang Yuan could finish his warning, he inadvertently looked up to see a small white, hurtling towards them from the front side. That beam? If it collides with us, we would vanish without a trace. Old Luo. Hurry. Zhang Yuan and Chen Dingshan shouted instinctively, while Qin Yi maintained a facade of calm, gripping Su Yan's hand tightly, praying Luo Fuan could evade the danger. Seated in the co-pilot seat, Yang Jinghui's instinct was to manually alter their course. The white turned out to be a small white warship, manned by 2 individuals, one of whom was the woman Su Yan had just encountered. The woman frantically pressed buttons on the control screen, attempting to avoid a collision with the oncoming craft. The man beside her seemed to have lost his mind, appearing utterly uncontrollable.
Kinming, stop.
Stop. Why are you still clinging to him? Tell me why. What is wrong with me? Speak, Anya. After all these years, you should let go. I will not allow you to harbor feelings for another. I do not.
Please stop.
Though she was unafraid of death, she could not allow those aboard the craft to suffer harm. If those young individuals lost their lives because of her, she would never atone for her sins, no matter how many times she perished. But the man piloting the warship was a madman, and it was beyond her ability to halt him. In despair, Anya closed her eyes, her face a mask of lifelessness. When one is at the brink of hopelessness, expression fades. She simply slumped in her seat. Anya, my lady. My lady. Upon realizing his wife had fainted from fright, Kan Ming regained his composure just in time to halt the warship. Meanwhile, Yang Jinghui had also managed to bring their craft to a standstill in midair. Luo Fuan's spirit had nearly left his body, and not just him. The occupants of the craft collectively gasped in horror, on the verge of becoming mere specters. Still shaken, Luo Fuan stammered, "Was that a distance of 30 meters? Roughly so," Yang Jinghui replied while attempting to establish communications with the warship. Was this an accident or intentional? Chun Dingshan, recovering from his shock, grew irate. If it was deliberate, I will blow that little warship to smithereens. Zhang Yuan silently checked the particle cannon in his spatial button, ready to respond at a moment's notice upon their leader's command to retaliate. Qin Yi held Su Yan close, his heart aching for her. He himself had not been overly frightened, for Su Yan had assured him that she could store both herself and the craft within her spatial realm. Just moments ago, she had prepared to do so when the craft abruptly halted, sparing her the necessity of using her powers. Unless absolutely necessary, Su Yan preferred not to take anyone into her space except for her family. Fortunately, both parties had successfully brought their vehicles to a halt at a critical moment. Once they were stationary, Yang Jinghui attempted to establish a connection with the warship. "Old Yang, is there any response from them?" "There is a signal, but they're not responding. Let us wait a moment." With the warship unresponsive, they dared not leave, uncertain if the ship might go berserk once more. Primarily, their craft had no chance against the warship. Since they had stopped, they sought an opportunity for dialogue. In truth, the warship had been too preoccupied to respond. Kan Ming, having regained normalcy after his outburst, discovered his wife had fainted from fright and was now undergoing emergency aid. Anya, though unconscious for about 2 minutes due to the commotion, awakened, unable to sit up, and grasped Kan Ming's collar to pull him down to her eye level, her gaze icy and terrifying. "Is the lady awake? Why do you look at me like that? Those young ones are still alive. You are a madman. If you wish to die, do so yourself. Do not involve innocent people." Upon hearing that the young individuals were unharmed, Anya berated the man, her fist striking his head and face in frustration. Kan Ming remained unperturbed, content as long as she vented her anger. Only when Anya grew weary of her outburst did she cease, noticing the persistent request for dialogue from the warship. "Help me connect the communication." "I will. But you must promise me not to sneak back here while I am away." "You know I can break my promise. Once I leave, I can issue orders to have this planet seized. This place will soon become a desolate wasteland. What use would it be for you to come here? Kan Ming, you must honor your word. Do not let me lose respect for you." "What use is respect? Your heart is still not with me." Kan Ming's expression was as cold as ice, yet he obediently connected the communication. "Hello. May I inquire what the situation is? We experienced a malfunction with our warship control, nearly causing irreparable damage. Are your people unharmed? I sincerely apologize for the incident and am willing to offer compensation." "Since you have sincerely apologized, and the small craft was not damaged, why would you offer compensation?" Kan Ming cast a glance at his wife. How could she be so preoccupied with her home planet? She was intent on offering gifts to those young individuals without apparent reason, and fortune does not simply drop from the sky. They might not even accept it. Anya indeed harbored the intention of using this incident as a means to extend gifts, confident that this unpredictable man beside her would not be stingy in this matter. The individuals aboard the aircraft were initially quite irate. However, upon receiving an apology from the other party, it became evident that the incident was unintentional rather than a deliberate provocation. Although they had been startled, there was no significant harm done. And the other party even offered compensation. Should they accept it? The 4 teammates glanced at their captain, who in turn looked to Su Yan for guidance. Su Yan nodded. Recognizing that the other party was certainly capable of providing compensation, it was a form of recompense for their emotional distress. Yang Jinghui communicated with the warship, affirming, "We are unharmed, and we accept your apology." The acceptance of the apology implicitly indicated their acceptance of the compensation. Upon hearing this, Anya felt a sense of relief. She had feared they might foolishly refuse it. "All right, you all hold on. I will send it over immediately." "Thank you, madam. May I inquire how to address you?" Anya remained silent. Anya was not her original name, leading Qin Yi, Su Yan, and now Yang Jinghui to question her identity, unwilling to fabricate a name. She chose to remain anonymous. The compensation was to be a warship. Anya extended her hand before Tsongming, who reluctantly produced a warship. Regardless of how those youngsters acquired the aircraft, spatial buttons, and laser guns, they should also be able to obtain a warship, albeit at a considerable cost. She decided to advocate for them to receive one. "Madam, you are indeed generous," remarked a man, his tone tinged with envy. Nevertheless, Songming presented a spatial button designated for the warship to Anya, acknowledging that he could not let the Madam's word go unfulfilled. Even if he only possessed a few personal warships, Anya accepted the warship's spatial button, noting the ample supplementary energy within. She contemplated adding something more but could not recall what, so she simply handed the warship to a robot for delivery. Songming had anticipated that Anya would deliver it herself, and his expression softened as he reconsidered his initial irritation. Anya re-established communication, stating, "A flying robot is en route with a spatial button. It is my token of apology. Please convey to Director Sheng that we harbor no ill intentions and shall depart shortly. I hope you prevail against the natural disasters and restore your homeland." Chini received the spatial button from the robot and replied, "Thank you for the warship, madam. I will relay your message. Please take care. Farewell." Anya did not elaborate further and ended the communication. Once the robot returned and sealed the cabin door, Songming activated the warship, eager to leave without delay. "Have they departed?" Luo Fuan fixed his gaze on the receding warship, suddenly finding the aircraft less appealing. "Wipe your drool. Why are you dazed?" Yang Jinghui chided the dazed Luo Fuan. "A warship? Come on, Lao Yang. You can't claim you're not tempted. It's not the same as an aircraft. A warship can perform spatial jumps." "Oh, Lao Luo, you've done your homework. Lao Zhang, don't pretend you're unaware. We don't need spatial jumps. My sister-in-law's aircraft is sufficient." "Hey, did the captain and sister-in-law not share their thoughts?" "I have no remarks. The warship is already in my possession." Qin Yi's words were sharp. "I am not interested in the warship. My curiosity lies with that unnamed lady. I wonder to which interstellar life sphere she has ventured, or if she remains somewhere on Earth." The group aboard the aircraft resumed their discussion about the woman, emphasizing her benign nature and speculating whether this would trigger a war with extraterrestrials. Over an hour later, the aircraft returned to the Huaxia base. The group proceeded to the conference room located on the floor where Director Sheng was present. Inside the conference room were Sheng Zuchang, Qin Jiyu, Zhou Shooting, Lu Songtao, Jin Yuan, and Hu Changlin, some familiar faces and some unknown. After greeting each other, Qin Yi, Xiao Yan, and their companions took their seats.
Vin Yi, Xiao Yan.
"Please recount the circumstances of your encounter," directed Sheng Zuchang.
"Certainly."
Starting with the pursuit of the mysterious woman, Qin Yi detailed every aspect meticulously. Su Yan also recounted her private meeting with a mysterious woman, explaining their exchanges clearly while displaying the small trinkets she had acquired. The attendees examined the items, confirming they were made of unfamiliar materials. "Xiao Yan, please retain 2 of these for research. The rest are yours," instructed the director. "Understood, Director. Everyone, feel free to express your opinions or raise questions regarding this matter. Qin Yi and his companions are here to clarify," Sheng Zuchang added, eyeing those eager to speak. "One at a time, please." Based on Xiao Qin and Xiao Yan's accounts, it was established that the other party hailed from an extraterrestrial world. "Is there truly extraterrestrial civilization?" inquired Hu Changlin, who had the least exposure to alien technology. "We need not dwell further on the existence of extraterrestrial civilizations," Qin Yi replied. The other party claimed they meant us no harm, and their demeanor corroborated this, though we must remain vigilant against potential deceptions. However, I hope Xiao Yan can propose some measures for our defense. Su Yan, being the most acquainted with extraterrestrial high technology and having the omnipotent hee-hee, garnered consensus from the group. Yet, her words doused their optimism with cold water. I have no measures to propose. Frankly, I do not understand. If pressed, I would suggest not to defend, for there is nothing to defend against. Regardless of whether our weaponry can withstand extraterrestrial arms, anything related to signals has malfunctioned. Even launching is challenging. The weaponry stored within spatial buttons may be usable, yet those weapons would struggle against a single annihilation cannon. While I could procure weapons capable of contending with extraterrestrial forces from other dimensions, they are exorbitantly expensive, and given our current predicament, we simply cannot manufacture them at the same rate as others. Are we to do nothing? Pondered the group, recalling the so-called arms dealer, the Eagle Sauce, who had been conducting underground research on extraterrestrial technology for at least 2 decades. What have they achieved? We are perpetually on the brink of disaster. The addition of extraterrestrials is inconsequential. I believe that apart from necessary defenses, trusting that lady may prove more beneficial. If there were to be any actions taken, they would have commenced 20 years ago. The present is fraught with calamities. Indeed, the involvement of extraterrestrials is hardly a concern. I concur with Xiao Yan. The absence of action 20 years ago suggests that there will be none now. Countless celestial bodies exist, and life is not limited to this one. This planet has become a desolate wasteland. What resources remain? People themselves are a resource. Chapter 202. Who is that lady? I have another hypothesis. Perhaps when they discovered Earth 20 years ago, those who did so lacked sufficient authority or were constrained by some external factors, which is why they cooperated amicably with the Eagle Sauce for underground research. The Eagle Sauce promised them something in return, but this collaboration was abruptly curtailed before it could fully develop, leading to the aliens' departure until their recent reemergence. Truly, you are astute, a key figure in national security, Zhou Shooting remarked, acknowledging that this hypothesis was closest to the truth. The consensus among the group leaned towards this interpretation. Optimistically, one could consider the possibility that the lady's words were entirely trustworthy and that collaboration with extraterrestrials might offer a viable path forward. She inquired if Qin Yi was the son of Qin Binghua, suggesting she was acquainted with the Qin family. At this, all eyes turned towards Qin Jiyu and Qin Yi. Not necessarily. From Xiao Yan's words, I sensed that the lady's appearance is more closely tied to her. The attention of the group shifted to Su Yan, who herself sensed this connection, but pondered the reasoning behind it. The meeting revolved around the enigmatic lady and the need for vigilance against extraterrestrial threats, with each participant expressing their views. Ultimately, Su Yan perceived that the primary outcome of the discussion was merely to inform the upper echelons of the extraterrestrial visit to Earth and to conduct some fundamental assessments. Lacking any substantive resolution, one can only lament the overwhelming sense of helplessness that accompanies the apocalypse. Ultimately, a group of individuals made their way to the armory, where they beheld an alien warship, an intentional offering of apology from another. Externally, the warship exuded a greater sense of advanced technology than conventional aircraft, housing an impressive array of weaponry within, including a devastating planet-destroying cannon. Do not inquire how this knowledge was acquired. After establishing a mental connection with the vessel, Qin Yi became intimately acquainted with its capabilities. Luo Fuan, Zhang Yuan, Yang Jinghui, and Chen Dingshan encouraged Qin Yi to take a flight around the ship. In the presence of his comrades and a circle of eminent figures, Qin Yi proudly showcased the warship before carefully stowing it back into his designated spatial button. Indeed, as Chief Sheng nodded in approval, the warship was now his. Having completed their tasks, the young couple returned to Zone S, only to encounter Gu Xiaolin emerging from the Sheng residence with her 2 little ones. Mommy, Daddy, my daddy is back. Little Rui clung to his mother while Little Wei rushed to his father. The 2 children, as if choreographed, dashed towards their respective targets without a care in the world about the possibility of their parents not catching them. Such a scenario was inconceivable. With a loud thud, they collided, causing Su Yan's leg to throb in pain. If she felt it, how much more so the children? The young couple each scooped up 1 child. Su Yan gently admonished her son, reminding him that he should refrain from barreling about recklessly. What if you fall or bump your nose and become an ugly duckling? And you too, Little Wei. Okay, Mommy. Can you take me with you next time? Little Rui was already dissatisfied with merely playing at Grandma's while alternating between the Sheng and Qin households. I remember, Mommy. Little Wei chimed in, nodding vigorously while snuggling close to her father, utterly ignoring her mother. Su Yan averted her gaze from the affectionate father-daughter duo, unable to deny her son's rare request. Alright, I promise to take you next time we go out to play. But I can't take you to work. She felt no guilt in this partial truth. Qin Yi and Su Yan are back. You must be exhausted. Hurry and rest, I'll take care of the kids. Mom, Qin Yi and Su Yan called out in unison. Then, with great reluctance, Gu Xiulin pried the children from their parents' arms. After all, grandchildren were far more delightful than sons or daughters-in-law. The little ones readily acquiesced to their grandmother, understanding that their parents had returned home and that Grandma was there to entertain them. Let us go, Yen Yen. The couple felt a tinge of melancholy, a fleeting sense of being abandoned by their children. Suddenly, Su Yan comprehended the old lady's earlier sentiments. Upon entering the house, they were greeted by the sight of the elderly woman beaming with joy, and her mood instantly lifted their spirits. Grandma, we're back. You must be hungry. Let me fetch you something to eat. The elderly lady spoke as she headed to the kitchen to rummage through the refrigerator. Su Yan and Qin Yi exchanged a knowing smile, feeling the warmth of familial bonds. This was indeed the essence of intergenerational affection. The grandmother prepared 2 glasses of juice for her granddaughter and grandson-in-law, sliced half a cantaloupe, and brought out the milk-layered cake that the children had enjoyed after their nap. Qin Yi, you've been away from home too often. Your grandfather is truly at fault. Even little Yen has been turned into free labor. You too should eat something. No matter how much you're fed, you don't seem to gain any weight. Grandma, you should eat too. Qin Yi offered a small piece of the milk-layered cake to the elderly lady. Is this made by your own hands, Grandma? Your pastries are truly unparalleled. Even a 5-star chef's creations could not compare.
Truly.
Oh, you flatter me. Your mother was also fond of my pastries, though she never vocalized it as sweetly. The elderly lady often found herself reminiscing about her daughter during moments like these, and indulging in a treat would invariably stir bittersweet memories. Grandma, go ahead and eat. I won't mention her anymore. With that, the elderly lady rose to tend to the vegetable seeds she had just sown in the backyard. In the past, her granddaughter would often take her into the spatial realm to cultivate vegetables and fruits. Nowadays, she was frequently brought into the space, though robots had taken over the labor. Consequently, she decided to retrieve the planting pots she had used on the balcony in Jiangcheng, moving them along with their soil to the back wall of the yard. In addition to various vegetable seeds, she also planted drought-resistant sweet potato vines and potatoes. Was there a shortage of such provisions at home? Not really. The elderly lady was well aware of this. She simply desired to cultivate something with her own hands, to pass the time, and to find joy in witnessing the crops gradually grow, a glimmer of hope. In the base, nearly every household cultivated something, predominantly potatoes, which had a short maturation period, high yield, and were easy to store. Su Yan harbored concerns for the elderly lady and discreetly followed her outside. Upon witnessing the elderly woman tending to the garden, she refrained from interrupting. Qin Yi gently led Su Yan back upstairs. What are you doing? I wish to discuss something with you. The young couple entered the study on the 2nd floor. Qin Yi inquired whether the technology in the interstellar trading realm that Su Yan had activated bore any significant disparity compared to the advanced alien technology they had encountered. And if so, how vast that gap might be. Surprisingly, Su Yan had contemplated this matter as well. She brought He out from the spatial realm and showed her the various ornaments she had exchanged with the mysterious woman for comparison.
So?
I can't deduce anything conclusive from just these ornaments. Is there anything else? Yes, Qin Yi, I need your warship. Qin Yi handed over the spatial button to Su Yan, though the warship could not be released here. They then took He along and entered the spatial realm for research. Su Yan realized that she could also procure warships in the interstellar realm, but there was no necessity. They were not engaged in combat, and even if they were, it would be impractical on Earth. Most importantly, the expense was exorbitant, and she had never considered squandering gold on such matters. Once inside the spatial realm, Qin Yi released the warship and granted He access. The conclusion reached by He was that the technological advancement of the warship was not significantly different, suggesting they belonged to civilizations of similar standings. though they were certainly not from the same plane. In other words, if extraterrestrial beings were to pose a threat, the weaponry of the interstellar realm would suffice for a fight. We can't afford to engage. There's no gold. Though Su Yan could confidently claim to possess mountains of gold, converting that wealth into weapons suitable for interstellar warfare left her with but a sardonic laugh. This was the worst-case scenario. Yet like you, I instinctively trust the words of that lady. Indeed. Let us also trade the ornaments we acquired from her in the modern realm. The prices are quite favorable. Certainly, we'll only sell those you don't fancy. Keep those that catch your eye. Su Yan remained non-committal as she returned to the courtyard within the spatial realm. The couple nestled together on the sofa in the living room, surrounded by the collection of over 100 ornaments. Most sparkled brilliantly, surpassing even diamonds. With some exhibiting solid hues, others radiating with iridescent colors, and some shifting shades automatically, their craftsmanship was exquisitely refined. In short, even those unfamiliar with gemstones could discern that these treasures were both costly and sophisticated at a glance. Qin Yi began assisting Su Yan in selecting the jewelry, setting aside pieces he deemed suitable. Yen, you would look stunning in these. I look good even without jewelry, don't I? Su Yan indulged in a moment of self-admiration, confident in her appearance. My wife is beautiful in any guise. I merely hope these trinkets bring you greater joy. Then let us keep a few. Su Yan activated the transaction screen, scanning each ornament individually. She decided to keep all the pieces Qin Yi had selected. As Qin Yi observed the amount of gold yet to be withdrawn from the platform, he was taken aback by his wife's prowess in earning and saving money. Yen, you mentioned that we are just one level away from upgrading the space to its pinnacle. Why hasn't it yet been upgraded? Grandfather has always emphasized that space can serve as a final refuge, cautioning that the base should not overly rely on my spatial resources. For the time being, it suffices. Yet expanding the space would require a considerable expenditure of gold to purchase robotic cultivators. Currently, I am already overwhelmed, and I harbor concerns that excess might lead to adverse consequences. I recognize that such worries may be somewhat excessive, yet they persist nonetheless. Su Yan's space is indeed a wondrous phenomenon, far more extraordinary and elusive than any extraterrestrial civilization. Qin Yi shares the same apprehensions as she does. One could assert that this concern has long existed among our kin. Worrying is one matter, yet reassurance is equally essential. Existence itself is rational. And there is no need for excessive alarm. Shall we venture outside? Let us wait until mealtime. I desire a moment of tranquil companionship with you, if that pleases you. How about a stroll outdoors? Very well. The two of them, hand in hand, exited the small courtyard, making their way towards the vegetable garden and orchard. Meandering slowly along the paved path, they walked in serene silence for half an hour, still holding hands. Qin Yi, you have something to say, do you not? Su Yan instinctively sensed that whatever Qin Yi was on the verge of expressing was indeed what he truly wished to convey. Though he seemed uncertain on how to broach the subject, or perhaps he was simply hesitant. Yen, confirmation of extraterrestrial civilization has occurred, and they possess our coordinates. If they can come once, they can return again, which unsettles me greatly. So what do you intend to do? I hope that, armed with ample preparation, we can venture beyond the star domain to engage with them. Even if we cannot achieve complete understanding of one another, we should not remain entirely passive. Indeed, I will instruct He to compile a detailed feasibility report, but the prerequisite is that you must persuade the two venerable elders and include me in your plans. It is understandable that Qin Yi is eager to act. Su Yan too finds the prospect intriguing. Even if we cannot locate the extraterrestrial civilization, merely exploring beyond the Milky Way would be splendid. Very well, I shall seek an opportunity to discuss this with grandfather and grandpa, but there is no rush. He is unsure whether he can secure their approval, so preparing in advance is wise. A chance to slip away for a few days could be managed discreetly. The couple strolled hand in hand through the garden within the space, arriving at the shooting range where Qin Yi imparted some weaponry skills to Su Yan, and they only departed when dinner time approached. The evening no longer succumbed to darkness, and the temperature was less oppressive. Following their meal, Mr. Sheng and the matriarch would enjoy tea in the courtyard. Father, there are so many people outside. I wish to play out there. Little Wei's tiny hand pointing towards the central plaza of the base. Xiao Rui remained silent, yet his eyes sparkled as they followed his sister's gesture. Su Yan lifted her son, playfully pinching his tightly shut lips. Rui, do you wish to play too? Yes, to watch the fights. Indeed, the shop fights. Grandma took me and my brother to see them. It was quite fascinating. Shop fights? The children's grandmother must have taken them outside the S district to witness such spectacles. The young couple exchanged glances, each cradling one child, and set out. The area before the all things can be bartered shop was even more bustling than a free trade market. Several burly men were engaged in a fierce tussle with the store's guardian robot, while Luo Fuan and Ingi stood at the entrance, resembling spectators of a grand contest. Are they Russians? Foreigners have entered our Huaxia base? Qin Yi parked the vehicle about 30 meters from the shop entrance, leapt out to open the door for his wife, and retrieved the two little ones from the back seat, while explaining to his wife. Foreigners wishing to enter Huaxia base are not entirely barred. They must exchange a certain quantity of goods or use points to rent or purchase housing. Citizens from their own country can reside in the base free of charge. They're not being covert. They're openly seeking information now, aren't they? My wife is truly astute. As they approached, Luo Fuan and Ingi dashed over to snatch the two children, immediately poking at their small faces. And the little ones displayed remarkable grace by not reacting adversely. Brother E, these foreigners have taken items from the store and deliberately avoided using points. They are brazenly studying our robots right in front of our shop. Let them study. If they seek a beating, we need not intervene. Qin Yi cast a glance at the individuals on the ground, bruised yet unyielding, thinking that the outcome for them was clear. They could not prevail against their robots. And that was the extent of their misfortune. Sister Su, not just this time. Several have come over the past few days, employing the same tactics. Very well. Let them be dealt with as they deserve. The group entered the shop, uninterested in the ongoing scuffle outside. Adults may not relish such sights, yet children do. Little Rui, snatched from Su Yan's arms by Ingi, continually turned his head, eager to witness the fight. Combat was exceedingly entertaining. In contrast, little Wei, held by Luo Fuan, was more audacious, her tiny hands tugging at Luo Fuan's ears, attempting to twist his face around. Uncle Luo, I want to see the fight. Listen to what you are saying, dear. Fighting is not suitable for you. Be good, let us go inside where it is cool and sit on the sofa. I do not wish to. I want to see the fight. Daddy is taking me to watch, not you, Uncle Luo. Chapter 203. Ingi encounters trouble. After finally securing a soft, delightful little bundle to hold for a moment, Luo Fuan had no intention of easily returning the child to Qin Yi. He swatted away Qin Yi's hand that reached for little Wei, declaring, since she loves watching fights, Uncle will take her to see. Not only was he willing to watch, but if little Wei insisted, he would even enter the fray himself. The affection the team members showed towards the two little ones rivaled that of biological children. For now, without their own offspring, they could only dote upon the eldest family's little treasure. To ensure the two children could witness the conflicts, Qin Yi arranged two double sofas outside the shop. He and his wife occupied one, while the two child-holding adults took the other. Outside the shop, 5 foreigners lay bruised and battered, their injuries severe, but the robots were programmed not to inflict fatal harm. The worst they faced was incapacitating injuries. The 5 still possessed considerable strength. They had not been utterly defeated, yet exchanged glances then, with a tacit understanding. 2 grabbed a robot's arm, 2 seized its leg, while another aimed a blow to its head. Wow! How captivating! 5 cannot defeat just 1. Luo Fuan cast a sidelong glance at Qin Yi, pondering whose blood flowed in little Wei's veins. The eldest had never been so ferocious in his youth, nor had his sister been. How could such kindness and beauty harbor such ferocity? Fool! Little Rui seemed unaware of whom he referred to. Little Wei protested, which bad brother called someone a fool. Those 5 fools, so weak yet unaware that they should combine their efforts. 5 working together could perhaps accomplish something. Indeed, Rui speaks truthfully. However, the soft, tender voice articulating such sentiments struck a dissonant chord with Luo Fuan, who turned to his brother. Qin Yi was equally taken aback by his son's words. Who taught you that? I understand just by watching. Yes, Daddy, I comprehend too. The 5 big fellows lack brains. In the arena, 2 had 3 ribs simultaneously shattered by the guardian's arms, while another 2 suffered the same fate beneath its legs, and 1 was struck down by its head. Each sustained 3 broken ribs, a fair and just outcome. The 5 men lay flat on the ground, clearly not merely defeated by broken ribs, but having sustained numerous injuries prior. Yet as they lay there, hearing the children's critiques of their plight, they found it nearly impossible to argue back, merely wishing to crawl away in disgrace. But the robots would not permit it. The binding command from their master had not been revoked. Ingi, let them go.
All right.
Ingi issued a command to the robotic assistant, which promptly released the few individuals attempting to escape before turning back and resuming its designated position within the store. Though it resembled a childish skirmish, it was still a conflict, and the 2 little ones were far from satiated. I want to see more, pouted Xiaowei, clearly displeased. Unlike Xiaowei, who expressed everything, Xiao Rui's subtle expressions betrayed his desire to witness more of the spectacle. Qin retrieved Xiaowei from Luo Fuan's arms and handed her over to Su Yan, who understood that these two had matters to discuss. Ingi, with her keen intellect, did not wait for Su Yan to call her, but instead followed her idol, Sister Su, into the furniture section of the store, cradling Xiao Rui. Qin and Luo Fuan made their way towards a nearby vehicle. Qin was the first to dial his grandfather's number. Grandfather. Since when have we allowed foreigners into the base? The news of the explosion at the Eagle Sauce underground laboratory coincided with foreign applicants seeking to join the base. After discussions with Commander Sheng, permission was granted. They had previously made efforts to conceal Su Yan's uniqueness and had let Zhou's shooting take the blame, unaware that the Eagle Sauce had been in contact with extraterrestrial civilizations for over 20 years. Now that this knowledge was out in the open, and given that they had brazenly planted several bombs at their doorstep, it seemed fortuitous that individuals were presenting themselves for entry. This would allow them to substantiate the base's ability to engage with extraterrestrial civilizations through their own kind. By leveraging the extraterrestrial matter, my wife would no longer be under scrutiny.
Indeed.
I believe it won't be long before leaders from various countries' bases come to our Huaxia base to negotiate matters concerning extraterrestrials, and the authorities will openly address the issue of aliens. When the 2 men returned to the store, they witnessed Ingi expelling 2 women. The women claimed to be relatives of Ingi and demanded that she relinquish her position to them, insisting on moving into Zone S. Cheng remarked that it was the second time they had caused a commotion, having been thrown out once before. Su Yan quietly informed Qin and Luo Fuan that she had refrained from intervening, trusting that Ingi could handle the situation herself. She is too much like my sister-in-law. When she can fight, she doesn't hesitate. Luo Fuan, while speaking, cast an admiring glance at the small girl who had just ejected the intruders, resembling a little lion with her arms crossed. At her age, I was just a soft persimmon. If only I had half of her spirit. In truth, I am still the same as Ingi now, both of us driven to this point. Su Yan entrusted the 2 little ones to Qin and Luo Fuan while she went to check on the distressed Xiangzi. Don't be upset. It's almost time to clock out. Yes, let's clock out. If they come back, I will fight again.
Fight?
There's no need to reason with unreasonable people. It's futile to reason with beasts, Sister Su. They are unworthy of being called human. They wish to seize my job and the housing you arranged for us. That woman, who claims to be my aunt after my parents passed away, once came to our home and stole the last 2 bags of instant noodles my parents had painstakingly found for me. I refused to give them to her, and she kicked me a few times. The betrayal of one's kin can wound deeper than that of a stranger, a sentiment Su Yan understood well. She embraced Ingi, offering silent comfort by patting her back. Sister Su, I'm fine. After venting her emotions, Ingi transformed back into the charming girl with 2 dimples when she smiled. The following day, Su Yan was taken to the office by her grandfather for a meeting. She was instructed to pay close attention, as she was there to listen and did not need to speak. After the meeting concluded, her grandfather engaged her in conversation. Xiao Yan, share thoughts on this meeting. The discussion among the dignitaries revolved around whether to engage in trade with other national bases, primarily centered on extraterrestrial technology. I believe that if there is profit to be made, we should pursue trade, excluding weapons. We must not give those warlike nations a chance to acquire advanced weaponry, lest they trouble us. Sheng Lao nodded in approval, encouraging his granddaughter to continue. Our primary objective is to ensure the survival of as many individuals as possible. Everything else can take a backseat. Speaking of survival, we must address the issue of food. Currently, we are facing a water shortage. making it impossible to cultivate staple crops like rice and wheat on a large scale. The base primarily grows drought-resistant varieties, such as potatoes and sweet potatoes. If we engage in trade, we can exchange rare items for food. Whatever amount of food we can secure is essential, and the more oil, metals, and alternative energy materials we acquire, the better, as these will be crucial for future reconstruction. With no outsiders in the office, Su Yan spoke freely as her grandfather had invited her to share her thoughts. The more he observed his granddaughter, the more he felt pride. She was indeed a true scion of the Sheng family. Xiao Yan, I still wish to keep you close. So, her grandfather still hoped she would enter politics? It was no wonder he had invited her to observe the meetings several times. The old gentleman was quite determined. Previously, he merely hinted at it. But now he had directly brought her to the office building. She cherished her freedom and did not wish to be burdened. Yet, seeing the hope in her grandfather's eyes, Su Yan swallowed her initial refusal. Grandfather, you already have Chini. Why do you still need me? He is he, and you are you. Consider this my obsession. How about this? You come in for half a day every day, learning to handle some miscellaneous tasks from Xiaomu. If, after some time, you still feel averse to it, I won't force you. How does that sound? All right, I suppose that is acceptable. With the elder's insistence, she could only nod in agreement. So, I will come in every morning to clock in. It's just half a day, after all, not too difficult to accept. Finally, her grandfather felt a great sense of relief, seeing his granddaughter take a significant step forward. He glanced at his watch, pleased to head home for dinner. It's time to go home for dinner. All right, I have counted half a day's work today. Attendance starts from today. Ha ha ha, you little rascal. After a few days of reporting to the office in the mornings, Su Yan gradually acclimatized to the routine. That afternoon, while she was still napping, her grandmother woke her up. Grandma, what is it? Your little store clerk has come here, drenched in sweat and clearly in a hurry.
You should get up and check.
Su Yan groaned, rising to splash her face with water. After drying off, she gathered her hair into a ponytail and hurried downstairs, feeling quite anxious. The 9 little brothers had never come to her home before, so their sudden appearance must be urgent. In the living room on the first floor, Zheng Chengcheng was pacing restlessly. Chengcheng? What's the matter?
Su, Sister Su.
Ingi has gone missing. We can't find her anywhere. She would always inform us of her whereabouts, but this time it's unusual. We're worried. She may have encountered danger. Ingi is missing? Any lingering drowsiness vanished from Su Yan's mind. When did you realize she was gone? Last night, Ingi and I were on the middle shift. She wasn't at dinner. And everyone thought she was just wandering around the base, so no one paid attention. We haven't seen her all day. And just now I called for Ingi to come to the store for her shift, but she's nowhere to be found. Ingi had no relatives or friends, typically going straight between her residence and the store. As the team leader, if she had to go somewhere, she would definitely inform Daming. If she didn't have the chance to say anything, it must have been an accident. An accident? Su Yan recalled the woman and her daughter, who had claimed to be Ingi's aunt and cousin in the store. Immediately, she checked Ingi's wristband locator, which indicated she was over 10 kilometers away from the base. I'm going to find Ingi. Don't be afraid. You go back to the store and wait, all right?
Okay, Sister Su.
Grandma Sheng, I'm leaving now. In Zheng Qingqing's eyes, Su Yan was capable of anything. She wiped her tears and hurried away.
Grandma.
I'm stepping out for a moment. Go ahead, but be careful. The elderly lady was well aware that it was highly improbable for anyone on Earth to harm Su Yan, yet she had grown accustomed to offering her counsel. Su Yan opted for a flying craft to venture out, which was not only swift but also utterly silent. Ingi found herself confined within a modest room of a bungalow, bound tightly like a rice dumpling, barely clinging to life as she lay on the floor. To recount the events from the previous day, she had once again been cornered by her so-called aunt at the entrance of her store. As long as she was in Su Yan's establishment, she could not escape entanglement. In an attempt to resolve the matter once and for all, she agreed to discuss it and went to her aunt's residence in Area C. The moment Ingi stepped into her aunt's abode, she was struck unconscious and taken to an isolated village over 10 kilometers from the base. The abduction was merely an effort to extract information regarding extraterrestrial technology. After all, only one establishment within the entire Huaxia base housed robots and luxury goods. It was obvious that they would not acquire information easily, and as the store manager, Ingi was presumed to have some insider knowledge. Initially, the captors employed threats and seductions, believing that Ingi's youth would render her pliable. However, she remained resolute against both coercion and allure, ultimately leading them to resort to torture. Upon arriving at Ingi's location, Su-Yen activated her stealth mode and discovered the room where she was held. Through a partially open window, she beheld Ingi, her body marred by injuries. Her face bearing several gashes, and the young girl slumped against the wall, her eyes closed. The blood and flesh obscured her defiance. A pang of sorrow struck Su-Yan's heart. She understood that the suffering Ingi endured was undoubtedly linked to her store and its alien products. Regret washed over her for not providing Ingi with greater protection. Outside in the dilapidated living room, 3 individuals were engaged in conversation. They had not anticipated that such a young girl would possess such tenacity.
What now?
Eliminate her, and no one would suspect us. Yet they had not extracted any useful information. If they could not obtain it, they would await the official representatives from the base who would come to the Huaxia base for formal discussions. Their arrival would yield only what Huaxia wished to disclose. Their early inquiries were motivated by a desire to uncover what Huaxia was concealing. There seemed to be no other option. The girl was on the brink of death. Yet she remained tight-lipped. Su-Yen, having gleaned the essence of the situation within mere minutes, needed no further evidence to identify the culprits involved. The trio prepared to fire 3 shots, with dual guns potentially dispatching 2, leaving 1 to be finished off. No, they must not be allowed to die too easily. Cloaked in her stealth attire, Su-Yen found it all too convenient to commit murder, a testament to the growing trust her family placed in her. Refraining from imposing strict oversight. With Ingi's severe injuries demanding immediate attention, Su-Yen armed herself with a laser gun and stealthily approached the 3 captors from behind. A swift, silent series of shots rang out, and before one could react, another shot was fired. Once the guns were drawn, Su-Yen shed her concealment. From the perspective of the 3, she appeared as if conjured from thin air. Their attempts to flee were in vain, as they were all struck in the legs. The entire exchange transpired within seconds. After securing their weapons and blades, Su-Yen addressed them. "Laser guns?
Who are you?"
How is this possible?" They pleaded. "You cannot kill us. Let us speak amicably. This is all a misunderstanding." Having disarmed them, Su-Yen retrieved rope and methodically bound their hands and feet, paying no heed to their cries, which she likened to the barking of dogs. Once she was certain of their secure bindings, she entered the room. Chapter 204. I wish to end their lives with my own hands. She crouched down, cautious not to jostle Ingi's wounds, fearful that any movement might inflict further pain. "Ingi, wake up in truth." Ingi had not fainted. She merely closed her eyes. Upon hearing Su-Yan's call, she gradually opened them. "Sister, you're here." I'm fine," Ingi attempted to assure her, struggling to sit up. "Just lean against the wall and stay still. Here, take your medicine." It won't taste bitter. Su-Yen unscrewed the cap of a vial containing a cellular repair fluid and held it to Ingi's lips. "I'm not afraid." Ingi obediently opened her mouth and gulped down the contents of the small vial. As the effects of the medicine took hold, she succumbed to a short period of slumber. Su-Yen retrieved 2 cushions and carefully laid the unconscious Ingi flat, choosing to wait beside her. After a little over 20 minutes, Ingi awoke. Upon seeing Su-Yen, her mind was still in a fog. "Sister, where are we?" Before she could finish her sentence, she glanced at her arms, looked down at her pants, patted her face, and then slapped her own forehead in disbelief. The speed with which Ingi struck her own head was such that Su-Yen could not intervene. Once she ascertained that her injuries had healed, realizing that the small vial of blue liquid had been the source of her recovery, Ingi sprang to her feet. "Sister, where are those 3? "Outside." "But I didn't kill them." "Thank you, sister. I want to end their lives with my own hands."
Su-Yen nodded.
Her decision not to execute the trio was made with Ingi in mind. Ingi immediately spotted the weapons and knives belonging to her abductors, seizing a small military knife and charging out of the living room like a frenzied bull. The sounds of fists and feet striking flesh echoed as she mercilessly assaulted one of them, shouting, "Don't rush. There's enough for everyone. Wanna die? It's not that simple. Worthless scum." Ingi was entirely consumed by rage. Her wounds had healed, yet the bloodstains on her face remained, giving her a fearsome appearance. Her curses drowned out the trio's pleas for mercy, a testament to her ferocity. After delivering a fair share of punishment, she began to carve lines across their faces with the knife. They would receive back what they had dealt her. Regret was futile. They only wished for a swift end. Su Yan offered Ingi a bottle of mineral water. Drink a bit. Don't overexert yourself. When you're tired, give them a final blow. Thank you, sister. I'll drink some water first, then send them to meet their maker. Ingi gulped down an entire bottle of water before delivering fatal strikes to each of the three. Afterward, she collapsed onto the ground, panting. The fierce and sinister expression she had worn while fighting gradually softened. This was not her first time taking a life. Su Yan had deliberately allowed her to take matters into her own hands, providing her an outlet for her emotions. Sister, I was wrong. I know that mother and daughter duo had ill intentions, yet I still went to them. I wanted to resolve the issue of them blocking me daily in one fell swoop. I never expected those two women to be beasts, colluding with those three to knock me out and bring me here. They interrogated me about you and the alien technology. I said nothing. I'm sorry, sister. My weakness has brought you trouble. As she sat on the ground, sobbing as she spoke, Ingi resembled a girl of her age. A stark contrast to the vengeful figure she had just been. Alas, the cursed apocalypse. It's all right. Finding you wasn't too difficult. The wristband has a positioning function. It was Chung Chung who informed me of your disappearance. Once I checked, I came to find you. Ultimately, it's because of me that they targeted you. And I've brought you into this mess. Not at all. It was my complacency that led to this. I will learn from this lesson. Su Yan retrieved a large bucket of water, along with towels and clothes, from her space. All right, go wash your face and change into clean clothes. We'll head back to the base. Yes, I'll wash up right away. Ingi took the towel and clothing and entered the dilapidated room. Within just a few minutes, she emerged, having washed her face and changed. Su Yan released her flying craft in front of the house. Let us go back to the base. Okay, sister. When we return to the base, can I take my revenge? On your aunt and cousin? Ingi bit her lip and nodded. You may, but be mindful of the repercussions. After all, we're still within the base. Sister Su, rest assured. I shall not take a life at the base. Why not seek vengeance for grievances? Those loathsome relatives remain the same. Su Yan's life has always been marred by the so-called kin. She wholeheartedly supports Ingi in avenging her wrongs, believing that if one possesses the means for retribution, it is best executed on the spot without delay. She refuses to allow her own to suffer. Their losses equate to her own. And she harbors no concern that Ingi might be incapable of dealing with that mother-daughter duo. Upon returning to the central square of the base in front of her shop, Su Yan halted the aircraft and let Ingi disembark, saying, Come visit me at home tonight. All right, Sister Su, Gina replied, flashing a radiant smile. Her sweet dimples appearing as usual. The young girl seemed to have regained her composure, prompting Su Yan to return to District S with ease. Ingi entered the store, greeted the two young employees, and took a 20-centimeter sharp knife before departing. In District C, within the small house where Ingi had been deceived and kidnapped, a mother and daughter were hoarding a stash of supplies acquired through betrayal, munching away on their bounty. Instant noodles taste so good even when eaten dry. It's been ages since I've savored a bite of noodles with sausage. Mom, do you think this is enough for us to eat for a month?
Tonight.
I want to cook white rice, and that fresh pork should be braised.
Eat, eat, eat.
Are you a starving ghost reincarnate? You're a worthless bum who can't find a job and doesn't even have a man to flirt with. Once you finish this, you'll be left to drink the north wind. I think old Lu isn't bad. You should consider him. Save some of this food for me. I need to reclaim some dowry. Only then will my life have a glimmer of hope. Old Lu is already 60, Mom. I want to marry him. What if he is 60? The priority is to fill your stomach. Whether you marry or not is not for you to decide. The old woman snatched half a bag of instant noodles and half a sausage from her daughter's grasp, trading them for the supplies obtained through Ingi's betrayal, stowing them in the only wooden box they possessed.
Knock.
Knock. Who's at the door? Go check. This mother-daughter pair had not considered that it might be Ingi. As soon as Ingi entered, she knocked out the cousin who answered the door, then locked it behind her and secured the windows. Recalling Sister Sue's words about keeping things discreet while preparing for action, she then crossed the small hall to enter the only room. The woman had not even had time to close the box full of supplies when she caught sight of Ingi.
You.
Who let you in? She exclaimed furiously, contemplating how she might make this mother-daughter pair regret their actions, or wish for death. Now, she understood. Ingi first shut the small window in the room. Up until yesterday, she merely harbored disdain for the person before her, with remnants of familial affection lingering. Now, all that remained was hatred. Is this all the worth you place on betraying your sister's only daughter? Do you not feel a twinge of shame? When I was willing to negotiate with you yesterday, do you know how much I was prepared to offer? Do you know whose shop it is? It belongs to the granddaughter of the commander. I call the commander's granddaughter sister. Leveraging that relationship allowed me to reside in District S, gain her trust to become the store manager, and receive her ample care. If only you hadn't been so impatient yesterday. What you would have gained would far exceed the meager contents of that shabby box. Alas, you, venomous woman, squandered that opportunity. Su Yan's store and her identity were not secrets within the base, and Ingi was unafraid to speak of them. She aimed to make this wicked woman regret her choices. For the pain of loss would surpass that of death. How much will you give? The offer remains the same. If you provide the supplies, I shall not cause a ruckus, and I will have my aunt apologize to you, along with your cousin. Ingi, we are blood relatives. You must support your aunt and cousin. Upon hearing of potential benefits, the woman's eyes glinted with greed, akin to a ravenous wolf. As she moved closer to embrace Ingi's leg, completely forgetting her own misdeeds. The perpetrator may forget, but the victim does not. Ingi struck 2 swift punches to the woman's face, affirming, "Indeed, my aunt was right." She was Luo Fuan's prized apprentice, trained to the standards of special forces. And her punches bore 80% of her strength, knocking out 3 of the woman's teeth and causing her face to swell symmetrically.
Ugh.
Xinling.
Shout?
Go ahead. Your cousin is lying there. Rest assured, none of you will escape. Ingi switched to kicking, treating her as if she were a punching bag. Ingi.
Oh,
I was wrong. I will treat you well from now on. Please forgive me, aunt. The woman pleaded incoherently, realizing her mistakes so quickly. Your pleas are far too tedious. Ingi had just fought 3 men outside the base. She found striking this woman utterly uninteresting. She hadn't even used the sharp knife she had brought. With a powerful kick, she heard a sickening crack.
Ah.
The woman's leg was broken. No matter how she wailed, Ingi proceeded to stomp on the unconscious cousin. Neither of them was innocent. The cries of the 2, now incapacitated, were deafening. Ingi hastily found 2 rags and stuffed them into their mouths. Sister Su had once said that mercy towards enemies is cruelty towards oneself. These 2 had wronged her, and were thus her adversaries. Su Yan had also advised against causing fatalities within the base. Fortuitously, she had no intention of killing them directly. Ingi connected with Luo Fuan via communication. Brother Luo, could you drive over and assist me with a task? I will be there shortly. Send me your location. After ending the call, Ingi sent her coordinates along with the building and floor details. While waiting for Luo Fuan, she organized the box of supplies that had been sold to her and gathered anything usable from the room. Luo Fuan arrived in just over 10 minutes. Upon surveying the scene, he quickly grasped the situation. Are you hurt? Are these 2 being transported out of the base?
Fine.
I need you to help me throw them out of the base. All right, let us go. Noticing the box of supplies Ingi was carrying, Luo Fuan stored it in his spatial button and, taking one of each woman by the arm, dragged them down 2 flights of stairs and tossed them into the back seat of the vehicle. Once the car exited the base, Luo Fuan inquired, what exactly happened?
Can you tell me?
Ingi took over 10 minutes to recount how she had been deceived and knocked out, leading Su Yan to rescue her, sharing every detail. There was nothing she could not reveal to her master. Luo Fuan's heart ached. She was his apprentice. A broken leg seemed too lenient. Such people did not deserve to live. Break a leg, and throw them into the wilderness. Understood. With their legs broken and mouth stuffed, the mother and daughter in the back seat of the car were left to listen to Ingi and Luo Fuan's conversation, their ears functioning normally. They could only lament their choices, regretting their actions in a way that was both profound and futile, for there is no remedy for regret in this world. Upon returning home, Su Yan locked herself in the study on the 2nd floor, chatting with Qin Yi, who had not yet finished work, and updating him on Ingi's situation. I am considering giving Ingi a spatial button along with some standard weapons. I wonder if that would be beneficial? Only providing weapons for someone her age may not be wise. If she has a spatial button to store them, it would unleash an unexpected advantage. Ingi possesses both the temperament and skills. If you wish to nurture her, you should spend more time with her. So, you support my decision? Since you've brought it up, you've clearly made up your mind. I am merely following your lead. This man truly understood her. Su Yan ended the communication and entered the spatial realm to prepare weapons for Ingi. The spatial button would be set at 500 cubic units, making it convenient for her to pack and move the belongings of the other 8 children in the future. The weapons would be ordinary yet sufficient: handguns, rifles, grenades, daggers, sabers, and ample ammunition. A few of each would suffice, for who knows what events may unfold. Su Yan contemplated that should any situation arise, Ingi could provide weapons to Daming and the younger children for their use. With the spatial button, provisions such as grains, vegetables, fruits, and meats can now be stored, and a modest collection of each has been gathered. After returning from a brief errand, Ingi resumed her duties at the shop. It was only upon returning to Zone S at 8 in the evening, after closing, that she sought out Su Yan. Su Yan instructed Ingi on how to bind and utilize the spatial button, cautioning her about the prudent use of weapons and under what circumstances they could be employed by Daming and her slightly older siblings. She emphasized the importance of returning and safeguarding them after use. Sister Su, I will certainly take good care of everything inside, declared Ingi, vowing to assist the good within her capabilities and to confront the wicked. Sister believes in you. You are remarkable, Ingi. It is also my fault for not preparing weapons for you sooner. This incident could have been averted. Do not blame Sister Su. It is my own shortcoming, for I am too soft-hearted and not vigilant enough. The short-haired girl bowed her head, acknowledging her mistake before Su Yan, her demeanor obedient like that of a cat, yet fierce like a wolf when provoked. All right now, you have done splendidly. Return home early to rest. Yes, Sister Su, you should also rest early. After escorting Ingi downstairs, Su Yan too prepared for an early night, as she had half a day of work to attend to in the morning. Life settled into a tranquil rhythm for a while, with the polar day having persisted for 2 months now. That afternoon, the sky above the base was pierced by the presence of over a dozen armed helicopters. The air defense artillery of the Huaxia base was fully loaded and aimed at the incoming targets, yet the adversaries requested to land.
Su Yan,
having taken on the role of a secretary to a senior officer, received the news promptly. Grandfather, if they appear to be here for negotiations, why approach with armed helicopters? Can't we just let them wait? Indeed, my granddaughter, your thoughts aligned perfectly with mine. The order just issued forbids any non-allied armed helicopters from approaching within 50 kilometers of the base. Grandfather is wise. Forcing them to land 50 kilometers away will ensure they have no vehicles. Let them run to our base. Let us see how they flaunt their might with their helicopters while seeking our favor. Clearly, this group of foreigners lacks the understanding of proper decorum.